Dedicate yourself to protecting the honor of the family. My father repeated these words many times. In other words, I should have no other aspirations but to become the shadow of my older brother. Recalling these words, the guy who was exhausted after a hard battle against a large number of people slept on his knees with his head down. At the same time, slowly approaching his opponent, the leader of the knights said in a haughty tone of, "What a sight." Turning his head to his exhausted comrades who were barely standing, the leader added that the knight was single-handedly holding back the continent's strongest warriors. The next moment, turning his head back to his opponent, who was kneeling on his knees, the squad leader added, "You really are his younger brother." Raising his head to look the enemy in the eye, the boy heard Lord Kian Worth speak in a menacing tone to Boris. At the same moment, while continuing to look at the tired knight, Boris just smiled ominously, stretching his smile to his ears. Then, unable to stand such impudence, Kian Worth began to pull out his magic sword and asked menacingly, "Who hired you?" Starting to envelop his body in a thick fog that came from his blade, the battle-weary boy added, "Was it really the Emperor?" When Boris saw what was happening before his eyes, he put his hand over his face and said, "This black veil means that the rumours were true." As soon as Kian Worth got to his feet, he was motivated to fight on, the knight's leader added, "You are an assassin from the ranks of the Mist." Gritting his teeth, the man began to wave his hand in front of him to dispel the fog and said, "Your organisation is an eyesore and will have to ask for a raise for suppressing the heretic rebel." In response to his opponent's words, Kian Worth said, "Well, try it if you still have the ability to give the last warning by then, retreat or you will lose your teeth." In response to the threats of the guy standing in front of him, Boris smiled sarcastically and said, "Give up now, you are in my power, you will not be able to break my 9-star barrier." Where, having agreed with the enemy on his surrender, the guy, preparing for a fight, thought he needed to tell his brother, "We must find out who's behind it." The next moment, activating his powers and preparing for a fierce struggle for survival, Kian Worth said, "I will crush 10 barriers to dust." The next moment, from behind his opponent, he heard a familiar voice say, "Enough already, Kian." And at the same moment, Boris stepped aside to make way for his superiors. Seeing a familiar face in front of him, the boy just froze in place in shock and mentally said his father often repeatedly devoted himself to protecting the family's honour. Continuing to stare at the blonde knight who suddenly appeared from the ranks of his opponents, the boy mentally added, "Your brother is our pride, Eshel's success is your success." Being in a difficult situation where he had to fight a large number of knights, Kian Worth thought about it in a confused way. Continuing to look at his older brother, to whom Boris was bowing, who had come for his life, Eshel thought he stood. Continuing to walk slowly toward his younger brother, Eshel said, "I don't think you fully realize why I'm here." The next moment, the knight in white armor found himself standing in front of his brother, who had fallen to his knees again and looked at him with a supercilious look. At the same time, looking at Eshel with a confused look, Kian Worth asked what it all meant. In response to a question from his younger self, he replied, "You have done an excellent job of fulfilling Kian's obligations to our family of nations." Continuing his speech, the guy added me personally, which was a real trigger for Kian Worth. Feeling overwhelmed with emotion, the younger brother said, "I will get rid of the duty that has weighed on your shoulders for 10 years. In response to Eshel's words, Kian Worth, clutching a dagger in his hand, asked, "I don't understand what I did wrong." When his younger brother asked him a question, the older one looked at him with a supercilious look and said angrily, "You don't understand." Continuing to look at his brother, who bowed his head before him, Eshel added, "By becoming a cunning killer, you have lost your humanity." Pointing to his younger brother, the knight continued to reproach him and angrily exclaimed, "All these years we have listened to your lies. Your sins are unforgivable." At the same moment, hearing what Eshel had just called him and what Kian Worth had accused him of, he mentally said that the insidious killer was a sinner. Immediately afterward, the boy looked up at his brother and exclaimed angrily, "How dare you!" Starting to recall everything he had to go through and participate in, the boy mentally said a showdown over the imperial crown. He also mentioned other cases where he had to shed blood and added the suppression of demonic forces. Recalling every event in which he had to participate, regardless of his will, Kian Worth added the war for the unification of the continent. Recalling all the events he had gotten into because of his family, the boy added angrily, "I had a hand in the success of all your endeavours." The next moment, clutching a dagger in his hand and pounding his fist on the ground, breaking the stones, he exclaimed, "I have dedicated my life to you in the hope of my own good." As he began to rise from his knees, filled with anger and hatred, the boy said in his head, "This is your payment for your loyalty." Continuing to express his anger, releasing an incredible amount of mana, the boy mentally added, "I've worked for you like a dog for 20 years. While still on his feet and bleeding from his wounds in the previous battle, Kian Worth mentally added, "I don't care about the consequences." Turning his gaze back to the older brother who had pissed him off, the boy added mentally, "You want to finish it? Well, go ahead." Having released a considerable amount of mana mixed with bloodlust, the boy added in his head, but we will go to the next world together." Seeing what had just happened to their opponent, one of the soldiers exclaimed in confusion, "That's impossible! Even after the battle he has so much mana, he's a human being." Preparing to strike, the guy said in a menacing tone of voice a laugh, and then the majestic hero of the continent shakes in fear of his younger brother, whose life he himself had encroached on and was not ashamed of. The next moment a fight broke out between the two brothers, in which they kept crossing their weapons over and over again. Continuing to circle around his brother to find a good moment to attack, Kian Worth mentally said only one blow. Watching Eshel's movements, who blocked each of his shots, the boy mentally added that he needed to hit only once. Waiting for the right opportunity, the boy ran headlong into his older brother to inflict the same blow. Planning to make a decisive blow, Kian Worth mentally said a blow to the weak point interrupted the regeneration, but his attack failed. When he saw that his opponent had just been blocked by a barrier to prevent the attack, his younger brother angrily exclaimed in his head, "Damn Boris!" As soon as Kian Worth was distracted by the protective barrier, his older brother took the opportunity to pierce him with his sword and say something stupid. Holding his weapon in his younger brother's stomach, Eshel said in a haughty tone, "As my younger brother, I wanted to give you an easy death, but you showed your true colours." Continuing to look down on his younger brother, the knight added, "I have known your nature for a long time." Hearing his brother's words, Kian Worth looked up at him and then said, "I never trusted you," and you could see the disappointment in his eyes. Having said everything he thought was necessary, Eshel kicked his younger brother, knocking him off the sword blade and onto the ground. Having dealt with the problem that bothered him, the boy turned his back on him and told his subjects to go, to which Boris bowed and said, "Yes, Lord Eshel." At the same time, lying on the damp ground, the bleeding guy said in his head, "Oh shit." Slowly closing his eyes from the loss of blood, the guy thought, "It looks like I've lived like a fool and will die like a fool." Despite his sad thoughts, Kian Worth found the last strength to fulfill his promise and rushed at his brother with a dagger on the verge of death to carry out the execution. As he approached his cherished goal which he had recently acquired, the boy angrily shouted, "Die!" And he had almost done what he wanted. His dagger was right next to Lord Eshel's neck, but it was not as rosy as it seemed. At the last moment, when his attack was about to hit the target, his older brother delivered his blow, knocking the boy backwards and taking away his last hope. Thus ended Kian Worth's life, but it only seemed so to him. While in the pitch black, the boy suddenly heard someone's familiar voice speaking to him, the young Lord Kian, and then he suddenly woke up, sitting up. Looking down at his hands to make sure they were still there, he heard the girl standing in front of him, shouting at him to wake up and get up. The next moment, seeing the familiar maid in front of him, the boy exclaimed in confusion, "Emily, what are you doing here?" While the girl said in confusion, "What are you talking about, Lord Kian? You haven't woken up yet." He said in his mind, "We haven't seen each other for 20 years, and there's not a single wrinkle on her." The next moment, as he began to look around, he mentally added that this was my children's room, and all the furniture was in its original place. Immediately after inspecting the room, the boy began to feel himself and thought that I had returned to my childhood. As the boy continued to feel himself to understand what had happened, the girl leaned over him and said, "Lord Kian," to which he exclaimed in confusion. Continuing to look at her lord, the maid added disgruntledly, "Don't even try to miss the match, get ready at last." Hearing what the maid was suddenly talking about, Kian Worth looked at her with confused eyes and asked what the fight was about. Continuing to look at the girl in his room who was trying to get him out of bed, Kian Worth added, "What are you talking about?" After a while, he got ready and went with the girl to the place of the duel and arrived at the castle of Duke Worth. After examining the design of the castle itself and everything nearby, Kian Worth mentally said there was no doubt that it was definitely a fortress from the past. Continuing to look around suspiciously to understand what was happening to him, the guy thought, is life really passing before his eyes? Continuing his reflections, the boy who had arrived with Emily at Duke Worth's castle added in his mind, "I remember well the day 27 years ago, May 1st, 985 years ago. Walking onto the battlefield, the boy thought about the year before he entered the academy. At the beginning of every month, the family would organise a training battle between the sons." The next moment, turning his gaze to the Duke's family, who were sitting in their seats near the arena, Kian Worth mentally added that this was an important event that the Duke was attending in person. Immediately after turning his gaze to the guy standing in front of him and smiling slyly, Kian Worth mentally added my rival Krantz Worth, my half-brother of the same age as me. As he continued to turn his head, the boy's gaze settled on the Duke's wife, and then he mentally added his mother, Duchess Margaret Argius, for which reason he received much more attention even though we were both younger. Recalling his past, where he lost a duel, the guy mentally said, "Out of 4 sons, I am the only bastard with a murky background, and after this battle, I became a laughingstock for others." Remembering also the words of his father after the loss, who said, "Just don't get underfoot," he mentally added, and my father lost all interest in me. As the boy was preparing for the fight and was about to pull his weapon out of its sheath, Emily said in his ear that it was not too late to refuse, my lord, to which he replied that I would just win, and then thought, even my personal maid does not believe in me. Pulling his weapon out of its sheath and feeling its full weight, the boy was surprised to think that a simple rapier felt so heavy and so flimsy. The next moment, picking up his weapon from the ground and turning his hand to himself, the guy mentally added, "This is definitely not a dream or a dying memory, and I have never heard of such illusion magic." Immediately after his thoughts, Kian Worth turned his gaze forward and said in his head, "I have indeed returned to the past." The next moment, his half-brother, who was standing in front of him, smiled sarcastically and said in a haughty tone, "What a brave man, I thought you wouldn't show up." After hearing his opponent's words, the boy turned his head toward his father and mentally added that if he had returned, he was sure to change him. At the same time, raising his hand up, Duke Worth signalled the start and said, "You may begin." Having received permission to start a fight against his opponent, Krantz Vert rushed at the guy and shouted, "Don't you dare be distracted." Continuing to approach Kian Worth, the boy simultaneously swung his sword at him and laughed ominously. At the same time, looking at his half-brother, Kian said in his head what was wrong with him, crawling like a snail. As the enemy approached him, Kian Worth took 1 foot back and easily dodged the attack of his opponent, who even stumbled backwards when he missed. After his first miss, Krantz, angry at his incompetence, exclaimed, "Stop dodging, you coward!" Hearing his half-brother's exclamation, Kian knocked the sword out of his opponent's hands with a single swing of his rapier as soon as he turned to him. The next step was that he kept one hand in his pocket and punched Krantz in the knee to knock him down. When he felt a direct hit on his weak spot, Krantz Vert gritted his teeth and groaned painfully, drenched in sweat and barely holding back tears. However, the heroics did not last long, as the next moment the guy fell to the ground and clutched his leg, and began to moan painfully as he rolled on the ground. Seeing that his son had just been wounded, Duchess Margaret exclaimed in concern to Krantz, while the Duke began to look closely at Kian. At the same time, standing over his opponent, who was trembling in pain on the ground, the boy thought the fight would end as soon as I pointed my sword at his throat. Continuing to think about the correctness of the end of this fight, he added, "But what should I do if I am not satisfied at all?" Starting to recall the past where he had mocked him in this fight, Kian mentally added, "You made my life hell for fun." Continuing to recall Krantz's attitude toward him throughout his life, he mentally added and continued to do so even in the academy. Immediately after all the memories of what he had gone through in the past, the boy looked at his half-brother with a murderous look and said in his head, "I will beat the hell out of you." Starting to slowly approach his opponent, who continued to roll on the ground, Kian Worth mentally added, "Well, this time." Looking at the boy's face, who was writhing in pain and shedding tears, Kian Worth added in his head, "I will be in charge of my own life." After a while, after hitting Krantz on the head and driving him to memory loss due to the pain, the fight finally ended with Krantz's complete defeat. After this incident, the Duke postponed all his planned adventures to meet with his youngest son, probably because Kian was able to impress him enough. Heading to the meeting with his father along with his bodyguard, the boy mentally said he had sent his personal bodyguard and a higher knight to accompany Jurken. Continuing on his way to his father's office, the boy happened to see the Duchess Margaret and her maid coming to meet him. When he saw this person coming to meet him, the guy smiled and thought that he was probably coming from the infirmary and was boiling with anger, and then asked how Krantz was doing. Looking at the furious woman he met on the way, the boy added the Duchess, to which she angrily exclaimed, "How could you do this to your brother, you impudent little boy?" In response to the woman's question, he simply walked on without looking back and said that dueling is not a toy for you, and now if you'll excuse me. Angered even more by the behaviour of the boy who passed by without showing any sympathy, the Duchess said that is why one should not mix blood with people of the lower classes, which made Kian freeze. "Trying to hurt the guy somehow," Margaret added with a sinister smile. "What else could you expect from a dirty black bastard? Thank you for being here. I should have left you on the street right away." Hearing the woman's words, Kian Worth suddenly looked back and looked at her with a murderous look and thought, "That was unnecessary, I could have cut her throat." Continuing to look at the Duchess, who had begun to allow herself too much in relation to the winner, Kian Worth mentally added that it was impossible to finish her off. The next moment, with a sly smile, the boy added, "That is too easy an outcome. I have a better idea, but it will take time." Immediately after his thoughts, the boy said to Margaret, "You know I'm going to the academy with Krantz," and she asked, "So what?" In response to the Duchess's question, Kian Worth smiled ominously and said, "Don't worry at all. He may be missing a couple of limbs by graduation." When she heard the threats made against her by the young man, the woman suddenly gnashed her teeth and shouted angrily at the bastard. Waving her hand to hit the guy who had angered her even more, the Duchess exclaimed, "Watch your dirty tongue." At the moment when the woman wanted to hit the boy, A knight intervened in their conflict, covering the boy with his hand and saying, "My lady, please." Stopping the Duchess from rash actions, Jurgen added that we must hurry. We cannot keep his lordship waiting. The next moment, turning his gaze to Margaret and locking eyes with her, the man added in a stern tone, "Please forgive us." Hearing the man's remark, the girl immediately calmed her temper and lowered her hand while bowing her head in embarrassment, so pretending that she had not seen anything. At the same time, peeking out from behind Jurgen, Kienwerth smiled slyly and mentally muttered, "The Duke's orders are absolute." Immediately after shifting his gaze to the bodyguard's personal body, the boy mentally added, "I'm lucky to have a knight under the protection of one of them who is not under the Duchess's control." After a while, knocking on the door, Kienwerth heard the Duke's voice say, "Come in." Then entering the study and bowing his head, the boy said, "Kian is the youngest son of House Worth." Keeping his gaze downward, the boy mentally added, "Arrived your lordship," and then mentally added, "This is our first dialogue in 15 years. Seeing that the guest had arrived in his office, Duke Villiers, ruler of Velius in the western lands of the Empire, said, "You may sit down." Duke Willers Worth is known to many as a great heroic protector of the continent, gifted with magical talent and a sharp mind. This person was able to stop the invasion of demonic troops by a man who took on an unbearable niche until his death by his only desire. There was peace on the entire continent under the rule of the current Duke ruler Velias of the western lands of the Wusif Empire. As he continued to think about the man he'd come to see, Kienwerth said in his mind, "However, this is a little different from my memories." He chose it for himself. Looking at his father and the Duke of these lands, the boy mentally added the role of a servant of the people. In other words, he was a fool. The man exchanged glances with his son and immediately said, "You moved as if you were counting the trajectory of a sword." Unable to understand the question he was asked, the guy said in surprise, "I'm sorry, what do you mean?" When asked a question by his son, the Duke recalled the moment of the battle and spoke at the time of Krantz's attack. Continuing the dialogue about his son's skills, the man added, "You saw the rapier's trajectory and turned your body perfectly to avoid the sword." Citing direct evidence of how his son managed to surprise him, the Duke added, "When did you manage to learn fencing so perfectly?" Hearing the question from his father, Kienwerth mentally said how attentive he was and then replied, "Nothing like that. I just practiced in the evenings." In response to his son's words, Duke Villiers said, "My friend Kian has neither the ability nor the desire to learn fencing, so why hide such a talent?" When asked a question by his father, the boy put his hand behind his head and answered awkwardly that he did not want to attract too much attention to himself, to which the Duke replied that the lack of information had played a cruel joke on Krantz. The next moment, recalling the duel between his two younger sons, the man also remarked, "I think you overdid it a little bit." When Kienwerth heard his father's question, he mentally said what kind of provocative question he wanted to test my character. The next moment, trying not to give himself away too much, Kienwerth said, "I wanted to prove myself," and then kept asking what you were talking about. When asked by his father, the boy confidently said that even though Krantz and I were half-brothers, we were still rivals and I only followed all the conditions of the fight. When he heard the answer from his son, whom he had invited because of the results of the fight with Krantz, the father suddenly smiled. The next moment, uncontrollable laughter erupted from the Duke, and he said in incredibly barbed and direct response, "I am infinitely pleased with your talent, my son." Immediately after his words, mentioning his eldest son, who was his favourite, the man added, "I am sure you'll be a good servant to the echelon." Hearing what his father had just said to him, Kienwerth felt a pile of problems and pressure pile up again, and then he mentally said, "What?" The next moment, recalling how he had died in his previous life in the last dialogue with his older brother, Kienwerth mentally added the Eshel service. Immediately after turning his gaze back to his father, the boy mentally said, "Nothing has changed. His father is still obsessed with Eshel." After a short pause, my father added, "It's hardly a prize, but I still want to reward you for your victory. You want something." When the boy heard his father's question, he looked at him with a keen eye and mentally said, "If this is the inevitable development of history, I will simply destroy all of Eshel's plans," and then said, "I want to." After a while, she returned to her room and told her maid everything, and scared to go to the front line. In response to the frightened exclamations of his subject, her guy said that he had not yet made a decision. After which, Emily again exclaimed that this was a joke. "You are completely crazy. Do you at least know what horrors are happening there?" Starting to imagine in her head all the monsters that were in that place. The girl added, "The entire battlefield was teeming with vile demonic beasts." Nasty. The region of Velias is part of the western lands of the Wusif Empire, and it is also the only place in the empire that is called the Front Line, and the most advanced area on the front line is the Lamian Valley. Continuing his reflections on his place of residence, the boy mentally added that a centuries-old war with demons was still raging. The next moment, recalling his dialogue with Duke Kienwerth, he mentally added, "My father was strongly against my sending him away, but he agreed to the rest on one condition." Continuing to recall the dialogue with his father, the boy mentally added, I have to become competent enough to survive in the valleys in 1 month, though I don't know all the conditions of suitability." The next moment, clenching his hand into a fist, the boy confidently added in his head, "But first, you definitely need to build up your muscles. A weak body is absolutely useless." Immediately after recalling his fight with Krantz, the guy mentally added, "One thing that pleases me. Even after returning, the feeling of the battle is still with me." The next moment, sitting down on his bed and activating the mana flows, Kian Worth mentally said, "I also have some mana in my body. If I pump myself up, I can find a worthy use for it. Great. I'll start training right away." As soon as he thought about it, he suddenly heard a woman's voice call out his name, and then he looked up to see a girl in front of him and said, in confusion. Continuing to stare at the girl who had arrived in his room, Kian Worth tried to collect his thoughts after the sudden encounter and exclaimed that Ellis. The next moment, the girl approached her younger brother's bed and, not paying attention to anything, suddenly grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Seeing the new visitor, Emily awkwardly said, "I'm glad to welcome you, Lady Ellis," and the maid ignored her words and began shaking her brother and angrily shouting at you that the balls were getting behind the rollers. Continuing to shake her brother, the girl added angrily, "You seriously asked your father to go to the front line?" While looking behind her, the maid added awkwardly, "I'm sorry, but no one was listening at that moment." Kian said, "Sister, maybe you should let me go first." Hearing her brother's request, the girl threw him to the ground, knocking some of the nonsense out of him, and added, "Believe me, after the fight with Krantz, I will calm your temper." Immediately after her words, the girl shouted to her younger brother, "Get up to the roof," without reducing the degree of her anger. After some time on the roof of the building, Ellis shouted out, "The duel will begin as soon as we draw our swords. Hold on for 3 minutes. I will let you go to the front." When Kian heard this condition that the girl had set for him, he sighed in disappointment and asked if we could not do without it. In response to her younger brother's words, the girl continued to look at him with an angry look and said, "Let me ask you a question, Kian. When the atmosphere was at the right level," the girl looked at him intently and added, "You want to lead our people." When he received the question from his sister, the guy clenched his teeth and thought in disappointment. "So what does she mean by that? To be honest, I don't need it for free." Having not received an answer to her question from her brother, the girl took the silence for agreement and exclaimed, "So defend yourself." Hearing his sister's exclamation, Kian Worth drew his sword and said with a heavy sigh, "What a mess," and then thought, "I've already fought Krantz today. What a busy day." As soon as he thought about it, he heard the stomping of feet and opened his eyes to see the girl making a leap and heading towards him, and at that time he could only be surprised. Despite the situation, the boy reacted in time and managed to repel his sister's attack. After failing in her first attack, Ellis said in her head that it was impossible for a child to block such a blow. At the same time, while continuing to block all the girl's attacks, Kian Worth mentally mumbled that she didn't care about our age difference at all. After an unsuccessful attack and the first strike, the girl quickly jumped back and broke the distance. The next moment, feeling her hand tremble, Ellis mentally added he was able to parry the sword with some sort of thin rapier. Feeling overwhelmed with anger, the girl forced out a fake smile and thought it was a simple accident and then said, "You've grown up, Kian." Seeing his sister's reaction to what had just happened, the guy thought awkwardly, "Oh shit, I think I screwed up," and then said Ellis, frightened. Unwilling to engage in a dialogue, the girl again rushed into the fight, trying to strike at her younger brother. At one point he launched his attack, which he was able to block, and then dropped his sword and his rapier went for the girl's throat. Noticing a certain danger in what he was doing, the boy abruptly twisted his weapon to avoid an accidental victim in the battle against his sister. A few seconds after this fight, Kian thought, "It was close. If I hadn't twisted my sword, it's quite possible I could have finished her off." Most Black Mist techniques are aimed at instantly killing the victim. Continuing to recall his fencing skills from his past life, the guy mentally added, "With my abilities, it's impossible to fight and think about how not to finish her off." Catching his breath after a tough fight with his sister, the boy gritted his teeth and mentally added up to 3 minutes. Feeling a tremor in his body, the boy mentally said, "I have compensated for the lack of muscle with the mana in my sword, but I'm already at the end of my rope." At the same time, breathing heavily after suffering several failures in a row, Ellis said, "Earth and wind, show your strength and become my blade." When he heard the spell his sister had just recited, Kian Worth was frightened to think of the magic of the 6 stars. After completing the activation of the magic skill, the girl exhaled heavily and said Waterblade in preparation for the next fight. Seeing that the girl was quite serious in the battle to test his skills, Kian Worth said in frustration that she wanted me dead. And at that very moment, Ellis's mind was running over and over again with only one single thought, which was, "I'm not going to lose." At the same time, seeing his sister's condition, Kian Worth clutched his rapier in his hand and thought, "It looks like she's completely out of control. Even if I block it, a blow of this magnitude will definitely send me flying." The next moment, realizing that he had no alternatives, he mentally said, "I simply have no choice." Immediately after completing his thoughts, the boy jumped up and went to his sister to prevent her from accidentally killing herself. Continuing to approach the girl, Kian Worth prepared his weapon for battle and mentally muttered a plea. Also, as he watched Ellis lose control and about to use 6-star magic, he mentally added, "Where the hell are you?" When he was about to meet the girl with his weapon and mentally shouted Jurken, the Duke's personal knight appeared right between them and shouted, "Enough is enough!" At the last moment, in order to avoid sad consequences, the man blocked the girl's attack with his sword and simply grabbed Kian by the collar, holding him in the air with an outstretched arm. The next moment, as a result of the girl's magic skill hitting the obstacle, there was a powerful explosion that could be heard and seen from a considerable distance. As soon as the fight was stopped, Jurken looked at the girl with a stern look and said to Lady Ellis, continuing to restrain the onslaught of the girl who was still absorbed in the battle, the man added in a stern tone, "You are overreacting to our opponent, Lord Kian." At the same time, breathing out a sigh of relief at the moment when everything was finally over, Kian Worth thought, "I was beginning to think you wouldn't show up." The next moment, when she came to her senses and realized what had just happened, she looked at her father's personal knight in fright and exclaimed, "Oh my God!" The next moment, she hid her sword and threw herself into her brother's arms, hugging him tightly and exclaiming, "Oh, forgive me, Kian, how could I forget?" Continuing to hug the boy, the girl shed tears and added, "I was so disgusted by the thought of you leaving us that I completely lost control of myself." At the same time, the boy smiled happily and thought that this is how Ellis always gives his best in everything. This girl is Kian's older sister, even in the academy that shelters the most talented students in the field of fencing magic academic. Continuing his train of thought, the boy mentally added that Ellis was an unrivaled elite in all subjects, and because of her appearance, people began to call her a child of God. But having grown up with a sword in her hands, she was a great competition for Eschel to become the next deputy of the continent. Continuing his reflections along the lines of his sister, Kian Worth mentally added, however, very soon after joining the Order of Light. Recalling the moment of his sister's death, the boy hugged her tightly and mentally added, expecting a tragic end, "I missed you, Ellis." Starting to hug the girl tightly, the boy mentally added, "This time I'll protect you," feeling that he suddenly clung to her so tightly, the girl said in surprise. The next moment, she turned her gaze to the knight and said, "By the way, Sir Jurken, aren't you my father's personal knight who went on the adventure?" In response to the young lady's question, the man replied, "I am following his lordship's orders to protect Lord Kian, my lady. The order was secret, so I could not tell you before." At the same time, Kian Worth said in frustration in his head, "I noticed his stalking after I met with my father. It was hard to pretend I didn't see him." The next moment, squinting his eyes, the boy added thoughtfully in his head, "But why would my father secretly entrust him with my protection?" The next moment, she felt the boy's body go limp, and then she was surprised to hear Kian say that he had fallen asleep. Immediately after realizing that he had fallen asleep, the girl smiled happily and said, "Well, he's still just a kid." The next day, Ellis returned to the academy and went to see her father before graduation, while Kian continued to do push-ups with trembling hands, saying 9. Feeling rivers of sweat pouring out of him, the boy squeezed out all he could and said 10, but decided to devote the next 2 weeks to training. Falling to the floor after spending all of his son's money, the guy mentally said 10 push-ups is my limit. It was 2 weeks of continuous frustration. The next moment, recalling his previous form from his past life, the guy mentally said, "I used to have a great physique." Starting to shed tears for his past body, the guy said sadly, "I want to come back. I need a new plan." After some time, his personal maid arrived and said, "My lord, I have a parcel from Lady Ellis," to which he turned his head and exclaimed, "Here he is!" The next moment, pulling a bottle out of the bag, the girl covered her nose and said, "But what is it and why does it stink so badly?" To which Kian Worth mentally replied with the blood of a hellhound he had asked Ellis for to remove the embarrassment of the last duel. Remembering the hellish beast whose blood was sent to him, the guy mentally added that it was a rare resource, straight from the Valley of the Lamian, but it seems that it can also be obtained on the black market. As he began to pour the contents of the bottle into the bowl, the boy mentally added to the blood of the demonic beast a terrible smell, and in addition, it causes a burning sensation in the mouth. Many people consider it poison. Continuing his thoughts on this elixir of power, he mentally added, "However, the use of this permanently enhancing physical and magical powers is a fable to most people." The next moment he mentally added, "But in my past life I saw with my own eyes how the fable turned into reality." And then the maid asked confusedly, "Are you going to drink this, my lord?" And he confidently said, "Yes," and then mentally added, "Don't worry, Emily." Tipping the bowl with the blood of the hellhound, the guy added in his head, "After all, I'm the only person capable of surviving your cooking, and I remember her first meal perfect." Recalling the appearance of the girl's first dish, Kian Worth mentally added mushroom soup, after a spoonful of which my pulse barely returned in comparison to the blood of a hound. Having drunk every last drop of the goiter, the guy wiped his mouth with his sleeve and exclaimed delicious while his maid awkwardly said ew. The next moment, the guy stood up from his seat and leaned his hands on the table and called out to Emily, who heard the owner speaking to him and exclaimed anxiously, "Yes, I'm listening to you." Then, turning his head to the girl, the guy smiled slyly and said, "I'm going for a walk," and then thought I wanted to see how well the blood of the hellhounds worked. After a while, when he found himself outside the settlement, the boy looked around and said in his head, "It's been a long time since I've come here. I've been waiting for an opportunity for 2 weeks." Continuing to look at the view in front of him, the boy added in his head, "Having someone on his tail is a hassle." Jurgen went to report to his father, "I came here every time I wanted to be alone." However, one day, Ishur received a revelation from Lumendel, the god of light, in which he learned that somewhere in the forest wilderness of Velias, an ancient sanctuary was hidden. Continuing to look for the entrance, the guy said thoughtfully, "I think it's somewhere around here." Although we didn't believe it very much, we somehow managed to find the place of mana concentration. Preparing to appropriate everything that was in the divine temple before anyone knew about it, Kian Worth smiled slyly and thought, "So I'm the only one who knows about this place." The next moment, the boy directed his mana flow to destroy the stone slab that covered the entrance to the shrine. As the exit appeared before his eyes, Kian Worth smiled ominously and thought to Eshel, "Even in your wildest fantasies, you can't imagine what I'm going to do, but in any case, not yet." As soon as the passage opened and the stairs led to the light at the end of the tunnel, Kian Worth said thoughtfully, "Let's get started." Heading inside the Sanctuary of Light, the boy took a step towards the mystery and said in his head something different from what I had seen before. In ancient times, even before the war between demons and gods 300 years ago, which turned the entire history of the earth into ashes. Continuing to walk to the shrine, the boy mentally added that this place was used as a shrine to Lumendel, the god of light. After a while, as Kian Wert approached the entrance to the sanctuary, he wondered in his mind who would have thought that such a place would be hidden in our forests. Once inside the sanctuary and after walking through several rooms, the boy noticed the holy sword in front of him and thought, "Oh, here it is." Looking closely at the holy weapons that were inside the sanctuary in the central room, he mentally added, "Lord of the Sanctuary." On August 12, 1999, people managed to free Velias from the invasion of demons. This course of the battle was changed by ancient relics called the Tools of the Gods, and it was they who brought people a quick victory over the monsters. One of the relics was Durandal's holy sword, blessed by Luminel, which played a key role in the expulsion of Demone. Continuing his reflections on the found weapon, he added later that this sword passed into the hands of my brother, and he killed me with it. Continuing to examine the sword in front of him, the boy mentally said, "There is a certain probability that Durandal is connected to my return." When he tried to take the sacred sword in his hands to activate it, the guy bowed his head down and said in disappointment in his head, "As I thought, zero reaction." Disappointed that the sword did not react to him, Kian Worth huffed and kicked the weapon. The next moment, walking away from the weapon, which was offended by this treatment, Kian Worth said irritably, "You've ruined my mood too, holy sword. I don't need you anyway." Continuing his journey, the boy walked away from the holy sword in the center of the room and said, "The brighter the light, the thicker the shadows." Arriving at a certain place where there was an image of a dark sword on a slab, the boy joyfully said, "Here you are." Leaning over another passage that would lead him to his goal, Kian Worth said in his head, he could easily be confused with the shadow of the holy sword. Immediately after his thoughts, the boy smiled slyly and said, "But it's not even close to a shadow." Activating his magic and directing the flow of mana into the image of a dark sword on a stone slab, the boy said in his head that darkness always follows light. After filling the image of the sword with mana, a staircase began to appear at the end of which a door appeared, and then the boy spoke in his head behind the altar. Continuing to fill the image of the sword on the stone slab with his mana, that the passage had completely completed its formation, he mentally added a path to another room. As soon as the path appeared, the boy quickly went to the room and then opened the door, looked inside and saw his dagger and said, "I'm glad to see you again." Quickly heading to the dagger that was inside the hidden room and picking up his weapon, the boy mentally added "my faithful partner." Starting to fill the weapon in front of him with mana to awaken it from its long sleep, the boy confidently mouthed Kiram. Seeing that he was overwhelmed by the flow of mana, Kian Worth, smiling slyly, drew his sword in front of him and said, "Wake up, sleepyhead." Not seeing the water effect of the man's waking up, the boy started waving him in different directions, saying, "Come on, wake up." After handling his weapon for a while, the guy suddenly grabbed his cheek and laughed in love, saying, "I love this feeling. I want to cut something." The next moment after Kian Worth felt his sword wake up, a dark image appeared next to him and said in a menacing tone, "Boogaloo, kid, you've lost all fear." Continuing to threaten the guy, the dark person added, "Do you have any idea what my awakening means?" To which he replied, "I have no idea, but if I awakened to him, I should use him." Hearing the answer of his interlocutor, the dark image that appeared after the sword was awakened was spoken by the fool who had awakened the magic sword. The next moment, with a sinister smile on his razor-sharp teeth, the strange person added that it was too late to regret what he had done. Immediately after his words, the dark image jerked toward Kian Worth and shouted, "Your body belongs to me now." No sooner had this person reached the boy's body than he grabbed the sword spirit by the throat with his hand outstretched in front of him and said, "You weren't so reckless before," to which the person exclaimed in confusion. Continuing to marvel at the ability of the boy who had managed to capture the spirit of the sword, he added, "How can you touch me?" And the man smiled ominously and said, "You are mine now." Not wanting to give up so easily, the spirit of the sword took on the form of a man, bared its claws and tried to reach the boy with a wave of his hand and exclaimed, "Damn you!" As soon as Kian Worth loosened his grip, the spirit of the sword instantly escaped from his hands and then abruptly broke the distance. Finding herself in a difficult situation against a man who could touch her, the girl who was the spirit of the sword asked who you were. Continuing to look at the guy in front of her, who was radiating an incredible amount of dark mana, the girl added, "Are you a descendant?" The next moment, pointing her finger at the guy standing in front of her, she exclaimed, "Why do you have the aura of ether coming from you?" To which he replied correctly, "I am a descendant of ether." Confirming the words of the spirit of the sword he had taken possession of, Kian Worth smiled ominously and bowed to his new master. Continuing to look at the girl standing in front of him, the guy added the magic sword Kiram, to which she angrily exclaimed, "Don't get cocky, you little shit!" The next moment, the girl again rushed into the fight against the boy, trying to seize his body, and exclaimed, "I refuse to obey you." At the same time, blocking the attacks of Kiram's magic sword, Kian Worth mentally said that there was no point in continuing the conversation. Looking at the girl who continued to persist with her attacks, the guy mentally added, "Her goal is to take over my body, you leave me no choice." Jumping back to break the distance and have a second to catch his breath and re-engage in the dialogue, Kian Worth said in his head, "Let's keep it simple," and then spoke the sword control. As soon as the girl was pinned to the ground and her head bent down, Kian Worth said, "I'm going to say it again for the last time, submit to me voluntarily before I have to force you." At the same time, trying to somehow resist the force of the sword's control, the girl, who was being pressed by the strong magic of gravity, shouted out, "Bastard, how did you know about this spell?" Not hearing the answer he needed, the boy spoke again, controlling the sword, after which the girl's head bent down, piercing the stone floor, and she exclaimed, "Damn it!" Not getting the answer he wanted, the guy kept repeating the sword control over and over again to force Kiram to submit. When the girl's body was halfway buried in the ground, Kian Worth asked her what she thought, and she replied, "Well, I recognize you as a spinogram." Hearing the girl addressing him again, the boy said the control spell, and before he could finish it, she instantly exclaimed, "I recognize you as a master." Having conquered the magic sword Kiram, the boy walked out of the room where its pedestal was located and mentally said, "I got everything I came for." After getting out of the secret room of darkness and heading for the exit, he mentally added time to return. At the same time, after hearing the train of thought of my master, the sacred sword Kiram spoke, "I forgot the last time I saw sunlight." Being in the form of the spirit that was flying next to Keanu Worth, the girl joyfully exclaimed, "This so exciting." The next moment, looking out from behind the boy and looking at him with a suspicious look, the girl asked the master what your name was, and he replied, Kian Worth. When she heard the name of the descendant of her previous lord, she was surprised to hear Kian's name and said, "This is the first time I've heard air really choose you." In response to the question of his magic sword, the boy continued to walk confidently forward and said exactly what he had said in his past life. Having received an answer to her question with some addition, Kiram exclaimed in surprise in her past life, "What nonsense," to which Kian replied that this was my second life. After listening to the words of her current master, the girl looked at him in surprise, frozen in place, and mentally said who this child was. The next moment, looking at the sword her master was looking at, Kiram said that it looked like it hadn't awakened yet, to which the boy replied that its master would not show up for at least 20 years. Hearing the owl of a guy who had just confidently named the period in which the owner of the sword would appear, the girl asked how you could be so sure. The next moment, when she saw the boy cut off the tip of the hilt of the holy sword Durandaka, and it fell to the ground, the girl exclaimed in confusion, "What are you up to, and what are you planning to do about it?" In response to his friend's question, the boy smiled ominously and said, "Who knows? I just have a good feeling about this." After a while, a carriage with important people inside it began to head out into the open along a forest path. Arriving at the right place and leaving his carriage, Kian Worth thought to himself, "Well, that day has come, and time has flown by." When he saw his father standing next to Jürgen, the boy bowed and said, "Kian Worth has come at your command," and he answered, "I will ask you one more time." Looking at his youngest son, who had arrived to take part in the test, the father asked if you still wanted to go to the front line, and if it was not too late to refuse. In response to the Duke's question, the boy looked up and confidently said, "Yes, my father, I am already on the front line." When he heard that his son's decision remained unchanged, Villiers turned his head to his knight and said, "Let him go," to which the knight bowed and replied, "Yes, your lordship." After a short dialogue between his father and his subject, Cianworth saw Jurchen take out the summoning scroll and wondered if the magic scroll had decided to summon someone. At the same time, using his magic, the Duke's personal knight has already begun to fill the scroll with mana to activate the summoning circle. The next moment, a demonic creature appeared near the recruit, and Cianworth had to fight it to prove that he could go to the front line. Seeing what kind of monster had been summoned to pass the test, Cianworth mentally said, "Hell's Hound, that means." Drawing his sword and preparing to fight, the boy smiled and mentally added, "The low-ranking demons of the LeMay Valley really did their best for this test." The next moment, he turned his gaze back and saw the knight standing by in case of emergency, and he added that they would definitely intervene if something went wrong. At the same moment, Duke Villiers folded his arms in front of him and said, "A warrior must be responsible for his words. If you want to go to the front line, then pass the test." Hearing his supervisor's words, Jurchen, who was standing behind him, thoughtfully recited the test in his head. The next moment, he suddenly plunged into memories of a time not too long ago when Cian approached him with a request, after which he asked him, pointing at himself in surprise, if he wanted to fight me. In response to the knight's question, the boy said, "I have 3 days left before my test, and I wouldn't want to fight the air all that time." Continuing to look at his body with the guard his father had put in front of him, the boy smiled happily and added, "I need real experience because you can help me." In response to the boy's request, the man replied anxiously, "Wouldn't it be better to arrange a duel with someone your age, like Krantz?" When he heard that Cianworth was a candidate for a duel with someone of a similar level, he recalled the moment when his brother ran away from him screaming, "Don't come near me," and added mentally, "For some reason Krantz started avoiding me." After hearing the explanation of why he had approached him, the man sighed heavily and said in his head, "This puts me in a difficult position." After thinking about the duel with the boy, the personal knight said, "Well, if you insist," but at the same time, a joyful smile appeared on the boy's face. Pulling out a sword in front of him, the man added, "My blade will remain in its sheath. I will focus on defense, so attack as much as you wish." Hearing his sparring partner's instructions, the boy took out his rapier and said, "Thank you, Jurchen. I definitely have one more thing to ask you." Before starting a friendly battle with his bodyguard, the guy added in a stern tone that his father must not know a word about our duel. Announcing one more condition before the battle, the guy added this order, which surprised his subject with this demand. The next moment, when all the conditions were agreed upon, Cianworth made a leap into the fight and threw his first punch, which the man could have blocked, but the result was unexpected. Marvelling at the strength of the boy who had just made his first punch, the man mentally said, "What a heavy punch. What kind of strength this kid has." As soon as he had time to think about it, he saw that he was preparing to attack him again, and trying to put his weapon in front of him to defend himself, he thought, "He's pretty fast." The next moment, the man lost sight of the boy and felt that he was now above him, moving in his face, and Jurchen mentally spoke when he had time. Quickly changing his stance, the man made a 180 turn and then barely managed to block his young master's kick. At this pace, some more time passed, and Cianworth continued to try to break through the said knight's defense, but the knight blocked every shot he made. This went on for some time, and the boy kept trying to strike and break through the guard's body protection, but failed time and time again. And after some time of sparring, Cianworth stepped back and sighed heavily and said, "It looks like you're too much for me." Stepping back and sheathing his rapier, the boy said, "Well done, Jurchen. Thank you for your help." In response to his master's praise, the man breathed heavily and said, "Excellent work, my lord," and then thought about when it was our weak Lord Cian. Looking at the smile of his master, who smiled happily after the sparring, Jurchen thought, "I'm so talented as a swordsman." Returning back to the test site where he had to defeat the Hellhound, Cianworth mentally said after our battle, "I can say with certainty that for a hound." Continuing to look at the hellish beast that Keanu Worth would have to face to prove his mettle, Jurchen mentally added that this was a much greater test than Lord Keanu's. The next moment, when he saw the muscles of the hellish beast contracting, Cianworth mentally said, "Attack!" Having dodged the first attack of his enemy, the boy looked at the trail of the Hellhound and thought, "I am still too weak for a head-on collision with the demon. I need to finish the fight as soon as possible." Seeing that the monster had already turned its head toward him and was preparing to make another attack, the boy mentally added, "I'll finish him off with one punch." As the monster ran at him again, Cianworth jumped into the air and then launched his rapier at the monster, piercing its head. Seeing what the young man had just done, all the soldiers froze in their tracks in amazement at the level of skill he had just demonstrated. At the same time, seeing the amount of blood that had flowed out of the monster, Cianworth thought it was a pity that there was enough blood to fill several glasses. The next moment, putting his foot on the head of the defeated monster and trying to pull the weapon out of his head, Cian smiled awkwardly and thought, "I'm not going to spoil the overall impression. Maybe I'll carry the glass with me." At the end of the battle and the demonstration of skills, Duke Villiers, heading to his son, clapped his hands and said incredibly, "Kian." Continuing on his way to his son, the Duke added again, "You have coped with the test admirably." In response to the Duke's praise, Kian Worth bowed before him and exclaimed, "Thank you, father." The next moment, behind the boy's back, the voice of the magic sword Kiran was heard, which he awakened and spoke to the master. Having attracted the boy's attention, the girl asked him offensively what she needed for cooking, and he asked why he was thinking that way. In response to her master's question, the girl angrily exclaimed, "Then why didn't you use me? I need fresh blood." The next moment, the girl turned her head to the corpse of the hellhound and drooled, exclaiming, "Let me at least take a sip." After hearing his subject's complaints, the boy opened the case to take back the spirit of the sword and said, "Don't worry." The next moment, taking Kiram in his hands, the boy smiled ominously and said, "Soon I will wash you in rivers of blood." Continuing the dialogue with his weapon, the guy added, "You just need to wait a little bit," and she exclaimed offended, "Then why did you wake me up earlier than the specified time?" After some time on the front line, the boy heard his father exclaim when he saw monsters coming from the northwest. Continuing to give instructions to his subjects, the man shouted to his soldiers to quickly get rid of them, kill every last one of them. Continuing to give instructions to his subjects, the Duke, moving across the battlefield, exclaimed, "Prepare the shackles of purification." As his army prepared to use a magic skill to hold back the onslaught of monsters approaching from one side of the front, he shouted out, "Apply." The next moment, all the enemies suddenly felt that their movement was restricted, and they lost the ability to move. At the very moment when the best moment to attack came, Duke Villiers stretched out his sword hand in front of him and shouted out an attack. Hearing the order of their leader, the rest of the soldiers went on the offensive against the immobilized monsters who were advancing. As they approached the enemies, while they were shrouded in the magic of fetters that blocked all possible actions, the soldiers quickly advanced and defeated the giants. However, this was not all in all battles, not without accidents. Some ogres were quite strong and the paths did not fully hold them, which jeopardized the safety of the attack. However, the soldiers, who were well trained, could easily deal with such enemies, dispatching them in just one blow. At the same time, Kian Worth arrived at the front line with his maid, who was clearly not happy about it, and seeing the monster's head land in front of her, suddenly screamed. The next moment, looking at her master, the girl shed tears and exclaimed, "My lord, you might be needed here, you are not afraid." Ignoring the girl's question, the guy looked around and said in his head, "I'm here again, I almost missed this place." Continuing to survey the area to the frightened screams of his maid, the boy mentally added, "Still as scary as ever." The next moment, when the Duke arrived to see his son, he asked him how he felt, and the boy replied that he was a little nervous. After hearing the words of his superior, the man said, "You see, you can lose your life here at any time, and you never let your guard down." Having received the recommendation to stay in this place, the boy smiled happily and said thank you to his father. It was just one of many days at the front. Usually 3 to 4 battles take place in one day, and each battle is fought according to a strict protocol. This paper states that each higher knight has a key role in driving away demonic creatures from the front line. Arriving at the location of his squad, Kian Worth tied up the horse to prevent it from running away, and went to the tent to leave his belongings there. Sometime later, after finishing all the business from the road, the guy looked out of the tent and thought I was assigned to the tent farthest from the front line. Continuing to look at the soldiers who were practically everywhere, the boy thought, "There are so many guards around that I don't know where to find a sacrifice for Kiram." Continuing to think about the situation outside, Kian Worth mentally added that we would have to wait for the night, and then he noticed the trembling maid and asked Emily what was wrong. In response to her master's question, the girl fell to the ground and covered herself with a blanket, exclaiming, "Didn't you hear His Highness?" Continuing the dialogue with the guy, the maid added that he could die here at any moment, to which he exhaled in disappointment and said, "Then maybe you should go home." Hearing her young master's proposal, the girl angrily exclaimed, "You're joking, you're not capable of anything without me." Looking at the boy with an angry look, Emily added, "This place is full of demonic creatures, and if I run away with my tail between my legs, who will take care of you?" The next moment, pulling on her cloak, the girl strode out of the tent, telling us it was time for dinner. "My lord," to which he exclaimed after Emily, "What about my plan?" But the girl ignored his question and went ahead to get some food to restore her and Kian Worth's strength. Having not received an answer to his last question, the guy barely contained his anger and said in his head that he could really send her home, and then said, "Who treats his master like that?" When evening came, Kian Worth put a doll that looked like him on his bed and covered it with a blanket to simulate visibility. As soon as everything was ready, the guy threw a dark cloak over himself so that he would not be so noticeable and said, "I hope this works." At the same time, the maid woke up from her sleep and asked if he was planning to train here, and Kian said in surprise, "You're awake." Starting to wipe her eyes after she had just woken up, Emily said in a sleepy voice, "You have been so diligent, I am sure his lordship is proud of you." In response to his subject's words, the boy put a hood over his head and said, "I'll be back soon, cover me." Folding back the tent fabric before leaving the campsite, the boy said, "If anything, I'm sleeping," to which she replied, "Of course, my lord." Going somewhere far away from the camp to avoid attracting attention, Kian thought that at night the security would be strengthened. Continuing to head to the location of a large amount of prey for his training, the boy mentally added now or never a second chance. Arriving at the third zone of black haze of the foggy descent, the boy jumped off the rock and said in his head, "If I'm not mistaken, I'm not mistaken." Seeing a lot of demonic monsters in front of him in this area, the boy mentally added that it was a high-risk area teeming with monsters. Continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally added a great place to check Kiram, after which he smiled ominously and asked, "Let's play." Hearing the question from her master, the spirit of the magic sword Kiram joyfully exclaimed how much fresh blood there was. Preparing for the great meal that was about to begin, the girl, in a state of ecstasy, exclaimed to the master, "Don't hold back, let me cut them all up." The next moment, seeing a stranger who had arrived on their land, several monsters rushed in Kian's direction. At that very moment, anticipating the fun that awaited him and the power he would gain here, the boy smiled madly and said, "Of course, Kiram, as you wish." The next moment, as soon as the enemies were about to approach him, the boy activated one of his sword skills and spoke a misty blade haze storm, after which he began to slash every monster in his path. Thus, the boy was able to deal with a large number of enemies and then proceeded to eat by sticking the tube into one of the finished monsters. The next moment, he put his glass to the other end of the tube, which was leaking blood, and began to fill it to the brim. As soon as his cup was full, the boy was able to enjoy the blood of the defeated monster, which irrevocably increased his physical and magical abilities. Having tasted the blood of the defeated monsters, Kian wiped his mouth with his sleeve and exclaimed with joy how good it felt, after which Kiram added as if she had been born again. After tasting the blood of the defeated monsters, the boy began to hide his mug and pipe back and then said, "In this case, let's continue training," to which his partner replied, "But we will gain strength fighting mongrels forever." In response to his partner's question, the guy smiled and said, "Don't worry, we still have a whole night ahead of us." The next moment, turning his head toward the enemies, which were a whole bunch in front of him, the boy confidently added, "There are a lot of monsters here." Hearing her master's remark, Kiram laughed slyly and told the boy how exciting it was. At the same time, 2 carriages with accompanying riders were heading toward the front line. Looking at her mistress, with whom they were heading to the front line, the maid said worriedly that it was too dangerous on the front line. Continuing to insist on changing her mistress's decision, the subject added that it was not too late to change your mind, to which she replied, "I asked you not to treat me like a child." Continuing to express her dissatisfaction with the maid's remarks, the girl added, "How many times must I repeat it as a princess? I must help my father, the emperor, on his journey." The next moment, looking sternly at her subject, she added, "Don't you dare bring up this subject again," to which the latter awkwardly replied, "Yes, your highness." Immediately after her words, the subject looked up at the girl and said, "I just remembered something. Duke Worth's younger son is also on the front lines." Continuing her report, the maid added that people say he's the same age as you, to which the princess exclaimed in surprise that Duke Worth had brought his younger son to the front line. After receiving the question from her young lady, the girl smiled happily and said, "He didn't volunteer like you, but maybe you can get along with him." Hearing the words from her maid, the girl turned her head to the side in offence and exclaimed, "I'm not interested in him at all, so I'm going to sleep." Feeling that her words had offended the girl, the subject bowed her head and said nervously, "Yes, your highness." The next moment, after a few seconds of insult, the princess, like a true Zunderka, asked how he was doing. Hearing the question of her mistress, who had just asked the name of the duke's younger son, she suddenly exclaimed, "Kian, his name is Lord Kian Worth." Having received all the information she was interested in, the girl turned her head toward the window and looked at the moon and said, "Kian Worth means." The next day, when the sun rose, the group of knights again set out to fight off the monsters, and this time they were harpies and griffins. As soon as the battle against the monsters was over, the platoon commander, Duke Wyler's Worth, shouted to his men that the victims were there. In response to the question of his squad leader, one of the soldiers who was near the monsters' still bodies shouted no. Having received an answer from his knights, the commander headed in the direction of the garrison and shouted, "Well then, let's go back," which he heard in response. At the same time, after finishing the battle against another monster, Kian Worth shook off the blood, put his weapon back in its sheath and breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, his father approached him and said, "I see that you quickly adjusted to life on the front line." In response to his father's words, the boy bowed and replied, "I still have a lot to learn, father," after which the Duke asked, "I didn't think you would last long." The next moment, the man smiled at his son and said confidently, "You're doing well, though, and I'm proud of you, son." Hearing what his father had just said to him, Kian Worth suddenly raised his head and looked at his father, and froze in place, the first time he had ever been praised like that. Immediately after expressing his thoughts on his son's talent, the man headed for his tent and said, We have a lot to talk about. Come see me tomorrow morning. Come see me." When the boy heard his father's request, he was surprised to see him so kind and then exclaimed, "Good father." On the same day, as soon as night fell, the boy went hunting again, and this time he met a new monster that turned out to be quite strong. Then Kian said the worm was a killer. Then, watching the actions of the monster he would have to fight this time, the boy was surprised to see what he had forgotten on the edge of the valley. Hearing the boy's words, Kiram asked the owner, "You seem to be in trouble. Why don't you leave him to me?" "Oh," he replied, "you want to take control. You think I don't know what you're planning." And she said, "I swear I have no ill intentions. I just want to help." Continuing to negotiate, and her master, the girl, added, "He regenerates too quickly. All your hits mean almost nothing to him." Hearing a remark from my partner Kian Wirt, I thought to myself, she's right. At this rate, I won't be able to destroy him. Yeah, it's been a month since I moved to the front. Continuing to recall what he had experienced during this period of time, the guy mentally added, "Although I have drunk the blood of a lot of demonic beasts, it is still not enough." At the moment when the killer worm rushed at him and was about to swallow him, the guy resigned himself to the girl's offer and said, "I guess I have no choice." Preparing to change the owner of his body, the guy added that you would have to play along, to which she replied, "Let's have fun." After which a magic spell called the 9th incarnation of the demon sword, Thick Fog, was activated. As soon as the power over the body was almost completely taken over by Kiran and almost instantly shredded the enemy to pieces, after which Kian Worth thought you shouldn't have. As a result of this attack, the monster lost the ability to move freely and simply stopped in place, raising its head up in the direction of Kian, who mentally added to come here. At the same time, shrouded in a thick fog under Kiramu's power, the boy froze in mid-air and used the Mistblade skill of Fluttering Petals. In the next moment, a large number of intersecting blows cut the monster into several pieces, and a straight cut that split it in half. When the battle was over, the guy quickly returned back when it was morning, and one of the soldiers on the front line, having examined the body, said it was killed just recently. In response to his duke's words, one of the knights who was on patrol with him said, "The amount of mana seems impressive. Did the demon do it?" After hearing his subject's words, the duke began rubbing the monster's blood between his fingers and said, "If a demon is involved, we can't just close our eyes." The next moment, the commander got to his feet and stepped away from the bodies and said, "Burn the bodies and inspect the area," to which he heard, "Yes, sir." On his way back to his camp, Duke Villiers again recalled the appearance of the monster's body and mentally recited the familiar sword mark. Continuing to think about what could have happened there, the man wondered in his head if it could be a simple déjà vu. The next moment, one of his knights peeked out from behind a rock and surveyed the area and exclaimed, "Your Grace, I think you should see this." Hearing the words of his subject, the man hurried to Jürgen, who raised a torch above him to better illuminate the area. As soon as he saw what they wanted to show him, the Duke exclaimed in surprise. Hearing the surprise in his commander's voice, the man replied with a killer worm, after which Villiers exclaimed in surprise, who could have possibly dealt with such a machine? Continuing to look at the monster, which someone else had also dealt with, the Duke wondered if it was the same organization. An incarnation of the demon sword, this technique gives Kiran control over the user's body, allowing her to use her true power. Continuing to recall the moment when he used this skill, the guy, realizing the consequences, added, "But if I let my guard down, she could have taken over my body." After waking up in the morning after a dream, the guy mentally added, "And what I was only thinking about was the complete insanity of using it to kill one monster." The next moment, he stood up and sat on the ground with his hand to his forehead and said he felt a pain in his whole body, and then thought it was lucky that he had drunk demon blood, because if it had happened a month ago, my body might not have been able to withstand it. At the moment when the guy was thinking and experiencing the consequences of using the skill, Kiram suddenly said, "I think I understand." Having attracted the boy's attention, the girl smiled sleekly and added, "You may look like a child, but everything about you says otherwise." The next moment, recalling their first meeting when he managed to touch her, she added, "You keep me in line flawlessly." Continuing her speculations about the boy's origins, she added, "You are completely familiar with the geography of the valley and use the haze techniques at a high level." Immediately after listing a few facts about her new master, the girl smiled slyly and added, "Besides, you said that this is not your first life now, I'm sure." Looking at her master with a confident look, the girl added, "You are a regressor, that's right." In response to all the hard thinking the girl had been doing for so long, Kian Worth said in frustration, "I said so and I just said it to you." In response to the guy's words, Kiram exclaimed angrily, "How am I supposed to understand if you didn't explain anything? Well, what I heard in response, and somehow I was lazy." Continuing the dialogue with her master, the sword spirit gritted her teeth and added, unhappily, "I doubt that killing you is a simple task, I think." Starting to imagine the approximate scenario that could have happened to the boy, she added, "The owner Durandaka tried his best." Seeing the gloomy expression on her master's face, she added, "So there are only two options. Either you died in a duel or you were a victim of treason." Immediately afterwards, the girl smiled slyly and added a dare to assume that it was the second option, after which Kian asked why such assumptions were suddenly made, and then Kiram added, "You were looking at the holy sword like shit, it was hard not to notice." Continuing to engage in a dialogue with the owner, the girl added, "So your main goal is revenge or otherwise, just keep it in mind." Immediately after approaching the guy and leaning into his forehead, the girl smiled ominously and added, "If I notice you hesitate, I will immediately interview you." In response to the girl's threats, Kianworth punched her, sending her to the floor and saying, "You know your place, you found someone to scare." Then she found herself on the floor and screamed painfully, and then went out, landing in a pile of Keanu's belongings. As soon as the dialogue was over, the boy smiled slyly and looked at her and said, "You haven't changed at all. You're the same as you were in your last life." After a while, after getting dressed and leaving his tent, the boy wondered in his head what was going on today with all the noise. Seeing Kianworth nearby, the maid ran up to him and exclaimed, "Are you awake, sir?" To which he replied, "Yes, something has happened to you." In response to the boy's question, Emily exclaimed anxiously, "The corpse of a high-ranking demon was found near the entrance to the valley." Hearing his subject's message, Kianworth said in confusion in his head, "She is now talking about a killer worm." Continuing to report on the difficult situation, the girl added that such creatures had not appeared near the camps for a long time, after which Kian asked if there was anything else. Receiving a new question from her host, the girl asked in confusion what exactly you meant. Seeing the surprise in the girl's eyes, the boy exclaimed that there was something else besides the killer worm, such as rumours of a suspicious personality. Before he could get an answer from his maid, the boy suddenly heard the voice of a knight behind him, Lord Kian, holding his hand to his chest. The knight Jurken, who had been sent to deliver the message, said, "The Duke wishes to see you right now." When he heard the message from his father's personal knight, the boy worriedly said in his head, "I didn't have time to take care of the corpses." Continuing to recall what he left behind after his hunt, the guy mentally added that the soldiers arrived too quickly. The next moment, gritting his teeth after realizing that he was at high risk of being discovered, Kian thought, "Damn my peaceful life." After a while, arriving at his father's tent and bowing at the entrance, the young man said, "The youngest son of the House of Worth has arrived," and then thought he might have noticed that it was me. Keeping his head down on the floor, the boy mentally added, "If he suddenly asks me about yesterday," after which his father said, "Sit down." Hearing the order from his father, the boy felt his heart start to beat loudly and added, "I just can't make any excuses." The next moment, as soon as the boy took a seat at the table in front of his father, he said, "I'm going to ask you directly where you were last night." In response to his father's question, the boy said nervously, "I went to bed early because of the stoma that overcame my body." After receiving the answer from his son, the man looked at him with a steady gaze and said in his head, "I'm going to bed, but these marks are still there." Continuing to recall the types of wounds he saw on the bodies of the defeated monsters, the man added in his head that they were too much like Kian's technique. As he continued to recount his memories and compare them with his son's response, the Duke mentally added to me that it just came naturally. The next moment, the boy looked at his father with a confused look to allay his suspicions and asked what the question was about. When he received a question from his son, the man remembered what had happened to the killer worm and added that it was hard to believe that this kid was handling a killer worm. As his father was thinking, his son looked at him and asked him if something was bothering you, to which he replied, "I'm sure you've already heard about what happened near the camp." Continuing his speech, the Duke added, "We are still investigating this case, but I'm almost certain that it's the work of the haze." When Kianworth heard what his father had concluded about what had caused the incident, he asked the mists in surprise. Hearing the surprise in his son's voice, the man recalled what he knew about the mist and said a mysterious group of assassins who had existed since ancient times. Continuing to recall this organization and their work, the Duke mentally added, "We do not know their true purpose, but they have taken the lives of many nobles under the pretext of purification." Continuing to recall everything he knew and telling his son about it, the man added that the distinguishing feature of the assassins was the black fog that followed them everywhere, except that the fog had disappeared long ago. The next moment, recalling what he had seen when he examined the killer worm, the man added that the last time they'd been seen was 300 years ago, but the corpse of the killer worm was shrouded in the same fog. Continuing the conversation with his younger spinster, Villiers added, in the wake of Era, the god of darkness, who is the object of worship of the darkness as well as the source of power. Immediately after that, turning his gaze to his son, the man added, "If my guess is right, then the worm killer and all the other demonic beasts were killed by someone from the ranks of the darkness." After listening to his father's conjecture and conclusions about what had happened, Kian mentally said it was incredible. He had only had to see the wounds to conclude that the monsters had been destroyed by an ancient organization. Amazingly enough, there had been absolutely nothing heard of this organization for 300 years. Expressing his thoughts on the incident, the man added, interrupting the reflection of the rank, "We do not know the reason for their appearance, so be careful. Very soon I will inform the Empire and conduct an investigation," to which the son exclaimed to his father. The next moment, after being able to breathe out with relief, Kian said in his head, "I can only assume that he believed me, yes." Continuing the conversation with his son, the man said, "Let's end it here," and then thought, Kian can't be bound to the haze, he's too young. The next moment, changing the subject, the Duke said, "You know about today's visit?" To which the boy replied, "Yes, I heard that His Highness will visit us, but why today?" Hearing his son's question, the man folded his hands on the table in front of him, then leaned on the table closer to his son and said with a sly smile, "Kian, I want to ask you a small favour." Hearing what his father had just said to him, the boy leaned over the table and exclaimed in surprise that he was a favour. After some time, the sounds of a bugle were heard, after which one of the Emperor's attendants exclaimed that His Highness the Emperor had arrived. On hearing the news, the Duke, who was already waiting for the arrival, knelt down and bowed his head, and Lord Velias greeted the venerable Emperor. When the Emperor saw a familiar man who arrived on horseback and stood in front of his subject, he exclaimed. The next moment, the Emperor quickly dismounted from his horse and walked toward the man, after which he put his hand to his shoulder and exclaimed joyfully, "I am glad to see you, old friend," to which the man replied in surprise, "Your Highness." The next moment, turning his gaze slightly to the left, where his friend's son was standing, the Emperor asked in surprise if this was the same child. In response to his Emperor's question, Kian, the youngest son of the House of Yurth, spoke without raising his head, and Kian Worth greeted the venerable Emperor. Picking up his comrade and his son from his knees, the Emperor said in surprise, "So young and already on the front lines, your child is truly different from all the others." Hearing the Emperor's words, Kian Worth said in disappointment in his head, "I was wondering what kind of request he would make, but he just wanted to brag." The next moment, recalling his past life where he pointed out the window and exclaimed, "Look, Emily, the Emperor is there," and she took him away from the window and replied, "Let's go inside, Mr. Kayan," adding, "In my past life, I was locked in the mansion every time the Emperor came, and I'm very touched by my father's trust." After the Emperor saw the youngest son of his friend, he gave an order to his subject and said, "I would also like to introduce you to someone." The next moment, a girl came out of the carriage and bowed in front of everyone, and said that she was the 5th princess of the Wusif Empire. Continuing to introduce herself to the Duke and his son, who were joined by the Emperor, the girl added Arin Severus. As soon as the girl said her name, Kian said in a sad tone in his head, "Arin Severus, the tragic 5th princess." Immediately afterwards, he recalled a recent dialogue with his father where he said, "You will accompany Princess Arin throughout the day." When he heard what his father had to ask him, the boy exclaimed in surprise that he was sorry. How could he be? In response to his son's question, the man said, "Don't worry, you just need to keep him company. You're all the same age and you'll cross paths at the academy more than once." After receiving an answer about what he would have to do and some additional information, Kian Worth mentally said, "I know she was also applying to the academy. I think I've seen her several times." Continuing to talk to his son before the arrival of the Emperor and her daughter, the father added that there was nothing wrong with meeting a member of the royal family, even if it was for a short time, but I want you to get along with her. Thinking back to the morning conversation with his father, Kian Worth said in frustration in his head, "This is a mess." Starting to recall the relationship between the Emperor and his father, the boy mentally added to me that his father's intentions were clear. Being connected to the Emperor, he wanted to establish contact between us. Immediately after his thoughts, the boy recalled leaving his father's tent and said in his head, "Only he chose the wrong person." The next moment, remembering Arin Severus, with whom he would have to somehow establish a relationship at his father's request, Kian mentally added, "We won't be able to get along." Walking behind the princess and one of her servants, the boy added with a heavy sigh, "I wish I could say that, but I am the only one who knows the future." Continuing to walk in the group with the Emperor, his father Jurken and several other knights who accompanied them and the princess, Kian mentally added an annoying but necessary thing to accept. The next moment, while walking, Kian suddenly heard the voice of the princess asking him why she was so red, to which the boy replied, "Because of the bloody river," and then Arin asked, "Bloody?" In response to the girl's question, after confirming what exactly she was interested in, the boy said that this river runs through the entire Lemay Valley for no intricate reason. Continuing to talk about what the girl was interested in, he added that old, sick, or mortally wounded demonic creatures at the end of their lives instinctively jump into the bloody river into corpses and bodily fluids that eventually decompose. Continuing to recall the reason for the red colour of this pond, which was asked by Princess Kian, Vert added that it leads to the decomposition of mana and the change in water colour. Hearing the boy's story, the princess suddenly exclaimed that it was all because of the secretions and corpses of demonic creatures, To which he replied that they also drink this water and wash in it, and it is even more disgusting, so I do not advise you to go into it. After receiving a few more unpleasant facts about this bloody river, the girl said, "Ugh, what's at the end of this river?" In response to the princess's question, the boy turned his gaze towards her riverbed and said the realm of demons, to which she exclaimed in surprise that this was where they lived. Continuing his story about the river, Kian Worth smiled slyly and added that if you follow the river, you might even meet the Demon King. The next moment, without removing the smile from his face, the boy mentally added, "Of course, no one in their right mind would do that. It's just fun to tease her." At the end of the conversation, the Emperor's organised escort group noticed a bright flash of bright yellow in the air. Raising her head up and looking at the signal fire that had just been given by another squad, the princess asked in surprise what that light was, to which Kian Worth replied that it was the 3rd sentry post to the west. Continuing to talk about what the girl saw suddenly in the sky, the boy added anxiously that the yellow signal meant that demonic creatures were approaching. After receiving the answer to her question, the girl turned her head sharply in the boy's direction and exclaimed in confusion, "This can't be true." At the same moment, Duke Villiers stretched out his hand in front of him and shouted, "Protect His Highness." Yes, the knightly troops will march with me to the 3rd watch post. Hearing the order from the commander from the front line, the Emperor mumbled to Weilers, after which he asked Your Highness in surprise. In response to his subject's question, the Emperor confidently said, "Do you really think I came here for a picnic? We will give you a worthy rebuff." In response to his Emperor's order, realizing that he would not contradict him, the Duke nodded his head and said, "As Your Highness commands." The next moment, turning his head to his subjects, the Emperor exclaimed, "We will join the raid, concentrate on destroying the demonic creatures," to which the soldiers exclaimed, "Yes, Your Highness." At the same time, turning his head back, Duke Villiers exclaimed, "Kian, you're coming with us," to which he responded, "Good father." Just as the boy was about to leave, the princess asked if you were going to fight, to which Kian replied that I was only needed for cover, so you should hurry to the tower. Before he could finish, the girl interrupted him in mid-sentence and exclaimed, "Take me with you!" Hearing the princess's exclamation, the boy was surprised to think that she was talking at all, and the maid nervously exclaimed, "Your Highness," to which the princess, ignoring the maid, added, "We are the same age, I want to go too." In response to the princess's words, the boy said, "You've heard the battlefield, people are dying here," and she said, "You can't convince me, I'm going anyway." Realizing that there was no point in arguing with the girl, Kian Worth said to Jurken, who appeared behind the girl's back, and said, "As you wish, young sir, I will escort Her Highness to safety." The next moment, returning his gaze to the girl, the knight said, "Come, Your Highness," and she turned her head back to look at the knight behind her. The next moment, looking at Kian again, she pointed a finger in his direction and exclaimed, "You rude man, how dare you speak to a princess in that tone?" Deep. In response to the princess's depraved exclamations, the boy approached her and looked into her eyes with a murderous gaze, saying, "Do you know how many knights have died while you're making noise? Even a certain decision can change the course of a battle." Continuing to press his oppressive aura on the spoiled princess, the boy added in a rude tone whether you were ready to take responsibility for the death of each of them. Seeing the girl's eyes well up with tears after his words, Kian Worth followed his father and the Emperor, saying finally, "Go back if you're going to shed tears, Your Highness." In response to the boy's words, she had nothing to say, and remained standing in place, surrounded by her maid and the knight Jurken. After a while, having arrived at the place where the 3rd reconnaissance squad was located, the reinforcements heard the screams of the knights who were attacked by monsters. Seeing that the defence was almost broken through, the detachment commander, Duke William, shouted to everyone to stand. Drawing his sword in front of him and pointing it at the monsters, the man added, "Let's return to the formation to protect His Highness and destroy all the creatures, spare no one." After giving a motivating speech to his soldiers, the man rushed into battle with his men and called them all to attack. From the very beginning, the emperor of this continent had only 2 wives. The first was the late Diana Kucel, and the second is the current reigning princess, Cassandra Nephilis. His first wife gave the world 2 descendants, and the emperor's second marriage gave birth to 2 more. However, in addition to the 4 princes the emperor had by his 2 wives, he also had a 5th child, Arinus Severus. However, its origin was not as significant as that of the others, and this is because this child was conceived by an ordinary concubine. And because of her low birthplace, she was considered a princess only in name, but the girl never cared about the opinions of the people around her. The princess flawlessly coped with all her duties while surrounded by nobility and was diligent in her studies. However, despite all her efforts and attempts to join the circles of others, there were many who did not like it at all. And with the rest, the poor woman was expelled from the imperial capital for treason, where she died of illness in remote corners, which is why Arryn was nicknamed the Tragic Princess. Without great aspirations, her fate could have been completely different. She just had to be quieter than water below the grass. After listening to the story of Princess Kiram, She exclaimed in surprise that it was as if her father from a past life had repeated these words to her. In response to his partner's question, the guy, who was on the battlefield and dealing with monsters, said that we had said different things, but that the political games around the throne were ruthless. The next moment, turning his gaze to the battlefield, the boy said in his head, "To be honest, I am very impressed with the Emperor." At the same time, the Emperor of the continent used his fencing skills and the ability of the Holy Lightning to deal with the influx of monsters. Continuing to make his observations, the boy mentally added that he would have possessed the 8-star charms even if he hadn't been on the throne. Continuing to think about the man who ruled these lands, the boy added that he would definitely be the head of a magical academy. Continuing to watch the Emperor awkwardly and assessing his strength, Kian Vert mentally added, "I think that the middle-ranking demons won't even come near him, and probably even doing their duty is just a hobby for him." After a while, when the enemy attack was repelled, the two rulers went to the tent of Commander Willers, where the Emperor said it had been a long time since we had a drink. Continuing the dialogue with the Count, the ruler looked down and added that it was a pity that I was enjoying alcohol alone, to which the Duke replied, "With my deepest apologies, I am not allowed to drink on duty." After hearing the reason for enjoying alcohol in private, the Emperor said, "By the way, you were interested in information about the Empire." Immediately after his remarks, the ruler of the continent, plunging into memories, said that there has been a recent surge in murders and people are scared. After hearing his friend's remark, Duke Villiers asked if there was a pattern to these deaths, and he was absolutely right. Furrowing his brow, the Emperor looked at his interlocutor and said that each of the dead nobles was listed as a bribe taker in the officials' list. Continuing to dialogue with the Duke, the Emperor added that dark smoke was often seen at crime scenes, and hearing the Duke's thoughtful mumbling suggested certain thoughts. After being asked a question by the ruler of the land, Willersworth said, "It looks like the followers of the Black Haze have moved yesterday, and I noticed a similar phenomenon near our camp." Hearing the guesses put forward by his interlocutor, the Emperor took up the bottle on the table and said that your truth must be well checked. Starting to pour alcohol into the glass again, the Emperor added, "To be honest, I am even a little happy that they voluntarily removed the garbage, but we cannot sit idly by while the unrest in the Empire grows." After voicing certain advantages of the group's actions, the Emperor added that there was another problem, to which Duke Villiers was surprised to hear that indeed. Picking up a glass of drink, the man added, "Some of the sinister aristocrats used these events as a pretext to accuse my 5th child of involvement. When I heard about the problem that the Emperor Duke recently mentioned, I exclaimed in surprise that it was unbelievable that such cruel slander could be brought against a little girl for having a connection to a whole dark organization." In response to his friend's question, the Emperor took the first sip of his drink and said, "So far I have been able to keep their bad mouths shut." Continuing to recall what had happened to her youngest child recently, the man added, "But the attacks on Arin only became more aggressive." The next moment, looking up at the man in front of him, the Emperor said, "I ask you not as an emperor, but as a friend. If I die before I do, promise me that you will take care of my daughter." Having received the request from his friend, the Duke pressed his fist to his chest and confidently said, "Your humble servant, Willersworth, swears by his own honour." At the same time, when Kian returned to his tent and told his maid the whole story, she told him that was all he heard. After receiving a question from Emily Siller, who was so surprised by his story, the guy took off his cloak and asked what was wrong. In response to her host's question, the girl said that it was about an imperial princess, and you parted with the lady on that note. Continuing to express her dissatisfaction with the boy's behaviour, Emily added, "My lord, at this rate you will remain a bachelor until your grave," to which he mentally replied, "I wasn't going on a date." The next moment, heading for the exit of the tent, the guy said, "Well, I'm counting on you again today," and then asked if we were going to train in the rain. After receiving a question from his maid, Kian Worth, who had pulled back the cloth to leave the tent, turned his head to her and said not to worry and go to sleep, but at that time the princess was already on her way to him. The next moment, when the maid saw someone in a dark cloak approaching them, she screamed out in fright. Hearing the girl's question, the princess took off her hood after she went inside to prevent the rain from dripping on her and asked if she was going somewhere. Immediately after entering the tent of the boy and his maid, Aaron Severus added, "Excuse me for the unexpected visit, but can we talk?" When the maid heard the girl's request, she exclaimed joyfully to her master, "Your Highness!" At the same time, 6 soldiers, 4 knights, and 2 personal guards of the Empire who accompanied the princess gathered near Koan Vert's tent in the rain. Starting to look around, the girl asked, "How long have you been here?" And the boy replied, "About 1 month." Immediately after Kian answered the question, he asked his own, saying, "Let me ask if there was anything you wanted to discuss." Hearing Kian's question, Aaron turned her head to Emily Legally and asked if she could leave us for a while. Very intently, "You are looking at us and feeling happy for her master," she said in surprise, and then Kian added Emily for just a few minutes. Heeding the request of the young aristocrats, the maid, heading for the exit, smiling joyfully, exclaimed, "Of course, enjoy each other's company." As soon as the maid said her last words, She smiled happily and walked out of the tent, leaving the couple alone. A few seconds later, as soon as Emily left the tent, Kian sighed heavily and thought, "Oh my god, there's not even a hint of romance here. And I'm over 40 actually." After which the princess said awkwardly. Trying to start a conversation, the girl looked away and shyly said, "I'm sorry for what happened. I behaved unworthily." In response to the girl's apology, Kian Worth put his hand behind his head and awkwardly replied that it was not worth it, to which the girl smiled and said, "If I were you, I would have answered the same way." Immediately after suddenly changing her mood, the girl added, "Unlike me, you were recognized as talented and more mature." Hearing the princess's words, Kian Worth suddenly looked up at her and said in his head, "Then there she is." The next moment she put her hand to her chest and exclaimed, "Oh, I heard that you are also applying to the academy. I hope we get along." Before she could finish, the boy interrupted her in mid-sentence and said in a stern tone, "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't help your highness," which shocked her. Continuing his cold refusal to the girl, the boy said, "If you came here to play friendship, you should go back to your place." Realizing that no one was happy to see her here either, the girl bowed her head down and said, "I thought we would become friends. How cruel." The next moment, suddenly looking up at Kian, the girl with tears in her eyes said in a threatening tone, "You probably think I'm an unworthy trash too." Looking down again so as not to show her tears, the princess added obviously that you don't need to be associated with such a scoundrel, so I'm sorry for your time. Heading for the exit to leave the tent as soon as possible, the girl passed Kian and said, "It was my mistake to assume that we would start a conversation." Continuing to walk on, the girl said in conclusion, "Ashel and I are completely different," which became a powerful trigger for Kian. Frozen in place by what he had just heard, the boy realized what it could be about and mentally said what she had just said. The next moment, the boy suddenly grabbed the princess's hand to stop her and squeezed it tightly, after which he heard the girl's painful scream. Trying to pull her hand out of the guy's, Aaron exclaimed, "What are you doing?" And he said in a menacing tone, "How do you know about my brother?" As she continued to try to free her trembling hand, she said, "I crossed paths with him last year when I attended the academy, and he even encouraged me to keep my head up." Hearing what his brother had advised the girl under the perception of encouragement, Kian Worth mentally said, "That's bullshit." Imagining in his mind the image of his brother pulling strings to achieve the goal, the boy thought to himself, "This devil is incapable of kindness." The next moment, an image of a princess hanging by strings appeared in his mind, and Eshel pulled on them, and mentally added that he had already started. Gritting his teeth at the realization that the curtain had already been raised, Kian Worth mentally spoke with attempts to break Aaron's life and then said, "Let me give you some advice." Before the boy could finish his speech, a maid suddenly ran into the tent and shouted out to the young gentleman. Trying to warn the boy about the danger, the girl exclaimed, "Hurry up and get out of here." As soon as she shouted this, there was a rattle and crack of boards, and the next moment a huge log appeared from above, crushing the tent. At one point there was the sound of a powerful shockwave that threw the maid several meters back. Seeing what had just happened not far from them, one of the knights shouted out in confusion, cursing Lord Kian's tent there, "Find him immediately." The next moment, when the maid landed and came to her senses, she screamed in fright when she saw what had happened to her master's tent. Seeing that the giant monster was raising the deck again to strike again, the maid exclaimed in confusion to my lord. At the same time, having arrived at the tent of Duke Villiers, in which the Emperor was also present, the soldier immediately reported the whole situation that had just occurred, and was told that. Turning his gaze to the soldier who had arrived at their tent, the Emperor repeated his words. In response to the ruler's order, the soldier spoke high-ranking monsters struck at the rear camp near the border, and the princess also came under attack. Hearing the report once again, the Emperor suddenly rose from his seat and waved his hand and exclaimed to send all the imperial soldiers to the rear and return the princess unharmed, to which the subject exclaimed, "Yes, your highness, that's right." As soon as the soldier left the tent, fulfilling the order, the Emperor thought to himself, "I wonder what she could have forgotten at the border that she would need me for." At the same time, looking out from behind a hiding place to watch what was happening, Kian Worth mentally muttered, "First the killer woman and now the ogres." As he continued to look out from the hiding place for the monsters who had arrived on the cordon with his maidservant, the princess, and 2 imperial soldiers, he mentally added, "Why?" Suddenly, the monsters were from the depths of the valley. As he continued to think about the situation, he mentally added that the crowds appearing at the border had done something that had not happened in his past life. Putting his finger to his chin, the boy thoughtfully said, "Is it because of me?" And then the maid suddenly exclaimed, "My lord!" Attracting the boyfriend's attention, Emily shed tears and exclaimed, "I thought you were dead. I will never leave you again." Hearing the words of his maid, Kian Worth began to recall how he managed to escape from that situation, taking the princess with him. The next moment, with a heavy sigh, the boy added, "I've defeated entire armies of demons. It would be ridiculous to die at the hands of a mere ogre." At the same time, joining the conversation between Emily and Kian, The princess asked if everything would be all right with the knights, to which the maid confidently exclaimed, "Don't worry, your highness, the knights don't care about that at all." When she heard that her subjects should not suffer in repelling this attack, the princess covered her mouth with her hands and exclaimed sadly, "This would not have happened if I had not come here. What have I done?" Seeing that the princess began to cry and blame herself for what had happened, one of her escorts said, "We are fine, your highness. It is our sacred duty to protect you." Hearing the words of his comrade, another imperial soldier smiled joyfully and exclaimed, "Your highness is right. We are saving you at the cost of our own lives." While the soldiers were talking and trying to calm the girl down, Kian heard a sound and then looked back and shouted behind him. Only at that moment it was already too late. One of the imperial soldiers heard Kianworth's exclamation and only managed to shout out in confusion. As soon as he said this, his words were interrupted by a soldier grabbing a giant ogre and squeezing it in his hand. Hearing the moans and screams of her subject, the princess quickly looked back and saw that he was caught by a giant monster, but she could do nothing. At the same moment, the magical sword Kiran began his story. He said, "In pursuit of power, you have drunk the blood of many monsters." With a sly smile, continuing her story, the spirit girl added, "He's so attracted to you that it would be much stranger if they weren't chasing you." When he heard the reason why the monsters began to visit him so often, Kianworth exclaimed in surprise, "So you knew then why you didn't tell me before?" In response to its master's question, the spirit of the sword smiled ominously and exclaimed, "You have forgotten that I need your body." When he heard the silly reason why she hadn't told him the whole truth, Kianworth grabbed the spirit by the tail and squeezed it tightly until it started screaming painfully. As he began to stuff the spirit into his sword, the boy heard, "Hey, what are you up to?" and said, "Shut up." And then Kiram exclaimed, "Can you be a little gentle?" After receiving a request from his partner, the guy ignored it and prepared to fight the enemy, saying that it didn't matter to me. The next moment, rushing into battle against a giant ogre, the boy confidently added, "How many of you would appear here?" Immediately after his words, Kianworth made his first attack, swinging his dagger and cutting off the monster's arm. The next step was to land on the ogre's shoulder and cut off its head to end the quick fight and move on to the next thing. As soon as the enemy was defeated, his uncontrollable body began to fall to the ground, and the boy had already jumped down to the ground at that moment. After the first enemy was dealt with and all his comrades retreated to safety, Kianworth breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Looks like we're finally alone." The next moment, turning his gaze to the pile of ogres in front of him, the boy added, "Today I will eat enough of your blood." And then Kiram added, "Let there be a feast." The next moment, seeing another monster not far from the pile of monsters that did not fit into the overall picture, Kianworth suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, what's that?" Looking in the direction of the monster, which had also arrived by smell, the boy exclaimed in surprise, "Devil's dragon!" In response to its master's question, the magic sword replied that it was very tiny, probably because it had also come by the smell. Hearing his partner's words, Kianworth smiled ominously and thought, "I shouldn't give a damn about the reason for his visit," and then shouted out the incarnation of a demonic sword. While his body was enveloped in a dark fog, the guy mentally said, "I will not miss this chance," and then pointed his blade at the monster and said, "Finish it or devour it." At the same time, somewhere on the line of contact where the monsters were located, a group of knights led by the Count and the Emperor held back the onslaught. After a while, having completed the destruction of the last monster and looking at its motionless body, the ruler asked if it was the last one, and the Count replied in a similar vein. After dealing with the danger that had arrived at their stronghold, the Emperor turned his head to his subject and asked about the children. Not understanding the message of his comrade's question, Duke Villiers said in surprise, "I'm sorry," after which the Emperor interrupted him and added, "You shouldn't be any better off than I am right now." In response to the words of his Emperor, the Duke confidently said, "Forget about Kian, we must find her highness." Hearing what Worth had just said, the Emperor exclaimed in surprise, "How can you? He is your flesh and blood," to which Worth replied that he was able to fight back. The next moment, a knight ran to the pair of dignitaries and exclaimed, "Sir, we have found the princess!" When the Emperor heard this, he exclaimed where she was. Immediately after his question, the Emperor heard the voice of his daughter coming toward him and shouting out to her father, to which he shouted back Aaron. As soon as the girl approached him, he grabbed her with his hands and anxiously exclaimed, "Is she hurt?" To which she replied quickly to her father, "We have to save him," after which he asked who the child was. When the virgins asked her father, the frightened girl shed tears and exclaimed to the Duke's son, "It's my fault." When the Emperor heard who it was, he looked at his daughter in fright and exclaimed, "Calm down and explain what's going on." The next moment, the Duke approached the soldier and the girl who came with him and asked if you were Kiana's maid, to which she replied, "Yes, your grace." After receiving the answer to his question, the man looked at her with a stern look and said, "Tell me what's wrong with him." Having received the order from her Duke, Emily thought in fright what pressure it was to see the Duke so angry for the first time, and then replied with a trembling voice Lord Kian had bought time. While the Duke looked at the girl with a stern look, she added, frightened, telling us all to run away. The next moment, a soldier of the Imperial Army joined the conversation and exclaimed, I remember the place, your lordship. If you order it, I will gather a party and bring the young lord back. Hearing what the soldier behind him had just told him, the Emperor suddenly exclaimed, What do you expect, Wirelers? Hurry up. After receiving the order from his emperor, the man was silent for a few seconds and then said, I'm not going anywhere. Hearing what his subject had just said, the emperor looked at his subject in confusion along with his shocked daughter and asked him seriously. In response to his emperor's question, the man turned his gaze to him and said, First, we will fortify the camp if this line falls. The next moment, turning his head forward, looking around and assessing the consequences of the attack, he added, Monsters would invade the empire. Having prioritized what they should be doing, the man said, Let's hurry up and resume the post. Only in this way we will avoid unnecessary losses. Hearing the order that their commander had just given, the maid exclaimed in fright, But what about Lord Kian? To which she replied that he had saved the princess from danger. The next moment, turning his head to the girl kneeling in front of him, the man looked at her with a heavy look and added that this was the fate of the Wirth family. Hearing what the Duke had just told his maids, the Emperor thought to himself, How did this happen? And then the princess thought to herself, and, as she continued to shed her tears, the girl who felt guilty for what had happened mentally added a new one, all because of me. The next moment a sudden dragon roar came over the soldiers, and Aaron shouted out in confusion. Immediately after the girl looked up to see its source, the princess mentally added unbelievably. As soon as her gaze was up above her in the air, she saw a beast flying under the moon and mentally added dragon. The next moment, when she saw that there was still a person on the dragon's body clutching its leg, she exclaimed in surprise to Kian, Dragons are those creatures who can be called the closest to the creator of this world. They are very rare and noble creatures, and lower life forms such as humans have no right to approach them. As he rode the dragon, which he did not want to let go, the boy thought it was an honor to meet such a high and powerful creature, but why should he? Riding on the dragon's leg with him, the boy, who attracted a lot of attention to himself, thought to fly over those who should not see me. The next moment after his daughter's exclamation, the Emperor got to his feet and looked at the powerful creature and exclaimed incredibly, Why is your son on a dragon? Continuing to be amazed at what he saw, the man asked, Why aren't you doing anything? Aren't you going to save him? And heard only silence in response. At the same time, holding onto the dragon's leg, Kian mentally muttered a curse. I just wanted to drink its blood, but I didn't expect such a result. And now, let's go back a little bit to understand the situation before the moment when the guy saw a tall creation in front of him and shouted out the devilish dragon. Seeing such a magnificent prey in front of her, and using one of the techniques of the demon sword, Kiram exclaimed to her master, You must catch this drakas, you must eat them. Having activated one of the skills of his sword, the guy saw a bunch of monsters in front of him that prevented him from achieving his goal and shouted, Get out of here, mongrels, I'm not going to waste my time with you. After a while, activating his mist sword skill of Swift Mist Storm, the guy easily dealt with all the monsters and approached the dragon. When the boy saw the glorious creature closer, he confidently said that it was definitely not an adult. The size of the creature speaks for itself. The next moment, having experienced an eruption of fiery breath greeted by the dragon Kian, he blocked the attack and shouted, which was already rude. Immediately after his words, the boy rushed to attack and struck back, adding, If you spit in my face on our first meeting, then you'll be pleased to get a punch in the face. After making a couple of cuts on the dragon's face, it flew up into the sky and then tried to attack again, but Kian used his swordless technique to dodge and grab hold of the monster, and then made another attack that this time went all the way through the dragon's body. At the end of the battle with the enemy, the guy began to stretch his shoulders and exhaled heavily, and said, I don't think I'm able to fight the dragon yet, my shoulders hurt. The next moment, looking at the monster on the ground near him, Kian Wirth confidently exclaimed, Well, it's time to finish. Preparing to attack the enemy, the guy saw him start to rise into the air and suddenly held his hands and put up a block while his visibility was limited. Continuing to shield himself with his hands from the dust that was raised and the attack that followed, which the monster was already carrying out, Kian mentally said, I won't fall for the same trick twice. As soon as the visibility improved, the boy saw that the dragon flew in the opposite direction and exclaimed in confusion that the lizard was running away. Not wanting to accept such an end to the battle and the escape of his prey, the guy jumped off the ground and shouted, I can't let you go! Stop! Recalling exactly what had happened and how he had ended up in this situation, Kian held onto the dragon's paw and thought, It seems I have wasted all my luck on this dragon. The next moment, turning his gaze to the soldiers on the ground below them, he added, How am I going to get out of this situation? The next moment, the spirit of a girl appeared next to the boy and asked him what was wrong with you. Why aren't you doing anything? And he replied that it was you who didn't see all these people above us. After receiving the answer from his master, Kiram exclaimed, I don't care about them. If you woke me up, you must do at least something, to which he replied, you want me to use the demon sword in front of them. Immediately after his exclamation, imagining the consequences of his actions, Kian added that I would be burned at the stake in an instant if they saw me. Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, the spirit of the magic sword exclaimed that you will remain on this dragon, to which he exclaimed now, I think. At the same time, Duke Villiers was already preparing to use his spell to strike down a flying monster in the sky. When Kian saw what his father was about to do, he screamed out in fear in his head, This is advanced 8-star magic! Looking at the fearsome look on his father's face as he was about to use it despite the fact that his son was on the dragon, the boy mentally added that he was going to use the secret sword even knowing that his son would be involved. As the countless lightsabers headed in the direction of the dragon, Kian thought in fright, You really do live up to the title of Defender of the Continent, father. Seeing that the monster skillfully dodged all the sword attacks that were aimed at him, the boy joyfully exclaimed, Wow, that's a good dragon! Happy that the dragon was able to avoid all of his father's attacks, the boy happily added, Keep avoiding, but that was until he saw a sword heading in his direction. Watching the last sword fly straight at him, Kian Vert hugged the dragon's leg and thought, There's no way to dodge this one. Having chosen the most rational choice, Kian Worth released the dragon and flew down to avoid being accidentally killed by his father's attack, after which he cursed, I can't believe I missed the opportunity to try such a delicacy. At the same time, angry at the boy for his actions, Karam exclaimed that he was flying or wanted to crash into a cake, to which he replied, No, if I use the fog I will be burned at the stake. Hearing the reason why he did not want to use the skills, the girl angrily exclaimed, Are you going to let yourself die? To which he replied, I don't know, maybe I need to stop thinking. The next moment, seeing something interesting that could help him, Kian Worth set a course for the landing site and exclaimed, Wait, there seems to be a way. After which Kiram exclaimed, Master, you're not going to fall down there like that. Looking at the pond into which the guy was about to fall, she added to this liquid, which was teeming with shit, to which he replied, What else can I do? At the same time, somewhere near the place where Kian's adventures took place, there was a demon lord who was surprised to see a devil dragon flying around. What a rare sight. In response to his master's question, the butler's subject said that he was still young and seemed to have gotten lost and got into trouble. Hearing the remarks of his subject, the Demon King looked back and pointed to the valley and said that there are probably strong demonic beasts there, to which the latter replied, No, these are people who live on the other side of the border. When the Demon King heard his subject's remarks, he exclaimed in surprise that it was simply impossible for a dragon to lose to some human beings. Hearing his master's surprised tone, the butler looked at him with a keen eye and asked if something was bothering you. Then pointing to the river, the Demon King said, I feel a strange energy coming from there, something so wild and yet so familiar. Hearing his master's words, the butler said, If you're so concerned, you can go and check it out. As soon as the man took to the sky to check what had happened, the subject adjusted his glasses and added, Please refrain from destroying everything you see just because you're bored. Hearing the instruction from his butler, the Demon King exclaimed, Good, good, I won't cause any problems. The next moment, the Demon King set out on his way and shouted, I'll be back soon, and the butler just sighed heavily. At the same time, after landing in the bloody Kian Vert River, he leaned on a rock on the shore and began to catch his breath. Raising his head up and looking at the sky where the delicacy had escaped him, the boy added in frustration, To hell with such a life. The next moment, turning his gaze to where his partner was supposed to be, the boy exclaimed, Hey Karam, you're alive. In response to Kian's question, the girl, who was covered in bloody river, replied irritably, Don't even talk to me now. I'm trying to decide how to commit the murder. Hearing his partner's words, the guy put his head down and said, I'll clean you when we get back, don't worry about it, to which she replied with a heavy sigh, Oh, you're going to come back. The next moment, turning her gaze to her partner, she added, Be on the lookout for this realm of demons. After receiving the girl's remark, Kian turned his gaze to her and said, Don't worry, we'll never run into a higher demon. But as soon as he said that, he heard the Demon Kings nearby, who were shouting with joy, and I knew something interesting was coming. The next moment, the boy's thoughts immediately matched this tone, and he mentally said, I remember this voice. And then the Demon King said, You, feeling overwhelmingly afraid of the enemy he had just faced, the boy mentally added a voice that is so deeply embedded in my head that I will never be able to forget it. The next moment, Kian turned his head upward from where the voice was coming from and saw a superior demon in front of him who asked, Are you a human? Continuing to stare at his opponent who found him on the bank of the bloody river, the boy mentally added the Demon King Velkarion. Starting to recall the person in front of him, The boy mentally said in his mind that everyone who saw him had spoken to him in the past. Continuing to think about the Demon King who had found him on the bank of the Qian River, Vert mentally added that he looked like the embodiment of evil. Also, remembering his past life and the number of victims on the front line during the battle, the boy mentally added, "This is who is standing in front of me." The next moment, gripping his blade tightly and jumping to his feet, Qian pointed his weapon at the enemy and thought a curse as he did so. At the same time, when the Demon King saw what the person in front of him was doing, he said, "You are not going to answer me, human being." Immediately after his words, Valkyrian moved behind the small man and asked in a menacing tone if you might want to get into a fight. Hearing the same ominous voice of the Demon King that had just sounded behind him, Qian swung his dagger sharply to drive him away. When the Demon King saw that a few hairs fell from the boy's head as a result of the swing of his sword, he smiled happily and said, "I heard that you have unlimited potential, so I decided to trim my hair, which seems to be true." At the same time, trying to join the events that were happening now, Kiram asked me, perhaps not quite at the right time, who was he? And Qian mentally answered the King of Demons. When she heard who her partner had met in the Demon Kingdom, the girl asked the Demon King in surprise, how the hell you were going to defeat him in this state. In response to the demonic sword spirit's question, the boy looked down and mentally said, "It's impossible, I can only try to run away." Continuing to look at his hand, which was trembling with fear of the encounter, the boy added in his mind, "But I will be able to stand up to Valkyrion." At the same time, seeing the tension of the guy in front of him, the Demon King suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, relax," which instantly dispelled the tension. Having attracted Valkyrion's attention, he threw his arm behind his neck and awkwardly said, "What could I do to help the child calm down?" The next moment, lying down on the ground in front of the boy, he exclaimed joyfully, "Look, I really won't hurt you. We can talk lying down if you're such a coward. I'm a thief, but I won't fight with children." Seeing the strange behavior of the Demon King, the boy wondered in his mind why he suddenly collapsed on the ground. When Valkyrion saw that the boy in front of him had finally calmed down, he smiled slyly and said, "Let me ask you again. Are you human?" After receiving the question from the Demon King, Qian bowed his head down and said sadly, "Yes, and then I heard how you got here." Continuing the dialogue with Valkyrion, who was lying on the ground, Qian answered in a flowing manner, after which he asked again, "So this is your first time in the demon realm?" Continuing to pour questions to his interlocutor, the Demon King added, "Your aura is a bit strange. Who are you?" To which he nervously replied, "An ordinary person." Valkyrion smiled slyly and said, "I'm just an ordinary person, but I feel like you know me from somewhere." In response to his interlocutor's words, Qian Worth, trying not to attract too much attention, said that we had never met before. After hearing his interlocutor's remark, Valkyrion put his hands behind his head and laid down on his back, saying, "I'm telling you for sure I've never seen a person when you could have met me either." At the same moment, Qian, sensing some differences, said, in his head in a relaxed manner, "Is this the same Demon King I know?" and then asked why you were here. After receiving a question from a man he met in this place, Valkyrion waved his hand and said he felt a strange energy while walking around the area, after which the man asked him again. The next moment, feeling a bit uncomfortable after recalling his duties, Valkyrion added, "As the King of Demons, I need to keep an eye on the lands in my domain." A few seconds after he spoke, the Demon King suddenly stood up to a sitting position and awkwardly rubbed his cheek and asked the kid what I just said, after which Qian said that you need to take care of the lands you rule as a Demon King, yes. After hearing what the boy in front of him had just repeated in a completely calm voice, Valkyrion pointed at Qian with his finger and said, "Where's your shock? I'm the King of Demons." The next moment the man began to shout insultingly, waving his hands, "I knew you knew me from somewhere. You know what kind of child would react like that? Mum never scared me with stories about the Demon King taking you away if you weren't a good boy." Listening to all this, Qian grabbed his head with his hand and pulled it back, thinking it couldn't be that this was the Demon King. Starting to recall what had happened in his past, the boy thought, if everything goes as it did in his past life, the invasion of demons should begin soon. Immediately afterwards, comparing the Valkyrion he had met with the way he had been described in the past, he mentally added, "But this guy doesn't seem like someone who would do that if that was his true nature." As he continued to think about the Demon King, whose good character he had seen with his own eyes, Qian Worth wondered what had caused him to change so much. The next moment, after finishing his thoughts, the boy turned his head to the other man and said, "If you are the King of Demons, what do you want to achieve?" When Valkyrion received the question from the boy in front of him, he smiled slyly and said, "You're quite brave to ask a Demon King such a question." Immediately after expressing his first impression, Valkyrion threw his arm behind his neck and said nothing special. "I just want my people to live well and eat from the heart." The next moment, having demonstrated his true strength to the interlocutor, the man added, "However, if anyone dares to stand in my way, I will finish them all." Terrified of the guy who had just felt the same fierce pressure of power, Valkyrion added in a stern tone that it was my duty as the Demon King. As soon as he finished speaking, Kian Worth thought for just a moment, but I could definitely feel the true essence of the Valkyrion known in my past life. As he continued to think about what he had just experienced, the boy thoughtfully said in his head, "Now she is depressed, but somehow I have to prevent this from happening." Having finished his thoughts, Kian Vern raised his head and turned his gaze to Valkyrion, saying, "Demon King, would you like to make a deal?" To which the latter replied in surprise. Continuing his speech, the boy added, "Something bad is going to happen to you soon, something that threatens the people you rule." Not understanding what the boy was referring to, Valkyrion asked him in displeasure, "What the hell are you talking about, honestly?" Trying to convince the Demon King of the truth of his words, the boy added, "I don't know exactly what the incident will be, but I'm sure it will be a good one." Starting to recall his past life where there was a deadly battle between two races, Kian added a great battle between humans and demons. After listening to the young boy's remarks, the Demon King looked at him with a displeased look and gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you saying that I want to take over your land?" And then Kian said, "That's why we need to make a deal." Trying to somehow avoid a sad development of events that happened in his past life, the boy said, "Promise me that you will not start a war that never happened." After hearing the demand from his interlocutor, the Demon King replied with a displeased expression, "Well, that's nonsense, of course, but let's say I don't start a war." Immediately after his promise, Valkyrion asked what he could give me in return, to which Kian replied that he would help you. Pounding his fist in his chest, the boy confidently added, trying to assure the Demon King that it doesn't matter what happens to you. Continuing to express his part in this deal with the Demon King, Kian Worth confidently added, "I will do everything I can to help you." Hearing what the little human child could offer him, Valkyrion approached the boy, then leaned over him and looked at him with a stern look and said, "You." Continuing to stare intently at his interlocutor, the Demon King added, "You know something." Realizing that this could be a good and mutually beneficial deal, the Demon King laughed slyly and then asked what your name was. When asked a question by Valkyrion, with whom they had concluded a treaty to prevent the outbreak of war between the two races, the boy spoke up Kian Vert. When the Demon King learned the name of the man with whom he was making a pact, he looked at his hand and smiled slyly and said, "Good Kian Vert, I promise you as the master of the Demon Kingdom that I will not invade your land no matter what happens." The next moment, Valkyrion soared into the sky and shouted one last time, "But you better take responsibility for your words. A deal is a deal if you don't know." After finishing his last words with the boy, the Demon King smiled happily and said, "Well, that's all I have to say." After completing the deal with the Demon King, one of the soldiers arrived on the shore unconscious and accidentally discovered Kian, and he exclaimed in confusion. Rushing to the body of the unconscious boy, one of the soldiers on the front line exclaimed in confusion, "Oh my God, young Master Kian!" And then the soldier of the Empire added to this miracle, and the search team found Lord Kian comfortably sprawled out on the sand near the riverbank, and thus he was able to return. After everything that happened to him, Kian got a new nickname, which sounded like a boy who survived the appearance of a devilish dragon. Sometime later, after finding the unconscious lord, they returned to the abbey on the border of Velius, which was temporarily used as a military hospital. After staying in the hospital for some time and regaining consciousness, Kian had a conversation with the princess, during which he suddenly said, "I'm sorry, I didn't understand." Feeling a little ashamed that he hadn't understood the first time, the girl said, "Let me repeat it again." At that moment, Kian thought, "I thought everything was already settled in the best way, but it wasn't." Not receiving any objection from the guy to the offer to repeat the process, the girl, feeling overwhelmed with shame, said, "Will you?" After a short time of collecting her thoughts, Princess Arin finally gathered her strength and stood up, put her hand to her chest, and then exclaimed, "Will you be mine?" When he heard the girl's question again, the boy was surprised to hear her say that, and then mentally added that she was talking about something else. Not receiving any objection from the guy to the offer to repeat the process, the girl, feeling overwhelmed with shame, said, "Will you?" After a short time of collecting her thoughts, Princess Arin finally gathered her strength and stood up, put her hand to her chest, and then exclaimed, "Will you be mine?" After listening to the girl's request, Kian Worth looked at her with a shocked look and confidently said no. After receiving a rejection from the boy, Princess Arin bowed her head down and said in a trembling voice, "Of course I am a talentless princess." Hearing the princess's words after his refusal, the boy mentally mumbled she was starting to get on my nerves. Continuing to look at the girl, who began to shed tears, he mentally added, "Of course I knew she was talentless." Kian Worth continued to think, not taking his eyes off the upset girl, but this attitude made it even worse, and it was obvious what was about to happen. The next moment, remembering his older brother Eshel, the boy mentally added, "But I can't stop thinking that this piece of shit had something to do with her tragic end." After finishing his thoughts, the boy suddenly said, attracting the girl's attention, "You're right, you can't do me any good, but you can't do anyone else any good in the state you're in." Continuing his condemnation of the girl, Kian Worth added, You're not even trained in etiquette, let alone influence. If I were around you, it would end badly for me." The next moment, turning his head to Princess Arryn, the boy added, "I will watch you from afar until you turn into something better." When she heard what the guy was planning to do as a favour for her, she was surprised and asked to watch me. After receiving the girl's question, Kian folded his arms in front of him and said confidently, "Don't be upset." But before he could finish, the girl suddenly stood up from her seat. Interrupting the guy in mid-sentence, the princess coughed into her fist to get his attention and exclaimed, "No, I understand what you mean. I just have to become better so that you recognise me." The next moment, pointing a finger in the direction of the boy, the princess smiled happily and exclaimed, "Just wait and see. I don't know how soon it will happen, but I will become so powerful that you won't be able to ignore me." In response to the girl's confident exclamations, Kian awkwardly replied, "I'm looking forward to it," and then mentally said, "She quickly cheered up, what a kid." After making her confident statements in the boy's room, Princess Arryn, on her way out, suddenly stopped and said something else. The next moment, turning her head back and looking at Kian, the girl smiled happily and said, "Thank you for being alive. Thank you very much." A lot of time passed after this incident, and on the edge of the forest of the rear camp, a man was walking along a snowy path in a hurry to meet someone. Having walked far enough, the man stopped near a tree and then turned his head around, finding no one around him. He laughed slyly and reached for the cube of spatial storage. Having activated the cube in which he was carrying the contraband, the man said with a sly smile that there was only a little time left. The next moment, right behind him, the man heard someone's menacing voice ask if he was Reynold Crimson. After receiving the question, the man suddenly felt all his movements stiffen, after which he gritted his teeth and thought in confusion, "My body is not moving, as if invisible chains were shackled." The next moment, the same voice came again from behind the chained man and said, "A small spatial box. I think its sale has not yet taken place." Paying attention to what Reynold Crimson was holding in his hands, the hunter added an artifact endowed with spatial power and enough mana to allow for infinite storage of things inside. Continuing to slowly approach the man from behind, Kian Worth asked in a menacing tone, "Isn't this a masterpiece of the Gerum Kingdom Mage Association?" Approaching Reynold Crimson, the guy who was restraining his movements added, "I've been following him for a year. I thought someone in the Empire was smuggling them." The next moment, after taking the cube of spatial storage from the man's unmoving hands, Kian Worth added, "He means, how do you do it? I'll take this thing." Immediately after his words, as soon as the object was in his hands, the guy took off his hood and mask from his face and added Reynold Crimson, a 7-star knight mage from the kingdom of Garum, to which he scaredly exclaimed. Continuing to look at the guy in front of him who had restrained his movements and taken his spatial storage cube, the man exclaimed in surprise, "Kian Worth." While the boy began to shake out all the contents of the spatial storage, Reynold Crimson exclaimed in confusion, "Why, you are here!" In response to the man's question, the boy answered with his own question, saying, "I assume you have obtained blood from the corpses of demonic beasts." The next moment, taking the finger of one of the monsters and mentally saying fresh meat, the guy promised and brought them in carts that are allowed to move across the border. "I think you also have a spy in the supply department." Trying to somehow justify himself in a situation where he was exposed, the man frightenedly exclaimed, "What are you talking about? I don't know anything about it." Hearing Reynold Crimson's confused exclamations, Kian looked at him and said, "Don't play the fool, their blood is already on the black market." The next moment, remembering how his sister had handed him the bottle of demon blood that the maid had received first, he thought, "I wonder if Ellis could have gotten the Hellhound's blood through him." As Kian examined the items he had shaken out of the spatial vault and thoughtfully said, "Despite the freshness, this thing is too big to eat," Reynold Crimson mentally said. "Whoever betrayed us, I can't let him go." Continuing his thoughts, the man began to cast spells in his hand and mentally said, "I don't know how he managed to grab me, but now I can move." As soon as the preparations for the spell were complete, Reynold Crimson pointed his hand at the boy and shouted a bend of flame breath. After firing a volley of flames at Keanu Vert, the man exclaimed, "Here are the consequences of letting your guard down, kid." Having finished using his spell, Reynold Crimson said in embarrassment, "Damn, I thought I was going to die, so the rumours about him were true." Continuing to hold his outstretched arm, the man sighed heavily as he looked at the pile of flames in front of him, where his attacker was supposed to have perished. The next moment, believing that the danger had passed, the man mumbled that he had lost the precious box, not expecting that this could happen during transportation, but as soon as he said this, his arm separated from his body at the wrist. Feeling a sharp pain due to the loss of his limb, the man lifted the wounded limb up and pressed it to stop the bleeding, painfully screaming, My arm!" Continuing to press on his arm to stop the pain, Reynold Crimson suddenly saw something strange in front of him and exclaimed in confusion what the black fog was. The next moment, seeing the guy in front of him, who was enveloped in a dark anomaly that extinguished the flames, the man added in confusion that it was really happening. As soon as he realized what it could mean, the man screamed out in fright, but his sentence was cut off in mid-sentence because Kian grabbed him by the throat and pushed him against a tree. Continuing to press the man against the tree so that he realized that it was useless to resist, Kian Worth said in a menacing tone, "And now you can choose." Looking at Reynold Crimson, whose eyes were already welling up with tears, the boy added, "You will tell me about the smuggling route and the spy, and then you will die quietly and quickly." The next moment, smiling ominously and looking directly into the man's eyes, he added in an ominous tone, "Or end up in such agony that even Satan himself will pray for himself." After a while, having finished with the smuggler Reynold Crimson, Kian Wirt sent the parcels on and went to the trading post on the western border of Velius himself. At the same time, while sorting out the goods delivered to them, other middlemen, happy with the large amount of goods, negotiated for 2 boxes today, this time we will earn more. Continuing to rejoice at the large volume of goods they had been brought, one of the smugglers opened the second box, which contained black fog, and asked how much was in it. Opening the second box, which was supposed to contain the goods, the pair of men saw the head of their supplier and shouted out in fright to Mr. Reynold, who had done it. The men started shouting loudly and making a lot of noise at the trading post, attracting more and more attention, while Kian continued to watch the recipients. Seeing what had just happened at the port on the western border, Kiram asked in surprise, "Aren't you going to do anything about these fools?" To which Kian replied, "I think they had enough warning." 7-star Knight Mage of the Kingdom of Garam, Reynold Crimson, he smuggled the blood of demonic beasts from the front behind the back of the Ushif Empire. The goods were delivered to the Association of Mages of the Kingdom of Garam. The Association of Mages of the Kingdom of Garam is a place where those who are madly obsessed with magic gather to study the origins and basics of magic, as well as the art of creating new ones, and strive to surpass the boundaries of humanity. Continuing his thoughts on the organization, Kian mentally added in the present time, create useful artifacts such as spatial boxes. Continuing to talk about the organization, the boy added, however, in the future they will produce crazy things with the blood of demonic beasts. I need to put an end to this. Hearing Kian's words, Kiram asked you what changed the assassin class to a Rashala, to which he shouted out menacingly, "Shut up." Continuing to put pressure on the guy with her speeches, the girl said, "I thought you were going to live for yourself. Isn't that a selfless act?" To which he replied, "I just don't want anyone else to use the blood of demonic creatures." And at the same time, somewhere in a residence in the Ushif Empire, where the eldest brother and eldest son of the Verth family was currently staying. After receiving the letter, the boy got out of bed and went to the window in his room to look up at the skull. The next moment, looking again at the letter, the boy said in a disgruntled tone what was written there. Kian Worth went to the front with his father like this. Hearing what the man had just said, the girl who was sitting on the barrel and covering herself with a blanket asked Kian Wirt, "Is this your half-brother?" "I'm right." Having received the question from his mistress, Eshel turned his gaze to her and smiled ominously, saying exactly that, and he annoys me, I'll have to pay him a visit. After some time, when we arrived in the new city, the maid joyfully exclaimed with her hands up, "We have finally left the front." Continuing to rejoice at the return from the horrible place, Emily happily added, "I'm so glad, I'm sure the academy will not compare to that terrible place," to which Kian awkwardly said, "For me this is just the beginning of hell." The next moment, starting to recall some skeletons in her closet that related to her romanticized place, Kian mentally said the academy was unlikely to live up to Emily's expectations. Continuing to recall the pitfalls of this harsh place, he mentally added that this place is actually riddled with political games and machinations. Recalling all the negative features of this academy and relationship building, he mentally added that envy and jealousy rule there, and socializing is a priority over learning. Not even realizing how bad things were at the academy, the maid exclaimed joyfully, "I heard that there were many beautiful instructors at the academy. I'm so glad." And then Kian asked her what she was squealing about. Ignoring her master's words, the maid added happily, "Will romance finally appear in my life?" Hearing the maid's words, Kian thought, "She is here because of me." After a while, when he arrived at the academy to check in, he left the carriage and walked around the square. Suddenly, while walking, his half-brother, who was the same age, accidentally ran into him and scared Kian, to which he replied in surprise that Krantz was there. Just as he was about to finish his greeting, his brother suddenly began to run away, screaming loudly like a madman. Seeing what had just happened to the guy who had run away from him, Kiram asked in surprise who the idiot was, to which Kian waved his hand and said, "Krantz is my half-brother, don't pay any attention to him." Hearing her partner's words, the girl smiled slyly and asked, "I don't think you get along with any of your relatives," to which he replied, "I don't think my sister Alyssa and I have a close relationship." Immediately after his words, remembering someone he truly hates, Kian Worth mentally said, "I'm not on good terms with someone else." After a certain period of time, when he arrived at his home, the boy saw the butlers and maids greeting him upon opening the door, welcoming him back to the young master Kian. Hearing the greetings and being surprised by such a sincere reaction of his subjects to his return, the boy said in his head, "They hadn't even looked at me before." Throwing his suitcase over his shoulder, the boy nervously added in his head, "and now suddenly choke on politeness as if his father or this bastard were here." Arriving at his room and reaching for the doorknob, Kian took a deep breath and exhaled, then mentally said, "A lot has changed over the past year, and this is probably the reward for my efforts." The next moment, as he put his hand to the door handle and felt an unpleasant sensation, he mentally said, "I recognize this feeling." Continuing his thoughts, the boy turned the knob and began to open the door to his room and thought about what makes me shudder every time. Continuing to walk further to his room, the boy imagined in his mind the very brother he hated and mentally said so behind the door. Preparing to meet his hateful older brother Eshel, whom he hated so much, Kian mentally added this bastard. As soon as the door to his room opened, the boy saw his older brother, who was smiling fake smile and greeted Kian, who had not seen him for a long time. Trying to keep himself in check in the presence of his brother, the boy mentally spoke calmly while Eshel said, "You don't remember me." Continuing to stop himself, Kian mentally added, "Calm down," while his older brother smiled fake and said, "I guess this is to be expected. The last time I saw you was before you entered the academy." Feeling his bloodlust begin to overwhelm him, Kian Worth began to smile madly and said in his head, "Does it look like I can stay calm now?" Taking out his demonic dagger and placing it in his hand, the boy prepared to kill his hated brother and said in his head, "I will finish him off." But before he could do so, Kiram grabbed his arm and said, "Pull yourself together. If you don't want to die, it's boring to kill him so early." Hearing the remarks from his demon sword, Kian Worth gathered his thoughts and quenched his bloodlust and bowed and said, "The youngest son of the Worth family, Kian Worth, greets his older brother." Hearing the man who had just greeted him and told him his position in the family, Eshel tilted his head down and asked in surprise, "So you remember me?" In response to his older brother's question, the boy continued to keep his head down and said, "How could I not recognize my brother?" After receiving the answer from his younger brother, Eshel put his hand on his head and began rubbing Kian's head, saying it was good to see him, while the younger man gritted his teeth and barely contained his anger. When he finished ruffling his younger brother's hair, Eshel said, "I was afraid you would forget me." The next moment, walking toward Kian and looking outside, the older brother said, "I hear your swordsmanship has improved considerably, and soon you will be able to help the House of Vertnay." The boy stopped in mid-sentence and denied his words, turned his head back and looked at Kian, smiled slyly and said, "Help me on the battlefield." When Kian heard his older brother's proposal, he looked at him with a murderous look and said, "Yes, I'm looking forward to it as well." After seeing Kian's look, the older brother looked back and said, "I'm glad to hear that. I came here just to see you." At the same time, Kian closed his eyes after talking to his brother and said in his head, "He's the kind of person who does not even look at useless people." Continuing his thoughts, Kian mentally added the knowledge that the bastard was here for a reason oddly enough to help me calm down, and then he put a smile on his face and said, "I missed you too, big brother." At the same time, on her way to her master's room, the maid, carrying 2 heavy suitcases, angrily exclaimed that he had no luggage. "Couldn't he help me?" Finally reaching the room she needed, she put her suitcases in front of the door and began to catch her breath, exclaiming, "Ugh, I'm tired." A few seconds later, as soon as the door to the boy's room opened, the girl angrily exclaimed to the young master, "How could you?" No sooner had she finished her angry remarks than she saw the eldest son of the Wirt family, Eshel, standing in front of her, and the first young master exclaimed in confusion. Seeing his younger brother's maid in front of him, the boy smiled fake and said, "I hear you're close to Kian. It seems like you're quite comfortable with him, so feel free to do your work without paying attention to me." When she heard the words of the eldest son of the family she worked for, she began to bow nervously and exclaimed, "Oh yes, young sir." As soon as he disappeared from sight, the girl breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "I was so nervous," then turned to Kian and exclaimed angrily, "Young sir, you should have warned me that the first young meister was here." In response to the girl's angry shouts, Kian headed back to his room and said to Emily, "Can you leave me alone for a while?" To which she replied in surprise, "But yeah." Before she could finish, the boy interrupted her with a stern look and said, "Don't make me repeat myself." Seeing her master's expression, which was clearly out of sorts, the young master spoke anxiously. A few seconds later, after entering his room, Kian went to see his ceramic friend, with whom he was able to unload all that was pent up inside him. After throwing everything in the toilet, Kian asked Kiram why you stopped me, and she replied with a sly smile, "Weren't you supposed to thank me?" In response to the girl's remark, the boy wiped his mouth with his sleeve and said, "It was a good chance for you to take possession of my body." In response to her master's remarks, the girl said without removing the sly smile from her face, "You are very wrong, I just want your rage to grow." Continuing her speech, Kiram added, "You'll be even more delicious." Kian smiled slyly and said, "Well, that's very much like you." At the same time, hearing a knock on his door, the family's elder brother Wirt said, "You can come in." Upon entering his master's room, the servant bowed before Eshel and said, "I have sought out the second young lady as you requested." When he heard the report that his request had been fulfilled, the boy asked where she was now, and the subject replied that she was in the north in the lands of the White Elves of Pruin. Upon learning the whereabouts of his sister from the servant's mouth, Eshel smiled happily and opened the book and said to Pruin, "They are known for hating outsiders. I think it's her bloodline." The next moment, closing his book, the boy smiled ominously and said, "Let me know if you think she's decided to come back," to which he replied, "Young sir." Immediately after agreeing to his master's order, the subject asked in surprise if anything good had happened. When he received the question from his servant, Eshel asked in surprise, looking at him, "Why do you suddenly think so?" In response to his master's question, the servant replied, "You look more cheerful than usual," and his master laughed and asked if he thought it was funny. The next moment, turning his head toward the subject, the eldest son of the Wirt family added in a menacing tone, "But you're wrong, I'm just in a lousy mood." Feeling the oppressive atmosphere that suddenly appeared in the room, the subject bowed his head and said, "I'm sorry." The next moment, recalling the look on his younger brother's face as he looked at him with bloodlust, Eshel mentally spoke those eyes. Putting up his hand and then leaning his head on it, Eshel looked out the window and said in his head, "It's like he was looking at his sworn enemy, or I misunderstood him." The next moment, without taking his eyes off the window, the elder son said, "The little one is getting on my nerves. I need to keep an eye on him so that he doesn't get away from me." And the subject bowed and said, "I'll have someone do it. Please allow me to adjourn." After giving permission to his servant to run errands, Eshel heard the door to his room click, and then he was left alone in his room. Continuing to stare out the window in front of him, the boy mentally muttered, putting his hand to Kian Worth's chin, "What are you hiding?" After a period of time, when the next morning came, a carriage with the escorts arrived at the Vertov house to take Kian to the academy. When Emily found out that she could not come with us, she exclaimed sadly, "I am very disappointed in you, young master." In response to his maid's remarks, the boy said, "Is it my fault that I can only take knights to the academy?" To which she angrily exclaimed, "You should have warned me in advance." Continuing to dialogue with his maid, Kian Worth said, "Well, be a good girl, Emily." To which she snapped and said, "Goodbye, young sir." Realizing how much the girl had been hurt by his not taking her to the academy despite her dreams, Kian looked out of the window and said yes, and then shouted to the coachman to move. Seeing that he had already left for the trip without even saying goodbye, the girl was surprised to hear that you were leaving just like that. Continuing to express her dissatisfaction, the maid, who had tears in her eyes, exclaimed, "Don't be upset if they mock you." Continuing to wave goodbye to her master, the girl added, "Take care of yourself." Hearing this, Kian mentally said it very similarly to her. Starting to recall his past life when he was sick, Kian mentally said, "I must have been about 8 years old. I was terribly ill. I had such a fever that I was constantly fainting, but there was no one around to take care of me." Continuing to recall his past life where Emily tried to save him, the boy mentally added, "The one who carried me on his back." Recalling her screams as she screamed in fear down the street for someone to help the young man, Kian mentally added and rushed to the nearest doctor's office to see Emily. Hearing the girl's screams, the man who was treating her opened the door to his house and said, "Come in." Continuing to recall his sad fate in his past life and how the girl nursed his sick Kian Worth, mentally added, "If it weren't for her." After a while, Kian opened his eyes and saw Emily in front of him. Remembering this moment, he thought to himself, "I would probably be found dead somewhere in the mansion." The next moment, after all the remembrances were completed, the boy looked out of his carriage and exclaimed joyfully, "Emily, behave yourself or you will die by my hand," and then mentally added, "I cherish her most." Continuing to look at the joyful girl who waved back and exclaimed, "I can't hear you," the boy thought she was just another maid. The next moment, once again inside the carriage, as soon as it left the mansion, Kian bowed his head and thoughtfully said, 6 middle-class knights? Oh, anyway. Continuing to walk quickly away from his family's mansion, the guy cautiously added only to accompany one person. Realizing that an assassination attempt was probably being prepared, Kian Worth folded his arms in front of him, smiled slyly and said, "It looks like shit's going to go down before I get to the academy." After a while, having arrived at the forest, which was rarely visited by anyone, the carriage with the knights began to slow down as the evening came. As soon as the carriage and the crew came to a complete stop, one of the knights approached the carriage and said, "Young master, I think we should make camp here," to which he replied, "Indeed, where are we?" In response to the young aristocrat's question, one of the knights answered by giving an approximate location in the central city of Sepherna, most likely arriving tomorrow morning. Hearing what the knight Kian had just reported to him, he looked out the window and said, "Well, let me know when you have finished cooking," and he bowed his head and said, "Very well, my lord." After receiving the answer from his subject, the boy immediately looked away to survey the area, and then mentally said, "You're a liar, and there is no such forest in the Sepherna region." Continuing to think about its approximate location, the guy mentally added, We stopped not near any village, but in the middle of nowhere. Their intentions are clear as day." After some time, having made some preparations to fulfill the order of his mercenary, one of the knights exclaimed, "Young sir, you can get out." Having received permission, the boy left the carriage. Keeping his hands in his pockets and looking around to assess the opponent's forces and their deployment, Kian spoke so freshly here. The next moment, seeing that he had already been taken into the ring and deciding to prolong this performance, Kian asked who the customer was. Hearing the question from the young boy who guessed their intentions, some of the knights gritted their teeth and looked at each other, and one of them began to smile ominously. Seeing the disgusted expression on the face of one of the knights, Kian said angrily in his head, he smiled and then said, "I asked a question." In response to the young master's words, the same smiling knight began to pull his sword from its sheath and said to the children, "You don't need to know much, you will die soon anyway." After the leader of the knights spoke, others began to join the conversation, grabbing their swords and saying, "We are sorry that it has come to this, please do not hold it against us." Continuing to approach Kian, drawing their weapons, the knights added, "I will be kind enough to do this as painlessly as possible, just close your eyes." Having made it a leap and rushed at this guy with the sword, the leader of the knights, preparing to quickly finish the job, shouted one last time and then said goodbye. However, something went wrong and Kian easily dodged the attacker's attack, which passed near his head. The next moment, he quickly drew his dagger and had to say goodbye to the leader of the knights who had accidentally lost his head on a mission in the literal sense of the word. The next moment, when one of the enemies was already finished, Kian Worth pulled his dagger in front of him and shouted angrily, "I fucking asked you a question." Having not received an answer to his question, Kian looked at the attackers with an angry look and exclaimed, "What are we standing around for? We did not expect such a turn of events." At the same time, one of the knights, still standing in place, marvelling at what had just happened before his eyes, mentally muttered, "I can't believe my eyes." The next moment, 4 more knights attacked Kian and tried to finish him off, but it turned out quite the opposite, and they said goodbye to their lives in a split second. Left alone with Kian Worth, who had just dealt with 5 middle-class knights, the latter mentally added that he was definitely only 11 years old. Continuing to watch the boy who had just shaken the blood from his sword, the knight added that it was not for nothing that he survived the battle with the dragon. The next moment, seeing the boy turn his murderous gaze on him, the knight was frightened and said this mission in his head. Continuing his thoughts, the man fell to the ground and tried to walk back, shedding tears and mentally adding that he was doomed to failure from the very beginning. The next moment, Kian turned his body toward the last survivor and took a few steps toward him and heard him scream in fright. Looking at the last knight who was still alive with a murderous look, Kian Worth said in a menacing tone, "You teach." Realizing that there was no point in playing the silent game, the knight scaredly exclaimed immediately after the question was asked, "Mrs. Margaret organised everything." After learning the root cause and the main customer who wanted the yogi dead, Kian said in disappointment in his head, it was somehow too easy. After a while, as soon as the sun rose, the last knight took the coachman's place and headed for the academy, saying, "I heard young Master Krantz ask Miss Margaret for a favour, so I think she ordered us at his request." When Kian heard who exactly was the driving force behind the plot, he said angrily, "It was Krantz," and then mentally added, remembering their last meeting, "All he could do when he met me was kick my slippers. Next time I'll teach him a good lesson." The next moment, Kian, who was sitting on the roof of the carriage, heard the knight's voice suddenly spoken by the young master, which caught Kian's attention. Continuing his speech, the knight added in a distressed voice, asking what you would do with me now. The next moment, tears appeared in his eyes, and he looked at Kian with an innocent smile on his face and asked, "Are you going to kill me?" In response to the boy's question, Kian looked at him intently and said, "You don't seem to be very upset about it." In response to the young master's words, the knight bowed his head down and said guiltily, "We attacked you first, so I have no right to blame you if you decide to take my head off." Hearing the boy's pitiful words, Kian said with a grudging smile, folding his arms in front of him, "Then just drive. For now, you are more useful alive than dead, and you are tolerably driving the carriage." When the knight heard the order from the young man, he looked back at him with tears in his eyes and said, "Thank you, young master." After a while, seeing the giant building appearing on the horizon, Kian exclaimed that we had arrived. Continuing to walk to the castle in front of them along the carriage-trodden path, Kian Worth confidently added the central city of Saffern. After a certain period of time, as soon as the butler arrived and reported the situation, Duchess Margaret, who threw the vase off the table in anger, shouted out a repeat of what he had said. Hearing the report once again, the woman felt a tremor throughout her body and exclaimed in confusion that one had disappeared and the other 6 were found dead, to which the subject replied that this was the case and that young Master Kian had left Saffern 10 days ago. When she heard that her son's half-brother was fine, the Duchess put her hand to her mouth and exclaimed in fright, "You said it wouldn't be a problem. Why did it turn out this way?" In response to Margaret's question, the The butler bowed and said that we had underestimated the young master, to which she angrily exclaimed how one could fail to handle a small child. In response to his lady's question, the subject said anxiously, "I think there is someone else behind the scenes that we don't know about. If you give me another chance, I will send someone to the academy." Upon receiving the request from her subject, the Duchess angrily exclaimed, "That's enough if we do it, Kian!" If he lays a finger on Krantz. The next moment, the woman suddenly remembered Kian's words, which he had said in a menacing tone during their last meeting, as I'm sure you want your son to graduate with his limbs intact, right? Which gave her goosebumps. Immediately after mentioning the threats from Kian, the woman turned her back on the subject and said through gritted teeth that everything was fine, don't go anywhere. And the subject bowed and said, "Yes, mum," and then she added something else. The woman spoke to the butler in a stern tone, turning her gaze to him, saying that no one should know what had happened, and that he should remove all witnesses, to which he replied, "Yes, ma'am." At the end of the conversation, the Duchess's personal servant left the room and closed the door behind him, and at that time he was accidentally seen by one of the other servants. At the same time as Kian continued to drive to the academy, he sat comfortably in the carriage and said in his head, 10 days have passed since we left Saffern." Continuing to head to the destination with the last night, Kian mentally added, "All this time, Brian was acting as my subject." Continuing his thoughts in the carriage to the academy, the boy added, "I think they already know that I am still alive, and at this rate I will get to the Royal Academy safely." After a while, the guy added in his head, "And I'll have to decide what to do with Brian." After which the window inside opened and the knight shouted out, "Young master, we have arrived." Upon hearing the message from his coachman, the boy said, "Well," and then mentally added, "Just like in the good old days." As Kian approached the main gate of the Royal Academy, he added, "I can't call these memories pleasant, but the Academy has changed me in many ways." When he got to the registry and got the coat of arms of his family, which he showed the girl, the boy said Kian Worth, the youngest son of Duke Worth. All the members of the registry suddenly froze in their tracks when they heard who had just arrived, for the Emperor himself had mentioned him earlier. Feeling very excited, the girl suddenly said, "Of course you're on the list, all you have to do is go to the designated place in the dormitory and wait." While the guy was hiding his coat of arms in the inside pocket of his jacket, the girl added that in 2 days he would have to attend the induction ceremony and the elemental test. The next moment after the boy's schedule was announced, the girl at the front desk handed to him with an envelope and a key to the royal hall. When Kian saw which room he had been assigned to live in at the academy, he asked, confused, if you were mistaken. After a while, heading to Kian Worth's room in the dormitory, Brian exclaimed in shock at the place they had arrived. Continuing to look around the room he had just checked into, the boy put his hand behind his head and awkwardly thought of a royal hall. Continuing his thought about his new home, he mentally added, "None of my family has ever received an allocation to the royal hall, someone is behind it." The next moment after he finished thinking, the guy turned his head to Brian and asked him if that was all his luggage, to which he nervously replied, "Yes, everything you had." When he heard that all his things were in place, Kian reached into his inner pocket and said, "Well, since I've made it to the academy and all my things are with me." When he saw what the young man who had just added your role as a knight was doing, he exclaimed in fright that he should wait. Preparing to say goodbye to his life, Brian suddenly saw a bag in his hands and asked what it was. In response to the boy's question, Kian waved his hand and said, "All the work you've done should be enough to start a new life wherever you go, so don't go back to Wellesley, although I won't stop you." Hearing the words of the guy who saved his life and gave him money, the knight crouched down and lowered his head, exclaiming, "I am Brian Kenrick, a recognised knight of Velius." Continuing his resounding speech to Keanu Worth, he exclaimed, "I would like to have your permission to serve you for the rest of my life." Hearing the request from the guy standing behind him, Kian looked back at him and asked him in surprise, "Are you a knight? I thought you were a coachman," to which he replied, "Yes, although I am in the lowest possible position, like a ducal carrier." The next moment, looking down again, Brian Kenrick added, "My father always told me that if I met a person I could trust, someone I could give my life to, I should ask for service without hesitation." When he heard the reason why he had expressed his request so confidently, Kian smiled indifferently and said, "What a nonsense." Hearing the laugh that came from the boy's mouth, the knight looked up at him and asked in surprise what he meant. In response to the boy's question, Kian looked at him with a menacing look and said in a stern tone, "How do you know I will never stab you in the back?" Hearing the boy's remark, Brian exclaimed in embarrassment, "Even if it was, it didn't matter." After hearing what he had heard, Kian put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Then never allow the thought of betrayal." The next moment, heading for the exit of the room, Kian said, "To hell with the initiation ceremony, let's just take the elemental test," to which the young master replied yes, to which, after a while, the Dean of the Royal Academy saw the students' results and said, "This year we have a lot of talented students in our walls." At the same time, the students were already testing their skills in the elemental test room. Currently, this test was taken by Princess Arin Severus, who had 2 mana stars, a physical rank of B level, and a 52% element of light. The next person to take the test after the princess was Seth Chaharkan, whose mana rank was 3 stars, physical rank reached A level, and the element of sand reached 71%. As he continued to look at the test results, the dean scratched his beard and said thoughtfully, "These kids are really amazing, but Kian Worth is." Looking at the results of Kian Worth's passage, whose mana rank was 1 star, his physical rank reached S level, and his element of darkness reached 92%. Hearing about Kian's results, Academy instructor Serika Negriti adjusted her glasses, and even Alice Worth, who was nicknamed the Child of God, said that by the time she graduated from the Academy, she had 88% of the water element. In response to his subject's remarks, the Dean of the Academy, Kundal Quisel, said something interesting. A girl who was praised for her outstanding talents could not compare to her younger brother. Continuing the conversation with the Dean, Serika Negriti remarked that yes, it is true, but his element is darkness, to which Kundal Quisel replied that in such conditions his abilities can fade. Looking again at the students' files, the Dean turned to the window and said, "By the way, did you know that Kian Worth was appointed to the Royal Hall?" To which the girl replied, "I heard that from other teachers." As soon as the instructor of the Academy answered the man's question, he suddenly added that this was the Emperor's order. Continuing his conversation with Kundal's averted gaze, Quisel added that Kian had saved the princess from the monsters on the front line, and he was even considering marrying them. Continuing his story, the Dean imagined in his head the duet of Princess Arin and Kiana, and then spoke of the union of the 5th princess, who is considered a failure, and the most loyal Worths who have been raising geniuses from generation to generation. Continuing to imagine that powerful union of the 2 families, Kundal Quisel added what consequences he thought it might lead to. Thinking about the words of the Dean of the Academy, the instructor said thoughtfully, the struggle for the throne would reach a completely different level, and the Empire could plunge into turmoil leading to civil war. In response to the girl's guesses, the Dean said, "Don't exaggerate so much, all we can do is observe." Continuing the conversation with Serika Negriti, the man added that it was we who were given the opportunity to see whether the child would become a hero of the Empire or lead to its collapse. At the same time, walking down the corridor, Kian mentally said 92%. It seems in his past life he was about 80. Continuing to walk on, the boy mentally added that it was probably from my throwing the blood of demonic beasts, and then accidentally met his half-brother and said, "Oh, hey." Seeing a guy who should not have been alive, Krantz jumped back and exclaimed that Ki. At the same moment, Kian mentally said, "I'm sure it's hard not to feel shocked to see someone he thought was dead." The next moment, as soon as Krantz bumped into the guy behind him, he asked him if he was being treated like a slave, to which the guy nervously replied that he was Kian. Immediately after hearing this, Kian turned his gaze to the boy behind him and mentally said, "The son of Marquis Penneron of the Kingdom of Garum, Popper Penneron." At the same time, Popper smiled sarcastically and said, "I heard that you don't even know who your mother is." As Kian Worth continued to recount his memories, he thought, he is the one who abused me along with Krantz. Seeing a great opportunity to take revenge on the fat man, Kian smiled ominously and said in his head, what a successful meeting it was. Deciding to mock Kian, Popper pushed his friend aside and said, "Move over, the likes of you need to get a good spanking on." "Oh," Krantz nervously exclaimed that Popper wait. As he continued to approach his friend's half-brother, the fat man said in surprise, "What's wrong with his eyes?" Krantz said anxiously, "Why don't we go to the cafeteria?" But before he could talk his friend out of it, Kian was the first to teach Popper a life lesson, driving him up against the wall. When Krantz saw what had happened to his friend, he called out to his friend Popper in confusion, but he was no longer able to answer him. While the fat man was lying unconscious against the wall, after greeting him, Kian said, "Why don't we talk to Krantz?" And he scaredly exclaimed, "I'm sorry." The next moment, walking up to his half-brother and putting his hand on his shoulder, Kian smiled ominously and said, "I don't care what you do behind my back. I see I'm merciful enough, but if I ever see you again." Continuing his dialogue with his half-brother, who had already begun to cry, Kian added in an ominous tone, "You'll graduate from the academy in a wheelchair." Having taught his half-brother and his friend some good life lessons, Kian Worth went about his business with a sinister smile on his face and mentally told the bastard that life here would be fun. At the same time, on her way to the library, Instructor Serika Negriti mentally said hero or villain. Continuing to walk toward the bookshelves, the girl adjusted her glasses and added, "I'll have to follow Keen closely." When she approached the bookshelf and noticed that her book was not there, she suddenly heard a guy's voice behind her saying, "This is not what you're looking for." Abruptly looking back at the student, the girl awkwardly exclaimed, "Oh, how did a student get in here?" And then mentally added, "I couldn't feel his presence." The next moment, the instructor asked Kian, "I'm right, can I have this book for my research?" She went to the guy holding the book she was looking for. Hearing the girl's request, the boy smiled happily and handed the book to the instructor, saying, "This is so natural." The next moment, the boy handed the girl a quart with the order that was in the book. At that moment, the girl, not realizing that she was being given it, said, "Thank you, Key." Immediately after, she stopped in mid-sentence after seeing what the boy had handed her. The girl swung her sword to finish him off, but Kian managed to dodge and then asked what was going on. Looking for something else? Serek's instructor said no. Continuing to stare at the girl standing in front of him, the guy added Imla's master, Sarika Nigriti, to which she angrily replied, "How the hell did you know?" In his past life, the first impression of Sarika's instructor was unremarkable. When Kian began to recall this time, when he met the instructor, he was asked how life was at the academy. Continuing to dialogue with the student and smiling happily, the girl added, "I'm sure you want to end this boring discussion, but it is simply necessary for the further growth of students." Continuing to recall his past and what he had said back then, the girl said to me indifferently, mentally adding that she expected me to grow up from a man who was abused by his own brother, which sounded like a joke. It was only after he answered that Sarika Negrita looked at him and said, "I'm really interested in what you did to cheer Kian up at that moment." Continuing the conversation with the guy, who suddenly perked up, the girl said it was rare to find a person with 84% in dark magic, to which Kian replied, "But it seemed to me that it was not a special element." In response to the student's sad conclusion, Sarika Negriti confidently remarked that humanity knows little about him, but I believe that your growth potential is limitless. When the Royal Academy instructor told the student, Kian was suddenly overcome with a strange feeling of confusion. At the same time, the girl smiled happily and added, "That's why I'm looking forward to working with you, Kian." After the recollection of the dialogue from his past life, the guy took a fighting stance and thought maybe this person could help me. It was just an incredible mistake, I was being deceived. Continuing to watch the girl in front of him who was ready to finish him off, the boy mentally added, "I shouldn't fall for that innocent face working as an instructor as just a cover-up, she's actually an assassin." Noticing every single movement of the girl in front of him, who was a serious threat, Kian added mentally, "The leading master of the organization missed." Continuing his thoughts, supporting them with memories from his past life, Kian mentally added that the academy was hidden in the continent where all the monarchs and nobles came to gain knowledge. The next moment, realizing that she would not achieve anything in this case, the girl took off her glasses and said goodbye. Turning her head back to Kian, who was on her left, the instructor added, "I'll listen to you in my lab, but first, if you can clean up this mess." When I heard Sarika Negriti's request and instruction, I was surprised to think that she did not react as sharply as I expected. After a while, when he arrived at the professor's lab, Kian looked around and said in amazement in his head that the place hadn't changed. The next moment, after taking a seat at the table and helping himself to the hot drink that she handed him, Kian smiled happily and said, "Oh, yummy, poison tea," and then thought, "Yes, I know, everything's going too smoothly." In response to the boy's words, the professor smiled sweetly and said, "Don't worry, it's not the strongest poison. It will just melt your organs." Hearing the instructor's joyful words, Kian looked down and said, "But it won't work on me. I'm the one who's consumed countless amounts of demon beast blood and Amelia's culinary delight." Immediately after his thoughts, the boy smiled ominously, looking up at the girl and said, "Maybe next time you'll use something stronger," to which she replied angrily, "Then we can talk." The next moment, picking up her tea mug, the girl said, "How do you know who I am?" and something else. Continuing to question the guy about a lot of secret information, Sarika Negriti added, "How do you know that I get my orders from the same unpopular book in the library and was aware of its exact location?" Immediately after the girl asked the guy a few questions, she put her hand to her chin and added in a sly tone, "Maybe you're trying to make me understand." Continuing her thoughts, the girl thoughtfully added that she was also part of the mist, to which Kian replied that he needed more proof. In response to a counter-question from Serek's boyfriend, Negriti smiled ominously and added, "After the elementary test, the arrogance hit me in the head." In response to a question from a girl with whom he was having a pleasant conversation, Kian turned his head to the side and said, "Before I went to Chatran, everyone asked me." Continuing his speech, Kian added in a stern tone whether one knight and a coachman would be enough for me to accompany him and the coachman because lately nobles have been killed left and right. The next moment, turning his head in the direction of the academy instructor, the boy smiled slyly and added when the cleanup project began. When she received a question from her interlocutor, the girl, trying not to give away too much information, even though she was being questioned, asked about the cleanup project. Continuing to pretend to be a naive girl who does not understand what is being said, Sarika Negriti said, "I do not understand what is being said." At the same time, while continuing to press the girl, Kian added in a menacing tone, "I mean destruction, of course." Continuing their not-so-nice conversation, which turned into a throwing of ill wishes, Sarika smiled ominously and replied, "You'll regret your words," to which Kian replied with a sinister smile on his face, "You're threatening a student now." As soon as the conversation reached its peak, the instructor of the academy, unable to stand the tension, suddenly stood up and threw the table over on the boy. At the same time, the guy who reacted to these actions and had already swung his fist to break the table that was flying at him asked, "So this is your answer?" The next moment, using his strength, the boy broke the wooden product that was flying at him into 2 pieces to improve his visibility. Immediately after destroying the object, the boy felt a presence behind him and looked behind him where Sarika was and exclaimed, "I thought I passed the 2 fact." At the same time, preparing to finish off the guy who came to her for a conversation, the girl, smiling madly, exclaimed, "Even if you are really part of the mist, there is no dick I don't know about as a leading master." Continuing to push Kian Worth to deal with the boy who knew too much, Sarika Negriti exclaimed that you can't run away. In response to her words, Kian pulled out his magic dagger and sighed heavily, saying, "Well, I have no choice." As soon as the weapon was in his hands, Kian immediately started a fight against the girl and began to push her around, blocking her every blow. At one point, taking the initiative, the guy made a leap and said, "If you don't believe me, then let me show you." Starting to push the girl even harder, forcing her to defend herself, he suddenly heard her shout out in confusion, "Wait!" But even despite Sarika's cries, Kian was not going to stop until he had finished what he had started, until he threw her into the wall with a single punch. When the instructors of the academy saw the strength she demonstrated and the weapon the boy used to fight her, she was frightened and exclaimed, "This blade is the same." Continuing to look at the weapon held by Kian Vert Sarika, Negriti exclaimed in surprise at the demonic sword Karam, which only the chosen arrow possesses. Hearing the girl's question, Kian stopped for a moment, frozen in a fighting stance, and then asked, "Well, let's just keep playing the unbeliever's game." Continuing the dialogue in a bitter position, Kian added, "I think the mists are looking for an heir now." Hearing this, the girl exclaimed in surprise, "How do you know that?" In response to Sarika's question, the boy threw a demonic sword over his shoulder and said, "The one you are looking for before your eyes. Take me to Eris." Listening and obeying the boy's words, Sarika walked with Kian to a street somewhere in Leuven. After a while, when she arrived at a building, she used her magic and opened the front door. Seeing no surprise in the boy's expression, Sarek said, "I'm not even surprised that the Haze base is in such a place." After expressing her surprise, the girl added, "Well, that's it, you're on your own to the altar where you wanted to go." Entering the building, Kian looked around and said in his head that this was a unique place created by the power of the God of Darkness. As he continued to walk through the giant building, which at first seemed so inconspicuous, he mentally added that this is why it is much larger than it looks from the outside. The next moment, sensing someone's presence near him, Kian Worth mentally mulled over a total of 2 for 4 hours and 3 for 11. As soon as several dozen knives flew at him from different directions, the guy deflected them all and said in his head, "I predicted it." The next moment, when the soldiers themselves rushed at him, the boy thought, "But doesn't this greeting ceremony seem a little too much?" Jumping back to avoid being caught in the circle, Kian dodged the enemy's attack and moved them into his field of vision. The next moment, after fighting and deflecting several blows, the boy fired several sharp objects directly at him at a distance of several centimeters, and the next moment, seeing that he was able to deflect his attack, Kian mentally said, "He deflected my dagger in such a short time." While continuing to fight against the guy who had arrived at their headquarters, one of the members of the Mist group mentally said something amazing and then used the skill of expanding a secret technique. Continuing to use their technique called the Formation of the Horn of Death, 4 opponents began to approach the boy from different directions at the same time. At the same moment, seeing the dangerous situation, Kiang also decided not to hold back and used the expansion of the secret technique. Seeing what their opponent was doing, one of the attackers exclaimed in confusion, "This technique can't be done by a kid like that." The next moment, Kian Worth used his bloodthirsty wave skill to defeat more than half of the enemies. After applying his technique, Kian mentally recited a wave of bloodlust, a secret technique available only to assassins that allows you to translate bloodlust into physical form to attack others. Immediately after the application, several of the attackers' breathing deteriorated, and then they grabbed their throats and shouted, "I can't breathe." As soon as the enemies lost consciousness and were neutralized, the boy looked at them and thought they would not be able to get up for some time. The next moment, he turned his gaze in front of him and saw another member of the organization still standing in front of the door, and he thought to himself he must still be a higher-ranking member. Realizing that this technique would not take the enemy, Kian began to use another technique, saying the Sword of Fog to the unyielding roots of a large tree. But before he could finish, the enemy attacked him before he could finish what he had started. Surprised by the sudden attack of his opponent, Kian mentally said that he managed to stop my equipment in mid-air. Who is he? Having learned much more about the guy she had escorted to the headquarters of the Mist group, Sarek said, "You have my main skill." Continuing to put pressure on the guy with her weapon, feeling a certain pleasure from the battle with him, the girl excitedly added, "I won't hold back anymore, Kian Worth." When the boy saw who the last opponent was, who had not been affected by his previous attack, he exclaimed in surprise to Master Serica, and then excitedly exclaimed, "Show me your true power!" In response to the Academy instructor's request, Kian used an 8th form thick fog attack and then hit the girl in one spot with several quick strikes, knocking her back. After suffering another attack from Kian, Serika smiled ominously and said, "You have the power of thick fog and the sword of fog, and you have piqued my interest even more." The next moment, taking the usual stance, the girl, being in an overexcited state, exclaimed, "Show me your true potential." Before she could finish, he started running away from her. Trying to escape from the crazed girl, Kian mentally said, "The thirst for battle is what drives Serika. The Hallmaster is intoxicated with such desire." Continuing to run away from the girl who rushed after him, the boy was frightened, thinking that she would continue to fight until one of us died. Only those who have experienced this can know. At the same time, following the guy she was interested in, the girl with a crazy smile on her face exclaimed, "Kian Worth, come back, isn't that what you wanted?" The next moment, Serika used the expanded mist sword technique of the rushing mist storm to try to attack Kian. After repelling the girl's attack and finding himself in the main hall, the boy mentally said, "I'm not a pervert like you." At the same time, when Serika found herself in a spacious place for the battle, she said that this space was created by Eru from the outside, so your energy will not be detected, so you don't have to worry. After receiving information about the area in which he was located, Kian Worth mentally said, "Well, here I can use all the techniques I want." The next moment, preparing to use his skills to finally calm the agitated woman, Kian mentally added, "Maybe I'll finish her off with the rest of them, but I won't cry." But after his thoughts, Kian felt a sudden weakness in his body and then fell to the ground, and Serika was confused, and then Kiram's voice came out saying slyly, "I knew it." Starting to transform into her human form, the demon sword added, "You can lie down and rest for now." The next moment, as soon as her image fully took shape, she folded her arms in front of her and said offended, "I didn't want to interfere, you know me, I'm right." In response to the girl's question, Serika knelt down and recited the demon sword Kiram in this way, after which she asked what you were doing. Gritting his teeth, Kiram continued to express his displeasure and added, "You should be worshipping Eris, but instead you are attacking my master." In response to the girl's question, Serika said guiltily, "I was just checking to see if he was really the heir he claimed to be or not." When she received an answer to the question of why she was attacking her master, Kiram angrily exclaimed, "Then you could have just called on your god." The next moment, sharpening her claws, Kiram smiled ominously and said, "If you want to do this, can I take it as a direct challenge?" In response to the question of the demon sword, Serika smiled slyly and said, "I think we should first pay attention to the heir." Unable to understand the reason for the girl's words, Kiram said a surprised Chivo and then turned her head to Kian and exclaimed, "Hey, why are you going to die there?" In response to Kiram's confused exclamations, Serika said with a sly smile, "You have appeared in your true form, but it is a very ineffective way." Continuing her speech, the subject added, realizing the cause of these effects, he absorbs the life force of the owner. After hearing the explanation of why her master had laid down to rest, Serika grabbed Kian by the collar and exclaimed irritably, "Hey, it's nothing. Why did you have to drink all that blood?" While the demon sword was trying to bring Kian to consciousness, the girl raised her head and said, "But I am the master of the mist, Serika Negriti, and I do not refuse to fight. Besides," once again excited by the invitation to a duel against a strong opponent, the girl licked her lips deliciously and said, "I can't refuse such an opponent." Seeing the look of a girl who was millet-headed and obsessed with fighting, Kiram covered her face with her hand and nervously thought, "What the hell is wrong with her, I'm afraid?" At that time, Kian grabbed Kiram's hand and said, "Let go." Hearing her master's request, the girl turned her head to him and let go of the ground and said, "Oh, you're fine now," to which he replied, "Where did you?" In response to her owner's question, the girl replied, "Just stay behind me. I have to teach this little brat a lesson." At the same moment, when she heard that her challenge was accepted by Serika Negriti, she exclaimed, "I would be honoured to have Kiram." Continuing to hear the shouts from her opponent, the demon sword said irritably, "Don't cry and don't ask for mercy." Hearing the last words from her opponent before the fight, Serika smiled slyly and said, "I'll be glad if you can make me do that." Before they could start the battle, someone's voice suddenly sounded, and Serika, who had heard it, was surprised to hear that it was Eru. The next moment, having created a portal in the room, the god of darkness added the descendant service at the altar, to which the subject replied, "I obey you, Era." Hearing that he was finally going to meet the god of darkness, Kian smiled and said in his head as he walked towards the portal it had finally happened. Anticipating in his mind what the future held for him, Kian added, "I will meet Aeru, the god of darkness." Starting his recollections as he approached the king of darkness, Kian mentally said to the people that the god of black mist is evil. Continuing his recollections, the boy mentally added, "After all, he is making the murders look fair." Thinking back to the past in which everything happened, and from which he had returned, Kian mentally added, "And in return he says this is what they want." Continuing his speech, the King of Darkness added, in a stern tone, "Others cannot decide what is best for you if you can protect your morality by bending over backwards enough. Anyone would say that such a position of logic is madness, but I would tell them that in this way God is only trying to protect the weak." Imagining in his mind the behavior of the King of Darkness, who has a certain strange logic of his own, he added, "He's an idiot." After a while, having moved through the portal, Kian found himself in a room with a staircase leading to the throne where the god was sitting. When the King of Darkness saw the visitor who came to his room at his invitation, he said in a menacing voice, "You know who I am." When asked a question by the person sitting on the throne, Kian confidently said, "Of course, the god of dark fog era." When the King of Darkness heard the answer from his guest, he looked at him with a thoughtful look and asked, "So your name is Kian Worth. I've never seen you before. How can you prove that you are my descendant?" In response to the god's question, Kian raised his head and said, "I am sure that you have already felt the power of the fog that is hidden in me." After receiving a question from his guest, the King of Fog said that there are only 2 ways to become an heir. Listing the methods he had just mentioned, the King of Darkness said the first of them is when I choose a descendant by myself and give him a stone of fog. Continuing his story, the God of Darkness looked at his guest and added a second one when the stone of fog itself finds a descendant. After telling about the 2 ways of choosing an heir, the King of Darkness pointed his finger at Kian and said, "I don't know you, so the last option applies to you." The next moment, he moved his hand to another place and pointed to the altar and said, "In addition, the stone of fog that was supposed to be on the altar last year disappeared." Continuing his conversation with the guest, the King of Shadows turned his gaze to Karam and said something else. Looking at the demon sword spirit, he added, "It's amazing that you managed to awaken Karam. Even I couldn't track her down and you did it." To which the girl asked who did what. Continuing his conversation with the guest, the King of Shadows turned his gaze back to him and said, "Your eyes are much older than you are." In the next moment, after drawing conclusions about what he saw before him, the King of the God of Darkness said, "You have come from another timeline of which I am not a part." When Kian heard the words of the god, he thought to himself, of which he was not a part, and then said, "I thought you had something to do with my being here." In response to the words of his guest, the God of Darkness waved his hand and said, "I am not very strong. If you need an omnipotent and omniscient God, you are in the wrong place." When Kian heard the words of the God of Darkness, he looked at him with a keen eye and said in his head, "He's right, I shouldn't have expected anything special." The next moment, putting his hand to his chin, the god thoughtfully said, "You know, it's even easier for me." And then Kian asked what he meant. In response to the boy's question, the God of Dark Fog comfortably lounged on his throne and said happily, "The perfect descendant came to me, which means I have less work and can do nothing at all." To which Kian said, "You're still just as lazy as ever." When the God of Darkness received the remark from his guest, he became serious and said to him, "Well, you came here for a reason too. Having sensed in the boy a part of the holy power that God had given him, you lack the demonic sword, and now you want to get the power of the holy sword." Hearing the question from his interlocutor, Kian smiled slyly and said, "No, I'm not interested in that yet." The next moment, he took a piece of the holy sword from his inner pocket and began to examine it, adding, "It just seemed to me that if the world knew about the existence of this thing, it could become useless." After receiving a detailed answer from the boy, the God of Darkness got up from his throne and said, "You have a rather sinister hobby, but I don't care, it's none of my business." The next moment, having started to take a few steps forward, the God of Darkness added, "But you have to do it properly." Approaching his guest and raising his hand above him, concentrating his power in it, God said, "Precious descendant who has inherited my powers." Preparing to give Kian new powers, he added, "Your great master wants to know why you need this power." When Kian heard the question from the God of Darkness, he thought, "In my past life I was asked the same question, and then I answered that I would live for my brother. What a fool I was." Continuing to recall his past life, the boy mentally added, "But they didn't care about my answer." Continuing to think about the past where he made a bad decision, Kian mentally added, "Why didn't I really want anything?" After he answered the God of Darkness, he said to him before giving him power, "Remember, there is nothing more dangerous than blind faith." Continuing his thoughts and remembering how he had ended his previous life, Kian thought, perhaps Eru immediately realized what a miserable end was in store for me. Having finished his recollections of his past wrong choices, Kian stepped forward and said, "I don't have big plans or any divine faith." As Kian continued to approach the God of Darkness, he was somewhat curious and thought, this time it should be different. The next moment, clenching his hand into a fist, the boy said, "I am going to use this power only for myself and no one else." In response to his heir's wishes, Ero said to the boy as he walked down the stairs, "You decide for yourself what is right, and I'm sure you won't regret it." Continuing his speech, the God of Darkness, approaching the boy, added, "Answer carefully, because if I don't like your answer, I will not be happy." Immediately after his words, the God of Darkness froze in place and pointed a finger at the boy, adding in a stern tone that I could finish you right here and now. In response to the Dark Fog Lord's remarks, Kian confidently told me not to care about the consequences of my actions. Starting to approach Eru to gain power, the boy confidently added, I'm not going to follow someone else's instructions. This is the path I have chosen for myself. Hearing such confident words from his heir, the deity was surprised to note that it seems that you have some plan to tell him. After receiving the request from the god of darkness, Hyunworth raised his finger and said, Of course not. Having received a refusal to his request, Eru said, Okay, it doesn't matter, just clear my name and I won't ask any more questions, you're so boring. The next moment he put his hand to his chin and turned his head to the spirit of the demon sword and said, Then I will talk to my daughter. A few seconds after staring at the girl, Eru grabbed Kiram's cheeks and began to pull them up, asking her if she had changed a lot, if she liked her new master so much and was so obedient, and she nervously exclaimed, What the hell are you talking about? Immediately after his words, the god of darkness reached out with his lips to his daughter and said, I'm very glad to see you with such a smooch, to which she screamed, Get off me! Continuing to express his fatherly love, Eru said, I have nothing to give, so I decided to be kinder to you, to which Kiram exclaimed in confusion, Ah yes, you crazy bastard. The next moment, turning her head to Kian, the girl exclaimed, Master, do something, to which Eru said, Stand still. While looking away, the boy said awkwardly, Wow, what a cool father-daughter relationship. And then she exclaimed nervously. The next moment, when she saw the magic circle appear in front of her, which had already been activated, and the spell was about to be cast, Kiram exclaimed in confusion at what was happening. Immediately after the spell work hit, the girl took her human form and then said in surprise that it was my body. At the same moment, looking at his hands, Kian mentally said, I didn't use my mana, did Aero use his power? The next moment, the girl attacked her father and grabbed him by the collar and angrily exclaimed, What have you done to me? To which he replied, Nothing, I just gave you a part of my life force. Continuing the dialogue with his daughter, the god of Dark Fog added in surprise, You didn't need that, you need physical fitness to sleep with your master. Hearing the last words from her father, the girl began to shake him angrily and exclaimed that you just said something stupid, you idiot, to which he just laughed happily. While Kian, who was watching, thought an apple fell from the tree. The next day in the dormitory, when everyone was back, Brian whispered to Kian, Young master. Trying to find out what was happening in the room, the boy nervously asked what was going on, to which Kian whispered, I don't know, just ignore it. Hearing his master's advice, Brian continued to watch the situation escalate, whispering anxiously to the young sir. Looking out from behind the sofa at a pair of women who were ready to kill each other, he nervously whispered, It's very hard to ignore this. In the next moment, after the audience, Kiram said, God, the instructor decided to visit her student so early, don't think others will start talking about your special relationship. In response to Kiram's words, Serica smiled ominously and replied that I just wanted to set him on the right path, and that this was a completely normal relationship. Hearing the reason why the girl was in their room, the spirit of the demon sword Kiram asked if the leader of the mist should be more careful. Trying to restrain her anger and rage, Serica looked at the girl with a murderous look and said, What business is it of yours what I do? Stay out of my business. At the same time, while continuing to listen to the argument between the two dangerous women, Kian heard them start shouting at each other again, Master, leave me alone, he's my student. The next moment, unable to stand the noise, the boy headed for the door and said, I'm going to go for a walk, to which Brian exclaimed, Young sir, don't leave me with them. As soon as Kian left the room, the knight heard Kiram angrily shout out, Hey, get your weapons, we're going to fight, to which Serica replied, I can't refuse. After a while, the boy went outside and found himself on the roof of a building, breathing in and out of the city. Sitting down on one of the building's columns to look down on the city where the academy is located, he thought, oh well, at last we can rest. But before he could rest enough, he smelled trouble and mentally called it the smell of blood. At the same time, somewhere in a secluded place, the students of the academy were mocking a classmate who was being beaten by everyone. The next moment after being hit, the girl got to her knees and, holding her injured arm, looked frightened in the direction of the robbers. At the same time, looking at his friend, one of the guys said, Hey, let's try this, and the other said, What the hell are you talking about? And then the third said, What the hell is a boogeyman? After agreeing on a plan of action, the head of the bandits began to approach the girl and shouted, Hey, look! The next moment, he was near the girl and grabbed her by the face, adding, I brought you a treat. Creating a mana kernel in his hand, which he was going to push into the girl's mouth, the boy exclaimed, Your friend wants to treat you, you will eat it really. He had no sooner committed a dangerous act than his actions were suddenly interrupted by a girl's shout that said, Enough is enough. Appearing at the last moment before something irreversible would have happened, Aaron added, You treat another student so cruelly and you call yourself a noble. In response to the girl's remark, the boy looked back at the princess and said, I'm actually Barrett Loosmel, the eldest son of the Duke of Garum, and who are you? In response to the question of the pompous boy who mocked the weak, the girl answered the princess of the empire. Ushif-Arin-Severus. When the guy heard who had interrupted his fun, he smiled ominously and said, "So that's who's here." Letting go of the girl he was mocking, Barrett went to the princess and slyly added, "So you are the 5th princess of the Ushif Empire." Standing over the girl, the haughty, overbearing guy smiled ominously and said it was an honor to meet you. In response to the caustic words of the Duke's eldest son, the girl replied in a stern tone, "I didn't come here to get acquainted." The next moment, turning her head to the other accomplices who were also involved in the bullying, she added, "You should explain what's going on here." In response to the princess's remark, Barrett smiled slyly, turned his gaze to the beaten girl and said, "It seems we have a small misunderstanding, why don't you ask him?" The next moment, turning his head to the one they were mocking, the boy exclaimed, "Go ahead and talk." Pulling the beaten child to her feet and putting his arm around her shoulder, Barrett asked her if she was being abused, to which she answered no, frightened. Hearing her deny Barrett's question in a frightened voice, the princess immediately exclaimed, "You don't have to hide it. Why would you do that?" Looking away, the girl said sadly, "I'm fine, so you can go, we're just playing." Hearing what the beaten student had just said, Barrett laughed ominously and exclaimed, "Well, what have you heard and why are you rolling a barrel at me here?" Unable to bear such an attitude from the nobility, the princess stretched out her hand to the poor man and exclaimed, "I don't care, I'll just take him with me." Before she could grab the beaten child, Barrett intercepted her hand and said, "I don't think you understood me," after which Aaron exclaimed, "Barrett, what are you doing?" Continuing to squeeze the princess's hand, the boy said in a menacing tone, "Didn't Rasmus tell you to move on?" To which the princess replied, "If you don't let go of my hand, I swear that as a princess of the Ushif Empire, I will." Hearing the words of the girl he grabbed by the hand, the Count's eldest son exclaimed with a sinister smile on his face that you were just a powerless 5th princess. The next moment, Barrett didn't realize how he was in the air, and then he landed hard on the ground and groaned heavily as Kian intervened. Immediately after he saved the princess from the impudent boy, Kian Worth was surprised to hear Rasmus say in his head that he was. Continuing to look at the boy who was being abused, and realizing that his name was Rasmus Kian, mentally added that she was the one who had just seen what had just happened to the Count's son. The next moment, the boy remembered his past life when he was in the Garama kingdom of Fort Klein. It was there that he met Rasmus for the first time, crossing arms in a fierce, life-and-death battle. After exchanging a couple of blows with the girl, the guy blocked another attack and broke off the distance with his opponent to regroup. Continuing to recall who Rasmus was and who he knew her to be, Kian mentally said, "The strongest swordsman on the continent, Rasmus Klein, first lived in the Ushif Empire." Continuing his recollections from his past life, the boy mentally added that for some reason, after graduating from the academy, she joined Count Klein's family, a family of military men from the kingdom of Graham. Continuing to recall the very battle in which they faced each other for the first and last time in their lives, Kian mentally added and even changed his citizenship. After a long fight, Kian Worth caught a good moment and found himself in the air behind the girl's back and prepared to deliver the final blow. The next moment, he threw the girl to the ground, breaking the ground beneath him with a shock wave and driving his blade into her back. Continuing to recall his encounter with Rasmus, where he had to deal with her, Kian mentally added, "I finished her off on the orders of the Empire." At the end of the battle, the boy got to his feet and began to look at the defeated girl. Recalling this moment, he mentally added, "I was ordered to do everything as quietly as possible, but as soon as I got to the castle, a fight broke out between us." Thinking of Rasmus again, he mentally added that there was no particular reason. This woman had reached the pinnacle of skill without resorting to magic, and I didn't want to just destroy the person who had been named the first sword of the continent. While Rasmus was looking at the guy who had just knocked down her lunchbox, his friend was shouting out, "Hey Barrett, get up!" The next moment, the guy came to his senses and began to get to his feet, angrily exclaiming, pushing his friend out of the way. The next moment, as Barrett got to his feet and began to wipe his face of dirt, he smiled ominously and said, "You're Kian Worth. I heard you made it back alive from that meat grinder at the front and wanted to join our game." When Kian heard the offer to join the non-children's games, he mentally said that the games were not much fun for games. The next moment, realizing the consequences of such games, he mentally said, "If the ball of mana is placed incorrectly in a person's body, both the body and his magical power will suffer." The next moment, turning his gaze to the 3 thieves who were mocking Rasmus Kian, he said a game in which you shove a ball of mana into a comrade's mouth. Starting to create a ball of mana in his hand to repeat it with them, Kian said, "Well, I'll try it too." As soon as his balloon reached a huge scale and was as big as the boy's height, he added a little something and froze in his tracks. Preparing to start the game they were talking about, Kian looked at Barrett with a menacing look and said, "You can open your mouth." Somehow this game with the robbers ended, and they simply ran away in fear, while Kian, Aaron, and Rasmus returned to their dormitory room. After providing first aid to the injured student, Princess Aaron said that we have patched up the external injuries, but that internal injuries need time and rest to heal. Continuing to rejoice that she had carried out an act of justice, the princess added happily, "Well, rest well," to which Rasmus replied, "Thank you very much. I don't know how I can thank you." In response to the words of the injured girl, the princess, whose self-confidence had grown to heaven, confidently exclaimed, "It's nothing. They were just like our Kian. They were scared and ran away like cockroaches, don't worry. Anyone in my place would have done the same at the same time," Kian asked our Kian in surprise. Continuing to look sideways at the injured girl, the boy mentally said, from fractures to a slight concussion, it was amazing that she had survived so long. Perhaps it was because the body of the future First Sword was somehow special. The next moment, noticing how Kian was carefully drilling her with his eyes, Rasmus asked, "Do you know me?" Seeing the surprise in the boy's eyes, Rasmus tilted her head down and added awkwardly, "I just thought you were looking at me so intently." In response to the girl's remark, Kian sighed and said, "Your face just reminded me of someone. I'm sorry if I offended you with that." These words surprised the princess. The next moment, when she heard Rasmus awkwardly tilt her head down and say no, Aaron turned her gaze back to her, not understanding what was going on. Having not fully understood the situation, the princess suddenly remembered something important and said to Rasmus, "Where do you live? They might come to start bullying you again, for example, in revenge." When asked a question by the princess, the girl hesitantly answered, "In the dormitory," after which Aaron was surprised to hear that you were a commoner in the dormitory. When she heard another question from the girl, she bowed her head down and answered, "To be honest, I was enrolled here solely on the recommendation of Instructor Veline." Continuing to recall her story, the girl added, "He even promised to support me after I entered, but he was suddenly fired from the academy." After listening to Rasmus Kian's story, he asked, "So in other words, you have no one to look after you?" And she answered yes, and then Kian added that even if you forget about the abuse, you will soon have to pack your things. When she heard what fate befell Rasmus because the instructor was fired, the princess exclaimed in sadness that it was a pity. At the same moment, Kian muttered, "Perhaps the princess should take our new friend as a servant, since you would like to learn swordsmanship from a special sword master." When the princess heard Kian's proposal, she pointed her finger at Rasmus and exclaimed, "What a rude man, what are you talking about, and how can I do that to a boy?" In response to the princess's remarks, which suddenly poured over his head, the boy said, "Actually, our new friend is a girl." As soon as Kian said this, Rasmus tilted her head down and exclaimed anxiously, "Princess, I didn't even think to deceive you." The next moment, putting her hand behind her head, Rasmus added awkwardly, "It's just that since childhood I've been more comfortable walking around with a short hairstyle and wearing men's clothes, which often causes confusion." Hearing that Kian was right, the princess looked back at Rasmus and began to shed tears and said guiltily, "No, I'm sorry, I didn't notice." And Kian saw everything at once, and besides, you also have a female voice. After which she said awkwardly, No, I must apologize, Princess." Realizing that they had settled this, Aaron immediately changed the subject, asking if you yourself agreed to Kian's proposal. Continuing to voice the offer, the girl added, "If you become my person, no one will dare to offend you and you will be able to study here in peace." Continuing to look at the girl she had offered to become her servant, Aaron added, "As much as you want," to which Rasmus replied, "Why do you ask me?" In response to her new friend's question, the princess answered awkwardly, "It's just kind of sad to be alone, and I know how it feels to a princess." And then the girl replied, "Thank you." Showing her gratitude, the girl clutched her hand to her chest and added, "I swear I will not let you down, Princess. Thank you very much." After hearing another thank you from the girl, the princess looked back and said, "You're not the one who needs to thank me for all this, Kian." The next moment, when she saw that the wind was blowing in the place where the boy was standing, she was surprised to hear that it was Kian. At the same time, leaving the dormitory, the boy said in his head, "My role is over. Princess Aaron will take care of the reward." Continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally added that there must have been a reason for Rasmus to leave the Ushif Empire, and if it hadn't been for Barrett Luzmil, she wouldn't have lost her magic. The next moment, imagining the girl in her best form, he mentally added the first sword of the continent that had retained its magical power. "I'm sure even I will have a hard time defeating her now." Continuing to go about his business, the boy added, "But that's not what I'm interested in right now." As he began to recall the reason for Sarika's visit this morning, Kian mentally added the order that Sarika had personally brought to the crane. When he took out the card with the order for garbage collection, the boy smiled slyly and said in his head that it would be the first job to clean up the haze. After reviewing the details of what he needed to do, Kian mentally said the first place seems a bit difficult. Immediately after his thoughts, he remembered the words of the girl who had given him the order, gestured with a like, and said, "I just believe in your abilities," and then mentally said, "Of course." On the way back to his dorm room, the boy thought, "I'm worried that if I let her get away with this, she'll get even more nasty." A few seconds later, as he approached his room and felt the strong energy nearby, he put up a block to block the blow that had just smashed the door and then mentally said, "Is this real?" Seeing the man rolling in front of him, the boy added in his head, "The trespasser at the academy." The next moment, the trespasser asked if you were Kian Worth. When asked a question by the big man in front of him, Kian looked up and said in surprise that he knew me, to which the man replied, "I do." Folding his hands in front of him and smiling happily, Seth Jaharkan said the magic 1-star physical grade S to the youngest son of the Worth family, Kian Worth. After calling the boy by his name, his background and test results, the boy smiled slyly and added, "My name is Seth Jaharkan, a newcomer like you, Seth Jaharkan, 11 years old." When I heard that he, like him, had entered the first year of study, Kian was surprised to hear this big freshman. Where was I looking? Had I ever heard of such a student in my past life? At the same time, this boy began to show off his muscles and said joyfully, "I've heard so much about your achievements. You defeated the demonic beast." Continuing to show off his muscles, Seth Jaharkan asked and survived that battle with the dragon like this. The next moment, the boy smiled slyly and added, "I earned an S grade for physical strength, which I don't have yet." After completing the warm-up, before offering to spar, the boy shouted out, "Kian Worth, come fight me!" After listening to everything the boy said and finishing his recollection, Kian mentally said, "Now I finally remember." The next moment, he noticed the coat of arms in the boy's face and mentally recited the drawing on his chest. Taking it into account as a distinguishing badge, Kian mentally added, "This symbol of Spania means the rumours that the Sand Prince had entered the academy are true." As Kian Worth began his reflections, he said in his head, "Spania is a country that was built in the middle of the eastern desert of the continent." Continuing his recollection, he mentally added that because of the strong military power assembled under the leadership of the first prince, who had a natural talent for magic and battle, even the Ushif Empire had difficulty conquering it. After a while, recalling some of the events that changed history, he mentally added, "But it was a great country that boasted of its power and unity." Continuing his reflections on this country, he mentally added that it had suffered great losses after the death of the only descendant of the first prince and had quickly disintegrated and fallen into decay. The cause of his death was an illness caused by a fever. He attached so much importance to training that he neglected his health. After finishing his reminiscences about the person in front of him, the boy mentally said, "I can't believe I met the Sand Prince Seth Jaharkan here," after which he exclaimed, "Hurry up and agree." Hearing the boy's exclamation, Kian mentally added, looking at him, "I've never met him in a past life, it's annoying." The next moment, continuing his thoughts, Kian mentally added, "As far as I know," he then asked what right now. When he received the question from the boy, Seth smiled slyly and answered, "Here and now you and I will decide who is the best of us. I will not accept no for an answer. I think you are of the same opinion." Despite the boy's confident words, Kian turned his head to the side and said no, after which Seth Jaharkan exclaimed in confusion, "What but why?" In response to the boy's question, Kian sternly told him that sparring without the Academy's permission is prohibited and that an official request to the Academy administration must be made. Hearing the remark from his opponent, Seth happily exclaimed, "Great, then where can I find the administration office?" To which Kian replied by pointing to the 3rd floor of the main building. When he heard where he was going, Seth Jaharkan headed in a completely different direction and shouted, "I'll be back soon, wait for me, Kian." Looking in the wake of the boy, who had gone off into the distance, Kian mentally said, "I've heard that even his brain is made up of muscles, and it looks like it's true that the administration office is in the opposite direction." Continuing to look at Seth, Kian mentally added, "I don't know if there is actually an application for permission to spar, but I definitely won't see him for a while. I need to concentrate on cleaning." After some time, one of the subjects arrived at his leader and told Zickerman that the preparation of the product was complete. Upon hearing the report from his subject, Zickerman Albas exclaimed in displeasure, "Don't just stand there, take him to the conspirator," and was answered well. Albus Zickerman is one of the 3 richest men on the continent and is known to the public as a good man who donates to charity. Continuing his thoughts, Kian added, "But in reality he is a scoundrel who trades in mestizos and runs a slave market." Looking out of the corner of his eye for his prey, the guy heard him say, "This will be the best product in my life. Be very careful with it," to which he was answered well. The next moment, recognizing the man who had been ordered to eliminate Kian, he mentally prayed that the target was found and completed earlier than he expected. At the same moment, Kiram said something thoughtful, and Kian asked her what was wrong, to which she replied that she felt a strange energy. Hearing the reason for the girl's surprise, Kian was surprised to hear the strange energy in his head, and the girl responded with a strange energy. Turning her gaze to Zickerman Albus, Kiram added, "He was hiding something while looking at the girl behind bars." The man spoke, finally became obedient. Came. After making sure that his precious treasure was all right, the man said, "Sleep well, my treasure." The next moment, noticing something strange in the dungeon where he was, the man turned his head to the side and said in surprise that there was black smoke. Immediately after discovering the strange object in the air, the man saw a trace of impact flying near him, after which one of the guards lost his head and then the other one pulled out his weapon and shouted out who was there. At the same time, Albas Zickerman pointed in front of him and shouted, "What are you doing? Why don't you just grab your fee?" After which the guard shouted, "Stop hiding and just show yourself." The next moment, Kian reappeared and began to confuse the guard in the dungeon with sharp movements. After removing all the obstacles in the dungeon, the boy got to the last guard who was near Zickerman and knocked the sword out of his hands and put the blade to his throat. The next moment, right in front of the man, his last bodyguard, who could still do something to the assassin who had come for his soul, was killed. Seeing that his personal bodyguards had just been killed, Albus Zickerman shouted a curse at the others. Hearing the man's question, Kian looked back at him and said, "You will soon find out for yourself. I will let you meet them." Realizing that everything was over, the man frighteningly said he had hired so many people and it was all in vain. After falling to the ground and starting to crawl back, Zickerman asked why he wanted money, to which he was told that I already had as much as I wanted. The next moment, the assassin immediately approached the man and cut off his arm, after which he bent down and pressed his hand to ease the pain. At that moment, walking through the Kian dungeon, Albus Zickerman was being spoken to for all your inhumane crossbreeding experiments for conducting illegal slave trade activities. After listing all his crimes, Kian looked at the man with a murderous look and said, "I have enough reasons to kill you, but I'll give you 1 minute." Continuing to look at the man who was writhing on the ground in pain, Kian added, "Repent of your crimes, and then the pain will go away." After hearing the assassin's instructions, Albus Zickerman shed tears and said, "You're going to finish me anyway." Starting to justify himself on the verge of death, the man said, "I was just making a living. If there are buyers of slaves, then there are those who sell them. All people are equally bastards." Continuing to justify himself, he exclaimed why it was me, and hearing this, Kian thought to himself, people like him don't understand what they are guilty of, and then said, "The minute is past, die in pain," and then heard him exclaim, "Wait." The next moment, using his 8th form demonic sword skill of chaotic destruction, the boy gave Zickerman a painful death. After completing his mission, the boy mentally said, "That's the end of the cleansing," and then breathed a sigh of relief and said he should take a look around before leaving. Upon arriving at the cell where Kian was leading him, he asked her about it, to which she replied that this is how I feel the union of two energies. Opening the cage, the guy who entered asked if it was a girl. Apparently she had already died. Continuing to examine the body, Kian added, "It's just a human being, there's nothing to see here," to which Kiram replied, "No, look at what she's holding." Drawing the boy's attention to the object she was holding tightly to her demon sword, she added a dragon egg. After a while, when Kian brought the egg home, he left it on the table and then heard Brian ask where he got it, to which he replied that he picked it up on the way here. Hearing such a ridiculous answer, the man suddenly exclaimed where he could just pick one up like that, to which he replied, "I found it during a walk and picked it up." The next moment, turning his gaze to the object on the tables, the boy mentally added a dragon egg. He was trying to sell such a dangerous thing, but to whom did he want to deliver it? At the same moment, interrupting his master's thoughts, the man exclaimed, "What if it hatchy?" To which Kian confidently replied, "Don't worry, it won't happen." Continuing to assure his subject of the impossibility of this development, he added a dragon-like compound of magical energy consisting of various attributes for hatching. It is necessary to feed it with magic according to its characteristics. Speaking confidently about this subject, Kian added that most dragon eggs taken from their mothers are just beautiful stones. The next moment, Kian's conversation with his subject was interrupted by the cracking of a dragon eggshell, which caught their attention and caused them to exclaim together. Immediately afterward, the crackling intensified, and a little girl crossed with a dragon appeared and sneezed sweetly. When Brian saw that something had just hatched from the egg, he grabbed his head and exclaimed, "It hatched, young sir. What do we do?" At the same time, Kian thought to himself as he looked at the girl, "This is neither a dragon nor a human. Perhaps that woman was carrying a half-dragon child." Continuing to look at the little girl, Kian added, "I can't believe they crossed a human and a dragon. This is going to be more problematic than I thought." The next moment, the dragon girl, looking intently at the boy in front of her, suddenly exclaimed with joy. Immediately after, she jumped on the guy with hugs, at which point Kian confusedly exclaimed in his head that Daddy was me. Being completely shocked by what was happening, the boy added, "She thought I was her father." At the same time, seeing that the half-dragon recognized him as his father, Kiran pointed a finger at Kian and mockingly exclaimed, "Dad, you've become an 11-year-old father." And then he thought, "It's all because of you, Kiran." Starting to recall how it all happened, Kian moved his thoughts back a few hours, where he picked up a dragon egg and asked if we wanted to take it. In response to the boy's question, the girl replied that it would be better if it fell into evil human hands, to which he said, "You're right, but it won't hatch." When she received this question from her master, Kiram smiled slyly and replied, "Hey, I've never seen a dragon hatch without a mother, just a regular dangerous pebble," bringing back memories of Kiram standing in front of him saying boogaloo. It was funny to watch this for the first time after so many years. Kian felt himself overwhelmed with anger. The next moment the boy angrily exclaimed, "You told me you've never seen anything like this," to which she merely looked away. A few seconds later, Kiram spoke up and said, "This is worth a look, by the way. It's a mixed race of humans and dragons, and its very existence is a threat." Hearing the girl's remark, Kian gritted his teeth and said in his head, "She's right, this could definitely lead to problems." Continuing his thoughts about the child, Kian mentally added half-man, half-beast, or half-man and dragon. Born of mixing human and dragon blood, this world is too dangerous for such a creature to live in. Continuing his thoughts, Kian mentally added that if the director discovered it, he could immediately destroy it to avoid the threat. Also, assuming another scenario, the boy thought about what if a dragon appeared who insisted on the purity of blood and found out about the appearance of this child. Continuing to think about the worst consequences of the existence of this draconid, Kian added in his head that he would kill not only him but everyone who knew about it under the pretext of being corrupted, given these risk factors. Should I keep it? The next moment, turning his gaze to the girl who was sleeping so sweetly on his lap, he added in his mind, if she was destined to live such a torturous life anyway. Immediately after his thoughts, the boy reached out to the little dragonid and mentally said, "I'd rather do it with my own hands now." Seeing that the boy had started to act, Kiram smiled slyly and asked if he had decided to do it, and maybe it would be better for this little guy. As she continued to watch Kian bring his hand closer to the girl's throat, Kiram mentally said yes, because otherwise she would live in grief. At the same time, while convincing himself of the correctness of his decision, Kian mentally said, "I'd better end it now." Before he could finish, the girl woke up and threw herself into his arms, joyfully exclaiming, "I love you, Daddy." Feeling the dragon girl's embrace, Kian was surprised to hear that it was so warm. The next moment, taking the girl in his arms and lifting her above him, the boy mentally said what kind of feeling it was. Not understanding what was so strange, he felt that prevented him from finishing off the dragon girl. Kian said confidently, "Oh, we'll manage somehow." Continuing to look at the joyful girl he was holding in his arms, the boy said to his subject, "Let's raise her as a Kiram." When she received the question from her master, the girl looked at him in surprise and mentally said, "You're going to raise me and send me to work? That's not funny." At the same time, the Duchy of Worth was quite restless, and Duchess Margaret could not find her place as a result of the events. As she continued to pace the room in thought, the distraught woman repeated over and over in her head what to do, what to do. The next moment, the Duchess froze in place and began to bite her nails, and added that the rascal Kian, if left alone, would put our Krantz in danger. At the same time, the eldest son of the Worth family, who had come up behind the worried woman, smiled and said, "Mother?" and the woman exclaimed in confusion. The next moment, Eshel put his hand on Margaret's shoulder and said with a smile on his face, "If you have any difficulties, please share them with me. You look worried." To which she replied awkwardly, "Thank you, Eshel." The next moment, suddenly jumping away from the guy, the Duchess headed for the door and nervously exclaimed, "Everything is fine, I'm just tired, I have urgent business to attend to, I'll be going." As soon as Margaret and her maid left the room, Eshel turned his gaze back and said, "Report to Kellen." When he heard the order from his master, the boy bowed and said, "The bodies of our 6 knights were found on a hill near Belias." Continuing his report on the information he found, Kellen added that one of the survivors went with the young master. After hearing the report from his subject, Eshel felt anger building up in him, and then Kellen added that the instigator of this, as you thought, was the Duchess Margaret. Having received some new information on the case, Eshel asked for more information and learned that Kian had been assigned to the royal wing of the academy, but after that we lost contact with the informant. Having learned a little more information from his subject, the boy suddenly looked back at him and smiled ominously and said, "You have learned about my younger brother, but you have not found out anything." Hearing his master's threatening tone, the subject felt a strong pressure that began to press on him mentally, and he became angry. Without looking up from the floor, Kellen added worriedly in his head, "I've never seen him as angry as this before. I can't die right here." The next moment, realizing the gravity of the situation, Kellen suddenly exclaimed, "I'm going to go there myself. Believe me, I won't disappoint you." In response to his subject's exclamation, Eshel approached him and put his hand on his shoulder and said to him, "I know your efforts are well known, Sir Kellen. Come back with the news as soon as possible." Immediately after his words, Eshel headed for the exit and added, "My brother is definitely hiding something. Find out what it is." And he bowed his head even lower and exclaimed, "Yes, Mr. Eshel, I obey you." At the same time, somewhere in the dormitory, the sound of heels sounded in the corridor. The next moment, the instructor came into Kiana's room and saw her boyfriend and asked what you were doing here on a day when there were no classes. In response to Serek's question, Negriti was surprised to see the draconid in front of her and asked what the child was doing in the dormitory. When he received a counter-question from the teacher, he sighed heavily and said, "It would take a long time to explain, so tell me what you came to see me about." Hearing the boy's demand, Sararika adjusted her glasses and said, Well then, let's leave the long explanations for later. Now there are more urgent matters. The next moment she turned her gaze to the boy in her room, Serik, and added, "You made a mistake, Kian," and it made him nervous. Immediately after her words, the girl picked up a piece of paper with a sparring permit and said, "What were you thinking? Even if I keep quiet, they won't let you go that easily." Continuing to be angry at the boy, Serik exclaimed, pointing at the statement in front of him. He was mad because he wanted to attract attention. The principal would also be present to hear what his mistake was. Kian mentally said, "That boy Seth. Did he really write a statement and even find the administration office?" At the same time, Kairam, who joined the conversation, asked why there was such a halacha. What was the point of watching two 11-year-old beginners fight? In response to the girl's question, Kian mentally answered that this 11-year-old newcomer was not quite ordinary, and then asked when the sparring was. After receiving a question from her student, the academy instructor answered 2 hours later. As soon as the time came, Seth arrived at the arena and joyfully laughed and exclaimed that it had finally happened. Also arriving at the arena for sparring, Kian Worth put his hand to his head and said in frustration, "No, why so quickly?" The next moment, turning his head to his opponent, with whom he was so eager to match strength, Seth said, "I've been waiting for this moment, Kian Worth. You've been waiting for it too." Without waiting for a response from his sparring partner, the Sand Prince began to pull his weapons out of their sheaths and said, "From the beginning I wanted to spar in martial arts, but only fencing and magic are allowed here, so you're going to use magic." And he replied, "If you don't, I won't." When he received the answer to his question, Seth Jaharkan smiled slyly and said, "I thought I liked you." The next moment, having made a leap and found himself in the air, the boy prepared to make the first strike and exclaimed, "Let's see how good you are with a sword." Assessing his opponent's abilities, Kian looked back to keep him in sight and mentally promised that for his size he was quite fast and had a heavy punch. The next moment, raising his sword behind his back to block the enemy's attack, the boy mentally added, "But such a brute force attack is easy to dodge." Immediately after his words, placing his sword at the right angle, Kian Worth easily threw a blow to the side, causing the enemy to fall, and at the moment of impact. The next moment, as soon as the enemy lost his center of gravity and opened up, Kian went on the offensive, mentally saying this style of fighting does not require as much strength. Continuing to move rapidly across the map, changing his location, Kian mentally added as much precision and sharpness as he could, at the same time trying to somehow counteract him, Seth exclaimed incredibly. At that very moment, seeing Kian's intentions, Seth tried to strike him with a preemptive strike, but this time he failed and Kian managed to block it. Seeing what had just happened to his strike, the Sand Prince gritted his teeth and mentally said, "I combined the force of the strike with the force of rotation. Even so, he will not be able to block my strike with this rapier." Thinking about his next plan of action, Seth quickly moved behind his opponent to try to attack from behind. But just as he was about to do so, Kian quickly sheathed his weapon and dodged the attack from behind and grabbed his opponent's leg. The next moment, taking advantage of a great chance to attack, Kian Worth got to his feet and threw his enemy to the ground, while Seth thought he had eyes in the back of his head. At the last moment, when he was approaching the ground, the Sand King grabbed the ground with his hand and leaned on it to kick at an unexpected moment, but failed. Having dodged his opponent's sudden attack, Kian smiled slyly and said in his head, immediately counterattacking, quite agile for his size. At the same moment, seeing from the stands what had just happened in the arena, one of the spectators said in surprise what kind of movement had just happened, and he was definitely a human being. After an unsuccessful attack on his opponent, Seth sat down on the ground and looked at his sword lying on the ground and said, "I have lost to you in fencing, Kian Vert." Immediately after preparing to demonstrate his magical abilities, he exclaimed, "But now, no matter what, I must win and I will show you everything I have." Hearing his opponent's confident shouts, Kian smiled awkwardly and said, "Well," he thought, "I'm tired." The next moment, rising to his feet and spreading them wider to keep his balance, Seth Jaharkan shouted, "You two, put all your strength into it." Starting to create a sandstorm around him, gathering all his strength together, the boy ominously shouts out Kian Worth. At that very moment, the director, sitting in his separate seat in the stands, scratching his beard and speaking thoughtfully, said that the magic fight had already begun. As he continued to watch the progress of the sparring between the two students, he added, "These guys are really brave. They decided to spar separately with magic and swordplay." The next moment, interrupting her husband's monologue, Serika spoke up to say that the student Kian Wirt was winning the sword fight with Principal Kundal, to which he replied, "I see Serika." Immediately after his answer, imagining the two boys in his head, the director mentally added Seth Jaharkan's physical ability score A to Kian Wirt's physical ability score S. Recalling the results of the test of the elements, the director mentally added, based on what he saw, a quite natural result for the first one. Continuing to closely observe the progress of these sparring, Kundal mentally added physical ability, a basic element for using high-level magic. Seth's magic power rating is the highest among first-year students at 3 stars. Having drawn some lines of correspondence with the Sand Prince's advantage in the magical battle, the director mentally added, "What will you do now, Kian?" At the same time, trying to somehow contain her anger, Instructor Serika exclaimed angrily in her head, "You're just trying to get Kian's attention." Immediately afterward, the Sand Prince used his deadly fist skill to target Kian. Seeing his opponent's magic skill approaching him, Kian Worth mentally said, "This time he wants to use magic like this." After failing in his first attack, Seth used the Fang of the Desert, after which a sand dome began to appear around Kian. When he saw that they wanted to take him to the sand prison, the boy mentally mumbled to Seth Jaharkan, who is said to be a 3-star magician, but he is not. Avoiding his opponent's magic attack by jumping back, Kian mentally added, "Watching everything from afar with his uterine power, he could easily use 4-star magic." The next moment, looking back, Kian Worth mentally said to the professors who support the barrier, "The professors who support the barrier may have difficulties." Having failed again in his attack because his opponent avoided it, Seth angrily exclaimed, "How long will you run away like a rat, Kian Worth?" In response to his opponent's question, Kian asked in a disappointed voice, "Are you suggesting that I take your punches like that?" Hearing the question from his rival, Seth Jaharkan angrily exclaimed that a warrior should not run away from the fist of his enemy, a novice. Hearing another ridiculous exclamation from his opponent, Kian was surprised to hear the absurdity of it. Not wanting to listen to his opponent, the Sand Prince used the Sandstorm skill and shouted, "You talk too much!" At that very moment, seeing what the student was doing in the arena, Professor Serika exclaimed in confusion, "Isn't student Seth's magic level 3 stars? That's 4-star magic." At the same time, while on the battlefield, the Sand Prince directed a sandstorm at Kian and exclaimed that it would be difficult to avoid. In response to his opponent's confident exclamation, Kian continued to stand still and confidently spoke well this time. Smiling happily, preparing to withstand the attack of his opponent, Kian confidently said, "I will take the blow." At the same time, in the dormitory in Kian's room, while checking the baby formula on his hand, Brian happily exclaimed, "The temperature is fine, great, how good that I already had experience in raising children." Recalling his past with a lot of children younger than him, the boy added that although it was annoying to worry about his younger ones, he never thought that this knowledge would be useful here. The next moment, when everything was ready for Brian to eat, a young lady called out that it was snack time. When he saw a girl walking by him in the room, he exclaimed in surprise, "This can't be!" Looking at the girl, who looked much older, he said in surprise that she had grown up, and at the same time the girl said in surprise that she was hungry. At the same moment, in the arena where Kian and Seth were sparring, the magical protective dome was filled with sand and absolutely nothing was visible from the outside. Also feeling a strong pressure on the defense, one of the professors, gritting his teeth, began to pour in even more mana, saying the protective barrier is collapsing, reinforce it, to which his friend replied, "What level of students are generally?" Continuing to try to keep the magical protective dome intact, the professor exclaimed tiredly, "Director, why don't you intervene when it has come to this?" At the same moment, heading to Kundal, Serika exclaimed to the director that the sparring should be stopped immediately, to which he calmly replied, "Let's just wait." Continuing to observe the dome, in which absolutely nothing was visible, the man peered intently at it and added that something was happening there. In order to contain the sandstorm that was used on him, Kian used the secret technique of the sphere of nothingness. Seeing it in the boy's hands, Serika's instructor exclaimed in confusion and then mentally added, "Don't stop." The next moment, the professor headed for the bleacher fence, wondering why he used it, while the director smiled happily and said, "The more I watch Kian, the more I'm surprised." At the same moment, activating his sphere of nothingness, Kian absorbed the entire magical storm along with the protective barrier that enveloped them, leaving Seth standing in the arena confused and without his outer clothing. When one of the students in the stand saw what had just happened on the battlefield, he was surprised to hear his magic suddenly dissipate. "In another place," a girl said in confusion that this black sphere is also magic, and then a guy nearby exclaimed, "I've never seen anything like this before." Continuing to be amazed at what he saw, someone from the stand shouted out, "This guy, who is he?" At the same time, Kian asked his opponent if he wanted to continue. Hearing the question, Seth answered, "No, I lost," and then fell to his knees and bowed his head down, exclaiming, "Did I really lose?" Keeping his gaze on the ground, the Sand Prince added sadly and in swordplay and magic, "I am utterly defeated." Seeing his opponent's condition after losing the battle, Kian mentally said, "For some reason I feel guilty, maybe I overdid it." The next moment, Seth Jaharkan suddenly exclaimed, "Very good, I'm tired of beating up weaklings, and my desire to train has grown." Immediately after his act of shouting, the guy got to his feet and headed to Kian, saying, "I don't know when it will be, but I'll try again." Approaching his opponent and looking at him, The Sand Prince confidently added, "And then I will definitely beat you, Kian Worth." While they were shaking hands after the sparring session, Kian confidently said, "No, you can't." When Kian returned to his room and saw the dragonoid in front of him, he was surprised to hear the words in his head. "Of course I knew that dragons grow much faster than humans." Continuing to look at the girl who had greeted him with joy upon meeting him, he added in his head, "She looks like a 6-year-old child," and then said, "I'll come back, Dad." In response to the girl's greeting, he answered yes and turned around, and then mentally added, "Her growth rate is impressive. If she keeps this up, she will soon be my age." The next moment, Brian approached the boy and put his hand behind his head and said awkwardly, looking at the spinning girl, "She was smaller until recently," to which Kian replied, "It will soon be difficult to raise her in secret here." Immediately after he said that, Serek Negriti's voice came from behind him and said, "There will come a time when you won't be able to do it right anymore, Kian." Returning back and seeing the instructor at the door, the boy heard, "I don't know about the demon sword, but you'll definitely have a hard time hiding the dragon." The next moment, gritting her teeth, the girl added angrily, "Especially if you, like today, don't restrain yourself again. What were you thinking?" The next moment, turning her gaze to the girl next to her, Sarika said in amazement at the sheer speed of growth. Continuing to look at the sweet child who came up to her and looked at her with innocent eyes, the professor added that she could not believe that she had already grown up so much. Looking sternly at the dragonoid, the instructor added, "Of course, since you picked it up during the mission, you should also be responsible for it, but a real dragon will be hard to hide." In response to the woman statement, Kian said that Brian had already voluntarily taken on the responsibility for raising the children. Hearing this, the guy pointed to himself and asked when I had time to do it, after which Kian added that in the dormitory the energy of the child and Kieran was limited by a barrier. After hearing the boy's assurances, Professor Serica handed him an envelope and said that it might have been the case if today's incident had not happened. Picking up the envelope with the letter from the director, Kian awkwardly said, "This is a rather disappointing reward for winning the sparring match." Having completed her work in handing the letter to the student, the professor opened the door and, as she was leaving the room, told the student Kian to be careful in the future. Having crossed the threshold of the room, the girl added, before closing the door, that there was nothing good about being under his watchful eye. The next moment, looking at what Serica had handed to Keanu, Brian asked the young man what it was, to which he replied, "A letter of warning," and then added a letter of warning. Taking the contents out of the envelope and rereading what was written there, Kian turned to his subject and said with a smile, "Yes, it says that we will be thrown out of here for bad behavior." Hearing this, Brian exclaimed in fright, "Oh my God, they will really kick us out." Hearing what Kian had just said, the girl who was running around the boys suddenly stopped and exclaimed, "Dad, we're going to live on the street now." Looking at the little girl, who for some reason was beaming with joy, Kian thought to himself, where did she get such words, and in general she knows exactly what it means. She is really growing up very fast. The next moment, putting his hand on his daughter's head, the boy began to stroke her and said, "My baby has nothing to worry about yet." At the same moment, Brian asked in a frightened tone, "Is everything okay, sir? If we go back to Belias, I'll be back." To which he replied, "Don't worry, I'll go and explain everything in person." Immediately after his response, the boy mentally said the warning letter was sent on behalf of the director, not the administration, which means that the director wants to meet with me personally. The next moment, he began to recall his past life when he met Kundel in person, and he asked him, "Do you want to join the Knights of Light? After all, you are going to live for your older brother." In response to the director's question, Kian bowed his head and said yes, after which the director said, "I don't think this path is right for you." Continuing the conversation with the guy who graduated from his academy, Kundel added, "I think you have a good idea why, so let me give you some advice and promise to listen to it." Looking at his student from the academy, the director said, "If you join them, you will not see anything good. You may face many trials or fate may turn away from you altogether, but in any case it will not benefit you." Imagining the boy's fate in his head, Kundal added, "You will live like someone's puppet, and no matter where this path leads you, in the end you will still blame your brother for everything." Continuing to stroke his daughter with anger on his face, Kian finished recalling that conversation and added in his mind, "This is what I heard from him in my past life. I wonder what he will tell me this time." The next moment, interrupting the boy's thoughts, Brian said, "Young sir, I'm sorry, but you didn't think the baby needed a name?" To which the subject replied that it did, and then added, "We can't call it a baby forever." Without thinking much about what name to give the child, Kian looked around at his subject and said, "Nana, what do you think?" When Brian heard the name of the child, he stretched out his arms in front of him and nervously mumbled that it was too easy for her, after which the girl joyfully exclaimed, "It's wonderful." Excited about her new name, the girl exclaimed that it sounded the same, "So now I'll be called Nana Worth." Hearing what his daughter Kian had just said, Brian wondered how the little girl had learned my name, and at the same moment Nana started running around Kian, Brian said sadly that she would be teased by other children. At the same time, the director of the academy was in his office, thinking about what he had seen in the sparring match between the two newcomers. Leaning his head on the table, the man thoughtfully said in his head, Kian Worth, I have thought before that he has great potential. The next moment, remembering the 4-star spell that Seth had used on him, he mentally added, however, he was able to absorb 4-star level magic with a 1-star sphere of darkness. Immediately afterward, closing his eyes and groaning heavily, Kundal Quisel added in his head that it hadn't taken him much effort. Continuing his thoughts about the newcomer to their academy, the man added in a stern tone of voice that such talent cannot but be terrifying. Raising his gaze to the door through which the student he had summoned for a personal conversation was about to enter, the director of the academy added in his mind, I'm curious about your limits, Kian Wirt. At the same time, on his way to the office of the academy's director, Kian mentally said to Kundal Quisel, the teacher of the current emperor Dion Severus, and the father of the previous empress Diana Kizel. Continuing his thoughts on this person, he mentally added that one of the few mages on the continent who had reached the level of 9 stars after Diana's death, Quisel, had concentrated on teaching young talents at the Royal Academy. On the way to the Academy Director's office, Kian Worth thought, I want to ask him something. I always thought he was a pacifist, but how did he get involved in a battle for the throne? Feeling some resistance on his way to the principal's office, the boy mentally added, but in general his stupid character did not change at all. As Kian approached the man's office, he could feel the resistance only getting stronger, and then he smiled slyly and said, he knew I was coming and put up a 9-star repulsive barrier. Continuing to look at the obstacle in front of the door and to the office, the boy added, I decided to test me, and I will pass this test. At the same time, while waiting in his office, Kundal Quisel mentally said, scratching his beard, show me what you are willing to do. You need to be at least at the level of an archmage to overcome this barrier. But it didn't happen the way the principal expected. The moment he heard the glass breaking, he felt a student enter his office. The next second, along with the shards of glass from the window, Kian Worth landed in front of the surprised director of the academy, having appeared spectacularly from nowhere. Immediately after he got inside, Kian turned his head back and spoke to Director Kundal. The first-year student at the Royal Academy, Kian Worth, appeared at the direction of the director. When he heard him introduce himself after the visit, the man tilted his head down and thought insultingly, I can't believe that he ignored the barrier and just walked in through the window. Continuing his reflections, the man mentally added that he had managed to outdo me, and then asked, are you here to protest? In response to the director's question, the guy said, yes, the letter was sent on your behalf, Director, but when I bumped into the barrier at the office door, I realized something. Recalling the letter he received from Kundal Quisel, Kian added that this warning was just a pretext to test my skills, wasn't it? In response to the boy's guesses, the director of the academy answered correctly, in a way that was not so radical, but you managed to prove your talent. The next moment, the man smiled slyly and said, but I can't just withdraw my warning, so try to convince me of the need for it, surprising the guy with another demonstration of his stupid character. Immediately after the director's words, Kian folded his hands in front of him and asked, can I ask you a question then? To which he replied, go ahead, take the risk. Holding up the permission to ask his question, the boy looked at him with a keen eye and said, Director, you value the prosperity of the empire or the honor of your family more than the honor of your family. In response to Kian's question, Kundal Quisel answered a rather bold question. Neither of them interests me, after which Kian added, I wonder how it works out. Continuing to load his grandfather with questions, Kian added, what if, after the death of Emperor Dion, the 3rd or 4th prince, not the 1st, became the head of the empire? Looking at the director, who was beginning to get angry, he added, you will not join either side, to which the director replied menacingly, that's not courage, that's just rudeness. Hearing the man's words, Kian thought to himself, I was Eshel's puppet, and I think you were in the same position yourself. Continuing his recollections from his past life, the boy mentally added that it was Kundal who made the greatest contribution to the fact that in my past life it was the first Prince Runel Severus who ascended the throne. Continuing to recall his past life, he mentally added, Runel was known for his brutal character in the struggle for power. He killed all his brothers. The next moment, recalling the director's tragic fate after these events, he thought, when Kundal began to reproach him for this, he was convicted as a traitor and then executed, and although he was able to see the future of others, he could not see his own. The next moment, unable to contain his anger, the director of the academy suddenly stood up and slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, You're talking nonsense. Immediately afterwards, waving his hand to refute Kian's words, Kundal added, If you think it's so easy to destroy this century-old piece, I thought you had a special gift, but you're just a fool. In response to the director's words, Kian said, Do you really think so, your daughter? The mother of the 1st prince and the 2nd princess died of illness, and that is why the 3rd and 4th prince of the children of the current empress cannot be discounted. Continuing to prove his point with facts, Kian added that the Nepal family of Empress Cassandra is known for their thirst for power. Continuing to voice his opinion, Kian said confidently, "Their family will do anything to consolidate their power over the empire, and I think that peace in the empire is already hanging by a thread." Immediately after his words, the guy smiled ominously at the director and said that the day he collapses, this academy will also come to an end. Hearing the thoughts of his guest, the director of the academy was confused to think whether these thoughts belonged to an 11-year-old boy who so clearly understood the picture of everything that was happening. The next moment, Kundell stood up and took his head into the fight, asking what was the point of talking about this to me, to which Kian replied, "I want to make a deal." Immediately after he said this, Kian smiled joyfully and said, "I will help you, and peace will come to your academy and your family." Continuing to state the terms of the deal, Kian looked at the director, who shook his head and added, "And you will withdraw your warning." In response to the boy's proposal, the director just laughed and then said, "You have a lot of power." By creating a giant magic circle on the ceiling to use the spell, the principal added, "You will destroy your own arrogance." The next moment, chains of justice began to appear from the ceiling, created by Director Kundal's magic spell. The moment Kian found himself hostage to the situation, he smiled slyly and said, "Would you like to check, Mr. Director?" In response to the boy's words, he confidently said, "No matter what you do, you will not be able to escape the Tower of the 9th level spell chains." The next moment, the director of the academy waved his head to the side and said thoughtfully, "I think I overestimated your skills." Hearing Kundal's words, Kian, who believed in himself, realized that it would not work out well and said in an ominous tone, "Then I will prove it to you." At the same time, something strange began to happen to Keanu, which alerted the director of the Royal Academy. In his attempts to free himself from the Tower of Chains, the boy used the Void Sphere technique to envelop his body in dark fog. Seeing exactly what the guy he had just caught with a 9-star spell was doing, Kundal mentally said, "That's stupid, the Void Sphere is first-rank magic and he was still able to absorb my spell." The next moment, the Sphere of Emptiness began to actively increase, dispelling and destroying the director's spell on the Tower of Chains. Looking at Kian, who easily overcame his high-rank spell, the director was frightened to think how talented this child was. After a while, the Sphere of Emptiness began to dissipate, taking with it the fragments of the magical chains created by the director. Having freed himself from the man's spell, Kian shook off the dust from his shoulder, left by the last actions to free him, and said, "You still think I'm useless?" Realizing that he could not compete with the guy standing in front of him, the director said, "I withdraw my warning, that's all you wanted." In response to the principal's question, Kian smiled happily and said, "I just want to study in peace." After hearing all the demands from Kian, who wanted very little, Director Kundell was surprised to ask if this was really all he had to say. Immediately after his answer, Kian plunged into memories of his school being destroyed and mentally added, "I just don't want to see the academy fall again." At the same time, on his way home after shopping, Brian happily asked himself if it was because of the child that I bought so much candy. Continuing to walk happily back to the room, the boy added happily, "But I'm happy when I think about how she will eat all these sweets." The next moment, noticing something strange, the man muttered in his head in the street suspiciously quietly, "Maybe I'm just imagining things." The next moment, seeing the dark image of a person in a dark corner, Brian said, "You can come out." As soon as the one he noticed left his hiding place, Kian Vert's subject said in surprise. The next moment, Brian was grabbed as he dropped his shopping bags on the way down the deserted street. At the same time, Kian continued to lie on the desk and thought, "After talking to the principal, I was allowed to attend classes again, and now I'm sitting in the last class of the day." Feeling as if he was fainting from sitting in class, the boy said to me in frustration, "I'm so bored." When Kian excused himself from the lesson and left the classroom, he closed the door and mentally said, "It's just torture to relearn what I learned 30 years ago." Preparing to go about his business from a boring lesson, the boy mentally added, "I don't have any missions planned, so I'll just go and practice," and then heard the stern voice of the princess behind him asking where Kian was going. Continuing to stare at the guy with a murderous look, the girl who suddenly appeared behind him sternly added lessons that were not yet completed. The next moment, turning his head to the girl, Kian nervously said, "I'm going to the bathroom, Your Highness," to which she shouted a lie. Continuing to express her dissatisfaction, Aaron added, "The restroom is on the other side. Are you sure you're going there at that very moment, Rasmus?" Who was with her nervously exclaimed, "Miss Aaron, keep up your princess image." Hearing the girl just addressed by her subject, Kian was surprised to hear you allow Leximus to call you by your first name, and then she said that you were changing the subject, so I allowed her to call me that when we were alone. The next moment, looking at the guy with a displeased look, the girl asked, "By the way, why do you still call me Your Highness? Aren't we friends?" To which he nervously replied that I was just a citizen and Her Highness was a princess. How could I call you by your first name? After receiving the answer from the boy, the princess said, "You are too serious," to which he replied, "I will take it as a compliment," after which there was a stomping of feet from the stairs. The next moment, one of the boys who was going downstairs saw the princess and said to Aaron in surprise, Continuing downstairs to his sister and her friends, who are having a friendly conversation, the prince added, "It's been a long time since I've seen Arin." Turning her head to the side to see who had just spoken to her, the girl said in surprise, looking at one of Pavion's half-brothers. The next moment she turned her gaze to the other man who spoke to her and added Nerovian. Immediately after bowing her head to the princes and curtsying, the girl said, "I am glad to see you." The next moment, when Pavion found himself near his sister, he cried out and said, "You're rubbish with Christians." After which Nerovian added with a mocking tone that you have grown so much that you now wear 2 pair of boots with your servants. Standing behind the girl, who was being mocked by her older brothers, Kian mentally said, "They are from the Nepellus family and they definitely don't like her." The next moment, Pavion looked up and noticed a boy standing behind his sister, who said in surprise, "You?" And then Nerovian added, "Kian Vert, yes." In response to the prince's words, the boy said, "Nice to meet you, I'm Kian Worth, the youngest son of the Worth family." When they heard who they met, the princes simply passed by my sister saying, "I didn't know the son of Duke Worth. I was very surprised at your duel." Continuing to flatter the boy, one of the princes said, "If we have a party, we will definitely invite you to it." Ignoring the princes and focusing his gaze only on the princess and her subject, Kian heard, "Let's talk some more, we must become friends." The next moment, Nerovian allowed himself to put his hand on Keanu's shoulder more and said, "This is a rare opportunity, you know," to which he replied, "Yes, thank you," after which Pavion said, "See you then." After saying goodbye to Keanu Vert, Nerovian put his hand on Princess Arin's shoulder and spoke in an ominous tone, "But not to you." Moving on from the girl who suddenly began to be overwhelmed with fear and her hand shaking, the princes added, "Know your place, Arin is not very impudent." Continuing to move away from his younger sister, Nerovian suddenly turned to her with an ominous smile on his face and said, "Watch yourself." When they finally stopped talking and started walking away, Rasmus asked in surprise, looking after them if this was the case. The next moment, looking at her princess, the girl added, "What's wrong with them?" And the princess replied, "They're still family. They say blood is much denser than water." At the same moment, Kian joined the conversation and remarked, "I wouldn't be so sure about that, I'm not." Continuing his words, with which he shocked and frightened Princess Arin, the boy added, "Your relationship is even worse than that of strangers." Imagining in his head what happened in his past life, in the battle for the throne with a pile of skulls on the crown on the highest, Kian added, "Blood or water is all useless in the face of power, and yet..." Continuing his conversation with the princess, the boy added something that continued to shock her even more. "If they treat you like this, it means they are afraid of you." The next moment, Kian added, "They're just trying to push you, so don't worry too much about it, but I'll see you later." Hearing this, the girl suddenly became embarrassed and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Filled with embarrassment after hearing what the boy had said and did, the princess suddenly blushed at the sight of Rasmus, who quickly picked her up and began to shake her, embarrassed, exclaiming, "Miss Arin, you're fine." After some time, I arrived at my room where Nana Kian was sleeping on her bed and I returned. Surprised that no one answered him, the guy said in surprise, looking around, that there was no one at all. Hearing the owner call her name, the spirit of the magic sword woke up and exclaimed in a lingering voice, "Yes, I'm coming," and then added unhappily, "I can't even rest." Seeing that the girl was not in human form, Kian was surprised to ask why she was wearing this form, and she replied that it was easier to hide her presence. After receiving the answer to his question, the guy pointed at her and said, "Find me Brian." In response to his master's order, Kiram angrily exclaimed, "You don't care about the dog. Why should I suddenly look for him and ask for his services? He can find his way home on his own." The next moment, standing by the window, the girl smelled a new fragrance and said, "I smell blood," which surprised and alarmed her master. At the same time, somewhere in a narrow street, Brian, who had been caught by the robbers, had already been beaten and thrown to the ground. Immediately after this action, looking at the guy they had just beaten with the crowd, Barrett Loosemill said menacingly, "That's why you should have listened to us while we were good." Continuing to look at the guy they had beaten, the boy added, smiling ominously, "You've only inflamed us even more." Looking at Baron, who was spitting blood on the ground, Barrett added, "Thought you were a knight guardian, but it turns out you're just garbage." Continuing to threaten the beaten boy, the Count's first son added in an arrogant tone, "I will cut you into pieces and send them to your master as a gift." Continuing to look at Brian, who could not do anything to him because of his abilities and condition, Barrett smiled ominously and added, "And this is all because your master was rude to my face." Continuing to complain to the subject of Kian, whom he had beaten with a crowd, Baron said how much it pissed me off, and the latter spat blood and said, "Of course." Hearing that he had just objected to something, the Count's first son's idea, "You just said that." In response to the robber's question, Brian, lying on the ground, mumbled what he was going to do, which was ridiculous. Offended that he was still trying to mock him, Barrett angrily exclaimed, "You crazy bastard, we've beaten your brains out!" As one of his mercenaries walked towards the boy and started to pull his sword out of its sheath to teach the boy a lesson, Baron said, "It's not even funny, finish him off." The next moment, interrupting the massacre of his subject, Kian, who suddenly appeared on the roof of the house, shouted out what you were doing. Hearing the familiar voice, Barrett became visibly nervous and froze in place because the person who had insulted him had intervened. Immediately after his words, seeing that the robbers froze in place and identifying one of them, Kian said, "Barrett Luzmil, so it was you, yes?" At the same moment, hearing his master's voice, Brian, lying on the ground and bleeding, spoke heavily. Hearing the voice of his subject, who was still conscious, Kian said, "What a terrible condition. It looks like your vocal cords are also damaged." At the same moment, turning his head in Kian's direction, Barrett smiled ominously and shouted, "So you decided to come in person, Kian Worth? I'll gut you alive." Hearing the threat from his opponent, Kian smiled ominously and said, "I can't wait for this moment to come." Immediately after he said that, the boy jumped off the roof of the building and activated the 8th destruction technique, Wild Strike, and rushed into the battle. And yes. The next moment, all of the bandits Barrett had hired felt their lives end at the same moment Kian appeared in front of them. It took only a few seconds for all 4 mercenaries to be defeated and scatter in different directions, deprived of their lives. At the same time, seeing that he was now left all alone in the battle against Kian Vert, Barrett thought frightened. He had dealt with my mercenaries in an instant and he was impossible to defeat. The next moment, remembering the moment he first met him and he created a giant mana core, Barrett was afraid to say in his head what he was. Immediately after his thoughts, he turned his gaze to Kian, who had just finished off all his mercenaries, and his sinister smile, and added for the monster. Not wanting to accept such an end to the battle, Barrett prepared to harm the boy with his magic and shouted, "Damn it! I'm going to finish you off, Kian Worth." Stretching his hand in the direction of his opponent, he shouted a fire spell. But just as the spell was activating, Kian interrupted him by kneeing him in the body. As a result of the impact, Barrett began to cosplay a tumbleweed, rolling back several meters after the impact. As soon as the boy stopped thanks to the wall and moaned heavily, Kian asked, "You haven't changed at all, I'm right." Starting to walk slowly towards the guy who decided to attack his subject, Kian said, smiling ominously, "You still attack people who are weaker than you, and you're happy about it." In response to his opponent's question, Barrett smiled ominously and said, "Boogaloo, what do you care about other people's entertainment? Are you going to kill me or what?" Barrett Luzmil is the eldest son of House Luzmil, which can be considered the ruling faction of the Garum Kingdom, and he was known for his unworthy behaviour in his past life. As he began to recall his past life and what he knew about Barrett, Kian mentally recalled that he often beat his servants. Continuing to recall what exactly this character was famous for, Kinwert mentally added that he also set fire to animals alive. The next moment, recalling the peak moment, Kian mentally spoke, and at some point he went too far and brutally killed another student under the pretext of testing his magic. After all these recollections, Kian continued to rummage through his memories and mentally work through the fog to find the order for his life. Continuing his memories, Kian mentally said, "I visited his estate after he was expelled from the academy and saw something terrible." Looking at the pile of dead people in the secret place of the estate, Kian mentally added the numerous corpses of servants stored in its basement. Continuing to recall my memories from my past life, I recall the smile of this scoundrel. Kian mentally said I tortured him and did everything possible to make his death as painful as possible, and the picture of him laughing in my face and telling me to finish him off quickly is still in my memory. The expression on the face of the guy who had taken so many lives was well etched in his memory, and Kian thought about it, because by that time he had tried everything he wanted. Returning to reality, where the young Barrett was still standing in front of him, the boy thought, "If you think about it, it was not my best decision to destroy him in this way, because he had already fulfilled all his wishes." The next moment, remembering Rasmus, the best swordswoman on the continent from whom he had taken away Kian's magic, he mentally added that it was not enough considering how many lives he had broken. Immediately after mentioning Rasmus, the boy created a sphere of mana in his hand and then heard Barrett scream out in fright to stop, to which he replied, "What are you talking about?" In response to Kian's question, Barrett frighteningly exclaimed, "Do you think you can get away with it? I am Barrett Luzmil, a representative of the main force of the Garum Kingdom." Interrupting his opponent's frightened exclamations, Kian stuck a mana core in his mouth and shouted, "You talk too much." The next moment I closed my mouth to the guy who had just swallowed a mana kernel and asked if I was bothering you and you didn't like me. Continuing to keep his hand on Barrett's mouth to prevent him from spitting out the mana kernel, Kian added, "I don't give a damn what you might have been saying behind my back." Continuing to smile slyly, the boy added, "But you shouldn't have hurt my subject, who has nothing to do with this, you bloody bastard." As soon as the mana kernel began to have a negative effect on the boy, he began to breathe heavily and moan, clutching his throat. While the mana core that Barrett had been exposed to was destroying his magical powers, another suspicious person in a dark cloak watched them from the roof. Gathering information about Kian on behalf of his master, Kellen mentally said who would have thought that young Mr. Kian was hiding such abilities should be reported to Mr. Eschel. As he continued to watch his master's younger brother, the boy thought he might become a serious obstacle in his way, and at that very moment someone's hand suddenly appeared in front of him. The next moment, closing the spy's mouth and putting a knife to his throat, Sarika said in an ominous tone, "So it was you, the suicide bomber, who was hanging on my student's tail." After dealing with all the problems, Kian Worth got to his feet and headed to his injured subject. When Brian saw Kian in front of him, he looked away and said, "Excuse me, young sir. I didn't expect them to attack in a mob." Looking at Brian, who was apologizing to him in this state, Kian mentally prayed that he had been beaten up enough. Immediately after his reflections, the boy asked, "And this is what my servant looks like. Why try to fight back if you're not capable of it?" the young master said, bowing his head down. Having not received an answer to his question, Kian again looked at his poor state and asked, "So this is what you call loyalty?" The next moment, crouching down in front of his subject and smiling happily, Kian asked why you didn't just run away. "I don't know what you are planning, but you're a fool." Continuing to look at his subject, Kian added in a stern tone, "There is no loyalty worth giving your life for, and the need to do stupid things. It's me." Immediately after his words, Kian got to his feet and said to his subject, "You know, when we get back, I'll tell you off again," to which the latter guiltily exclaimed, "I'm sorry." After finishing the conversation with his subject, Kian walked away from him and then leaned on the wall of one of the houses and said to Sarika, "You can come out now." Hearing the guy's words, the girl exclaimed in surprise, leaving her position along with other members of the group. "Goddesses, I was noticed," to which he replied, "How could I not notice you if you brought so many people with you?" After the boy's words, the girl came down to the ground and said, holding a package on her shoulders, "By the way, I have a gift for you." Seeing who it was that was brought to him as a gift, Kian asked if it was my recent stalker, to which she replied in surprise that you knew about him. In response to the girl's question, the boy sighed heavily and said, "At least I guessed about him." Hearing that he was aware that he was being pursued and followed, Sarika exhaled in frustration and said, "I'm surprised at your skills." Starting to recall the very moment of the first meeting when he neutralized several members of the group using his skills, the girl spoke with a power that surpassed the mist assassins. Continuing to recall and list all the advantages of Sarika, she added a tongue that can convince the director and the courage to wield a demonic sword. After listing all the good qualities for the person who would take the place of the ex-leader, the girl said, "You are a wonderful heir." Immediately after her words, she turned her gaze to Kian and added, "But if you continue like this, you will have problems in the future as more people will consider you suspicious." In response to the girl's question, Kian turned his gaze to her and said, "I'll take it into consideration, but I'll take it into consideration." Immediately after he said that, the guy looked at her with a murderous look and added menacingly, "I'm not going to play dumb if someone tries to get to my family. I'll just destroy them." When he received a clear answer, Sarika laughed awkwardly and said clearly, and then mentally added that he would mindlessly protect all the people he cared about. Having finished her thoughts, the girl raised her hand and said, "Well, the descendant has the right to do as he pleases, then I will go." Hearing this, Kian was surprised to think how unexpected it was. Before she left, the girl pointed to the spy and said, "Oh, by the way, don't forget about him. I'll take care of Barrett and his henchmen," to which the boy replied well. As soon as Kian began to slowly approach Kellen, he tried to free himself and shouted, "What are you going to do to me? Finish me off." In response to a question from his brother's subject, he smiled ominously and said that he would end it too lightly. Continuing to seek an easy life, Kellen nervously exclaimed, "If you want to interrogate me, just forget it. I won't tell you anything." In response to his hostage's self-confident exclamations, Kian pointed a finger at him and said, "You are Eshel's main subject, I already know that." Upon hearing this, the hostage exclaimed in confusion. After receiving a question from the confused prisoner, the boy confidently spoke in his head, recalling the picture of his brother and his faithful dog. "How can I forget you were always with Eshel?" Continuing his thoughts, recalling the look in the eyes of the boy who always remained in the shadow of his brother, Kian added mentally, "He envied me and Eshel his whole life." Well, mercenary. The next moment, Kian Worth smiled awkwardly and added that maybe this guy was dangerous in another way. Immediately after these thoughts, Kian stretched out his hand in front of him and began to use magic, saying, "I can finish him here and now, but he is my brother's subject." Thinking of how he could take advantage of this opportunity much more effectively, Kian smiled slyly and said, "He will be an important figure in my plan." At the same moment, seeing a considerable amount of dark fog and magic above him, Kellen screamed out in fright, "What is this? Get off me!" At the same time, Kian used his skill of creating a shadowy persona to impersonate the spy, smiling ominously. As soon as everything was ready, dark energy began to be absorbed into Kellen's body through his eyes and mouth, filling his personality with another. Sometime later, at the Academy's stadium, Rasmus, holding a wooden sword, sparred with his princess. Having made a breakthrough, she quickly reduced the distance and forced her opponent to go into defense. Having held back the blow of her maid, Princess Arryn prepared to counterattack, but it was not enough. However, after she attempted to launch an attack, she missed and Rasmus slipped into her back. The next moment, putting a wooden sword to the neck of her princess, the girl added, "I have defeated your highness." Having been defeated again, Princess Arryn said disappointedly, "I can't beat you, Rasmus. By the way, I asked you to call me Arryn when we were alone." To which she replied awkwardly, "Oh, forgive me, your highness." When the princess heard the girl address her as Zin, she looked back at her and said, "Lady Arryn?" After which, the maid awkwardly exclaimed, "Lady Arryn, D." As soon as their sparring ended, the girls heard Brian's exclamation of exhaustion from the young lord, and then the princess turned her head to Kian and Rasmus, saying that their training was in full swing. The next moment, the girls witnessed the guy just move to his opponent and hit Brian directly in the body with an elbow. After completing his stroke, Kian took a fighting stance and thought to himself, for someone who calls himself a coachman, he is quite good and quite tough. Continuing to look at his sparring partner, Kian Worth mentally added, "In the future he will be quite useful, after which it will be quite difficult to ask what it is." In response to his master's question, he exclaimed, spitting out blood at the same time, "No, young sir, I can take it," he said. Seeing the foreign liquid in Comrade Kian's mouth, he was surprised to hear it was blood. The next moment, remembering the last attack, Kian mentally said, "Even if it's exhausting, we can't guarantee that there won't be any more attacks like this. Brian should at least be able to defend himself." After the sparring session, Brian came up to his master and asked if it was okay that we let Kellen go, to which he replied, "Don't worry about him, he's already gone over to our side." Now let's return to the events after the activation of the skill of creating a shadow personality that is placed in the body of a spy. Using the skill on his brother's ward, Kian mentally said after a long break, it was quite difficult to do this kind of thing. Recalling what he had just used, the boy mentally added a 9th ranked magic of the darkness element, Shadow Persona, a spell that creates a new personality from shadows and allows you to control the desires of another person. Placing this shadowy person as his hostage, Kian began to free him from the ropes and mentally said, "I used it only once in my past life." The next moment, hovering over his comrade d'armes, Kian asked the new subject, "Tell me who you are," to which he answered with a bowed head, "I am Kellen Diego, a knight guarding Velius." Continuing to lay out all the information he possessed, the new subject added, "I came to Reuven because I was assigned to follow young Mr. Kian." Smiling happily after he could easily get the information he needed, Kian mentally spoke and became so obedient and then asked who your master was. In response to the boy's question, he bowed his head and said, "First I served Mr. Eschel, but now I would like to serve young Mr. Keanu. Please allow me to serve you." Receiving the request from his new puppet, Kian smiled slyly and said, "Okay, then listen to me carefully. Go back to Eschel in Velius and tell him." The next moment, the guy smiled ominously and said, "You understand everything that happened here." Having received the first order from his young master, the subject put his hand to his chest and said, "I am Kellen Diego. I will fulfill the order of young Master Kian." As he finished recalling that passage from the recent past, Kian mentally mumbled as he looked over to me, a little shaken by the sincerity with which he looked at me. "I think everything will be fine at that time," Brian said. "He's definitely dangerous. Hey, young sir." The next moment, Arryn joined the boys' conversation and asked, "You're also training with your knight. I didn't think I'd meet you here." Seeing Arryn, Brian began to bow and exclaim nervously, "Oh, your highness." And then Kian asked, "So you decided to train with your highness as well?" In response to the guy's question, the princess happily replied, "Yes, I train here every weekend with Rasmus. After the recent incident, I decided it would be a good idea to get a little bit more prepared." When Kian heard the reason, he looked away and mentally said this because of an incident that had happened 1 week ago. Continuing to recall that incident, the boy mentally said Barrett Loosemeal was found unconscious near the hospital. Although he was in a deplorable state, he refused to reveal who did this to him. As he continued to recall, Kian mentally added, though it was more likely that he simply couldn't say anything, he would never be able to use magic again. Immediately after his reminiscences, the boy turned his head to the princess's subject and mentally said, "But what surprised me the most was Rasmus's reaction." Looking at the absolutely indifferent girl whose eyes were lowered to the ground, Kian mentally said, "I thought she would at least be happy about it." The next moment, a child appeared in the sky, joyfully shouting, "Daddy!" and heading for the training stadium where the two strangers were. Hearing the girl's exclamations, Brian looked up and exclaimed in confusion. At the same time, Kian said in his head, "Nana, I left her at Kiram." The next moment, Nana landed directly in Princess Arryn's arms, and she exclaimed in confusion that the child had come from somewhere else. Seeing Kian in front of her and ignoring everyone else, Nana exclaimed joyfully, looking at the boy, "I found my dad!" Hearing the girl's name, Princess Arryn looked up at him and said, "Dad?" in surprise. Continuing to call her Daddy, who was trying his best not to show that he was being addressed, the girl joyfully exclaimed, "Daddy!" Not understanding what was happening and how Kian had a child, the princess exclaimed in confusion that it was her father and then mentally added when with whom. After a while, when they returned to the boy's room and he finally told the whole story about Nana, the princess finally exclaimed, "So he knows what happened." Starting to wipe the sweat from her forehead after being told the whole situation, the girl exhaled with relief and said, "It's not your child, what a relief, I just misunderstood everything." Continuing her speech, the princess added, "Who knew you had such a good side? It would be unexpected at that time." Kian, feeling very uncomfortable, thought, "Very badly at this rate, the princess will know my weaknesses." At the same moment, being in the same state of limbo as Kian, Brian mentally said, "If the academy finds out about this, he might be expelled, especially since she knows that Nana is a draconian." The next moment, putting her hand to her chest, the princess joyfully exclaimed, "Don't worry, Kian, I won't tell anyone about this." When he heard the girl's promise, which surprised the subject and Kian himself, he asked in surprise if he were serious now, Your Highness. Continuing to rejoice because she now knew about one of the boy's soft spots, the princess looked at her subject and exclaimed, "Of course you are, Rasmus." After receiving the question from her mistress, the girl turned her head to her and exclaimed with a joyful smile on her face, "Of course I have no friends, I just have no one to tell." Upon hearing that her subject was a completely lonely princess, she froze in shock while Kian asked why. Trying not to bring up the topic of Rasmus's lack of friends, the princess looked at Kian and said, "I feel sorry for her." The next moment she turned her head to Nana, who was enjoying the company of Arin, and added that she was neither dragon nor human, which was why no one would accept her. Immediately after her words, the princess turned her gaze to the kind man who was taking care of her and added, "But it's nice to know that you didn't abandon her." The next moment, pointing her finger in Kian's direction, she awkwardly said, "Can I come to your room sometimes in exchange?" To which he asked, surprised, "To my room." Suddenly embarrassed after Kian's questioning, the girl hid her gaze and exclaimed, "Don't think about it, I just want to see Nana sometimes." In response to the princess's question, Kian replied thoughtfully, "I guess there's nothing wrong with that." Continuing to instruct the girl, Kian said, "Then it will be our little secret," to which she nodded her head and exclaimed, "I will remember that." The next moment, the girl suddenly froze in place and happily said in her head, "This is our secret." After discussing everything that was needed, Kian, getting ready to leave the company with Nina and Brian, said that we would go to what Rasmus bowed and replied, "Take care, Mr. Kian." As soon as the guests left their room, the subject looked at her mistress and said in surprise that Lady Arin was there. At the same time, bursting with happiness, the princess mentally said, "It turns out I got a little closer to Kian," while Rasmus, looking at her red face, nervously exclaimed, "Lady Arin, you're not well." After a while, returning to his room and scolding his subject, Kiram asked in displeasure what the hell had happened while I was sleeping. At this rate, they would find out about you living with a demon blade. In response to the girl's remark, Kian angrily exclaimed, "Shut up! It's your fault! I left the baby with you and you went to bed." To which Kiram replied that she, like her father, would be unpredictable. At the same moment, Brian joined the conversation and asked if he could go for a walk with her, as he was sure she was bored with being cooped up. Having received the proposal from his subject, Kian said, "That's not a bad idea." Hearing this, Brian happily exclaimed, "Thank you, then we'll go." At the same time, somewhere in the sky above the continent, 2 dragons were flying by the chance, going about their business. Suddenly, their long walk was interrupted when one of them suddenly stopped, followed by his girlfriend. Surprised by her master's sudden stop, the girl asked Lord Lucan what had happened, to which he replied, "I felt stupid, Catalina. Where are we now?" In response to her host's question, the girl replied that we were still far from our goal, but now we were somewhere on the outskirts of Reuven. Hearing their approximate location, Lord Lucan asked in surprise next to the Reuven Academy, "It looks like I'll have to postpone my return for a while." Immediately after his words, the dragon pointed his finger in a certain direction and spoke in a menacing tone, and I felt an energy that simply could not be ignored, an energy that definitely did not belong to the dragon. Meanwhile, somewhere on the outskirts of Ruin, Kian went for a walk with her daughter and a subject who was watching her to make sure she didn't do any harm. Trying to catch up with the girl who had escaped from his arms and quickly flew forward, Brian ran after her and shouted out to Nana, "Stop there! It's dangerous!" To which she joyfully exclaimed, "There's so much room for Nana, it's fun!" Hearing his girl's joyful exclamations, Kian smiled happily and thought, "She looks happy, this plane is 10 kilometers from Rouen." Continuing to look at his joyful daughter, who was happy to be free and walking in the conscious air, Kian mentally added, "Here she can do whatever she wants." At the same time, looking at her master, Kiram smiled slyly and said, "Oh dear, Daddy, why doesn't she pick a mother, like a princess?" Which caused the boy to get a little angry. The next moment, their sweet conversation was interrupted by a strange, powerful energy that was approaching at an incredible speed, and then Kiram suddenly shouted out, "Stop, something is coming!" Also sensing the approaching danger, Brian immediately sped up to catch up and save the girl and shouted out cautiously to Nana. At the last moment, when the girl froze in place, Brian managed to grab her and jump back, saving her from the sudden appearance of an electric pole that appeared right in front of him. Seeing what had just appeared in front of them, Kian asked Brian what was wrong with Nana, to which he replied that she was fine. Realizing that the problems here could be serious, Kian said to his subject to quickly hide behind my back. As soon as his servant and the little girl stepped back and the electric pole dissipated, the boy was finally able to see what was the cause and mentally said, "Where did this come from?" Looking at the source of the strong energy he felt, the boy confusedly said in his head, "There's a big dragon and there are 2 of them here." At that very moment, one of the great dragons turned its head toward Brian, who was holding Nana, and said, "This is the source." Continuing to express his displeasure at what had interrupted his path and forced him to veer off course, the supreme silver dragon, Lucan, mouthed this vile smell. The next moment, joining her lord's words, the supreme red dragon, Catalina, added dragonid, meaning what a nasty creature. Immediately after turning her head to Kian, the girl said in a haughty tone, "You are the owner of this halfling human, and apparently you wield a demonic blade," interestingly, after which Kiram asked, offended, "that you think you can treat me like an object?" After receiving the remarks made to her by the demonic sword, the red dragon exclaimed in displeasure at the human servant's quieter voice. Angry at the attitude of the lizards that had just come from the sky, Kiram angrily told you that she was tired of living. In response to Kiram's exclamation, Kathleen gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "How dare such a lower being?" But before she could finish, she was interrupted by Lord Lucyon. Having pacified his subject, the silver dragon said, "Calm down, we are not interested in you. We are not going to fight with lower creatures." The next moment, turning his head to the trembling Nana, who was clutching him tighter and tighter, Brian Lord Lucyon added, "But you must give us the half-breed." Continuing to put forward his conditions, the dragon added a creature in which you have the blood of a dragon and a human, we need to study it. Continuing to look at the girl with a menacing gaze and set his conditions, the silver dragon confidently added, "In that case, we will spare your lives." In response to the arrogant lizard's demand, Kian pulled out a demonic sword in front of his subject and the girl and said, "Be quiet." Having received a rude refusal to his merciful offer, Lord Lotion said what you just said. In response to the surprised Lord Kian's question, I confidently repeated, "I told Tom to shut the damn lizard up." Unable to stand the insolent attitude towards his person, the silver dragon attacked Kian without warning, after which Brian nervously exclaimed, "No, sir." In response to his subject's worries, he replied that everything was fine with me, so he'd better stay away from me, to which the latter exclaimed, "Okay." After giving the order to his subject, the boy looked at the moat that remained after the silver dragon attacked him, and Kian mentally said, "That's a serious skill." At the same time, the self-confident dragon rising into the air said in a haughty tone that lower beings have no instinct for self-preservation. In response to his opponent's words, Kian used his 9th assassin technique, the appearance of a demonic sword, after which his body was enveloped in dark fog. The next moment after using the skill, Catalina shouted out this power to Lord Lucyon in confusion, to which he responded with the power of an exile. Having discovered a new enemy to sweat with, the Lord grumbled, saying that today was a day of surprises, but no matter how hard he tried, it would not change the fact that he was only a pathetic human being. Before he could finish his thought, he saw a guy next to him who was preparing to strike him, and then he mentally said that when he did. The next moment, having put a block to the dragon at the last moment, he barely managed to avoid serious injuries from a sudden attack. Angry that he was attacked without warning, Lord Lucyon gritted his teeth and exclaimed in anger at the miserable man. Immediately afterward, the dragon tried to counterattack by swinging his spear at Keanu, but the attack failed and the boy was able to dodge it. The next moment, as soon as the enemy was at a distance from him, the silver dragon stretched out his hand in front of him and, preparing to use magic, shouted out a shockwave. Immediately after his words, a giant magic circle appeared above Kian, from which lightning burst and a giant pillar of light came down to the ground. Avoiding the enemy's attack, the boy moved behind him and prepared to use the 3rd assassin technique, Mist Fight. Activating the Sword of Mist, Kian tried to finish off the enemy who had lost his vigilance, but Cadeline prevented him by putting up a fire barrier. Smiling slyly after she managed to block the enemy's attack, the girl exclaimed, "I'll stop him!" To which the silver dragon shouted back, "Catalina, you shouldn't fight him!" Hearing the remarks from her lord, the girl, confident in her abilities, said, "Don't worry, Lord Lotion, I won't lose." Starting to recall the strength of her defense, she mentally said that the dragon's barrier had accumulated mana for thousands of years, and pathetic humans didn't even live hundreds of years. But this was not a problem for Kian Worth, who faced the fire barrier and used the Sword of Mist to create 8 dancing petals. The next moment, after using one of his sword techniques, the guy easily shredded Catalina's defense. Seeing that her defense had been destroyed, the girl said in confusion in her head, he was able to break through it. Immediately after the opponent's barrier was destroyed, Kian Worth used the 2nd blow of the binding and then tore the dragon into small pieces. Having failed in the battle against what they had previously said was a pitiful human, Catalina, falling all to the ground, said to Lord Lotion in closing, As soon as his subject died in a one-on-one battle against Kian, the silver dragon gritted his teeth and angrily exclaimed, "Who the hell are you?" Looking down at the boy who had just dealt with his maid, Lord Lokion exclaimed, "How can the god of fog have such power? You shouldn't have such power." Continuing to load the boy with questions, when his subject lost the battle, the silver dragon shouted out, "Tell me what you are." Having not received an answer to his question, the dragon said in an angry tone that it seemed that "you are not going to answer well, I recognize you as my rival." Seeing that the silver dragon had just assumed its true form as a giant beast, Kian mentally spoke a polymorph. Immersed in his thoughts, the boy mentally cast a spell that dispelled the human form and returned them to their original shape. Continuing to stare at the giant beast approaching him, Kian mentally added another word. Preparing to take on the silver dragon and rushing to meet him, the boy mentally added that he was now in his most vulnerable form. Seeing his opponent suddenly leap into the sky at Lord Lokion, who was above him, he exclaimed in confusion, "What are you doing?" Wondering what exactly his opponent was doing, the dragon added in his head, "Does he really know the weakness of my polymorph, the pathetic human?" The next moment, as soon as the enemy lost his vigilance, Kian struck a precise blow at the enemy's weak point. Feeling the frontal surface of his skull being pierced by the boy's attack, the dragon exclaimed in confusion, "What a rascal," and then mentally said he needed to get out of this form immediately. Seeing his opponent's intentions, Kian smiled ominously and spoke too late, after which he used the missed sword skill of the root of the unyielding tree. Immediately after activation, a considerable amount of energy burst from the demonic sword, and the dagger itself continued to sink deeper into the enemy's flesh. At this rate, the silver dragon met his demise in a battle against Kian Worth, from whom he decided to take the half-breed of a dragon and a human. After the dragon fell to the ground, Brian rushed over to him, exclaiming, "Young master, you're all right." The next moment, the boy immediately closed Nana's eyes so that she would not see the horror he had just seen, and after the smoke cleared, the girl grabbed Brian's hand and exclaimed, "I can't see anything!" At the same moment, Kian held out a piece of dragon meat to his friend and said happily, "Here you go, Brian," and he was already holding the rare meat between both cheeks of the captured enemy. Hearing what Kian had just offered his subject, the girl joyfully exclaimed, "Nana, I'm hungry too," which Kian angrily exclaimed, "No, not just you." At the same time, when the subject arrived back at his estate and reported everything to the eldest son of the family, Eshel, he heard him ask, "Do you think that my brother is supported by some unknown party?" In response to his host's question, the guy said, "I think the informants we sent earlier were killed by him." Having received the basic information from his subject, Eshel asked him, unhappily, and all he heard in response was, "I apologize for the lack of information." After listening to Kellen's report, the guy said thoughtfully in his head, "I don't see the desperation in him that he showed before he left. It's like he's a completely different person." Having finished his thoughts, the boy bowed his head down and said, "Well then, it's clear to Kellein." Continuing to engage in dialogue with his subject, who had changed since he had gone on his own to get information, Eshel said, "I would like to ask you a question." Having received the question from his master, the subject looked into his stern eyes and mentally said this test, "He suspects me." The next moment, bowing before his master, the subject exclaimed, "May the blessing of Lumendel be with you." Hearing the answer from his subject, Eshel smiled slyly and said, "I am glad to hear your answer, Kellen." Continuing to look at his nervous subject, who had answered his test correctly, the eldest son added, "Don't worry, it was just a simple test, I forgive you." After finishing the conversation with his host, the guy headed for the exit, and thought that he needed to be more careful. If he really started to suspect me, I would not get off that easy. Putting his hand on the doorknob, Kellen mentally added, "I mustn't disturb young Mr. Keanu." As soon as the door opened, the guy at the entrance noticed one of the maids and wondered in his head who the woman was. When Emily saw the door open, she awkwardly said, "Hello," and then Kellen thought, "She's young Mr. Kian's maid." Looking with a displeased look at the girl who was blocking his path, the boy said, "What brings you here?" And then Eshel's hand fell on his shoulder. "I called her." The next moment, the eldest son of the Wirt family smiled happily and said, "So you say your name is Emily?" To which she nervously exclaimed, "Yes, young sir." Having received the answer to his question, Eshel said, "Can you do me a favour?" When she heard that he needed something from her, the girl, who blushed, asked for a favour. At the same time, somewhere in the dungeon, while discussing the latest developments, one of the people present exclaimed in surprise that Mr. Lochon and Mrs. Cadlin had disappeared. In response to his interlocutor's question, the other person replied that they had used divine power on the outskirts of Leuven, but these are the last traces we could find, and the fact is that they are both 8th rank. The next moment, drawing attention to the pedestals with the destroyed crystals, one of the interlocutors added, "You see, their mana stones are broken. Such traces can only remain after a battle." After one of the participants said this, the other replied, "So you're saying that someone killed the dragons and got rid of all the evidence with the help of magic?" To which he was told that this was possible. Interrupting the words of his comrades, the participant with the largest magic stone said that someone with the power of darkness was capable of such a thing. The only one who could finish them off was Kundel Quisel. Continuing to mention the director of the academy, the mysterious person added, "However, he does not possess the element of darkness. In other words, there is someone we do not know about." The next moment, interrupting the words of his leader, one of the participants in the dialogue said that there is one boy, Kian Worth, who is the only one who knows how to use darkness in the Royal Academy. Continuing his thought, the participant from the crystal added that he is said to have survived the attack of the Devil Dragon on the front line as well. Mentioning two people who have disappeared from the field recently, he added that they may be connected to the deaths of Reynold Crimson and Zickerman Albus, who delivered test subjects and materials to us. Hearing the new information, he told his fellow participant from the Center Stone that there was some kind of connection between them, and that he would have to investigate this question. The next moment, mentioning the name of one of their sects, the leader said to Lunav Reinrava, "Let my granddaughter meet Kian Wirth." After some time at the Royal Academy, on her next visit to Kian, Princess Arryn did not arrive empty-handed. Holding out the cake to her daughter Kiana, the princess joyfully exclaimed, "This is a special cake baked by the castle cooks." Passing the treat to the little girl who was eager to try it, Arryn added, "A delicious nana," to which she happily exclaimed, "Wow, I like you." As she continued to cuddle with her daughter Kiana, the princess added, "Come and have a treat with us," hinting at the mountain of gifts behind her. At the same time, watching the relationship between Nana and the princess, Kian mentally said, sitting nearby at a table, "They're having fun for a while. We need to lay low." Looking at the girl who was happily eating the cake, Kian thought, if the dragon sense Nana, they might attack us again. The next moment, turning his gaze to Rasmus, the boy added in his mind, "I will not let anyone harm my people because I have dedicated my life to them." Immediately after his words, remembering his older brother in his head, Kin mentally said, "I'm going to ruin that bastard's plans." The next moment, seeing the boy smiling broadly, the princess asked Kian, "Is something wrong? You look happy." In response to the girl's question, he hid his smile and bowed his head down, saying that a good thought had just slipped through his mind. At the same time, somewhere in the Wirth residence, in the garden, there was a meeting between two important people, during which one of them said, "I haven't seen you for a long time." Continuing a dialogue with his friend Runel Severus, the first prince of the Empire said, "It looks like you're doing well, Eshel." In response to his interlocutor's remark, the boy smiled awkwardly and said, "It's all thanks to you, Your Highness." The next moment, the first prince looked down and said, "How much longer are you going to stay in the mansion, which is located in a place I don't know where? And I heard that Alice went on a trip." After listening to Runel Eshel's complaints, the prince closed his eyes and smiled and said, "I'm a little worried about her. I don't know where she is and what she's doing," and then suddenly asked if he was worried. The next moment, putting his hand on the table and leaning on it, the prince looked at his interlocutor with a sly smile on his face and remarked, "I think you're more worried that she'll encroach on your position." In response to his interlocutor's remark, Eshel looked down and said, "We shouldn't talk about such things." When the prince heard the sad answer from his interlocutor, he smiled happily and said, "We are friends. That's why we can talk about anything. And by the way, your younger brother's name is Kian." Picking up his glass from the table to have a drink poured for him, the prince added, "My father is so interested in him that he wants to ask Arryn to marry him." As soon as his vessel was full and the servant took the bottle away, Ruinel looked at his friend with a stern look and said, "I don't know why he wants to protect this girl so badly." In response to his interlocutor's angry remarks, Eshel smiled slyly and said, "Don't worry, the more attention and power she gets, the more useful she will be to us." Hearing the soothing words from his friend, the prince took a few sips of his drink, paused and smiled. "I like the way you think." Immediately after his words, the prince handed Eshel a bottle of alcohol and asked if he would like some, to which he replied, "I have never seen this knight before." After receiving a remark from his friend, the first prince smiled slyly and said, "Oh, he's definitely the trophy I picked up in the slums." Hearing the man's background behind his back, Prince Eshel looked at him closely and said, "Then you have found it." Interrupting the words of his interlocutor, Prince Ruinel spoke the most precious trophy, after which the servant said, "My name is Boris Lee Helm, and it is a pleasure to meet you. It's been 2 years since the last events, and everything has been quiet and life has been going on as usual." As Kian continued to recall his past in the state of 2 years, he mentally said, "I tried to keep my voice down as much as possible." The boy continued to think about his thoughts and calmly studied at the academy, and it was at this time that Alice returned to the kingdom, having finally completed her journey to the kingdom, and she attracted a lot of attention from men with her charm, one of whom even got hit on the head by a woman for looking at another. After a while, when she arrived at the principal's office, she heard him say, "It's been a long time," and she just smiled awkwardly. As he continued his dialogue with his student Kundel, Quisel looked at her with a keen eye and said, "How was your trip?" In response to a question from the academy director, the girl bowed her head and smiled, saying, "It was a great visit to Fruona." When he heard where his student was, the man exclaimed in surprise that Fruon was not usually welcome there. In response to the director's remarks, she said, "You're right, it took me a year to adjust, but I really wanted to understand the meaning of the harmony you were talking about." Continuing her dialogue with the director, the girl added with a smile, "You said that this place would not allow me to develop, so I needed to think about whether this was my place." After listening to his former student's words, the director of the academy said thoughtfully, "It looks like you've already made up your mind." In response to her former teacher's question, the girl joyfully exclaimed, "Yes, I will join the Knights of Light." When he heard what the girl planned to do in the future, Kundal Quisel added that you would continue the family business, to which she replied that someone had to. The next moment, Alice tilted her head down and smiled awkwardly and said, "I do worry about my younger ones, especially Kian, because he is so shy." Hearing a loud laugh from the director in response to her words, the girl suddenly looked up and asked awkwardly why she was laughing. After receiving the girl's question and calming his laughter, the man began to scratch his beard and said, "Kian is shy, in a rather funny way." The next moment, Kian appeared behind Alice and said, "It's funny, director." Hearing her younger brother's voice, the girl turned her head to him and said in surprise that Kian was there. Continuing to look at the mute expression on his family's face, the boy said, "I missed you too, sister." After a while, leaving the academy building and heading to the dormitory, Alice said, "You've changed a lot." The next moment, comparing him to herself, the girl added, "We're the same height now, and soon you'll be taller than me." In response to his sister's remark, Kian said, "Don't you think you've become smaller than me?" To which Alice grabbed his cheek and began to stretch it, saying, "Okay, no need to go on." Continuing his walk with his sister, Kian looked up at the sky and mentally said, "July 2nd, 1988, I remember this day from my past life." The next moment, turning his gaze to the joyful Alice walking beside him, Kian mentally added, "This is the last day I saw my sister alive." After a while of walking, the girl suddenly asked, breaking the atmospheric silence, "If you were going to go home, it's summer vacation." In response to this question, Kian turned his head to his sister and said, "No one but you will be happy to see me there." When she heard her younger brother's remark, she was surprised to hear him say that no one did, and that's why you hadn't been there for 2 years. After receiving the question from his sister, Kian remembered his older brother and thought that there were actually several other reasons for this. First of all, Eshel. Continuing his thoughts about the enemies that were waiting for him there, he added mentally, and secondly, the Duke's wife. They both want to kill me, but my father doesn't care. The next moment, imagining the gate to his estate, he added, "It's almost like suicide to go back home. I don't think I'll be back there until graduation." As Kian was thinking, with his head down, he suddenly heard his friend Krantz talking to him. In response to his sister's question, Kian answered, without looking up, and never in his life after which she asked in surprise what he meant. After receiving another question from Alice, Kian turned his head to her and said in a rude tone, "You know how he treated me." Continuing his conversation with his sister, the boy added that once he even tried to take my life. Hearing this, Alyssa, who was shocked, asked what. As soon as the conversation turned to the attempt on Kian's life, Brian approached them and put his hand to his chest and said, "I can confirm that I saw a guy behind me." Alice asked in surprise who it was, and Kian replied, "My night bodyguard, Brian Kendrick." When she found out who their constant stalker was, the girl put her hand over her mouth and exclaimed, "Wow, a knight, and I was wondering why he was following us." After a while, after listening to the whole situation that had happened to him in the past with the attempt on his brother's life, Alice said what had happened. The next moment, putting her hand to her chin, the girl added, "I was in Fruin and didn't know about anything." To which Kian replied, "The Duke's wife and Krantz are to blame, and you had nothing to do with it." Continuing her thoughts, the girl asked him if he had discussed this with anyone else, to which he replied, "Why, it's all in the past." Looking at his sister, Kian added, Krantz was not about to repent, so before he could finish speaking, Alice suddenly threw herself into his arms. Holding her brother tightly to her, the girl shed a few tears and said to Kian, "You don't have to keep it in. Rely on me sometimes." While in the warm embrace of his sister, the boy heard her exclaim to him, "Now I will protect you." The next moment, letting go of her brother, Alice said, "I wish I could stay here longer, but I have to go. Take care of yourself while I'm gone." Immediately after throwing herself into the arms of the knight who was walking with them, the girl joyfully added to the confused cries of the knight to protect Kian well. As the girl was hugging him, Brian looked up at his master, who was looking at him with a murderous stare and moving his finger around his neck, and then thought, "I didn't do anything." After finishing their conversation with the girl, Kian and his knight escorted her to the entrance and began to say goodbye. As he continued to wave goodbye to his sister, the boy said in his head, "I've been here a long time." The next moment, recalling the stern look on Alice's face, he mentally added that he had never seen her so angry. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly plunged into his memories from his past life, where he had to spar with his half-brother Krantz. After losing in another fight against his stepbrother, he heard him say in disappointment that he was ready. Wanting to continue beating his weak brother, Cran looked at him with a sinister smile on his face and shouted, "Get up, you fucking orphan!" Trying to somehow dissuade them from the duel they were having, Kian exclaimed in embarrassment, "Please stop, you won that one." Ignoring the request of his sparring partner, Karantz hit him in the face with the handle and exclaimed, "God, you're so noisy." Having knocked the weapon out of his brother's hands, he continued to beat him until he was completely defenseless, enjoying his dominance. But at one point his ominous taunts were interrupted by a woman's voice, Alice, who shouted at Krantz to stop. Abruptly stopping and turning his head back, the guy said to Alice in confusion, after which she asked him, in a menacing tone, what he was doing. The next moment she had the same angry expression on her face, full of rage, and immediately apologised to Krantz. In his room on the couch, Kian smiled happily and thought, "I've seen this face only once in my past life, and soon the Duke's house will be a mess." The next moment, opening his eyes and looking at the interior of the room, the boy added in a stern tone in his head she must know the truth about her family in order to... Recalling the situation in which she had said goodbye to her life in the past, Kian mentally added, "I was able to protect her." As he continued to think about the terrible fate Alyssa had to face in the past, the boy mentally added to this terrible future. The next moment, the boy's thoughts were interrupted by his subject, who handed him 2 envelopes with letters and said, "Young sir, these are for you." Surprised that he received 2 different letters at the same time, he asked where they came from, and received one from the academy and another from the concierge. When Kian heard who had handed him the envelopes, he took the black envelope from Brian's hands and said, "Oh, that's good." Surprised that he had taken only 1 envelope from him, the man asked if he was going to take it, to which Kian replied that it was most likely from the palace. After receiving his master's remarks, Brian looked at the red envelope and said, "You're right, it has the seal of the imperial family on it." Hearing that a letter from the imperial family had arrived, Kiram looked out from behind the boy and asked what it was, and then Brian said with interest, wondering who sent it. Hearing the reflections of his subject, Kian unsealed the black letter and said around this time they were having a feast. The next moment, taking out the contents of the black envelope, Kian mentally read another letter, this one for a personal cleaning order. After rereading the content of the order, the boy mentally spoke, remembering the goal to remove Drenny and Nephilis. It was a major incident since there was a murder at the imperial banquet. Continuing to think about the case he was assigned, the young man added that he was the younger brother of the current empress, so it came as a great shock to everyone. The next moment, Kiram interrupted his thoughts and asked if he was going to go, and Kian confidently replied, "I have some business of my own to attend to." Immediately after the subject's response, Kian remembered Serica Negriti and mentally said, "Come to think of it, someone else did this in a previous life. It looks like she likes me, but it annoys me a little." The next moment, looking at the addressee on the envelope from the imperial family, Kiram exclaimed, "Oh, it's from Princess Arin," and Kian asked if it was. And, in response to the boy's words, Kiram smiled slyly, covering her mouth with her hand and said, "I thought you were just a little boy, but it looks like I was wrong." Not wanting to listen to the mockery of his subject, Kian grudgingly spoke the limitations of the demonic sword. While Kiram pressed against Emily, Kian said, "Well, prepare everything you need for a visit to the imperial palace," to which Brian nervously exclaimed, "I understand you." The next moment, Nana came into the main hall room where everyone else was gathered and said sweetly, "Daddy, I'm hungry." Hearing the girl's voice, Brian turned his head to her and exclaimed in confusion, and the young gentleman lazily turned his head toward Nana and said what was wrong. But his calmness also instantly disappeared. Seeing the girl in front of him, he exclaimed in his head that she'd grown up again. At about the same time, the second daughter returned to the Vertov's house, and the butler said to Miss Alice in surprise. Looking at the formidable girl who was confidently walking forward, the man added confusedly, "You're back." Ignoring all the greetings of her subjects, the girl said in an angry tone to her mother, "The Duchess is nowhere to be found." At the same time, sitting in her room, Miss Margaret was unsuspectingly sipping tea when the door to her room suddenly opened and her angry daughter came in, after which Margaret said, "Alice." Noticing that she was in a rather foul mood, the Duchess exclaimed in embarrassment, "It's been a long time. How are you, my daughter?" The next moment, not wanting to be verbose, Alice, without restraining her strength, swung her arm and slapped the Duchess hard. When the butler saw what had just happened before their eyes, he shouted out to your lordship's guards in confusion what you were doing. At the same time, grabbing her cheek, the Duchess angrily exclaimed that she had gone mad, and was told that you had gone mad, Duchess Margaret. Looking at his father's wife with the same angry look Kian had seen only once in his life, Alice exclaimed, "You tried to finish Kian off." When she heard the reason for her actions, the Duchess was confused, thinking how she knew, and then exclaimed, "I tried to kill Kian, you have proof." In response to the Duchess's question, Alice replied in a threatening tone, "You have just confirmed everything yourself, otherwise you would not have asked for proof." While the knights had already surrounded the second daughter of the Worth family, Margaret, who rose to her feet, exclaimed, "You dared to beat me without any evidence." The next moment, waving her hand in front of her, The angry Duchess shouted to the guards, who stood up like a shotgun to take her out of here. Hearing the order from the Duchess, the guards rushed to Alice to fulfill the order and exclaimed, "Excuse us, miss." But despite all the apologies, the guards still could not do anything to the girl. The first person who rushed at Alice caught only air and then got hit on the head. The next moment she created a magic sphere and used the elemental spirit of Undine to neutralize all the other knights in the room. Seeing what had just happened right before her eyes, the Duchess was frightened and thought it was spiritual magic that had defeated the guards so easily. Immediately after the obstacles were removed, Margaret saw the girl slowly approaching her and scared exclaimed, "Don't come any closer, what are you doing?" After which Alice added, "Knight Kian confessed to everything." Continuing to walk toward her hated stepmother, she added in a stern tone, "You were behind the attempted murder of Kian 2 years ago, and you think you can get away with it because Kian chose to keep quiet." Hearing the accusations against her, Duchess Margaret pointed a finger in Alice's direction and exclaimed, "You must be out of your mind to believe such cruel slander about me." In response to the woman's frightened exclamations, Alice approached her at arm's length and then said in a menacing tone, "Shut up, Margaret Erzette, I'll tell your father everything, get ready." Continuing to threaten the Duchess, who was trying to kill her younger brother, the girl angrily shouted out to you. The next moment after the conversation ended, Alice angrily stormed off to her father's office while the guards began to recover from the beating. As soon as the girl left her room, Duchess Margaret said in displeasure, "Stupid bitch, she doesn't even know yet." Smiling ominously after hearing the threats, the woman exclaimed that Duke Williart did not care about anyone but that child. After a while, when Alice arrived at her father's office and told him about everything that had happened, I heard that she had tried to kill Kian Worth, and what of it? Hearing the strange answer from her father, the second daughter of the Wirt family said in shock, "Your child almost got killed in this, that's all you can say." In response to his daughter's exclamations, Villiers turned his gaze to her and said, "I'm not going to make excuses for Kian, so everything is fine." And then Alice waved her hand and exclaimed that he had to defeat 6 knights, and if it wasn't for that knight, Brian Kenrick, he would have died. When the father heard his daughter's exclamation, he smiled slyly and said, "You think that Kian was saved by that fool and was a mercenary for the knights?" After hearing her father's words, the girl suddenly froze and then said, "So you mean to say that Kian took care of them?" In response to his daughter's question, the man turned to her and said, "You don't know him at all." The next moment, handing Alice a letter of invitation to a festive banquet from the imperial family, Villiers said, "Take this," and then asked her what it was. In response to his daughter's question, the man said, "I will not be able to attend the banquet from the imperial family, so you can go instead." Passing the letter into his daughter's hands, the man added in a stern tone of voice, "You don't have to worry about Kian." Continuing his speech, the man confidently added, "This child is much stronger than you can imagine, and I'm going back to the barracks." The next moment, the head of the Worth family headed for the exit, crossing the threshold and closing the door behind him, leaving Alice alone in the office. Angry at the behaviour of everyone in the family, the girl walked down the hallway and thought to herself, "I can't help but worry about him. He's only 13. A few seconds later, as she was coming around the corner, she heard a familiar female voice address her and ask for Miss Alice. The next moment, the night girl threw her arms around her and exclaimed, "Where have you been all this time? You haven't even written me a letter." Being in an uncomfortable position, Alice mentally said, "Cecilia Rien is a high-ranking member of the Knights of Light. She was my personal maid, teacher and friend." After a few seconds of hugging, Alice finally pulled away from her and exclaimed, "Okay, let's change the scenery," after which she asked in surprise. Then the second daughter of the Worth family smiled joyfully, holding up a letter with an invitation to the banquet and said, "So let's go to the Imperial Palace." After a certain period of time, the guests who had received the invitation to the banquet went to the Imperial Palace after packing their things and calling for a carriage. Looking out of the window, a joyful girl who had travelled much farther from the academy exclaimed with a happy tail wagging. The next moment, seeing his girl's behaviour, Kian said to Nana, "Hide your tail." Hearing her daddy's order, the girl groaned and then did as she was told. Seeing this, Kian smiled awkwardly, thinking, "I didn't know she could remove the dragon parts like that. Now I feel safer taking her outside." Immediately after finishing his thoughts, the boy asked Nana, "You haven't forgotten what I taught you, have you?" And she answered with a hand to her chest, "Of course, young master, I'm your maid." Hearing his daughter's words, Kian leaned on his arm and thought anxiously, "Oh, I'm leaning so much, she's definitely going to do something. She's too excited." The next moment, the carriage suddenly stopped. Feeling a sharp jolt, Kian looked out the window and asked what was going on, and was told that it was here. Sighing heavily and turning his head to the young Mr. Bryan, "The bandits blocked our path." At the same moment, the leader of the bandits, anticipating a windfall, smiled ominously and said, "Give me everything you have." Hearing the reason why they stopped, Kian closed the window and said, "It's nothing special, just deal with them." After closing the window and turning back to his daughter, Kian asked his father what was going on, to which he replied nothing. While Brian had already killed the leader of the bandits who took the most of the gang, Kian added that it was just a bug that happened along the way. The next moment, as the body of the gang leader who had lost his head fell to the ground, the rest of the members finally realized that they would not be able to rob the carriage that easily. Angry at the knight who had just broken up with their comrade, the other bandits rushed at Brian and shouted, "Get lost, it's revenge for Fernando!" However, it didn't take a few seconds for Brian to use his serial slashing skill to finish off all the other bandits in a split second. When the knight heard that the problem was solved and all the enemies had met with the afterlife, he thought that the weakling Brian was not so weak anymore. Smiling happily after defeating the bandits, the boy added in his head, "I have become stronger," and then heard Kian shouting from the carriage, "If you're done, let's go." After hearing the words from Kian, Brian went to the carriage and took his seat and exclaimed to the good young master, "We are on our way." At the same time, somewhere in the office of Instructor Serica, the subject brought a pile of papers and threw them on the table, and read the list of guests at the banquet. After some time of talking to her subject, Serica Negriti said no, it has to happen now. Continuing to go through the papers of the people who were supposed to be at the banquet, Nephlis said, "Why you want to do it so quickly?" In response to her subject's question, the girl, looking through the guest's file, said that because he was a scoundrel rapist who preyed on married women using his power, he should die as soon as possible. Continuing to look at the questionnaire of her target, who was to be removed at this banquet, the girl added this bastard. Looking through the photo of Dranian Nefer, Serica Negriti added, "My fiancé heard this and exclaimed in surprise that..." The next moment, picking up the next guest's questionnaire, the academy instructor said in surprise, "This child will be there too." Looking through the questionnaire of the invited guest, Serica mentally said a rare genius, all the elemental characteristics of which 20% of her could not attend my classes because of her weak body, the granddaughter of the head of the Garum Regents Rain River Magic Association, Lunav Rain River. As the instructor continued to look at the guest profile, she thought, this girl has never gone out in society, so why did she suddenly decide to come to the banquet? The next moment, interrupting her lady's thoughts, the subject said, "I heard the president of the association tell her to attend the banquet," and Serica exclaimed in surprise. After receiving new information from my subject about this person, Serica mentally said what he was up to, and I had a bad feeling. Continuing to think about this person who would appear at the imperial banquet, the instructor added in her mind that something would definitely happen at the banquet. At the same time, while walking around the city with Kian, Nana accidentally bumped into a man, after which he exclaimed, "What are you doing?" And she exclaimed, "I'm sorry." The next moment, Nana looked at her husband guiltily and asked how I could atone for my guilt. Seeing these puppy eyes of the young maid, the man suddenly cheered up and laughed awkwardly, and the young lady exclaimed that everything was fine. Immediately after this incident, Nana pointed to the man next to her and exclaimed, "Dad, there are such kind people here." Hearing this and looking back, Kian thought he was not kind at all. "Get out of there!" The next moment, his thoughts were interrupted by his subject, who pointed to the girl and exclaimed in fright to the young master of Nana's eyes. Sometime after visiting the restaurant and emptying a considerable number of plates of food, rubbing my tummy, I said to the rest of them, "I feel alive again. It tastes so good." When Kian saw how much food was needed for his daughter, he nervously thought, "Good thing I brought a lot of money with me. Raising a child is a lot of work." The next moment, feeling something strange behind him, the boy cautiously said in his head, "What kind of strange mana was that?" As soon as he turned his head toward the strange source of mana, he saw a strange girl who asked him the correct question. When he heard the girl call him, he thought that she knew my name and then said, "So who are you?" Ignoring Kian's question, the girl sat down on a chair next to him and said, "Do you mind if I sit next to you?" After which Kian said, "You didn't answer my question." The next moment, the girl turned her gaze to Kian and smiled happily, saying, "My name is Lunav, and I'm a sophomore at the same academy as you." Hearing the name of the girl who sat down next to him, Kian thought to himself, "That sounds familiar. I wonder why she's being so friendly." And then said, "I don't know who you are. I honestly don't care about students who aren't in my year." After receiving Kian's remark, the girl smiled happily and exclaimed, "Well, compared to a popular guy like you, I'm a loner." After which Kian asked, "Popular me?" At the same moment, leaning over to the knight, Nana asked Brian if she was a friend of her father's, to which he replied without a clue, they didn't really look like friends. The next moment, noticing the relationship between Kiana's subjects, Lunav noticed that your knight and maid get along, plus they eat with you. Turning her gaze back to Kian and smiling slyly, the girl said in a sly tone, "You're a bit of an ice pick, but you seem to be quite nice." And then Kian asked in a stern tone why we had to eat separately. Not understanding what motives the girl was pursuing, Kian turned his suspicious gaze to her and thought she suddenly started praising me. Continuing to study the girl, Kian mentally wondered why she had approached me at all. And then Lunav said, You came to the capital for a banquet. When asked by the girl, Kian was surprised to hear her answer. How do you know about it? And then he said, why else would you come here if you never leave the academy? The next moment, leaning her head on her hand, which she placed on the table, Lunav said, well, that's good, then I'll see you there. I've been invited too. When he heard this person would also be present at the imperial banquet, Kian looked at her with a suspicious look and said in his head that she had also been sent a letter, so she was from the nobility. Suddenly interrupting Kian's thoughts, the girl stood up from the table and said, well, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm sorry, but I have to go. Before leaving the not-so-hospitable company she had invaded uninvited, Lunav said, please remember me. Heading to the exit, where a couple of knights were waiting for her, the girl added my full name, Lunav Rain River. Hearing the name of this strange person, it suddenly dawned on Kian, and then he mentally said, now I finally remembered the Lunar Rainmaker. Recalling the image of the man who ran the association, he mentally added, she was the granddaughter of the president of the Magic Situation Regent's Rain River, and she had been sent by that crazy old man. Continuing to think about the girl's identity, Kian said in his mind, in my past life, she died at an early age while still studying at the academy. I don't know if it was really because of her health or because of inhumane experiments conducted on her by the Magical Association. Putting a hand to his chin, Kian said to himself, I keep running into people I didn't want to deal with in my past life. It's so annoying, and it means the future is constantly changing. Continuing his thoughts before the start of the interesting event, the boy added in his head in frustration, why is this all happening on the day of the banquet and during the banquet, which will be called the Blood Banquet? At the same time, while continuing to choose the best outfit for the banquet, Princess Arin asked Leximus how I look to you. In response to the question, Mrs. Rasmus stretched out her two arms with a gesture of loyalty and confidently exclaimed, you look simply magnificent, Your Highness. I have never seen a more beautiful person than you. Immediately after her answer, she turned her gaze to the many outfits on the princess's bed and added, you've tried enough outfits. Holding up her two hands with her best grade in front of her, Leximus, shedding tears of misery, mentally added, please, please, let me go. Trying to finally end this mockery of herself with the choice of Obrad Rasmus again, heard the princess looking at another dress and saying, no, don't think so. In response to the girl's remark, her subject bowed her head down and folded her arms in front of her and confidently said, it's okay, I'm sure young Mr. Keanu will like this outfit. Hearing the remark from her subject, the princess blushed sharply, and then turned to her subject and exclaimed that if he saw me, she would be displeased and said, you sent him the invitation yourself, so there is no need to act like you don't know what you're doing. Irritated by her subject's response, the princess stomped her feet and exclaimed, well, to which Rasmus, holding out his hand in front of him, said, that's enough, it's obvious. At the same time, a maid entered the room and spoke to Your Highness. Holding an open jewellery box in her hands, the maid added, His Highness Runel sent you a gift. He said it would look incredible on you. Looking at the pendant brought to her by her subject, Princess Arin was surprised to hear that her brother had really sent me a gift. Seeing what they had brought her, Mrs. Rasmus happily folded her palms and exclaimed beautifully, sure that young Mr. Keanu was also, before she could finish, interrupted by Arin, who awkwardly exclaimed, come on, I told you I don't like him. At the same time, many people had already gathered in the Imperial Banquet Hall, having been invited to the event. Looking at each guest who passed by, Kian mentally passed so many people that I don't see the goal yet. The next moment you feel the presence of your subject Kian's speech, Kellen. You are here, which means that Eshel is somewhere nearby. After the words of his master, the subject said that now he is with the princess's Ruinal. I have to tell you something, hearing this, Kian asked unhappily, about what after which Kellen asked you will be able to leave the banquet. After receiving a question from his subject, Kian wondered in his head what had happened to the leakage of information about the purge and then asked what had happened. In response to the question of his master, Kellen replied, I have a bad feeling. I think a lot of people, including you, are in danger now. Continuing his report, the boy said Eshel ordered me to leave the place before the banquet began. Alerting his master, he said he had prepared a small event. Hearing what his subject Kian had just told him, he was confused, and then Eshel stood behind the bloody banquet. Continuing his report on what would happen in the near future, Kellen said, I don't want to see you hurt, but before he could finish, Kian interrupted him and said, I understand, you can go. After receiving the order from Kian, Kellen asked again, young sir, are you sure you'll be okay? To which he replied, yes, but you may be in danger, so you'd better leave this place. After hearing another assurance that he should not worry, Kellen obeyed the boy's order and said, well, young sir, take care of yourself. As soon as Kellen bowed and headed for the exit, Kian smiled slyly and said in his head, a small event meant something. Realizing what was going to happen next in this place, Kian smiled ominously and said in his head, Eshel is a bastard, and he's even more of a psycho than I thought. Hearing her master's reflections, Kiram smiled slyly and asked why he was so worried about innocent people dying. In response to his partner's question, Kian just smiled and said in his head, "That's just so cute." The next moment, turning his gaze to Kian, he added in his head, "The other thing's more important now. I'll have to postpone the mission." Immediately after finding Serica with his eyes, Kian used the skill of psychological interaction and then spoke telepathically. "Your dress looks very nice." Hearing this, the girl was surprised to hear Kian's psychological interaction. After receiving a question from his ally in this place, Kian said via telepathic link, "I think we'll have to postpone the cleansing mission." Not understanding the reason for this decision, the girl asked me through telepathic communication why, and in response I received information that, continuing to report on the near future, Kian added through telepathic communication that a sea of blood would soon spill in the banquet hall. Hearing this, Serica fell into a stupor and said in confusion that, continuing to report on the new circumstances, Kian analysed the terrain of the hall and spoke through telepathic interaction, saying that there was no time to tell the rest, but for now we needed to check for monsters nearby. After receiving the information from Seric's boyfriend, she gritted her teeth and asked him through telepathy, "Are you sure your source can be trusted?" In response to the girl's question, Kian smiled ominously and spoke through a telepathic connection. "I know the person who might be behind this all too well. I suspected this might happen, but now I'm sure." The next moment, Kian smiled slyly and added through telepathy, "Don't worry about the target. Your perverted fiancé will also die. But good news, right?" After that, Serica suddenly looked back at the guy with a blush on her face and exclaimed, "How did you know he was my fiancé?" Immediately after he informed the girl of the danger, Kian went off to do his business and said, "Well, I'm going to go now," leaving the angry Sarika to stare after him. Realizing that there was no point in getting angry, the girl resigned herself to the development of events and spoke back through telepathy, "Then you will have to explain yourself," after which she heard Alice, who was nearby, shouting to the woman that she was Sarika's instructor. Surprised that someone recognized her at this event tent and suddenly called her name, the woman was surprised to hear that voice. The next moment, looking back and seeing her student in front of her, the girl said in surprise to Alice, to which the latter happily replied, heading towards the instructor who had not seen her for a long time. Surprised that the girl had arrived at this banquet, Serica asked her what brought you here, and she replied that she was just venting and that it was my duty so. Having received the answer to her question, the instructor of the academy said in her head in confusion that it was bad she could get hit, and then suddenly heard someone's voice saying that it was Miss Sarika Negriti. The next moment, seeing the young girl next to her, the man added, "My God, Miss Alice and you, it's like two beautiful flowers appeared before me." While Alice was smiling awkwardly, trying to show respect for Seric, she looked back and mentally said, "Damn, I'm busy enough and there's chaos here." Continuing to look at the man who suddenly found them, the instructor mentally added "here" and the target appeared, after which he bowed and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Drenian Nephilis." Then turning to his subject, Kian said, "Brian, I want you to do something." When he heard Kian's words, he exclaimed, "Yes, young sir." The next moment, pounding his chest with his fist, the man confidently exclaimed, "I am Brian Kenrick. I will obey any order." Hearing this, the boy said, "You don't have to do that," as if he were embarrassed. Immediately after he said this, Kian looked at him with an embarrassed look and mentally said, "He's been breathing confidence lately." Continuing to watch his subject, Kian mentally added that he felt like a real knight after absorbing the dragon's blood. At the end of his thoughts, the boy told him that he needed to explore the underground passages of the palace, to which he nervously replied that it was dark and scary. Hearing the remark from his subject, Kian thought with a displeased air of confidence, and then stretched out his hand in front of him and said, "Go do it." At the same moment, seeing a suspicious person behind his master, Brian nervously exclaimed to the young gentleman behind you, after which he exclaimed in surprise that, concentrating on the girl who was looking out the door at Kian, he exclaimed, "There's a strange man watching you." And hearing this, Kian mentally said, "What a feeling." Starting to fulfill his duty as a knight, the guy rushed at the suspicious person and shouted, "I'll deal with him." After which Kian shouted, "Stop, Brian." Seeing that he had already knocked his maid to the ground, Kian said, "Brian, it's okay, we know her." Hearing his master's words, the knight looked back at his master and asked in surprise that he was really sorry. At the same time, a suspicious person was already going down the stairs to the basement with a torch in his hand. After a while, he found himself on the lower floor where monsters were waiting for him to organize a so-called small event. Smiling ominously upon arrival, Boris confidently said, "Your time has come, my henchman." Using the power that he had, the man gave a command to the creatures who were not very friendly and shouted out to rise up. At the same time, while at the banquet, Princess Arin was trying to find one of the guests who was supposed to attend the banquet. Having failed to find the person she was looking for, the girl said resentfully that it was so hard to invite him and I don't even see him. The next moment she put her hand to the pendant given to her by the first prince and exclaimed, "What an eccentric guy." The next moment a famous person approached the princess and said, "It is an honor to meet you, Princess Arin," to which she replied in surprise. Looking at the girl who had just come up to her, the princess added in surprise, I've had a rainmaker since the second year of our academy. Hearing the princess say her name, the girl smiled slyly and said, You remembered me, thank you, Princess Arin. In response to the guest's remarks, the princess joyfully exclaimed, I wish I had remembered the genius of the Garum kingdom. I wanted to welcome you to the banquet in the name of the empire. Hearing the royal person's joyful words addressed to her, Lunav replied, You are kind, your highness, and it would be good if Mr. Kian knew of your kindness. When the princess heard who her interlocutor had just mentioned, she was surprised to hear that she knew Kian, and she replied, Of course, I was with him yesterday. When she received the answer she did not want to hear, the princess was surprised to hear that you and he were very close. Seeing the strange reaction of the princess, Luna Rainriver looked at her with a sly smile, while the princess was embarrassed and covered her mouth with her hand and thought, Oops, I said that out loud. Continuing to stare intently at the princess in front of her, the talented young woman said, I thought so, Princess Arin. The next moment, deciding to end things very quickly, the girl asked, Do you like Mr. Kian? Hearing this question, Arin froze into place into confusion and mentally asked, Do I like Kian? At that very moment, before the girls could finish their love talks, one of the guests frightenedly exclaimed that someone would call the guards before she died. The next moment, this guest lost her head and was helped by a monster who suddenly appeared at the banquet. Seeing what had just happened, at a cultural event attended by a large number of noble people, the princess exclaimed in confusion that it couldn't be like a monster. Continuing to stare at the monster that had just finished off the guest, she added, It had entered the imperial palace, and then the frightened cries of the monster were heard. The next moment, the monster turned its head in Princess Arin's direction and said in an ominous tone, I have found you. Continuing to look at the girl who was his target, the monster detected her by the pendant around her neck and added a princess. At the same time, having met somewhere in a remote place with his subjects, Kian brought Emily to Nana, after which she bowed her head and said, Hello, I am the maid of young Master Kian, you may call me Nana. When Emily saw Nana and recognized who was standing in front of her, she fell to her knees and said to herself, She's so much younger and prettier than me. Starting to cry after hearing this, Kiana's maid asked him sadly if he had traded me for this child, young master, and he firmly replied no. The next moment, looking at his maid, the boy asked, By the way, are you sure that Brother Eshel brought you here? And she answered yes. Immediately after putting her hands to her cheeks, the girl happily added, He even wanted to hire me. He immediately realized how valuable I was. Hearing what his maid had just told him, Kian asked in an angry tone that he wanted to hire you. As Ashel called Emily over and she faced Kellen as soon as the subject left them, the older brother asked if she would like to be my maid, to which she replied in surprise that she would. Continuing to smile at his brother's subject, Eshel added, You look lonely since Kian left for the academy. What do you think? After telling me how it was, Emily smiled slyly and said, Of course I said no, I have to be there when you get back. When Kian heard this, he asked her if she was sure, and she put her hand on her forehead and sighed heavily, saying, You're tiring me out, but I'm sure he never gave up. The next moment, continuing to break up the drama, the maid added, Considering that he brought me here. After listening to Emily's words, Kian said to Brian from outside, Dangerously protect Emily and Nana, to which he exclaimed, Yes, you are going to go young, sir. In response to his subject's question, Kian said, I have to, and then mentally said in the past, Emily wasn't here. Continuing to think about our situation, the guy mentally added, I immediately realized that he was up to something after he sent Kellen after me. The next moment, the boy was furious and said in his head, But you have no right to hurt my people, Eshel Wirt. As soon as Kian left them, the maid suddenly remembered something and called out after him, Oh, young sir. The next moment, raising a red butterfly with a piece of jewellery above her, she exclaimed, Young Mr. Eshel gave me the butterfly and ordered me to give it to you as a gift. Continuing to hold the jewellery in her hands, the girl shed tears and exclaimed, I forgot, I'm a fool, how could I forget about it at the most crucial moment? At the same time, being in the same room with the first prince of the empire, Eshel, Prince Renal said with a sly smile. In response to his accomplice's words, he looked back at him and replied with a sinister smile. The day has finally come, Eshel. You've prepared well. Continuing the dialogue with his friend, the first son of the house, Wirt said, Our gifts will be delivered soon. This Boris is quite a competent person. Hearing his friend's remarks, the first prince said with a sinister smile that he would continue to be quite useful in correcting the empire that had been mired in peace. After hearing the words of his accomplice, the first son of the House of Worth confidently replied in the same way. Continuing to look at his companion, who had a sinister smile on his face and with whom they had staged a monster attack at the banquet, Eshel added to demonstrate to the Empire who it really needed. At the same time, trying to save the guests from the monsters that suddenly appeared at the party, the princess called out to everyone. Continuing to point to the exit for the evacuation of people, Arin kept shouting quickly, Run away, leave this place to the guards. Seeing what the princess was doing at the moment, Lunaire exclaimed, Your Highness, you should also run away. To which she replied, It's okay, let's let the others through first. Realizing that the princess was not going to be the first to run away, Lunera exclaimed, "Then I'll help you." When the princess heard that she would have an assistant with her in this difficult task, she smiled and exclaimed, "Thank you, Lunav." At the same time, trying to hold back the onslaught of monsters that were breaking through, one of the guards shouted, "Hold the monster! We must stop it no matter what!" The next moment, having finished off another enemy, the commander saw several more enemies in front of him and mentally said more. At the same time, having fallen into the hands of the monster, which appeared with a large number of enemies, one of the guards shouted for help. Seeing that his subject had fallen into the hands of the enemy, the commander of the guards screamed in fright, and then the voice of his subject called out behind him. Looking back and seeing even more monsters behind him, the commander shouted out Moor and Mandragora, the highest demonic beast, and then mentally added why the big monsters from the front had appeared here. Starting to shed tears involuntarily after realizing the whole situation, the man mentally said, "We cannot win, everyone will die." The next moment, their hopes suddenly broke through the pile of monsters. It was the instructor of the academy, Serica Negriti, who destroyed one of the mandrakes. Having created a good chance for retreat, the girl shouted out, "Use this gap to evacuate quickly!" Hearing the order from the girl who had just killed one of the big monsters, the general of the guards was surprised to hear the instructor of the academy say this. At the same time, having noticed the enemy approaching the general from the blind spot, Miss Alice began to draw her sword to prevent it. As soon as the enemy rushed at the man, the girl used her supersonic sword skill to destroy the enemy. After saving the man from danger and creating a path for retreat, Alice exclaimed, "Leave it to us," to which he replied, "I understand." The next moment, turning to his subjects, the man shouted to the guards, "Listen up, we will accompany those who are evacuating," and was answered with a "Yes, sir." At the same time, one of the mandrakes that had arrived in the main hall prepared to attack the enemies it had discovered. Seeing the monster's preparations, Alice and Instructor Serica mentally told the attacker. The next moment, as soon as the monster made its move, her vines, ignoring the two ladies in front of her, stretched further. Seeing this, Serica was surprised to think that we were not the target, and then turning her head back, she added, "There." As soon as her head turned back, she and Alice discovered that the vines were heading for Princess Arin, who was helping to evacuate the guest. Realizing exactly who the mandrake vines were aimed at, the academy instructor suddenly exclaimed Princess Arin was their target. At the moment when the vines almost reached the girl, the commander of the guard swung his sword and saved her from certain death. Gritting his teeth after rescuing his mistress, the subject shouted out to protect Princess Arin. The next moment after he said that, the next mandrake vines immediately attacked the man, piercing his entire body and filling it with poison. Seeing what had just happened to her subject who had defended her, the princess exclaimed in confusion, shedding tears, as Captain Morris of the guard exclaimed. As soon as the man fell to the ground with fatal wounds, the princess immediately ran to him, scared, shouting, "Morris, come to your senses!" Feeling that sense of guilt again, tears rolled down her face and she mentally said, "It's my fault. I'm sorry, Morris." At the same time, while the princess was apologizing to the commander of the guards, Luna of Rain River prepared to use a water shot spell. The next moment, using the wind skill to strengthen her magic, she shouted out a wind spear combo. Seeing what had just happened or in front of her eyes, the princess was amazed to think that she had just used the magic of fusion and she was only in her second year of study. Having cleared the monsters nearby, the defender turned her gaze to Arin and said, "Your Highness, he cannot be saved. You must use this moment to escape." The next moment, looking in front of him from where the mandrake vines were approaching again, one of the guards said they would be back soon. Prepared to defend the princess, the guard suddenly exclaimed, "We'll take care of this ourselves, so get out of here." Gritting his teeth and defending the exit, the guard exclaimed that Captain Morris's sacrifice would not be in vain, and then another added, "We will apprehend them." Hearing that the guards would cover their retreat, Luna of Rain River said to the princess, "Your Highness, let's get away as soon as possible," and she got to her feet with her head bowed down and said, "Well." As she continued to look at the guard commander who had saved her life and lost his, she added, "I will not forget your sacrifice." The next moment, before leaving her subjects, Princess Arin used her magic to give the soldiers ghostly armor. After completing the spell, the princess said before leaving, "I have created a temporary protective barrier against the deadly poison of the mandrake roots." Drawing the soldiers' attention to the danger of their opponent, the girl added, "One touch and you will die, but my protective barrier will protect you from the poison." Once again using her magic to bolster the defense of her subjects one last time, the princess has added that you must survive, this is your princess's order. In response to their ruler's words, the soldiers smiled joyfully and exclaimed, "Yes, your highness, that's right." The next moment the soldiers, who had received a fierce burst of motivation, rushed into battle against the mandrake and shouted for the princess. Continuing their battle against the monsters, the subjects continued to swing their swords, chopping off all the limbs of the mandrake and making their way forward to victory. But the monsters did not want to give up so easily, and their number grew over time, and they also fought back. At one point, having broken through the crowd of monsters, Alice began to walk towards Arryn, shouting out to Your Highness, "Run away while you can," and she heard whoever in response. Continuing to walk toward Princess Arryn, the girl replied, "I am Alice Worth of the Worth House. Get out of here quickly." The next moment, the instructor of the academy suddenly appeared among the pile of monsters, cutting down enemies left and right. Continuing to destroy enemies with Seric's short weapon, I thought to myself, I am an alchemy teacher at the academy fighting with a dagger. I am jeopardizing the existence of the mist. Immediately after her thoughts, she looked around where the monsters had already killed many soldiers and people, but now was not the time to worry about that. A few seconds later, after accepting that the situation was critical, the girl used the blade of mist to create 8 trembling petals and then struck a series of blows at the monsters. As soon as the onslaught of the enemies stopped, one of the guards shouted out that the mandrakes had stopped moving and that they needed to regroup and counterattack. While he was relaxed giving orders, one of the monsters suddenly appeared in his blind spot and was already heading towards the soldier to finish him off. But he was dealt with before Seric finished, the puppet exclaimed. The demonic beasts were not done. Not to relax, at which the soldier exclaimed, "Well." As she continued to fight the enemies, who were not getting any smaller, the girl thought to herself, as long as we keep the demonic beasts here, Alice must bring the princess out. While her friend was leading the princess out of the risk zone, Seric Negriti mentally added, "For some reason, I can't help but feel this unpleasant feeling." As she continued to follow the girl who was leading her to safety, the princess thought to herself, Alice Worth must be Kian's older sister. The next moment after her thoughts, as she continued to follow the girl, she mentally added, "And Kian, he's safe." At one point, when they were trying to leave the palace, a monster appeared right out of the wall in front of it, and Alice exclaimed in surprise that they had even made it here. Gritting her teeth and preparing for the confrontation with her new opponent, Alice mentally said, "They seem to know where we are and whether I can win." Continuing to look at the monster she had to face this time, the girl mentally added the night caterpillar of a higher demonic beast. Seeing that their guide froze in place, Princess Arryn got down on one knee and created a magic circle on the ground and shouted out a chain trap. At the same moment, Lunav Rainriver, standing next to her, used her fire spear magic. Using their skills, the girls helped to draw the monster's attention to themselves. Seeing that the monster had just suffered magical damage from spells, Alice looked back and heard, "We will help you attack when the opportunity arises." Hearing the words from the girls behind her, Elisa smiled and mentally said, "I can't be upset in front of the students of the academy. I can't show weakness." The next moment, when the monster's attention was focused on the princess, and the sound of the monster ignoring Alice, he waved his hand. The next moment, the monster made a slashing attack that was aimed at a couple of girls, but this attack was blocked by the Luna skill. While the enemy was confused after an unsuccessful attack, Alice got her opportunity for a successful attack by crouching down to the ground. The next moment, moving her magic to the sword blade, the girl said, "I'm a representative of the House of Worth, the guardians of this empire." As Alice prepared to deliver her fateful blow to the enemy who dared to attack them, she shouted out menacingly, "You will regret standing in our way." Immediately after her words, using her water sword skill, the girl struck out and cut off one of the monster's limbs. At the same time, in the main banquet hall, instructor Serica Negriti finally dealt with all the monsters with considerable losses. Looking at the one she had neutralized at the end, the girl said this last thoughtfully. The next moment, she reached for the monster's mask and said to herself, "They look like ordinary demonic beasts, but they have a strange aura about them." Taking the mask off of the monster and seeing the corpse underneath, which began to disintegrate into small pieces, Seric's puppet said in surprise. Immediately after her question, the girl, immersed in thought, mentally recited the forbidden magic that raises the dead, turning them into dolls. Continuing to look at the pile of defeated enemies, she mentally added that it was forbidden and would be difficult to create such puppets, requiring a huge amount of mana. Suddenly changing her expression to one of severity, the academy instructor added in her mind that one person could not have created so much. The next moment, looking down and furrowing her brow, she added in her head that someone wanted to start a war. At the same time, in another part of the palace, the emperor himself fought against the puppets, making every effort to win. Having dealt with the influx of enemies, the emperor asked, breathing heavily, "We are finished. I can't believe this happened on the day of the banquet." The next moment, the emperor stabbed his sword into the ground and suddenly fell to his knee. Seeing this, the first prince suddenly exclaimed to his father, after which the first son of the Worth family added, "Your Highness," in response to the boy's concern, the emperor replied, "I'm fine. I'm just tired." After calming the boys who were worried about him, the ruler looked back and smiled and said, "I am glad to have support like you in times like these." Dividing the men who stood behind him, Emperor Dion added, "Ruinel Eshel," after which Eshel exclaimed, "I will help you, Your Highness." Throwing the emperor's arm over his shoulder and starting to lead him out of the castle, the boy heard him say, "I'm fine, help the others," to which he replied that the knights of the castle would take care of everything. Continuing to implement his insidious plan, Eshel looked greedily at the Emperor and said, "You don't have to worry about that. We will personally protect you, Your Highness." At the same time, after dealing with the caterpillar and walking a little further, Alice arrived in the next room and saw a whole crowd of enemies in front of her and said where they were coming from. As she continued to watch the enemies that kept arriving in the room, she added more and more of them. At the same time, looking at the butterfly Emily was holding, the knight asked young Mr. Eshel if he had given it to Mr. Keanu, to which she replied yes. After receiving the answer to his question, Brian thoughtfully mumbled that I had a bad feeling about him, to which I was surprised to answer in the wrong way. In response to the maid's question, the boy replied no, he had never given young Mr. Keanu any gift, and then mentally added this simple observation. The next moment, recalling the relationship between his master and his brother, Brian added, "But I always thought the young master didn't like his brother." Continuing his thoughts, the boy added, "This seems like something much more serious than a family dispute." The next moment, Nana said, "Brian, we need to run," and he asked in surprise why. In response to her friend's question, the girl changed the colour of her eyes and replied that something dangerous was heading this way. Surprised by the girl's warning, the knight asked Nana in surprise, after which Emily asked what was wrong with her eyes. While they were in a state of confusion from Nana's words right behind them, the walls shattered into hundreds of pieces. Looking back and seeing the enemy in front of him, Brian grabbed his sword and shouted to Miss Emily to run, after which she exclaimed in confusion what it was. In response to the maid's question, the man shouted at the enemy, who appeared from a hole in the wall, a high-ranking Vegemite monster. At the same time, while saving his insignificant life, Draenian Nephilis continued to run away and mentally said, "Damn it, it's over. I'm going to die at this rate." Recalling the moment a few minutes ago, the man said in his head, "I was able to escape before the others." Continuing to recall the escape, Draenian Nephilis mentally added, "But I never thought these monsters would be at the main entrance." Trying to save his life, the man continued to walk as far as the eye could see and mentally said, "I have to get out alive. I have to go back." Remembering his subject in his basement, the man mentally said to himself, "I can't die here so that I can see my wonderful maid Lily again." Feeling a surge of lust, the man smiled ominously and mentally added, "Even simple thoughts of her excite me. Now I want to see Sarika Negrita as broken as she is." Having completed his recollections, the man suddenly looked back at the guard and exclaimed, "Are you sure this back door is sealed?" To which he replied, "I think so." When he received a confident answer from the soldier, the man turned his head forward and exclaimed irritatedly, "You think you're laughing at me? You don't know who I am." The next moment after he said that, the man's head was split into two by a swing of the sword of a monster in front of him, which he did not see because his eyes were turned back. Seeing what had just happened to the man running in front of him, the soldier exclaimed in confusion. Frozen in place after seeing a lot of enemies appear in front of them, the soldier exclaimed in confusion, "Damn it, we are doomed." Before he could get too upset, Alice suddenly appeared right in front of them, and with a single swing of her sword using a water blast, she killed several enemies. As her water attack formed a wall, the girl shouted out to her ally Lunavne. Having received the command to act from Alice, the girl used her freezing magic and froze the water spilled around the room. At that very moment, many enemies were trapped in the ice block that had originally been water, and they were now helpless. Continuing to use her spell, Lunav Rainriver was able to stop the onslaught of enemies in the room. Seeing what had just happened before their eyes, one of the soldiers exclaimed in amazement, "It was unbelievable. They instantly killed all the monsters who they were." In response to the guard's question, one of the girls shouted out, "My name is Alice Wirt, and it's not over yet. Please protect Her Highness." Hearing the girl's exclamation, the guard turned his head to the princess and exclaimed, "Your Highness, are you all right?" To which she replied, "Yes, but this girl." Hearing that they were worried about her, Lunav said tiredly, "You don't have to worry about me. I'll be fine soon." And then Aaron said, "How?" Interrupting her friend's words, Lunav Rainriver spoke heavily, saying their next attack will start soon. You need to get out of here. At that very moment, the guards lined up in front of the princess shouted, "We will protect your highness," and stood in formation. Hearing the shouts of the soldiers, Miss Alice, who still had the strength to fight, shouted out, "I will create support for you." The next moment, the girl began to hand out instructions for effective combat, telling the guards to use barriers to protect the nobility and to hold out until the end of the battle. Immediately after her words, the girl added, "Royal knights, you must protect the princess and take my place if I die in a battle." Filling the blade of her weapon with mana and preparing for the ensuing battle, Alice added, "I will do everything I can to stop this misunderstanding." After her loud words, the girl mentally said, "Even if I continue to destroy them, they will be replaced by just as many more." Seeing the crowd of monsters reappear on the horizon in front of her, the girl mentally added the feeling that they knew where we were. While the princess's pendant given by her older brother attracted the monsters, Alice shouted out they were coming again, "Get ready to attack." At the same time, when Brian met with a high-ranking monster, he drew his sword and gathered the courage to take the fight. Continuing to panic at the sight of the monster, Emily screamed out in fright, to which the knight replied, "Get behind me!" Giving the order to the maid, Brian assessed the monster again and said, "This is a real high-ranking monster. Looks like the young master was right and something is really going on here." Preparing to take on the enemy, the boy mentally added, while Emily trembled behind him, "The young master was always there to protect me, but now it was my turn." Feeling a great responsibility before the inevitable battle, the boy added in his mind that only I could protect these two now, but I could not. Feeling the warmth of Emily on my back, who was scared, "I believe in you, you'll make it," Brian mentally muttered. She was clinging to me too tightly. The next moment, the monster, which had been watching the knight's behaviour for some time, finally got ready to fight, but before that it growled loudly to intimidate the opponent. Seeing the sudden movements from the monster, Emily screamed out in fright, after which Brian swung his sword and shouted, "Don't move away from me!" When the monster attacked, the knight swung his sword and successfully deflected its blow, avoiding any damage. Even surprised by what had just happened, the guy exclaimed in confusion, but I stopped him, thinking I could handle it. Before he could rejoice in his small victory, the enemy began to actively strike, forcing Brian to swing his sword over and over again. Seeing that the guy was actively fighting, Emily exclaimed in fright, "Are you okay?" In response to the maid's question, the man instantly calmed down and said in a calm voice, "Of course, don't worry, I won't let him hurt you." As soon as he said this, the enemy stopped striking and used his head, or rather his mouth, which was going to devour the guy. Seeing a giant jaw with sharp teeth approaching him, Brian mentally said, "This is how I will die, young sir, sorry." As soon as he thought about this, he suddenly heard the dull sound of a blow, and Nana, who had just pacified the monster with her bare hands. Seeing what had just happened right before her eyes and how the tide of battle had instantly turned, Emily shouted out in confusion what it was. Looking at the maid's form on the strange creature with wings and horns, Emily exclaimed in confusion. At the same time, trying to restrain the onslaught of enemies, Princess Arryn constantly reinforced the knights with a barrier. Using the buffs of their princess, the royal knights and members of the guard held back the onslaught of monsters, which did not become smaller over time. Alice also made her contribution, destroying the most enemies by one with her water magic and fencing skills. Having dealt with a bunch of stomping enemies, the girl looked around and thought, "I don't know who's behind this, but he's thought it through." Looking at her allies who were holding back the onslaught of enemies, protecting the princess, Alice thought to herself, "Soon the knights will get tired, we need another solution." The next moment, when Alice accidentally saw one of the enemies up close who was not wearing a mask, she was surprised to think that the dead man was a puppet raised by magic. Rushing into battle against the next bunch of enemies, the girl said in her head, "I'm thinking about what kind of magic I can use to counteract the Dark One." Continuing to swing her sword, destroying her enemies, the girl mentally said the first thing that came to mind. Remembering the divine magic that has an advantage over the dead, Alice mentally added the magic of the light of God Lumendel. If someone can use the magic of light, we will have a much better chance of survival. As she continued to think, Alice suddenly came up with a way to save herself and mentally said, "This is the only chance." The next moment, the girl continued to hold back the onslaught of the enemies and called out to the owner of the saint's magic that strengthened the knights, Princess Arryn. Having attracted the girl's attention, Alice added, "Please fill my sword with your mana," to which she replied that I could not. If I did everything, the protective magic imposed on the knights would disappear. Hearing the princess's remarks, one of the knights exclaimed, "Don't worry, your highness," having slaughtered another monster. Looking back at the girl they were protecting, the guy with a smile on his face confidently added, "We will survive, please trust us." Listening to the words of her subjects and the girl's request, the princess gave Alice's sword her mana, and then she mentally said to herself, "It works." After receiving a divine blessing from Princess Arryn, Alice thought to herself, "It's hard to combine two types of mana, but if I add spirit magic, I can do it." Taking advantage of the last trump card she had, the girl gained incredible strength and added in her head that everything would be easy. Preparing to strike a strong blow at the enemies who were heading towards her, Alice said, "I'm not sure it will work, but it's definitely worth a try." At the same time, while walking around the estate, Kian dealt with the monsters that attacked him and spoke puppets and mandrakes. The next moment, Kian picked up the mask of one of the puppets and said, "Looks like he's already helping Eshel," and then mentally added, "So that means when Boris became Eshel's ward." After his master's words, Kiran remarked that it was a dark magic man who was able to use such ancient magic, to which he replied that he often uses such tactics. Recalling Boris's methods, Kian said in an angry tone of voice that he speeds up monsters with stun stones, saying that mana and these stones attract monsters. Hearing her master's words, Kiran said, "I feel the power of those stones from there." And then Kian said, "This whole place has turned into a bloodbath. Let's go, by the way." The next moment, turning his gaze to the dead guest who was lying next to him, the boy added, "I need to change my clothes." At the same time, Alice used the combination of the two elements to summon a water spirit to confront her enemies. Seeing who had come to their aid at Alice's call, Lunav exclaimed in surprise that it was Marion, who had used the magic of light to make a temporary summoning. The next moment, immersed in thought, the girl added, "Mana should not be mixed in such an unstable state, it would not last long." Realizing the danger of Alice's actions, Lunav Rainriver exclaimed with concern that we needed to stop her immediately or else. As she continued to look at the girl who had used the water spirit summoning, she mentally added that her body would break. Appearing behind her conscript, Marion put her hands on Alice's head and said, "Why do you sacrifice yourself, child?" In response to the spirit's question, the girl mentally said, "I haven't thought of any other way to defeat them," to which the spirit replied that it was a pity to have such a cruel fate. The next moment, she turned her gaze to the crowd of monsters approaching Alice and added for the child that Fruin had blessed. Immediately after his words, crossing his arms in front of him, Marion shouted out a nasty word to the attackers. With just one wave of the spirit's hand, it destroyed more than a dozen enemies who were approaching Alice and added to the number of children. Seeing the effectiveness of the summoned spirit, Princess Arryn exclaimed in surprise, shielding herself from the gust of wind with her hand, so much power in a simple wave of her arms, and then Lunav said it was not enough. The next moment, she turned her gaze to a new pile of enemies approaching them and added reinforcements. Realizing that they could not cope with so many enemies, Princess Arryn scaredly exclaimed, "Stop! If you continue, you will die." Hearing the princess's exclamation, Alice thought, "No, if I stop, the situation will only get worse." Not going to give up so easily, the girl realized how many lives now depend on her, and added that she had to finish it. The next moment, as she began to accumulate magical energy for the volley, she shouted out the power of the Spirit King Rongomiant. She was just about to launch an attack when someone grabbed her arm, blocking her from using the skill. Confused by the fact that someone grabbed her arm, Elisa wondered in her head who it was. Looking at the face of the person who held her hand, she added in her head, "Another puppet. No, he has a completely different aura." The next moment, feeling the weakness that began to envelop her body, she wondered in her head what the black fog was. As Alice continued to think about the person who appeared before her, she looked down at her hands and mentally said, "I can't move." Trying to somehow escape from the hands of a suspicious person, Alice leaned back in fright and exclaimed, "I will be swallowed up by a black fog." The next moment, she heard the voice of a spirit behind her saying goodbye to Alice, followed by a confused Marion. Disintegrating into tiny particles of mana, the water spirit added, "I think this is the end of your journey. Goodbyes can be both sad and joyful." Falling to my knees from the stoma and the heaviness in my body, Alice mentally said this through the fog in my body. I had no strength left. The next moment, she heard the voice of her spirit again, adding one last thing before she disappeared. "Remember Alice?" Turning into ordinary water due to the summoner's lack of strength, Marion said Farina will always welcome you with open arms, after which she exclaimed Marion. At the same time, the princess, not understanding what had just happened, asked confusedly what was happening, to which Luna replied that he had blocked the mana or cancelled the spirit's summoning. The next moment, focusing her gaze on this mysterious person, Luna Rainriver added that she didn't know if it was even a person. After Alice had lost all her strength and the spirit call was cancelled, she screamed out in fright that the end was near. They were coming again. At the moment when one of the monsters rushed to attack Alice, Kian blocked his way by blocking his weapon with his dagger and then destroyed it in an instant. Seeing the strange actions of this person, Alice, who was behind him, confusedly exclaimed that he was on our side. At the same time, an unknown person wearing a puppet mask began to destroy the enemies who were approaching his comrades. Finding himself in a crowd of puppets that continued to advance, Kian thought to himself, if I retreat even one step, they will immediately head toward the princess's group as if they were attracted to something. Continuing to look in the direction of his comrades, Kian thoughtfully said, I feel some kind of special mana from them, and then Kiram asked if he was counting Lunav, to which he replied yes, except for her. After her master's words, the demon sword noticed that she could feel the mana from both the monsters and the princess's pendant. Having received information about the source of the strange mana, Kian said, I'll build a route, help me. Hearing her master's request, the girl exclaimed irritably, I'm only needed in situations like this, and then Kian used the skill of creating space. On one knee and touching the floor, Kian began to create a completely different dimension with the mist area skill. The next moment, a thick black fog began to fill the area around Kian, which was moving in, overtaking the puppets. Seeing that the visibility zone was shrinking, one of the knights cautiously exclaimed, Be careful, we don't know what might be hiding in the fog. And then another added, It's like we're in a completely different world. A few seconds later, as soon as one of the monsters approaching Alice suddenly fell underground, the girl exclaimed in confusion as a black fog swallowed the puppets. As a result, the last monster that had not yet disappeared right in front of the girl's eyes disappeared underground in the fog, accompanied by confused screams. It took only a few seconds after the area of dark fog appeared and engulfed all the enemies, and then someone spoke in surprise. It was as quiet as if nothing had happened. Marveling at what had just happened before her eyes, Princess Arryn said he had killed all the puppets who knew who he was. The next moment, Lunav, breathing heavily, collapsed to the ground, exhausted, and Arryn exclaimed in confusion. Before she could go to her friend, the same masked person appeared from the shadows behind her and put his hands on the princess's shoulders. Hearing the princess's cry, all the soldiers instantly turned their heads to her, and seeing her behind her, one of the royal knights shouted out to Your Highness. When one of the soldiers saw that a dagger was held to the girl's neck, he shouted in confusion, "What are you doing? Let her go immediately." At that very moment, trying to somehow escape from the hands of the masked man, Arryn mentally said who it was that seemed so familiar. The next moment, Kian swung his sword and pointed the tip of the weapon at the girl's chest, destroying the stone in the pendant without understanding the situation and taking it as an assassination attempt. The knights exclaimed, "Your Highness, you bastard!" As soon as Kian did his work, one of the knights rushed at him, trying to cut his face, but he turned into mist at the moment of impact. Not realizing what had just happened at the moment of his attack, the knight shouted out in confusion what kind of fog it was. The next moment, when she opened her eyes after being rescued, the princess saw that the masked man was doing something to her friend and shouted to get away from Lunav. Using her magic of light, which had an advantage over the dead, the princess released the sting of the Lord at Keanu. Only when it hit, instead of harming the guy, it simply smashed his body into fog. Surprised that the masked man did not manage to harm the princess, he turned into a fog, and then Kian said in a changed voice, "Don't worry, I'm not trying to harm you." Continuing his speech, the boy added, "I destroyed the jewellery so the monsters shouldn't haunt you anymore." Hearing this, Arryn looked at the destroyed stone of the pendant and exclaimed in surprise, "You mean the pendant my brother gave me attracted monsters?" Without answering the princess's question, Kian began to dissipate his spell and said, "Get out of here through the main gate, I've already cleared the way." As soon as the person finished speaking, the princess looked up and thought, frightened, that everything was returning to normal. And seeing the girl's shocked state, one of the knights asked, "Your Highness, are you hurt?" As Arryn continued to float in her thoughts, she wondered who he was, and then suddenly came to her senses and exclaimed that everything was fine with Lunav and Alice. Hearing the princess's question, Alice exclaimed, "We're fine too!" And then Arryn exclaimed, "Great!" And then Sister Kiana added, "Let's escape through the main gate like that person said." After all this, Alice looked down at Lunav and said mentally, "My main priority is the safety of these children, and I will deal with him later." At the same time, elsewhere, grabbing Brian's hand, Emily screamed out in fright who the girl was. She must be the maid, to which he replied, "I don't know. I've never seen her like this before, Nana." Starting to recall his past life, Kian mentally said expectantly, "There was a rumour going around in my past life." Continuing his story from the roof of the building, the boy added that the bloody banquet had caused many victims, and that the incident was rumoured to have been masterminded. Recalling the story from the past and how it all ended, Kian mentally added the fifth princess of the Empire, Arryn Severus, who was hungry for power, who was hungry for war. Thinking back to the reason she was accused, Kian mentally added that the Stone of Stunning was most likely the culprit, and it was likely that she had received it from Eshel or Ruinel. Continuing his recollections from his past life, Kian mentally said after the incident they were glorified as heroes. Recalling the joyful greetings of the two people who had perfectly fixed everything for their glory, he added that they had made the greatest contribution to its solution. After listening to her master's theory, Kiram asked in surprise, "So you're saying that they created the whole incident for the sake of power?" Continuing her question, the spirit of the demon sword added that they have sacrificed their own people for the sake of profit. Sometimes people are even worse than demons, to which Kian replied that this is nothing compared to what they will do in the future. The next moment, bowing his head down, the boy thought, "Yes, I have helped organize much worse things than this in my past life, and I may be even worse than they are." As soon as Kian finished his story, Kiram asked him if he was leaving, and he replied that Nana was waiting for the guards to deal with the rest. Hearing her master's words, Kiram suddenly turned her gaze to the boy and said, "By the way, I'm a little concerned about the princess's pendant." After hearing his friend's remark, Kian asked in surprise what you were talking about, and she replied, "I think her name was Emily, your maid." Continuing her thought, the girl added that she also smelled like a stone of stunned. Hearing this, Kian suddenly froze in shock. At the same time, after dealing with the monster that attacked them, Nana gradually lost control, saying that Emily's smell smells delicious. Seeing the girl's strange behaviour, Brian exclaimed anxiously to Nana, "Calm down!" And then Emily screamed from behind the knight, "No, I'm not tasty at all!" Trying to calm down his daughter, Brian said in his head, "What the hell is going on? She's acting like a monster." Continuing to look at the girl who was approaching them, Brian mentally added, "And for some reason she needs Miss Emily to stop her." Immediately after his sit-down, remembering the little Nana whom he had been playing with almost since birth. The knight added mentally, "But I can't harm her." The next moment, completely losing her temper, Nana rushed to the smell and exclaimed, "I can't wait any longer!" When Brian saw Nana flying off the handle and running at them, he put his hand over his eyes and exclaimed in his head, "I can't!" At the moment when he was preparing to take the blow, Kian appeared between them and took the blow from his daughter, covering his subjects with his body. While the servant saw the boy's sacrifice and screamed out in fright to the young master, young Mr. Kian Kieran moved behind Emily. Gritting his teeth in pain as long as he could stand still, Kian held Nana back and called out to Kieran to hurry up. At the same time, pulling a butterfly with a stunstone out of Emily's pocket, the spirit of the demonic sword said, "I'm sorry," seeing that her gift from Eshel had just been stolen. The maid exclaimed in fright, "Oh my God, who are you?" The next moment, when she saw the girl throw the jewellery on the ground, Emily exclaimed in fright that it was the bow that young Mr. Eshel had given me. As soon as Kieran stepped on him, crushing the stone with her foot, the maid clung to Brian and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" When the trigger for the frenzy was finally broken, Kieran exclaimed, "Hey little people, get your act together." Continuing to bring the girl who had lost control of the spirit of the demon sword to life, he added, "Your favourite dad," to which she said in surprise. The next moment, when she finally regained consciousness and saw Kian with a deep wound across her back, she confusedly told Nana what had happened. Immediately afterwards, tears appeared in the girl's eyes, and she added that her father had been wounded, to which the boy replied, trying to endure the pain, that everything was fine. Dripping with sweat from the pain he was experiencing, Kian turned his head to his daughter and said, "It didn't hurt at all, you didn't mean to." When he saw the girl fall to her knees and start crying after what she had done, Kian added, "That's why you have nothing to blame yourself." The next moment, when Brian saw that Kian had gone to Nana to calm her down, he exclaimed in concern. Ignoring everyone, Kian approached his daughter and knelt down in front of her and said, "Let's go, there is a lot of chaos here." At the same time, heading for the exit with Emperor Ruinel, he saw something that did not correspond to his plan and wondered what was going on. Continuing to look at the completely empty corridor that led them to the exit of the palace, the boy added, in his head, "There should be a lot of monsters here, but there is complete silence, as if no one was here at all." The next moment, seeing that the road was clear, Emperor Dion passed Ruinel and saw absolutely no monsters, to which he exclaimed in confusion, "Thank God, father." Continuing the dialogue, the first prince exclaimed that the situation was sorted out at that very moment. Eshel gave his friend a single glance to realise that something was wrong. Immediately after discovering that the obstacles had been removed, the princess's voice was heard nearby and she joyfully exclaimed to her father, who was surprised to hear her voice. As Princess Irene continued to walk toward the main exit, she, along with Alice Lunav and other friends, called out to her father again. Seeing his daughter in front of him, the Emperor suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, Aaron, you're fine," while Eshel bared his teeth at the girl. Throwing herself into her father's arms, the girl joyfully exclaimed, "I'm so glad you're okay," to which he replied, "I'm so glad you're okay." The next moment, their warm reunion was interrupted by the cold voice of her brother, who asked if she was hurt, and she said in surprise that she was. Releasing his daughter from his embrace, the Emperor pointed to his first prince and Eshel and said, "I got here thanks to these two." Continuing to stare at his younger sister with a hateful look, the guy said, "I'm glad you survived, Aaron." In response to her brother's words, the girl replied, "I'm glad you're healthy, too," and then mentally said, "I have a lot of questions for him." Continuing her thoughts, the princess turned to her comrades and mentally added, "But first we need to take care of the others." And then kneeling with the soldiers before the Emperor, Alice said, "I greet your highness," and he said, "Thank you for protecting my daughter. I will reward you." While the Emperor's attention was focused on the soldiers, Eshel approached the first prince and began to whisper something. Noticing their private conversation, which no one else paid attention to, Princess Arryn mentally said what he was saying to him. The next moment, the first prince suddenly smiled ominously and pointed his sword at the girl's throat, saying, "I think I know who is behind this incident." Continuing to press his sly smile, Ruinel added, "The granddaughter of the leader of the Garum Magical Association. You're under arrest, Lunav Rainriver." When Alice heard the accusations against the girl who helped them resist the monster, she was confused and wondered what the arrested man was doing. Seeing this, the Emperor suddenly exclaimed, "You have crossed the line, put down your sword!" And then the princess added, "Rather, she has saved many people, including me." In response to the words of his family, the first prince, without removing the ominous smile from his face, said it was just a trick. The kingdom of Garum had been waiting for an opportunity to strike at the Ushif Empire for a long time. Continuing to hold the sword blade at the girl's neck, he added that he was sure that this was their way of creating chaos in the empire, after which Lunav said, "Speak as if you have proof." Echoing Ruinel's accusations, Eshel bowed and said last night a strange mana was detected inside the palace. Hearing Eshel's words, the Emperor asked menacingly if this was true, after which Princess Arryn exclaimed to her father, and then Dion added, You should choose your words carefully now. Continuing to hold his weapon near the girl's neck, Runel added, I invited them as a sign of peace, but just in case I set up surveillance, I will find the evidence. Just give me time. Heeding the request of his eldest son, the Emperor spoke kindly, after which Princess Arin, realizing the essence of the situation, exclaimed to her father in frustration. When he heard that everything was going as he expected, the first prince of the Empire still kept his sinister smile on his face and said, Leave it to me. At the same moment, when she heard that she was made to feel guilty for everything that happened, Lunav mentally said that it was a trap or that her grandfather wanted it to happen. Sometime after the incident, Lunav Rain River was sent to prison along with the Magical Association for the duration of the investigation. Also, Rasmus Leximus, who was not with the princess, defended the nobility with other knights, and after meeting Arin, he threw himself at her with hugs and shouts, I will never leave you alone again. The funeral of the Empress's younger brother, Marcus Drenianus, and other members of the nobility took place on the streets of the capital. This time, many more people were saved. Continuing his reflections on the past events, Kian, while dressing his wounds, added in his mind, however, could have been much worse, and then heard it could have been much worse. When Kian heard his sister's words, he asked her not to do it, to which she replied, No, sit still, I am your sister, just obey me. Continuing to bandage the body of her younger brother, Alice added that the situation was dangerous and it was good that you escaped, to which he replied disappointedly, Yes, I was lucky in that. The next moment, as she began to recall the moment from that terrible day, she bowed her head down and said, If it wasn't for that person, I would have died too. Recalling the image of the person who saved her and her other comrades from the invasion of monsters, Elisa added, But who was it? Continuing her reflections on her saviour, the girl added that he was about the same height as you, if you think about it. Smiling happily, my sister added, You've become much slimmer and your body is full of scars, so you must be working out hard. The next moment, Kian suddenly turned his head forward and said, Of course, his sister asked in surprise. I made you feel embarrassed. Continuing to make Kian embarrassed, Alice asked if I could touch your muscles, and he got out of bed and headed for the door, shouting, Stop laughing at me. And then Eshel came into the room and interrupted the conversation, saying, You recovered quickly. Continuing to look at his family, the guy who was absolutely not happy about it added that you have a pretty close relationship, even a little envious. The next moment, focusing his gaze on his younger brother, Eshel asked him if he was okay, and he replied with a grudging yes, thanks to you. Seeing the tension between the brothers, Alice mentally said that Kian seems to be very careful with him, and then the younger one smiled and asked how the investigation was going. As she continued to think, looking at Eshel, the second daughter of House Worth thoughtfully said in her head, Kian also knows about the dark side. Looking at her older brother's sly smile, Alice mentally added Eshel the next moment, That's why I came. Continuing to talk about the progress of the investigation, the elder brother said the Stone of Stunning was found in the room of Lunav Rain River. Trying to somehow implicate Kian Eshel, she added Tinder said it was given to him, after which Kian said that the person who gave it to her should become a suspect. Hearing his younger brother's suggestion, Eshel smiled ominously and exclaimed, By the way, did you happen to receive any gifts during the banquet? In response to his brother's question, Kian put his hand to his chin and said, I wonder if you remember who gave Lunav the bracelet. When he received a leading question that pointed to him, Eshel suddenly removed his smile from his face and replied, I heard it was a trader. Continuing his thought, the guy added that they had already done it to him and found him dead, which is why I continue to search. The next moment he looked at his younger brother with a menacing glare and said, Let me ask you again, no one gave you anything that day. When Kian heard his brother's question, he smiled slyly and thought, I knew it. This is not an investigation, he's just looking for someone to blame. At the same time, Emily was sitting on a bench outside the city, and suddenly a person with a sword on his belt appeared behind her. The next moment, hearing a noise behind her, the girl suddenly looked back to see who it was, and Kian mentally thought Emily was in danger. Immediately after completing his thoughts, Kian, who was bored with this meaningless conversation, said, Oh, what is this head of mine? Hearing the words of his mouth, which put a hand to her head, Alice got out of bed and asked Kian, Are you okay? To which he replied, I'm sorry, I'm not fully recovered yet, while Kian continued to fake talking in a bad way. The girl said the wound was deep and he had lost a lot of blood and the doctor said he needed to rest. Continuing to worry about her brother, Alice added, Don't abuse yourself, Kian, go get some rest, to which he replied, Well, after which Eshel turned his head to the side and said, You should definitely get some rest and I'll go for now. The next moment, before Eshel wanted to leave the room, Kian said as if he did not understand what was being said, which caught his brother's attention. Continuing his words, the guy added that even if someone came close to you, it is unlikely that they would survive in this hellish place. When he received the answer from his brother, Eshel smiled and said thank you for answering the question, and then thought to himself, maybe this person could have been eaten by demonic beasts. Leaving the victim's room, Brother Eshel mentally said, I thought he would be hurt in that accident, but of course it's a pity. Continuing to walk toward the exit, the boy, angry that their plan had failed, added in his head, I secretly hoped for it, but I was wrong. At the same time, somewhere in the corridor, a maid who had been wounded by the prince's subject screamed out in fright, Why are you doing this to me? Holding onto her wounded barrel, the bloody girl added, I just did as you said and delivered the pendant to Princess Arryn. The next moment, tears came out of the maid's eyes and she added, I never asked why I was doing all this, so please have mercy on me, and I heard a sword held to my throat. Smiling ominously as he removed the witnesses, Boris said, Unfortunately, since I failed to play my role in good faith, I have to take on unpleasant duties. After swinging his sword and taking the girl's life, the man said, The more I think about it, the more disappointed I am. I was so prepared. Leaving the girl's bloody body on the floor and walking away, Prince Ruinel's subject said, Rest in peace. After a few steps, the man suddenly stopped in his tracks and said, Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. Pulling out his summoning grimoire and activating his black magic, Boris said, Last time we found the body, we almost got caught. This time we need to clean up properly. After calling his monster to destroy the maid's body, the first prince's subject said in an ominous tone, Eat everything. At the same time, when he arrived at the maid's house somewhere in the countryside with his purchases, Brian took off his hood and called out to Emily. Walking with a bag of apples to the girl, he added, I bought some apples on my way out of town, to which she happily exclaimed, Oh, thank you, Brian, that's so sweet. Sitting down next to the girl and treating her to a juicy fruit, the man said how beautiful the weather was, and was answered with a yes, but how long will we be here? When asked a question by the maid, the knight answered, until the young lord said, We will hide here for now. The next moment, Brian suddenly remembered the moment at the palace when Kian took a bow with a stone in his hand and asked if it was a gift from Eshel for me, to which Emily replied as a congratulations on her first social event. Continuing to look at the stupid gift from his older brother, Kian said unhappily, Yes, this is really a problem. Seeing what had happened to the bow, the girl exclaimed in alarm that it was a precious gift, and then Kian said, Now listen to me carefully, Emily. Turning his gaze to his subject, the boy said, Neither the Imperial Palace nor anywhere else is safe now, so until I tell you to hide, you must hide. The next moment, he turned his head to his knight, who was wiping the blood from Nana, and said to Brian, to which he replied, Yes, young sir. Looking at his subject, Kian said, I have some business for you, please accompany Emily. Or, to which he exclaimed, I understand. Immediately after voicing his request, the boy approached his daughter and put his hand on her head and added, Take care of Nana. Hearing her father's words, the girl looked up at him with a look full of tears and saw his smile, and then he said, We'll be separated for a while, Nana, don't cry. Recalling that conversation with his master, Brian thought, This is the first time I've seen this expression on the young gentleman's face, and now we must become his support. The next moment, Emily suddenly asked how Nana was doing, and the knight replied that the first few days were difficult, but now she was sleeping well and was generally better. Continuing her conversation, the girl turned her gaze to the house behind her and said, So many things happened to the young gentleman while I was away. Immediately after mentioning Nana, who was now resting in the house, she added the incident with the dragons. But now that we know everything, we can help. When Brian heard the girl's words, he suddenly turned his head to her and exclaimed in a joyful voice, I think so too. Accidentally leaning his elbow against Emily, the guy recalled the incident in the palace and mentally said, Why did I suddenly remember that? The next moment, hearing the girl's voice, he gathered his thoughts and seeing Emily's joyful face in front of him, he said, Let's continue to be strong for young Mr. Brian. At the same time, somewhere in the royal palace, the first prince heard his father's owl and exclaimed angrily, What are you talking about, your highness? Waving his hand, not wanting to make a decision, Emperor Runel added, despite the presence of clear evidence, You release the only suspect. In response to his son's loud exclamations, the emperor turned his back on him and said sternly, Be careful what you say, Runel, I've already decided. The next moment the guy exclaimed, How can you run an empire if you act like that? What's wrong with the kingdom of Garum if you're afraid of it? In response to his son's exclamations, the emperor waved his hand and shot a skill at the wall beside him, and asked to take full control of the continent targeting the wonderful butt. Recalling the location of his state, the ruler added that in addition to the kingdom of Garum, our country borders the demon kingdom of Spania and Pruina, if our relations with the kingdom of Garum become tense. Continuing to appease his son's sick ambitions, the emperor added angrily that the demon kingdom would be impossible to control and then the entire continent would be burned by the fire of demons. Continuing to prove his point to his angry son with sick ambitions, the ruler added that even if we manage to seize all the power on the continent, it will cost the blood of many people. The next moment, returning to Ruinel, Emperor Dion exclaimed that this was the strategy of a monster, not an emperor, as if you didn't realize. After hearing his father's words, the first prince exclaimed in confusion, but the release of suspects against whom there is strong evidence of guilt, interrupting his son's words, Dion said, I'm talking about the Daystone. Hearing what his father had just mentioned, The first prince suddenly fell silent and nervously thought that he had guessed. Continuing the dialogue with his son, the man added, "Your face is like an open book, Ruinel, from a young age. If you wanted something, you had to get it immediately." Feeling afraid of his father at the moment when they began to bring him out into the open, the boy exclaimed that, "No, your highness, I do not understand what you're talking about," and he was told to stop playing the fool. Continuing to look at his son with a stern gaze, the emperor added, "That's how Ruinel grew up." The next moment, turning his back on the first prince, his father added, "Aaron is much better suited to the role of emperor. I can't see you enough." Hearing who his father had just mentioned, the first prince left his father's office and headed for his sister's room, angrily saying in his head to Aaron Severus, "That bloody bastard had ruined everything." Approaching Princess Aaron's room, the prince was noticed by the guards, and one of them exclaimed in surprise that Prince Ruinel was there, and then, having been slapped in the face, he quickly disappeared. The next moment, bursting into the princess's room, Leximus saw the princess exclaiming in confusion, "The princess has been ordered to rest for a while." Ignoring the words of Princess Ruinel's subject, I slapped her in the face and shouted angrily, and then called her aside. When Aaron saw what was happening in her room and how her subjects were being treated by the first prince, she exclaimed in confusion. The next moment, as soon as the prince loomed over the girl and asked in a disgruntled tone what was going on, Prince Ruinel asked. In response to his sister's question, the guy shouted in a crazy tone, "I came to talk to my sister." Rasmus got to his feet after the blow and held on to the spot where he had been hit and exclaimed, "You may be a prince, but if you are going to intimidate a princess like that as one of the king's sons, I will not hold back." In response to the words of his sister's subject, Rasmus turned his crazy gaze on him and said in an ominous tone, "You're not going to hold back, so what if you're just insects anyway?" Continuing his threats, Ruinel added, "You like to throw words around, but remember that you will only endanger everyone associated with you. If you want to stay alive, then disappear." Noticing the verbal altercation between her subject and her brother, the princess angrily said, "Stop it!" And attracting her brother's attention, Aaron added, "Didn't he come to see me?" The next moment, the girl added confidently, "If that's the case, then speak up if you have something to say." Hearing this, the first prince was surprised to hear what was going on in his head. Surprised at the confidence in his sister's voice, Ruinel added in his head, "She seems completely different from before, definitely not the Aaron Severus I knew." Not hearing anything from her brother, who had come to talk, she said, "If so, then let me tell you." The next moment, deciding to quickly end the unnecessary conversation and get rid of her brother, she said, "I'm Aaron Severus. I've received nothing from you, Brother Ruinel." Immediately after these words, the girl recalled her conversation with her father, who asked her if she understood correctly that you had no relationship with him, and she answered yes. As the emperor continued to talk to his daughter, he added, "But the diamond in the jewellery I brought was not any ordinary stone." Recalling the origin of the stone in the jewellery, Dion added that it has lost its status now, but it used to be the Day Stone of the Black Blood clan, which skillfully used black magic, and it is said that those who use the Day Stone are able to control demonic beasts. The next moment, the emperor's brow furrowed. He said, "I have received information that someone has been secretly selling these stones within the castle walls lately." Continuing to dialogue with his daughter, Dion added that the underground trader Shilbert and the maid Marilda were behind this, and apparently they had been doing this for quite some time. Immediately after, the man added, "And now they are either destroyed or have escaped." Seeing the girl's confused expression, the emperor said to Aaron, bringing the girl back to consciousness, her father said, "There are rumours that these two had established contact with Ruinel. Do you remember if you took anything from Ruinel by accident and the pendant was not his gift?" When asked by her father, the girl confidently said, "I have never received anything from my older brother." The next moment, looking down, the princess said to those who smuggled the stones, "It seems that we can understand that we can certainly clear the detained Lunav, so please release her. She saved many people in the ballroom." When the emperor heard his daughter's request, he said, "Don't worry about it." And then the girl thought, what if I say that her older brother Ruinel is really involved in this case? Continuing her thoughts, the princess added that he would definitely be able to avoid his father's attention and still think of something to do. The next moment, remembering Captain Morris, who died while protecting her, Aaron mentally added, "I don't want to see people close to me suffer anymore." Immediately after these thoughts, the princess confidently added in her head that she needed to be silent and then asked her father about it. Returning back to the room where she gave a clear answer to her brother, Ruinel said in a menacing tone, "Well, I really didn't give you anything," after which Aaron said, "Yes, I heard the same thing from my father." The next moment, looking at his sister, Ruinel muttered angrily, "But what are you trying to do with this? No matter how you look at it, anyone would have realized that I had something to do with it." Immediately after his words, continuing his thought, "The guy said to me, and that kid now needs to be silenced," to which Aaron replied, "I'm sorry, but I have guests now." When Prince Rainier heard his sister's remark, he was surprised to hear that what guest could be more important than me. In response to her brother's question, the girl hinted at the guy behind her and said, He's important to me. Immediately after the princess's words, Kian said, holding his hands folded in front of him, I don't ask for a vision on purpose. When Prince Runel saw that Kian Worth was leaning on a column nearby, he exclaimed in his head that I hadn't noticed him at all, what he had been doing there all this time. Seeing the confusion in the first prince's eyes, Kian looked at him with a murderous stare and said, I overheard everything. Hearing the boy's words, the prince, frightened by the situation, exclaimed, Since when are you there with your own people? To which the boy replied, I'm not really hiding. The next moment, pointing to himself with his hand, the guy added, I'm just a hired killer's professional information is invisible in life. Angry at the boy's words, the prince gritted his teeth in anger and said, You're even joking, and how dare you be rude to me? At that very moment, behind Princess Arin's back, Kian smiled ominously and said, Well, what can you do? You decided to shut me up like that. Seeing this pair of young people in front of him, the prince thought anxiously if the rumours about the silence were true, nothing good could be expected from this Kian Wirt. He was certainly the son of my father's best friend. Continuing to think, he added, But I'm still disturbed by Eshel's words, and then recalled their conversation, where he asked, I want to deal with Arin because of the authorities, but where did your youngest cross the road, since you also enjoy the favour of your father? In response to a question from the first prince, Ishel said, I'm annoyed with this kid. Continuing on, the first son of the Worth family added in a menacing tone, He's obviously up to something I can't even imagine. It makes me very angry. Recalling this conversation and looking again at the guy standing behind his sister, Ruinel thought, now I understand what Eshel was talking about, what that oppressive, ominous feeling is that makes you feel all cold inside. The next moment, realizing that he would do nothing here, the prince raised his hands and smiled fake smile and said, I was joking, you obviously misunderstood me. I'd better go. While Princess Arin was embarrassed by the close proximity of the boy, mentally saying Kian so close, the boy himself looking in the prince's wake, thought Ruinel Severus, and yet there is something decent in you. The next moment, remembering him on the throne that was placed on the Mountain of Skulls, Kian mentally added, considering that in his past life he was nicknamed the Mad King, in this one he was still quite good. Crossing the threshold of the room, Ruinel said, Oh, and by the way, I'm sorry, to which Rasmus replied, No, I also overreacted. I'm sorry. Upon hearing the prince's apology, the prince looked back at the subject with a murderous look and said, Be more careful in the future. As soon as Ruinel Severus left Princess Arin's room and the door closed behind him, Leximus could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The next moment, turning her head to Kian, she exclaimed, What a bastard, thank you, Mr. Kian. And then Arin awkwardly added, Thank you, Kian, to which he replied, and then thought, I wonder what kind of first prince he is. Immediately after completing his thoughts, Kian turned to the princess and said, You must have been more than just a princess, to which she nervously turned her head to him and said, Oh no, you were right there. The next moment, when she saw the guy sit down next to her, she abruptly turned away and awkwardly exclaimed that he had sat down right next to her, and he asked her in surprise, I'm tired of standing and what I can't do. After receiving the question from the boy, the princess began to look through her hair and said ashamedly, No, it's not that you can't. While Leximus looked at Kian and thought disappointedly, He has no sense of tact at all, Kian said. Actually, you surprised me. You handled yourself very well, princess. After a few seconds, the boy stood up and headed for the exit, saying, I think that after today's incident, Ruinel won't touch the vases for a while, so I'll leave for now. When Leximus heard him leaving, she awkwardly exclaimed goodbye. Have a nice trip, and then thought he would really just take off like that, so indifferent. At the same time, having found his friend and knocked his hand on the wall near his head, the prince exclaimed, You're going to do something about it. Continuing to look at his friend with angry eyes, the prince added that everything would go according to plan, but what I get now is that the bastards I was going to kill are still enjoying life. Continuing to express his anger at Eshel, the prince added, And besides, I have lost my father's favour, so things will not go well for you. Looking at his friend, Ruinel exclaimed irritably, It should be me! I should be the one to lead this lost country. The next moment, Boris appeared behind the boys and said, Well, all is not lost, and the prince said, hearing his voice. As soon as he was noticed, the man put his hand to his chest and bowed, saying, Boris Lee Helm has come to meet you, Prince Ruinel. Hearing the greeting of his subject, the prince asked him in displeasure, All this time you have been wandering around and decided to appear only now, to which he replied, I had to deal with the instructions given to me by Mr. Eshel, and now I can finally appear before you. Hearing the words of his subject Eshel Promvoy, I heard that they had covered all traces of Emily so well that they were able to find them. In response to a question from the eldest son of the Wirth family, Boris took out a magic crystal and said with an ominous smile, All this time we have been underestimating the people around Princess Erin. Hearing his subject's words, the prince was surprised to ask why he decided to introspect about it, to which Boris replied that it might be so, but you would not have to do it, your highness. Pulling out a magic stone in his hand, Boris said, Look here, This is a crystal that contains the magical powers that were used in the Battle of Princess Erin's minions, although almost all of them are quite ordinary. Having started to release one rather unusual sieve from the magic stone, the subject added the power you are now feeling. Surprisingly, boys in front of him, Boris Lickhelm added a rather unusual, one might say sinister and dangerous, force that has been going on since ancient times. With a sly smile, the subject added the power of a demonic sword to demonstrate something unusual to his masters. The next moment, looking up and stretching his smile even wider, Boris added, "This may sound disrespectful, but there is clearly someone wielding a demonic sword in Princess Erin's entourage." At the same time, somewhere in the country house where Kian's subjects were hiding, it was lunchtime and a stuffed monster centipede was served. Looking at the dish that Emily had prepared, Brian thought in confusion, they must have said something about crab gratin. What kind of disgusting thing is that? The next moment turning his gaze to Kian and Nana, who was eating food on both cheeks. The knight thought about why these two were eating as if nothing had happened. Next to the confused prince sat a joyful Emily, who admired the girl and said, "Eat slowly, how well you eat, you smart girl." Wondering at the strange behaviour of everyone in the house, Brian said in his head, "Didn't that food just move?" A few seconds later, putting his hands on the table, Kian said, "I'm full," and then Emily exclaimed in surprise that he had to eat more. Hearing his maid's suggestion, Kian wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and said, "No, I'd better wrap it up or I might get it from Eschel." Hearing his name, the maid angrily exclaimed, "You vile Eschel!" Continuing his words, Kian said, "You seem to be safe now, but I'm going to go and look around just in case something threatens to send Brian after me." Continuing the conversation while people were waiting for him outside, Kian added that although the house was safe, it was safer inside for those who were wandering around. The next moment, Kian stood up from the table and headed for the exit, saying, "Okay, I'm leaving," after which Emily nervously exclaimed, "Be sure to come back." Hearing his subject's words, the boy stopped in front of the door and looked back and said, "Well, don't worry about it until I'm gone, Brian. Look after them." After receiving the instructions from Kian, the knight looked back at him and said, "Yes, sir," with a disappointed look. As soon as the guy left the house, Sarika's voice came from the corner of the building and said, "I think I've made a good deal of luck." Having drawn the guy's attention to herself and forced him to stop, the girl asked, "Now you're going to explain everything to me." The next moment, Sarek looked at Kian with a menacing gaze and added, "How did you know that my fiancé would die in a blood-deep banquet? You seem to see the future." Continuing to ask her questions, the girl added in a threatening voice, "And you better be careful with your answer. It will determine whether I will take your side or not." Continuing to look with great suspicion and severity at the suspicious person, the girl added, "Who you are, Kian Worth." After a while, Kian began his story about how he found out about all this and started a bloody banquet. The next moment, remembering the man about whom Serica was so interested, he added the death of Drenian Nephilis. Hearing this, the girl said, "You had no way of knowing that he was my fiancé, so how do you know all this?" In response to the girl's question, Kian said that everything was clear to Drenian, but was it really that important? To which she said it was important. Smiling ominously and looking at the guy in front of her, the girl asked if he were a spy. When Kian received accusations against him about what had happened, he asked why I should be. Not wanting to accept this answer as a final one, Serica took out her weapon and prepared to force the information out of me and gave me the answer I needed. The next moment, the girl rushed at the guy with a weapon, but the spirit of a demonic sword prevented her from attacking. Appearing in front of her master, the girl blocked the blow and threw her opponent away, after which Sarika asked her if she was going to interfere. In response to her opponent's question, Kiram asked, "You don't seem to learn anything at all. I already told you not to hurt my master." After receiving a remark from the demon sword Seric, who was obsessed with fighting, she turned back to the girl and said, "Don't you realize how much fun I'm having?" Accepting the girl's challenge, Kiram prepared her sharp claws for battle and smiled ominously and asked, "Do you have any idea how much you annoy me?" The next moment, a fierce battle broke out between the two women, where both tried to gain the upper hand by exchanging blows, blocking, and dodging them. When the children's games were over, Kiram created a magical sphere and said, "Okay, I'll show you some real fun." After completing her preparations and jumping into the air, Kiram recited the Sword of Mist Adamantium and directed the sphere at Serica. Seeing the sphere heading in her direction, the girl smiled slyly and said, "No matter how strong the attack is, I can still just dodge it." Having avoided a direct hit from the sphere, Serica heard a loud explosion behind her as it hit the ground. Assessing the destructive power of her opponent's attack, Sarika mentally said to herself, "This is how strong she is," and any contact or hit would clearly result in instant death. The next moment, she turned her gaze to the disgruntled Kiram, who sighed and said, "I can see why she stays in the sword most of the time. Once she's free, she can wipe cities off the map." Immediately after looking back and assessing the extent of the moat left by her attack, Sarika added to her head, "And if she hits me, the maps will definitely not show." After the first time, Kiram licked her lips slyly and said irritably, "Well, get ready, that was just the beginning." In response to her provocation, Sarika smiled happily and exclaimed, "I look forward to it, and I won't hold back either." Before they could cross their swords again, Kian's voice was heard somewhere nearby, speaking the control of the demon sword. Pinned to the ground by the master's spell, Kiram exclaimed in offense, "Damn you, I just left you." Hearing the remark from his subject, the guy tried to contain his irritation and said, "If you decided to make a massacre here, then you're right." The next moment, overwhelmed with anger at his girl, he added, "We can clearly be noticed by your stupid head." Hearing his remarks, Kiana Serica said disappointedly, after which Kian added, "I told you I wasn't going to stay here." The next moment, entering the house where he was already waiting, Kian added, "So you two can sort it out for yourselves." Closing the door behind him and putting his hand to his forehead, Kian sighed tiredly and said, "They've completely knocked me out of my mind. I need to pack my things." A few seconds after he appeared in the house and finished his monologue, Kian heard someone's familiar girlish voice ask if he was there. Taking his hand away from his forehead and looking ahead of him, the boy saw Lunav, who added, "Your family has grown since I've been gone." And then Brian said guiltily, "I'm sorry, young sir, for disturbing you at this inopportune time." When Kian saw the guest in the house, he thought to himself, "Is it possible that I am being followed?" And then asked what brought you here. Immediately after his question, the boy added in his mind that it was possible that she knew much more. And then he heard that there was no one else here except me, so don't worry about this place. The next moment, turning his attention to the fight that was going on outside the door, Lunav added, "Oh, by the way, there was some noise outside and now for some reason everything has quieted down." Seeing the surprised looks that were riveted on him, Kian replied awkwardly, "Nothing like that, that's why you're here." When I received the question from the boy Lunav, I looked at him with a mysterious look and said thank you for that alone. Surprised by this answer, Kian was dissatisfied with the answer and asked what I should thank him for, and then he heard, "Let it be known." Lunav, who was leaning on her hand on the table, smiling happily, added, "Since the day you were inside me." Hearing such a strange and ambiguous answer, Emily and Brian began to drill him with their eyes, asking what she was talking about at that moment, and Kian mentally said that instant and only Nana blinked her eyes, not understanding. The next moment, recalling the very day of the bloody banquet where he helped Lunav, Kian added, "I thought she would faint on you." At the same moment, using the magic of the two elements, the girl said, "I can distinguish the nature of magical forces, combine and modify them, and follow the trace of power left by a certain person." The next moment, bowing her head down, she added, "Isn't it amazing? This is a gift I got from my grandfather." Hearing his guest's words, Kian looked at her with thoughtful eyes and asked, "Is the curse right? It is destroying your body, Lunav." Hearing what Kian had just said, the girl suddenly cheered up and folded her arms in front of her and asked, "Oh, you guessed it," to which Kian replied, "Let's change seats." While he went with the girl to another place without any extra ears, before leaving the house he heard his subjects whispering among themselves and said irritably to pack up before I returned. After receiving an order from her master, the maid suddenly asked, "Excuse me, young sir, but where are we going?" When he heard Emily's question, Kian stopped before leaving the house and turned to her and spoke to the Reuven Academy. After receiving the answer to her question, the girl suddenly blossomed with happiness and exclaimed joyfully that now I would be able to take care of my master every day. Hearing this, the knight immediately imagined a terrible future where Emily, who had again prepared some strange liquid, joyfully exclaimed, "Mr. Brian, try this." Seeing the disappointed boy, Nana pointed at him and asked Brian what happened to your face, to which he replied sadly, "I am overwhelmed with emotion." Moving to a place with no other listeners, Lunav recalled her past and said, "I spent most of my childhood in a cold, creepy place and every day was filled with all kinds of suffering, but I could only quietly accept it." Recalling those sad times, she added, "It was my destiny as the granddaughter of Regan's Rhine-Raver." Crossing the bridge, the girl suddenly asked, "You must have some kind of appointment too?" To which Kian replied, "I don't have any special one." Having received the answer to the question, the girl was surprised to hear him say, "Then why do you have to find out and snoop around everywhere?" To which he said with a sigh, "It's annoying to know, if you don't already know the reason." When she heard Kian's question, the girl who created the dark magic sphere said exactly your magical abilities. I could feel that they were demonic. The next moment, recalling the moment of their first meeting, she added, "When we touched in the tavern, I had a chance to find out." When he learned the new information about Lunav Kian's abilities, he looked at her with a suspicious look and thought that she was able to learn about the nature of magic with just a touch in her past life, but I was not aware of this. Continuing the dialogue with the boy, Lunav added that on the day you saved my life, you gave me the strength you gave me. Immediately afterwards, pulling out a magical black sphere in front of her, the girl asked again what their true essence was, even though they belonged to you but were clearly not from this world. After receiving the question from Lunav Kian, he said, "I think now I'm starting to understand why you were looking for me. You're going to tell Regans about everything." After hearing the question from the boyfriend, Lunav looked down and asked what I would get in return, and I was tired of it. Hearing the girl's words, Kian smiled slyly and asked, "So you're going to shave to go against the Rhine River bloodline?" In response to the boy's question, Lunav took a few steps toward him and said, "You can guess the reason for that." The next moment, clinging to the boy, Lunav added, "Thank you, Kian, you have eased my long suffering a little." Hearing the sincere words of gratitude, the guy mentally said, imagining in his head a cauldron. Her body was as hot as a cauldron heated on a fire, and like an overflowing cauldron she was holding back a lot of strength, unable to cope with them, pure chaos. The next moment, realizing the restrictions that had been placed on her, Kian mentally added that this was why he had to put a lid on the boiling pot. Continuing his thoughts, the boy mentally added that she clearly wanted to somehow stop the flow of magical power, but the accumulated power had reached the limit. Imagining an overflowing cauldron letting excessive amounts of contents over the edges, he added in his head, began to burst out and slowly extinguish the flame of life, bringing Lunav closer to inevitable death. The next moment, bowing my head down, Kian mentally said, "I lifted this lid just a little bit, giving more freedom, but in my eyes, this girl." Grabbing the girl by the shoulders and pushing her away from him, the boy added mentally, "They're nothing more than a puppet. They only get on my nerves." Having finished his thoughts and removed his hands from Lunav, Kian said, "There is nothing to thank me for. If there is nothing else to say, then I will leave, and it is better not to talk about it, please." The next moment, heading back to his subjects, Kian waved goodbye and said, "Be careful not to take on too much." Continuing to stare at the trail of the guy who had just given her life's guidance, Lunav said how cute he was and how he was a really good person. At the same time, there was complete chaos in the hall of the Garam learning community after Regans learned the latest news. He suddenly exclaimed that. The next moment, unable to withstand the tension, Regan's Rain River slammed his fists on the table and bowed his head down. Seeing the reaction of his leader, the secretary bowed before him and said uncertainly, "Fortunately, she was found innocent and released. I sent the Ushif Empire a note of apology on our behalf," after which the director exclaimed, "No, I didn't mean that." The next moment, the man got up from his desk and angrily exclaimed, "How dare Lunav go somewhere else, so find her now." At the same time, Kian and his subjects were on their way to the academy in a carriage after the situation had finally calmed down a bit. On the way to the academy in a carriage with Nana and Emily, Kian saw the other blooming and fragrant and asked her how happy she was, to which she exclaimed, "I'm so glad I can continue to look after the young master." The next moment, leaning toward Kian, the maid added, "Do they allow maids at the academy?" To which Kian thoughtfully replied, "I think they will not refuse my request." After some time, when he arrived at the director's office and expressed his request, he received a sharp response, for whatever reason. Having been denied his request, Kian said, "I will look after her, please allow me to." To which the director replied, "Give me at least one reason why I should make an exception for you." In response to Kundel's question, Kian turned his head to the side and said, "I will not miss class," to which the latter angrily exclaimed, "Isn't that your duty anyway? And in fact, you are going to bring not one but two maids." After a bit of silence after the argument with the student, the principal sighed heavily and said, "Okay, then answer my question." Looking at the boy with a stern look, the director asked him if they had anything to do with the bloody banquet, and if you were asking for them so much, there was clearly a reason behind it. Continuing to press the guy to find out at least a fraction of the truth, Kudel said, "Answer me," to which I said in confusion. After a little delay in answering, Kian confidently said, "I will answer if you fulfill my request." Hearing this, the director turned his head to the side and exclaimed, "Do as you will. Do you know? You will soon prove me wrong with your stubbornness." After receiving permission to bring two maidservants, Kian said, "Actually, it will be a little difficult to tell you everything now, but I can tell you one thing for sure." The next moment, pointing at himself, Kian smiled ominously and said, "It wasn't me who was behind the bloody banquet, wasn't it?" Hearing what the student of his academy had just told him, the director looked at him with some suspicion and asked if he was asking for you. Noticing some dissatisfaction in Director Kundel's eyes after what he had said, Kian mumbled, and then some. Looking at the principal with a certain resentment, the boy added, "You don't think very highly of me, do you?" After which he replied insultingly, "You're a lousy boy and don't even think about skipping class." After finishing the conversation, Kian left Kundel's office and headed for the dormitory, mentally saying that fortunately the conversation with the director had gone quite smoothly. Walking down the dormitory corridor, the boy thought, I wonder what kind of expression he would have on his face if he found out that his own grandson was behind these brutal murders. Recalling the image of Ruinel in his mind, he mentally added, "But my intuition tells me that Ruinel is not the one who could have thought it through so carefully." The next moment, remembering his older brother, the boy thought it was possible that Ishil was responsible for the organization. Immediately afterwards, I remembered Boris, who had recently been with them, and added in my head, "Boris for the performance." Continuing his reflections on the situation, Kian added that it has always been this way. After a while, as Kian approached his room, he saw Seth Chahakan pushing himself up from the floor and reciting 1,285,286,287. Stopping in his tracks and watching the guy's actions, he mentally added this weirdo to the mix, after which he suddenly stopped and exclaimed, "Oh, here you are, my friend." Standing on his feet and smiling with a joyful smile, Seth shouted out to Kian Vert, "Come join me in battle. Now we will find out who is the strongest." Before he could finish, Kian ignored him and went to his room, after which he heard knocking and shouting, "You're busy, my friend. Come on, next time with new strength." And then Kian thought, it's been 2 years and he's still bothering me. The next moment, turning his head forward, he discovered the crime scene right in front of him. Brian was lying on the floor, showing no signs of life, and a strange purple liquid was pouring out of his mouth. Surprised by the picture that appeared before him when he returned, Kian thought he had died or something. Immediately after his thoughts, he heard Emily's voice behind him, who suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, sir, here you are." And then he asked Emily what was wrong with him. Looking at Brian, who was lying on the floor, the maid said, "I don't know, he tasted the cookies I made for the master and passed out, but I'm fine." The next moment, she held out a plate and some goodies to her host and asked if he would like to try it. Ignoring the maid's suggestion, Kian pointed his finger at her and told Emily that next time, don't give Brian anything to do, and she exclaimed offended that why, to which he replied, "Don't," and that this was an order. Immediately after sitting down on the sofa near the table, the guy exhaled heavily and said in his head, "I'm already uneasy thinking about the future." The next moment, when Kian accidentally noticed an envelope on the table, he asked where it came from, and Emily exclaimed offended, "I don't think Brian brought it, I don't know." As soon as he opened the letter, he felt a stranger in his room, and then asked Lunav what Kian said in response. Turning his head to the guest who had made her way into his room, Kian asked, "Where are you from?" And at the same moment, Emily, ready for battle, shouted out to the stranger. Continuing the dialogues with the guy, ignoring the maid, the girl smiled happily and said, "How are you?" and I ran away from home. At the same time, walking in the sewer tunnels, a person in a cape said to Garam, "Shouldn't the security of the scientific community be here soon?" To which he replied, "Don't worry, I took care of it." Having received the answer to his questions, the elderly man with glasses said, "Remember, this is the only way to get rid of the tyranny of Regan's Rheinreaver." In response to the man's remark, the girl smiled slyly and said, "Wow, do you really think I'll be tormented by conscience?" When the man heard the girl's words, he bowed his head down and said awkwardly, "But you're a graduate of the academy after all." And then she said that she was. The next moment, Nell Aranis, a teacher at the Reuven Academy, smiled slyly and said, "No, I'm not stupid enough to feel compassion for this monster." Hearing that everything should be fine, the man said, "Well, if so," and then the girl added, "Now it's time to go to the specified meeting place. Our comrades in arms should have already approached Lunava." As soon as Nella Aranis headed to the designated place, the man bowed in farewell and shouted glory to the kingdom of Garam. At the same time, Kian and the girl who arrived went to a place where they could talk in private and took a seat on the terrace. Recalling how they left the dormitory, Lunav said, rubbing her wrist, "You're a temperamental guy. I thought you were going to send me out." In response to the girl's words, Kian picked up a cup of tea and said, "The doors to the dorm rooms are protected by a special spell, so how did you get around them?" After receiving a question from the boy, Lunav demonstrated her magic and smiled slyly and said, "I managed to analyze it after passing my magic through this spell, and then I used a counter spell, which was really strange." Hearing the answer, Kian wondered in his head if her abilities weren't a complete fraud. Analytical magic could certainly count spells instantly, but what she had done was definitely something more. The next moment she smiled happily and asked, "By the way, did you read the letter I sent you?" When he received the question from Lunav Kian, he folded his arms in front of him and said, "You came here before I could do it." Hearing the answer, the girl put her head in her hands and said happily, "It was so painful waiting for the answer, so I decided to hear it myself." And then Kian asked, "Your grandfather told you to do this." Looking at the girl with a stern look, the boy added in a rude tone, "He told you to get closer to me. Answer me." When Lunav received the question from her interlocutor, she picked up the cup with the drink and began to examine it and answered that at first it was, but not anymore. Continuing to smile gently without looking up, she added, "It's up to you to decide whether to believe me or not." After which, Kian said, "I don't trust strangers that easily, and why did you need to?" In response to the boy's question, Lunav wrapped both hands around the mug of tea and said, "A lot of bad things have been happening in the Garam learning community lately." Recalling Lord Lucian with whom they had collaborated, the girl spoke of the 2 dragons with whom the society had been negotiating. The next moment she recalled the image of his maid Catalina in her mind and added that she had suddenly disappeared somewhere in the vicinity of the academy. Immediately after the parcel with Reynold Crimson's head was found, Lunav added those who secretly imported prohibited items from abroad. She also mentioned the box with a hand shroud in dark fog that mediators received and added that they were increasingly found dead. Immediately after her words, looking at the guy in front of her, Lunav added that if you sing all these events, the thread will lead to you. Expressing her guesses with a smile on her face, the girl added, I was only guessing, but now I'm sure. Hearing the girl's words, Kian smiled and thought from dragons to ties with the scientific community as he suddenly asked, so what made you finally convinced? Ignoring Kian's question, the girl bent her head down and said, I won't last that long. Attracting Kiana Lunav's attention, she added, not long ago you helped me and my condition improved a little. The next moment, as she began to recall her childhood spent under the experiments, she said, but I was always not okay. Putting her hand to her chest, she added, I have about 3 years left, but thanks to you this period has increased a little. Hearing Lunav's words, Kian said incredulously, I don't believe it. And why are you so calm? You must be crazy to take it for granted. In response to her interlocutor's question, the girl just smiled fake and said it would be nice if it was. Angry at Lunav, looking at her revealing smile, Kian mentally said, I'm so sick of her. The next moment, the guy got up from the table with his head down and said, stop it, what's the point? And then asked me if I was leaving. Leaving Lunav alone at the table and heading away, Kian said, I've had this conversation for a while, and waving goodbye, asked, okay, then I'll see you later. On his way back to the dormitory, Kiram appeared in the form of a spirit and asked him, you have no manners, you just up and leave. In response to his subject's question, Kian mentally said, I'm only looking ahead so I can get away as quickly as possible. Without looking back to avoid attracting attention, he mentally added that it looked like these henchmen of the learning community had been waiting here for some time, at the very moment when the girl was surrounded by people in capes. She said I really wanted everything to go well. The next moment, with her head bowed down, the girl said to her henchman, you came too early. Hearing the girl's remark, one of the men in the cloak said, come with us, Ms. Lunav, we will take you to Mr. Regan's. When Lunav heard the request from the man who came to fetch her, she looked at him in surprise without saying a word, and noticing this, he asked what was wrong with Mrs. Lunav. In response to the boy's question, she replied, Victor usually comes for me, sorry for the immodest question, but who do you serve? Trying to somehow convince the girl, the boy nervously said, Mr. Victor was busy today and we were sent instead. We are the 6th Security Detachment. Hearing the words of the guy who tried to convince her of his lies, Lunav said, it's a lie. I don't know any Victor. The next moment, the girl began to run away, using the skill of faith and scattering her enemies. When one of the men saw this, he shouted out that she was running away, so catch her. Continuing to run, the girl looked back and thought they were members of some kind of task force. The next moment, she began to shift her gaze forward and thought, then we need to get out of here quickly. And then she saw someone's hand almost on her head and a voice saying, Dream Trap. After putting the girl to sleep, who tried to escape, scattering a large number of members of the group, one of the chasers said that she was not a mistake. Hearing his friend's words, the man who had put her to sleep took off his hood and smiled, saying that he was sorry he had just put her in the carriage for nothing. At the same moment, having felt something unusual, Kiram looked back and said something similar about a fight, to which Kian replied, aren't they people from the scientific community? After a while, when they arrived at the church where the leader was waiting for them, one of the group said, let's wait here, and they said yes. At the same time, heading to the middle of the church to announce the arrival, a bald man said, we brought a Lunav Reinriva, and was told that it was a good job. As she continued to sit in the front row of the empty church, she added, and yet the poor child suffered so much and was destined to remain a tool. By bending her head down while conducting a dialogue with her friend, Nella Aranis added to the miserable life. While Lunav was in a state of deep sleep in the carriage, the woman added, let's not let her go to waste. The next moment, on the street near the carriage, one of the cult members noticed a dark fog that appeared out of nowhere and gasped in surprise. As soon as this anomaly began to expand, covering more and more areas, the man shouted out in confusion what kind of fog it was. Recognizing that it could be one of the men in the cloaks, he said, is it really the legendary one? As soon as he said it, his head split into 2 pieces. Realizing that his comrade had just died in front of him, the frightened cult member shouted out in confusion what it was. As he continued to watch his comrades die one by one, the boy screamed out in fright, stop! Stop! Only his words had absolutely no power at that moment, when he felt that someone appeared behind him and a heavy atmosphere hung over him. Hearing the screams of their comrades outside, Nella Aranis asked in surprise if we were waiting for someone else, and the bald man replied that it looked like someone had followed us. Hearing her friend's words, the girl smiled slyly and said, come on, Ralph, show them what you do with these. After receiving an order from his leader, the man furrowed his brow and headed for the exit, saying, I'll take care of it. At the same time, after dealing with all the occultists, Kiram said, it was easier than I thought, and then Kian said, it's not over yet. It looks like the real rivals are in that church. Leaving the church building and seeing the enemy in front of him, Ralph said haughtily, you're still young and all alone here as I see. In response to the man's question, Kian replied, I don't think so, and then mentally added that he sounded something like Lunav. Seeing the man lunge at him with his fists, Kian mentally added no from him in my heart, And even more disturbingly, at the same moment, Ralph stepped forward and shouted out, "I alone will be enough." Continuing to recklessly approach Kian with his bare fists, the self-confident man added, "If there's a scumbag like you here, then you're welcome." After a while, when Nella Aranis heard a loud bell ringing from the street, she left the church and asked how Ralph had dealt with everything, and then suddenly froze in her tracks, saying, "What the hell?" When Nella Aranis saw her husband kneeling in front of her opponent, she said in confusion, "It's not impossible." The next moment, Ralph, having lost the battle against his attacker, fell to the ground. After the battle with the bald man was over, Kian turned his gaze to the girl and asked her if she was the only one left and why she needed to kidnap Luna. Not wanting to answer the guy's questions, the girl prepared to fire a fireball at Keanu and exclaimed, "I see she's right on the money, so find out the reason yourself." Evaluating the opponent's magic spell, Kian mentally said, "She easily controls the forces of various properties." The next moment, looking at Nella Aranis standing in front of him, Kian mentally added that she had abilities very similar to Lunav. And at the same moment, having completed the preparations for the attack, the woman shouted out thunderous flames and fired magical projectiles at Kian. After dodging several of his opponent's magic attacks, Kian thought to himself, "I think I'll need to learn more about all this." At the time of her attack, when she saw what her opponent was doing, Nella Aranis said in confusion, "This can't be happening." Continuing to push, the girl added confusedly, "He was able to repel my attack with an ordinary dagger." At the same time, as soon as the girl let her guard down, Kian made a jerk forward and in a split second was in front of her, saying, "Gotcha." Kian's dagger strike at his opponent failed because she managed to use a mid-air jump. After getting out of the kill zone and finding herself in the air, Nella Aranis aimed her next spell at the guy and thought, "He's not easy, we need to deal with him right now." The next moment, as soon as all the preparations were complete, she shouted out a shock charge, directing the spell at Kian. But at the last moment, something went wrong behind her. Kiram appeared and exclaimed, "Oh, I heard that!" And Nella, confused, thought to herself, he wasn't alone. Trying to get her spell back at her opponent in a split second, she shouted out, "Try this!" But her attack passed a meter away from Kian without hitting him. Looking at the result of the charge shot, Kian mentally muttered to himself she had clearly invested a lot of magical energy. Caught in the foggy chains that restrained her movements, Nella Aranis shouted out in anger, trying to free herself. In response to the girl's attempts, Kiram said, "You don't have to wave your hands in vain, human strength won't break them anyway." And then Kian asked on whose orders you were working. Continuing to look at his hostage standing against the backdrop of the damaged church, the guy added, "And how many more of you are there?" After receiving a few questions from her opponent, the girl did not look up and said, "You're a curious kid, you'll find out everything soon." The next moment, looking up at Kian, she smiled steely and said, "We'll find you, so I'll see you in hell." Hearing the hostage's words, Kira made a reaction similar to the curve of a heart, after which Kian thoughtfully added that the artifact holds the owner's magical power in the heart. It does not allow magical energy to circulate, but only accumulates it in the body. Continuing her thoughts, the demon sword spirit smiled slyly and said, "I think there was something similar in Lunav's body as well." Hearing this, Nella Aranis asked in confusion how you knew. The next moment, Kian thoughtfully added the same result of a scientific experiment conducted by the scientific community of Garum. I think it was called the Path of Evolution. Hearing the boy's words, Nella Aranis exclaimed in confusion, "Wait, who are you anyway?" When Kian heard the hostage's question, he sat down in front of her, putting his hand on her head, and said, "You will soon find out for yourself in hell." Having received an answer to her question that she did not like, Nella Aranis said in confusion that you would not dare to do that to me. Before she could speak, Kian struck, piercing the girl's flesh and grabbing at her heart. At this point, Kian thought, "In my past life, I found an old book in the laboratory of the Garum Kingdom that described how to use an artifact called the Heart Curve, as well as the results of a study on how it could be controlled." After taking out Nella's heart, Aranis Kian looked at it and added that if it doesn't work, you can get rid of it with this method. Continuing to hold the object in his hand, Kian said, "Fortunately, it seems to still be functioning." Hearing this, Kiram asked if it could still be used. After his partner's question, Kian looked at the girl and said to Kiram, "Pull the same one out of Lunav's body, please." To which she replied with a disgruntled look, "I don't want to, why should I?" After that, Kian asked, "Do you want me to force you?" Realizing that there was no point in resisting, the girl pulled Lunav out of the carriage and began to put her on the roof, at which point Kian said, "This is the first time I've done this." Continuing to prepare for the destruction of the artifact in the girl's body, he added, "I don't know if I'll be able to do it." After receiving the magical energy from the artifact and putting his hand to the sleeping girl's chest, Kian mentally said if the artifact was embedded in the heart of Lunav in the same way. Continuing to carry out the operation to help his friend, the boy mentally added that he could destroy it in the same way. Sometime after the procedure was completed, the girl was taken to the loud section of the Garum learning community. When Lunav regained consciousness and felt relief from her condition after being healed, she wondered what it felt like. Raising her hand above her, the girl added in surprise, I feel much better, as if something very heavy had disappeared from my chest. Continuing to look at her hand, the girl added, in reflection, why I am now more than ever. Lying in bed after she woke up, she added that she felt close to Kian at the same time. Being near the main ward, Kiram asked what she thought. When asked by his partner, the guy said, I think she will still be useful to us. It would be a pity if she was just killed right. When she heard the reason for her master's actions, Kiram remarked, I think you are being too kind in case she stabs us in the back later. After receiving the girl's remark, Kian smiled and said it was ridiculous to assume such a thing, after which Kiram added, you and I are still dependent on each other, so I would appreciate it if you were more careful. Having heard everything his partner had to say, Kian said, well, now let's go, we have nothing else to do here. At the same time, in the main building of the learning community, Regans was tapping his fingers on the table, saying, I didn't think I'd see you so soon, someone saved you. In response to this question, Lunav bowed her head down and said, yes, Grandpa, but I don't remember anything in particular. When the community leader heard his granddaughter's answer, he slammed his fist on the table and said angrily, do you expect me to believe that from the bloodiest banquet in the country, I will not be able to rest for even a few seconds? Hearing the leader's complaints, his subject bowed and said, I'm sorry, sir, it was my fault. I should have taken Mrs. Lunav away faster myself. Getting up from his seat and going to the subject, Regent said, it's your own fault, so why apologize? After which the subject said, thank you for your understanding. The next moment, approaching the butler and putting his hand on his shoulder, the leader added, you always have a lot of worries about my granddaughter. After which the subject said, it is still my duty, to which the man replied, you have done me good service. Hearing the words of his supervisor, he noticed that the latter started setting his hand on fire, and his employee asked him, in surprise, Mister, continuing to set fire to the traitor, Regan said, you knew about the betrayal from the very beginning. You thought that you would get away with kidnapping my granddaughter so easily. Trying to justify himself to the leader, the man confusedly exclaimed this misunderstanding. I didn't have time to finish when Regans interrupted him in mid-sentence, exclaiming, shut up! Gritting his teeth and setting fire to the entire body of the man who had decided to betray him, he shouted out to the scoundrel. The next moment, the subject's body burst into flames, completely burning everything out of him and killing him alive. Seeing what the grandfather was doing to his subject who had betrayed him, the granddaughter put her hand over her mouth and exclaimed in fright, isn't this too much? In response to his granddaughter's question, the man said confidently, he was one of the conspirators who kidnapped you. The next moment, taking out a handkerchief and starting to wipe his hands, Regan's Rain River asked his granddaughter, do you know about Kian Worth? After receiving the question from her grandfather, the girl looked down and mentally said, Grandpa always asks questions even though he knows everything, and then answered, I don't know anything special about him. Keeping her head down so as not to make eye contact with her grandfather, the girl heard him approaching her and thought, I can't just lie, and then was asked what it meant. In response to Regan's question, Lunav raised her head and said, actually, I was delayed because of the meeting with him, but I didn't get to know anything about Kian in our first meeting. After listening to his granddaughter's words, the man put his hand on her shoulder and said in a stern tone, this is not the answer I wanted to hear. The next moment, taking advantage of his position, the old man pressed his aura on the girl and angrily shouted, answer me what this young man is hiding. Regans continued to look at his granddaughter with a scrutinizing gaze and added, if he's one of the Verts, then there must be something there, and maybe he's one of the kidnappers. In response to her grandfather's introduction, the girl looked at him with fearsome eyes and replied, we've only had a maid and a knight around all the time, and when we met, we didn't even get to have a proper conversation about why you're so interested in Mr. Kian. Hearing his daughter's words, the grandfather, who did not like the pace of the conversation, tilted his head toward her and said, I'm asking you two a question here, and there is clearly something that connects you. Immediately after his words, the man let go of the girl and went to the table, adding that if you are one of the Reen Rivers, you must obey me with everything in your life and you owe me that much. Continuing to reprimand his granddaughter, Regans added, if you're not going to talk, let's finish for now. Think about your behavior a little bit. Hearing her grandfather's words, Lunav bowed her head down and said sadly in her head, it's really unbearable to be from the Rain River family. At the same time, somewhere in the academy, Reuven Seth Chaharkan was again waiting for his rival outside his room, dozing off at his post. Seeing this guard on the way out, Kian looked around the corner and thought how annoying he was. He didn't even go to class. Oh shit, it looks like I'll have to come back later. When he went to go about his business while the guards were standing outside his room, he heard other students talking about it, saying that it was true that even classes were cancelled and she had not been caught yet. Continuing to listen to the gossip of the students of the academy, where a girl from the group added something definitely not clean here, Kian mentally said what they were talking about. The next moment, a familiar voice sounded behind Kian, saying that teacher Nella Aronis had disappeared, and then he looked back and asked if Serek was the teacher. Approaching the boy, the girl whispered menacingly that it was all you, to which he replied in surprise about what you were talking about, after which Sarika whispered why it was necessary to take the teacher's life. In response to the Academy of Professors presentation, Kian waved his hand and said, "I never even knew her." Hearing her student's owl, Sarika put her hand to her chin and said thoughtfully, "You skipped her classes too?" To which Kian didn't even have anything to say. Deciding to tell about the nickname of the teacher Serek, she said she was a born wizard of the Garam Empire. Many wizards who opposed the Ushif Empire came to the United Lands of Reuven. Continuing her story, she added that she was a member of a secret organization that opposed Regan's Rhinereaver and was also involved in secret surveillance, but the abduction of Ms. Lunav clearly did not go according to plan. Adjusting her glasses, which had slipped down her nose, Sarika added, "However, the kidnapping of Ms. Lunav did not go according to plan." Trying to understand what was being said to him, Kian looked away and thought, "I can't keep up with her thoughts." Seeing this, the teacher exclaimed angrily, "Are you listening to me? I'm actually talking to you." Continuing the dialogue with the boy, the professor added, "I'm telling you all this in secret, so keep your mouth shut. It should soon become clear. But for now, it's better to stay out of the academy." To which Kian replied, "What are you going to do with this teacher's place?" In response to the boyfriend's question, Sarika said that we would definitely hire someone else to attract new staff, but we need to advertise somehow. At the same time, Boris was riding in a cart with a man, and looking around he said, "Oh, what a beauty," and was answered by a man who laughed, as it always seems to urban knight. The next moment, turning his gaze to the passenger, the man asked why you were going to Reuven, and the man replied, "I have some business there." Putting his hands to his hat, Boris smiled happily and added, "I have an opportunity that I have been waiting for a long time, and that is why I'm in a hurry." When the man heard the answer from his passenger, he was surprised to hear that you were going to teach in Rouen, and Boris laughed and replied, "No, not yet, you're making me embarrassed." At the same time, lying on the couch in her master's room, Emily sighed heavily and said how bored she was. The next moment, Kieran was hovering over the maid's head and she said, "Hey, get up, that's my seat." In response to the demon sword's remark, Emily replied that this was actually the master's room, so why should anything here be yours? A few minutes later, Kian returned to the room, opening the door and crossing the threshold, he said, "I'm here." After greeting his subjects and seeing Emily crying near the couch, he asked her what had happened, and she replied that Kieran was scared. Ignoring the maid's complaint, Kian said, "Get up, come on, we need to go to which?" Kyram asked what right now, then abruptly jumping out of her seat, Emily exclaimed, "Wait, take me too." In response to the girl's request, Kian said sternly, "No, I have something else important to do." Hearing this, the maid exclaimed in surprise that he was right. Then Kian pointed his finger in the direction of his daughter's room and said, "You need to feed Nana." When she heard what kind of assignment she was given, Emily exclaimed with displeasure that it didn't matter at all. "You just wanted to get rid of me." Hearing the growls and the scary atmosphere coming from Nana's room, Emily was frightened and thought, "Wait, what if I stay here?" Recalling the moment when she lost control at the bloody feast, Emily suddenly added in her head, everything was just like the last time. The next moment, the door to Nana's room opened, and the girl came out and said in a threatening voice, "Daddy, I'm hungry." Hearing the girl's request, who had just emerged from her room, Emily shoved a homemade cookie into her mouth and called out, "Nana, eat this." Having tasted Emily's cooking, Nana happily chewed on the cookies and exclaimed, "It's delicious." And then the maid turned her head to Kian and said, "I'm going to be here for a while, so don't worry." In response to his subject's words, Kian shouted out a thumbs up and said, "I'm counting on you, Emily," to which she laughed and said, "Don't worry, I'll do it." The next moment, remembering the sick knight who had said in a dream that "Grandmother, I am coming to you," Kian added, "That's great, but don't feed Brian your food, he's still recovering." After finishing the conversation with the subject and leaving the room, Kian was asked a question by Karam, who asked where we would go now, to which he replied that the southeast of the Ushif Empire. Starting to recall the place where they keep their road, Kian added to Rambosta, a city ruled by violence and money. At the same time, in that place somewhere in one of the fight clubs, a spectator watching the fight shouted, "You'll see, he'll win." In response to the guy's exclamation, the other guy pointed a finger at him and confidently exclaimed, "You can't even hope for that." While waiting for the fight between the two fighters to begin, the stands were bursting with shouts of "Let's go Zelbad versus." Seeing his opponent, against whom he entered the ring, one of the fighters said that he was just a monster, and then heard, "Well, how are you going to do it?" Looking down at his small opponent, the giant fighter told me to win and then said, "Go ahead and attack." The next moment, after taking a fighting stance and crouching down a bit, Jabbar added, "Well, I'll be the first to start." At the same moment, someone from the stand shouted out that the battle was starting immediately after these words. Zelbat made his first blow by slamming his hand into the arena. Jumping from the spot where he was hit, Kaber exclaimed, "What a fool you are! You thought it would be so easy with me." As soon as he said this, his self-confidence was instantly interrupted when he was caught in mid-air by the giant hand of his opponent. The next moment, Zelbat began to squeeze K-Bar in his hand and said, "Catcher, surrender." Seeing that one of the fighters had lost the opportunity to fight, the judge instantly shouted out that Sabar was defeated. The next moment, turning his gaze to the winner, who was laughing ominously after another victory, the judge added that the victory went to Zelbad. After a while, when Kian arrived in the city he needed, he saw drunks on the streets, either asleep or still emptying their bottles of alcohol. Continuing down the street, Kiram noticed what an unpleasant place it was, and Kian replied that by agreement with the state, Reuven is an independent territory, so no one has taken care of the improvement. Hearing her master's words, the girl was surprised to ask if they had bothered to come to her aid. The next moment, several bandits appeared on Kian's path, and one of them slyly laughed and said, "Who was it?" With his arms at his sides, the leader of the bandits looked at Kiram and said, "Young lady, would you like to join us instead of this kid?" Seeing the big man in front of him, Kian said in disappointment that there really were no criminals here, while Kiram pointed at himself and asked, "I'm the lady." The next moment, the leader of the bandits smiled slyly and leaned over to Kian and said, "You better be careful with us." Continuing his arrogant speeches, the bandit added, "Get out of here, kid," to which Kian only smiled slyly and said, "Oh, these reckless young people." A few minutes later, all three bandits were hit in the head and lay down on the cold ground. A few minutes later, Kian arrived at the place where he could spend the night, put the bag of money on the table, and said to the girl, "The best room you have." When the administrator heard the guest's request, she was surprised to hear him say, "Excuse me, how old are you?" And he replied, "You didn't hear me." Continuing to look at the employee with a disgruntled look, Kian added, "I need the best room, so that's how everyone treats guests who are in charge." When the administrator heard that the boy was serious, she said, "Come on, this one." The next moment, after collecting her thoughts and accepting this development, the girl confusedly exclaimed, "Welcome to the steel cage." After checking into his room, Kian spent some time observing. As soon as it started to get dark, he saw people gathering and heading in the same direction. Realizing that this moment had finally come, he mentally said the secret shave as it quietly began. As he continued to watch the various people heading in the same direction regardless of their status, Kian mentally added time to the Mona's day. Going down the stairs back to the receptionist, the guy asked me if I had said your name was Lisa correctly. Hearing the question from her visitor, the girl at the reception turned her head to him and smiled happily, saying, "Yes, I'm Lisa, an employee of this hotel. How can I help you?" Going downstairs to the girl, Kian crossed eyes with her and asked if I could use the cage. In response to the guy's question, the hotel administrator awkwardly said, "I'm sorry, but new visitors can't use it." When his request was denied, Kian looked at her with a murderous look and asked what was going on, after which he thought something was definitely wrong. The next moment, looking around at the complete silence, Kian asked where almost all of your guests had gone, and there was no one else here except me. In response to the guest's remarks, the girl began to bow nervously and exclaim, "I apologize most sincerely. I am only obeying the orders of the management and did not mean to cause you any inconvenience." After receiving an apology from the hotel administration, Kian smiled slyly and said in his head, "It's not that simple." Reaching into his inner pocket with an ominous smile, Kian thought to himself, "Isn't it time to find out what she's so afraid of?" Seeing the suspicious actions of her guest, the receptionist immediately pulled out her knives and threw them at the guest. At the same moment, to avoid Lisa's attack, the boy took a coin from his pocket and threw it in the direction of the weapon. Seeing that her attack was stopped by a mere coin, the girl shouted out in confusion that it was a gold coin. The next moment, frozen in a knife-throwing pose, the administrator thought, breathing heavily, that I couldn't move. How could it be because of that guy? At the same moment, Kian rubbed his hands together and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, the coin got bent," and the employee exclaimed, "I'm sorry." Continuing the dialogue, Kian remarked, "You were just about to point a knife at your guest, and I had no intention of doing so." The next moment, pointing the bent coin at the girl in front of him, the boy said in a very irritated tone, "I'm now in the highest degree of irritation. Are you going to take responsibility for this or not?" Realizing that she was wrong, the girl only chased even more, and after a while, calming down, she opened the secret door and said, "There's a cage at the very bottom." The next moment, handing the guy a strange keychain, she added this VIP guest badge, and when Kian saw it, he asked where I would need it. In response to the guy's question, Lisa said, "They give it to everyone who stays in the best room, and if you keep it with you, you won't get into any danger." Continuing her sermon, the administrator added, "I don't know what you need in the cage, but if you don't have another life to spare, try not to get into anything." Having warned about the danger of the place where the visitor was going, Lisa added in the end and wished him good luck. Hearing this, Kian thought, why does she meddle everywhere? Immediately after his thoughts, Kian shouted after the girl, "You threatened me a while ago." "Don't you remember what she said?" she indignantly exclaimed. "You, as you know, and don't bother." After finishing the conversation with the administrator, Kian turned to the stairs and said, "Well, let's go." After which, Kiram asked him unhappily if he could not just ask her about everything. The next moment, starting to recall the purpose of the order, the girl added, "Bring me the real owner of the steel cage." Wasn't that what the order said? At what the ship... After his partner's words, Kian spoke to Lindsay Nihalo, the owner of the cage who controls everything from the shadows. Continuing the dialogue with Kiram on the way to the cage, the boy added that there was not even the slightest clue as to what he heard and why this order was more like a puzzle. In response to his partner's remark, Kian said, "We'll find out what you think," meaning that you can handle everything yourself. When asked a question by Kian, he plunged into his memories and said, "I've been here so many times in my past life." Continuing his origins from his past life, the boy added that this place was affected by the Civil War. Having reached almost the very end of the stairs, Kiram asked what kind of a mess is going on here, to which Kian replied, "Well, we're about to find out." Looking at the door that was supposed to lead them to the steel cage, Kian added what the steel cage actually looked like. At the same time, hearing the complaints from his friends, one of the bandits smiled slyly and asked if he had received a kick in the nuts from the snotty little guy. Hearing his friend's question, the man who had beaten Kian knelt down and said, "Yes, I just wanted to have a little fun with him at the entrance to the city, but he was clearly not that simple." Hearing the words of his friend, the man threw out his unsmoked cigarette and asked if he had gone to the steel cage, and was answered by a beaten thug who bowed his head to him. So we decided to follow the kid, but he booked a VIP room and then we were powerless, so we came to you, Mr. Gunter. After listening to his friend's report, Gunter put his hand to his chin and said thoughtfully, "He must have a lot of money, must be an aristocrat." In response to the leader's question, the beaten thief exclaimed, "Unfortunately, I don't know this. Please help us, Mr. Gunter Rictus." Looking down again and starting to wipe away his tears, the man added, "I've suffered so much from this scoundrel that I can barely walk," to which he stood up from his seat and said, "Well, it looks like it's going to be an interesting case." Gunter Rictus began to knead his fists and smiled slyly and said, "I need to see him. Let's go to the steel cage." At the same time, somewhere in a steel cage, one of the fights without rules was taking place, where a girl kept the advantage by charging her opponent with a knee to the face. After seeing the result of the fight, where one of the fighters fell to the ground, the judge shouted victory for Linda Weasley. As soon as she was declared the winner of the fight, she raised her arms above her head, demonstrating her muscles and putting her foot on her opponent's head, and screamed loudly. Having seen these fights without rules, Kiram said, "Now I understand what is wrong with this city." And then Kian added that they solve any issue here by fighting and everyone turns a blind eye. After some time of watching the battles from the balcony, Kian said, "I realized," after which Kiram asked what it was. Then, with a sinister smile, the guy looked at his partner and said, "Getting closer to Lindsay Nichols will not only be better than making her want to get closer to me." The next moment, the boy heard someone call out to him, "Hey you!" At that moment, Kiram vanished into thin air, turning into a dagger. Heading to the guy who was watching the fights from afar, one of the guards added, "This is no place for children." Hearing this, Kian thought, "They've already come for me." Without thinking long about what he should do next, Kian prescribed a direct blow to the body of the staff member. Seeing his friend crouching on the ground and curled up in a ball, his friend quickly ran forward and shouted out to Jason, "What are you doing there?" The next moment, Kian grabbed the man kneeling in front of him by the hair and lifted his head up. Seeing that the boy was smiling ominously and swinging his fist, Jason screamed out in fright, "Stop it! Okay, I was wrong." However, Kian did not even think of stopping. He sought to achieve his goal by any means necessary, and struck the man's face with a second blow. As soon as one of the staff members was eliminated, Kian threw him to the ground and said, "Where is it?" Turning his gaze to his friend Jason, Kian wiped the blood from his face in an ominous tone and added, "You can sign up for the competition." After a while, seeing a new fighter in the arena, the audience began to shout out that the cage was over, that there were no more fighters. The next moment, another viewer joined the expression of dissatisfaction and added, "Aren't you kidding me?" Continuing to tie his hands with bandages for the fight, Kian heard another shouting how such a sucker could be put on the arena and turned his head in surprise towards the voice. Immediately afterward, the guy heard his opponent's voice speaking in an ominous voice, which is something new and quite unusual. Preparing for the battle with Kian, who was probably 100 times smaller than him, Zelbat added, "How would you like me to finish you off, kid?" Hearing the favourites talk before the battle, one of the spectators said in disappointment, "The organisers clearly miscalculated here. It will not be a battle, it will be a brutal murder." Hearing the man's remark, another spectator nearby exclaimed, "Isn't that more fun?" and was told that it was, especially since Zelbad was against him. Continuing to talk to his new friend, the man added, "He's so terrible that he's even called a huge man." The next moment Zelbad exclaimed, "I understand, I'm going to crush you." As soon as the fight began, the giant pointed his finger at the place where Kian was to crush him, but the boy instantly jumped out of the way and headed for the enemy's face. Surprised by the boy's strange behavior, Zelbad exclaimed in surprise and then received a powerful blow to the nose. A few seconds after the stunning blow delivered by Kian, the giant fighter fell to his knees. Immediately afterwards, he lost consciousness and fell face first to the ground, losing the fight to a little guy whom everyone underestimated. Seeing what had just happened, in front of their eyes in a split second, all the spectators instantly fell silent, their mouths agape with amazement. As soon as the gift of speech returned to them, stunned cries of shock came from the stands, and something no one could have expected happened: the victory of Simon of Le Maire. After hearing the name of the boy who defeated Zelbad, Kiram asked Simon of Le Maire what he said, and he replied that I could not appear here under my real name. I am the son of a duke after all. In response to her host's remark, the girl asked, "But you already show your face to everyone, so why hide your name?" To which he replied, "I took care of it so you don't have to worry." Hearing the reason for this confidence, Kiram, remembering her father, said unhappily, "That moron did it his way again, so that's what it means." Continuing to recall the effect of that spell, Kiram added that when someone sees your face, they will be able to recognize it, but it will be impossible to remember it later. After her words, Kiram finally said, "Okay, that should be enough. I'm going to sleep." To which Kian said, "You don't need to worry too much." And she exclaimed offended, "Where was I worried?" At the same time, watching the victory of the guy who was in the arena on the top floor, Gunther Rictus said, "Simon from Le Maire means." The next moment, smiling ominously after receiving the information, the man added, "You will fight me soon, so expect to meet me soon." After a while, a certain person arrived at the hotel, and seeing her in front of her, Lisa asked her, "What are you here for?" In response to the unfriendly administrator's question, Dalkia, the owner of the entertainment district, said, "I also don't like that you make me wait for a long time if you don't know. Just tell me everything briefly." Continuing to express her dissatisfaction, Dalkia added angrily about the rascal who dared to make a mess on our street. "Today I know everything that is happening here, so there is no point in hiding it." In response to the guest's demands, the hotel administrator replied, "I don't know anything. Go away. Do you think you can just show up here without warning?" Again receiving an unwanted response, Dalkia angrily said, "How my head hurts from these youngsters. This happened in an area that is under my control. Now speak." Not wanting to obey the order of the impudent guest, Lisa prepared her knives behind her back and said, "I will no longer tolerate such an attitude on your part, let alone on the part of our customers." Having received another refusal, Dalkia exclaimed in displeasure that he was obviously hiding here, after which one of her subjects exclaimed, taking out a knife, "Madame, we are waiting for your order." Realizing that the atmosphere was heating up, Lisa nervously said in her head, "This kid has brought me trouble after all. What to do? How exhausting it all is." The next moment, appearing behind the uninvited guests, Kian said, "Listen, are you looking for me by chance?" Hearing the boy's voice, the subject suddenly looked around and exclaimed in confusion. Also seeing Kian in front of her, whom Dalkia was looking for, Lisa said in confusion, "Dear guest, how long have you been here?" In response to the administrator's question, the boy stepped forward and said, "Since you said it happened in the area under my supervision, you obviously didn't come here just to make noise." Approaching the woman who was looking for him, Kian added, looking her in the eye, "Maybe you can talk to the people involved." Extending his hand to the girl to apologize, he added, "If I upset you, I apologize." Having fallen in love with Kian at first sight, Dalkia again heard, "Let's resolve all misunderstandings right away," and then she took the guy's hand with both of hers and asked if I could. Looking at the guy in front of her with loving eyes, the girl added, "I want to know your name," to which Kian replied awkwardly. Having received an answer to her question, the owner of the brothel began to rub her cheek against Kiana's hand and said, "It may not suit your elegant appearance, but it is a noble name." Watching what Dalkia was doing, Lisa exclaimed in fright, "He's just a child. He's not up to the beaver, dear guest. You don't need to deal with anything. Come to me." In response to the administrator's words, Kian waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, it looks like everything will be easily resolved here," to which the woman exclaimed, "No, you can't expect anything good from her." The next moment, taking a cardboard card from her bust, Dalkia said, "Here is my card, and I hope we can get to know each other better in the future." Picking up the woman's business card, Kian looked at her and said thoughtfully, "Dalkia, from the night of pleasure, there will be everything to your taste." Realizing what exactly he had been given, Kian exclaimed in confusion in his head, "She's crazy," and then heard the voice of a woman who walked away from the hotel. "I'll be waiting to hear from you." The next day, stopping in front of the threshold, the girl looked back at Kian and added excitedly, "I'm ready to take you in for free." As soon as everything was resolved, Lisa sighed heavily and said, "Why couldn't you just listen to my advice?" To which he pointed to the exit and asked what I was supposed to do, "Get into a fight with them." Hearing a question from the client, the administrator asked that they say you fought in a cage and even won, to which he replied disappointedly that rumors spread quickly, after which the girl said, "Yes, everything is under our feet." The next moment, as Kian started to walk up to his room, Lisa said, "Even if you're wondering, I don't recommend going on a night of pleasure," to which I didn't even think about saying. Continuing to look at Kian, Lisa mentally said, leaning on her hand, "Why is he shy? He's even cute." And at the same moment, a girl's voice came from a table nearby and asked, "Dalkia's already gone. So good." Hearing a familiar voice, the administrator turned her head and said in surprise, "Ms. Lindsay," to which Lindsay Nahalo, the owner of the steel cage, smiled slyly and said, "This is Simon from LeMay. I see you've become close to him lately." In response to the question, Miss Lisa stood up from her seat and bowed nervously, saying that he was just one of our VIP guests, and then heard an angry voice in response and dared to contradict me. In response to her boss's remark, the worker said guiltily, "I didn't even think about it because he was just a child." Hearing Lisa's words, Gunther Richter's, who suddenly appeared on the horizon, said that he was just a kid. "You seem to be underestimating the cis kid, Lisa." As soon as the bandit's voice behind her sounded, Lisa snapped and said, "How dare you sneak in here so unceremoniously?" Turning her gaze to the man who was walking toward them, she added, "Gunther Richter's," after which he raised his hand and smiled slyly, saying, "It's been a long time, and everything here is old. Maybe I can fix it for you." The next moment, Lindsay Nahalo raised her hand and called out to Gunther, and when I heard this, Lisa asked in surprise, "Really, why would you do that?" In response to her subject's question, the girl smiled slyly and said, "I want you to arrange a duel for him, you Lisa." When the owner of the hotel heard the request, she was confused, saying that Gunther had been kicked out long ago, and with whom? Interfering with the conversation between the two girls, the man pointed to himself and said to Simon of Lemire, "I want to fight this kid." Seeing the confused expression on the girl's face after everything she had heard, the man asked her ominously, smiling, "What's wrong? You know that money doesn't smell." At the same time, somewhere in the main building of the Night of Pleasure, one of Dalkia's subjects heard a noise from outside the door and said something untoward to the lady. In response to his friend's words, the other man said, "We just left there and she still can't remember his face," to which the other man smiled happily and said, "It looks like he's going to be sick." By continuing to listen to everything that happens behind closed doors, one of the subjects of the speaker can use all means to find him. In response to his friend's suggestion, the other man put his hand to his chin and said, "Maybe she should get the toy she likes." Hearing the screams again from his mistress's room, a man with a dark hairstyle said to the unlucky guy, "How good it is that you and I do not stand out." At the same time, trying to make a photo portrait of the guy she saw in the hotel, Dalkia crumpled up and threw away another portrait and exclaimed that it was not the right one. As she continued to look through all the photo portraits in front of her, she exclaimed, "It's strange, I can't remember him." Trying to recall the guy she had recently seen and liked so much, Dalkia added, confused, "I only saw him. How come?" Grabbing her head, the girl screamed in a crazy voice, "Why, I can't remember his face, that beautiful face." Shedding tears at her situation, the girl was going crazy and exclaimed, Why is this happening?" Imagining the image of Kian with a shadow falling on his face and covering his entire face, Dalkia added that it had only been a short time and his face was as if in a fog. The next moment, she suddenly stopped her fits of despair and wiped away her tears, saying, "But it's okay with me." Immediately after her words, feeling very excited, Dalkia licked her lips sweetly and said, "I want to get it even more than Simon of LeMay." Observing the place where the underworld flourished, Kian's mind went to alcohol and entertainment. Continuing to observe the place known from his past life, he mentally added gambling to the place where all pleasures are gathered. Looking from a distance at the place where all of the above was happening, Kian added in his head, "The street of entertainment should be avoided by all means." The next moment, remembering the lady who ran the neighborhood and who liked him a lot, the boy mentally said, though it was to be expected, that there were such rumors about this woman that it was indecent to say. The next moment, he put on his hood and turned in the opposite direction, thinking that in order to collect evidence against Lindsay, he needed to start by looking at other places after someone had hit him. Falling to the ground after the collision and losing everything she was carrying, the little girl groaned heavily, clutching her waist, and Kian looked over at her and asked if she was okay. And Kian, in response to the boy's question, the girl looked at him with a worried look and exclaimed, "I'm sorry, please forgive me for my mistake." Surprised by the words that had just been spoken to him, Kian asked, without understanding the reason, why you were apologizing. The next moment, Kian sat down with the girl to help her pick up the scattered boxes and opened one, and mentally said the same thing to the cigarette. After collecting all the scattered goods in a basket, Kian asked if you were hurt and I should apologize, to which the girl embarrassedly exclaimed, "Not at all." Starting to bow to the ground in front of the boy, the girl exclaimed with all her heart, "Thank you for your mercy," to which Kian replied, "Stop it." The next moment, handing the kid a basket of cigarettes, Kian said, "You sell a lot here?" to which he replied, These are top-quality cigarettes from the Grey Trade Guild. Take a pack." In response to the girl's suggestion, Kian promised I don't smoke and then mentally added, "What kind of Grey Trade Guild is this?" When the offer was rejected, the girl bowed and embarrassedly exclaimed, "Oh, I'm sorry," after which Kian asked where you were going to sell so much at once. In response to the boy's question, the girl nervously replied that if she was lucky, she would be able to sell everything during the night and go home before sunrise. Having received the answer to his question, Kian mentally said, "So she can only go home if everything is sold out. I think I'm starting to get a sense of what's going on here." The next moment, handing the girl a gold coin, Kian said, "Look, I'll give you 1 gold coin. It's enough to buy everything." When the girl heard the proposal from the guy in front of her, she was surprised to hear him say, "But you said you didn't smoke." And then she said, "I don't, but that's okay." The next moment, showing another golden Kian in his hand, he smiled and added, "This is only your earnings, so spend it proper." When she saw how much money they were giving away in person, the girl's eyes lit up with happiness and she exclaimed, "Wow!" Taking the money and giving Keanu the cigarettes, the girl walked back happily waving and exclaimed, "Thank you, sir. I will not forget your kindness, SSS." As soon as they were alone, Kiram appeared next to the boy and asked him, "Maybe you should just start giving money to the left and right," to which he replied, "Burning a basket of cigarettes? That's different. And the road leads to a dump. Let's go see." Hearing the proposal from his master, Kiram was surprised to hear him ask what it would mean for you if we went there, and he replied, "Let's just go." Having met the girl on the road and punched her, one of the beaten bandits saw the gold coin she had dropped and exclaimed, "You still have money, this kid is fooling us." The bearded man began to flex his fists, smiled ominously, and said that she was also lying about selling cigarettes, after which his accomplice added that he needed to teach her a life lesson. As he prepared to continue beating the little girl, the bearded man shouted out menacingly, "It's all because of that jerk Simon. I need to vent my anger somehow, and you just happened to be there." Hearing the words of the man who was approaching her, the girl, covering her hands with her arms, exclaimed frightenedly, "I'm not lying to you. It's all true." The next moment, appearing on the roof of the house behind the bandits, Kian said, "Stop it." She asks you to believe that when the bandits heard this, they suddenly stopped and their leader spoke in this voice. Continuing to look at the men he had beaten last time, the guy added, "You should be ashamed of yourself for begging money from children." When he saw the guy who had beaten them last time, the bearded man smiled happily and exclaimed, "He came to us himself. This time you won't hide." Before he could get enough of the fun, Kian jumped off the roof of the house and landed right on his face. A few seconds later, after sattering his accomplices again and leaving the leader for last, Kian kicked him and said, "Stop it, we're sorry, why won't you let go?" Grabbing the man's leg and throwing him over his shoulder, Kian said, "Well, the thing is, I'm happy with only one thing in this life, and that's this." As he began to administer pain to the bearded man, the boy smiled ominously and said he could make such scum suffer, and then heard no more questions. Having dealt with his bandits and picked up the girl's lost coin, Kian said, "Now it will be difficult for them to walk." The girl exclaimed in surprise, "Sir," and said, "I'm sorry." The next moment, as he approached the girl and handed her her coin, Kian smiled happily and added, "This time don't lose it," to which she exclaimed, "Thank you." The next moment behind him, Kian heard someone clapping their hands and exclaiming how amazing it was. How amazing it was. Looking back and seeing a man behind him, Kian asked who you are, and then mentally added, though how could he remember my face when I was wearing a cover? In response to the boy's question, Gunther Richtus said thoughtfully, "I'm not sure, but judging by your skills, it's immediately clear that you are a remarkable person." The next moment, pointing his finger at the guy in front of him and smiling slyly, Gunther asked, "You must be Simon from Lemea. Nice to meet you. My name is Gunther Richtus. I own this place." When Kian heard who the man in front of him was, he said, "I was just about to ask this girl something, but now I can ask you." Hearing the words of the boy in front of him, the man turned his gaze to the girl behind him and asked, "What about this one, who was clearly no good for anything?" The next moment, when one of his beaten wards came to, he exclaimed, Mr. Gunther, he's the bastard." At the same moment, Gunther ignored the words of his subject, smiled ominously and said that if she was of no use, then he could simply get rid of her. Seeing how frightened the girl was, Kian asked why such measures were necessary, to which Gunther replied, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm a little excited right now." The next moment, the man began to lick the blood from his fingers and said, "I would like to fight you once, and I am on my way to the owner of the cage." Hearing where the person in front of him was headed, Kian suddenly tensed up and mentally said he knew Lindsay Nichols. A few seconds after he said this, Gunther noticed a punch coming in his direction and said in surprise, "What the hell?" At the last moment, the man put up his hand and blocked the blow that was aimed at him. Gunther smiled ominously when he saw that Kian had started a battle with him and said, "That's not a weak blow," and then asked if he wanted to fight now. The next moment, using the magic of fortification and transforming his left hand in steel, he shouted, "Then let's not hold back." Immediately after his words, the man swung his arm and tried to hit his opponent, but the latter successfully dodged. As he flew over Gunther, Kian was also able to see the range in which Gunther's attack took place and hit the ground. Continuing his fast flight while avoiding the attack, the boy mentally said it was incredible. In the next moment, noticing his opponent's steel limb, Kian mentally added he had strengthened his body so much. After an unsuccessful attack on his opponent, Gunther looked back to find Kian with his eyes and exclaimed, "Why wait for an official battle?" The next moment, leaping into the air to get the boy, Gunther exclaimed, "Honestly, you exceed my expectations." Preparing for his next blow, the man turned both arms to the elbow into steel and exclaimed, "Let's go, he can turn up the heat." Hearing the offer from the man he had to fight on the street, Kian mentally muttered that he was really crazy. The next moment, Gunther delivered him his punch, which struck Kian's body, knocking him down in flight and sending him to the ground. And at that time, somewhere under the cover of black fog, Serica was there, coming to her leader to discuss some issues. At the moment, while waiting for the arrival of the god of dark fog, she was meditating, creating an aura of darkness around her. The next moment, her musings were interrupted by a voice that suddenly appeared, catching her attention and saying, "Kian knows how to surprise." Standing in front of his subject on one of the columns, the god of dark fog added his name, which was not in the order. Immediately after his words, the god put his hand to his chin and added, "I am not going to criticize you, but please do not involve him in your personal affairs." In response to her leader's request, Serica smiled slyly and said, "I do not wish to question your word." Continuing the dialogue with her leader, she added that Lindsay Nihalo would eventually realize what was going on. Continuing the dialogue with God, Serica added, "That's why I want to take this opportunity to see how things go. It's not yet known whether we can trust Carnivert as the heir." Hearing the remark from his subject, the god of dark fog thoughtfully asked if he could become like Lindsay, which is a rather interesting question. Hearing the interest in her leader's voice, Serica turned her gaze to him and said, "We will know soon enough, but we cannot predict everything in advance." At the same time, after fighting with Gunther for some time, Kian heard that even in such a situation you managed to survive. Continuing to look into the eyes of the guy who this time became his opponent, the man added, "It was not for nothing that I met you, Simon." Standing in front of the guy with whom they had gotten into a fight and kneading his neck with his hand, Gunther asked, "Well, let's continue then." With a sinister smile right in the boy's face, the man added, "Show me everything you can do, Simon of LeMay." After this conversation, they again began a fierce fight where both exchanged blows and tried to block the opponent's attack. At the time of one of his attacks, while pressing the enemy, Kian asked where Lindsay Nichols was, and then he heard, and why you are mentioning her now, holding a block in front of him that his opponent could not break through. Gunther exclaimed, "Don't underestimate me, young man." Having struck again and thrown his opponent a few meters away, Kian mentally said to his hand, "He doesn't care about my attacks at all." After a series of punches, Gunther decided to counterattack and gathered his magical power in his fist and slammed it on the ground, shouting, "Try this!" After which a shockwave of fracture headed for the guy. Seeing that his opponent managed to dodge his attack, the man smiled ominously and said, "You're quite good, Simon, even better than I expected." Raising his gaze above the horizon to keep his opponent in sight, Gunther said, "Come down, we're not done yet." The next moment after his opponent's words, Kian heard Kiram's voice asking for help, to which he replied, "Wait, there's someone else." Immediately after Kian's words, several knives fell in front of the man and a woman's voice shouted, "Gunther, enough." Angry at the girl who dared to interrupt his fight with the boy, Gunther asked in a menacing tone why you were interfering with his life. In response to her husband's question, Lisa put another knife in front of her and said, "I demand an explanation for why you started a fight with our VIP guest." In response to the girl's question, the man pointed to Kian and exclaimed irritably that he had started it first, after which Lisa shouted out a lie. Trying to prove his point, Gunther exclaimed offended, "It's true, why do you always blame me for everything?" and was told that you always bring problems. Hearing this conversation, Kian thought they knew each other. Resigned to the fact that his point of view would not be accepted, the man shoved his hands into his pockets and stormed away, exclaiming irritably, "Okay, that's enough, don't forget about our battle." Kian added awkwardly in his head, "And now he's acting completely different." As soon as Gunther left the perimeter, Kian jumped to the ground, after which Lisa asked him if he was hurt, and he replied that he was fine. "I was just hurt." The next moment, looking up at the hotel manager, Kian looked at her with blank eyes and sounded very disappointed. Hearing the girl's words, Lisa nervously exclaimed, bowing in front of the guy, "I understand you. You are our VIP guest after all." We had to interrupt the girl in mid-sentence. Kian said, "It looks like you need something from me." Hearing what the guy in front of her had just said, the girl suddenly froze and then asked in surprise what he had just said. In response to the girl's question, Kian spoke confidently, saying that he had met with the owner of the cage to arrange a fight with me, and that I did not mind. When Lisa heard that the guest would not have to ask for a favour, she was surprised to hear that Kian was sure of this, and he replied on one condition. Looking at the girl lying on the ground next to him, Kian pointed to her and said, "Give her a job." Sometime after the confirmation of the participation of both participants, the townspeople began to talk. "You heard the news, Gunther. Rictus is returning to the cage arena." Hearing that his interlocutor was aware of the news, the man put his hand to his chin and said with a sly smile, "Well, it seems that he will fight Simon from Lemieux," not thinking that I would ever see Gunther from the garbage dump again. Having been in the city for some time before the battle was to take place, Kian mentally made the whole city talk about the battle between Gunther and me. While in the arena and knocking out his opponent again, the guy mentally added, "I took part in a few more fights in a week and learned that there are several rules in the cage." Recalling one of his battles where he won again and then dusted himself off while looking at his opponent, Kian thought first of all that he had no weapons. The second is not to overdo it if your opponent no longer has the strength to fight. And the third should be don't take your opponent's life. Continuing his reflections before the start of the long-awaited battle, Kian mentally added at least that's how it was, and then heard the judge shout out that we were in for a battle without rules. When the two fighters were in the arena, the referee shouted out that the owner of the cage had given her personal consent to this. Upon hearing this, Kian was surprised to hear that the fight was without rules. In response to the participants' question, the judge said everything exactly as I said. This time there will be no rules. After which Kian pointed to himself and said no one said anything to me about it. The next moment, Gunther put the brass knuckles on his hands and smiled ominously, saying, "You have no idea how long I've been waiting for this, Simon." And Simon exclaimed, "Hey, where did you get all this?" Immediately after his exclamation, Kian turned his head in the direction where the judge was supposed to be and angrily shouted, "Judge, it's not fair!" Before he could finish, he saw that the judge was gone. Jit. The next moment, the referee shouted that the fight was about to begin, and Kian heard this and said something angry in his head before he could run away. At the same time, being at the very top of the cage room, Lindsay Nehalo mentally said, "Show me what you can do." She smiled slyly as she waited for the battle to begin between the fighter and the newcomer to town, and added Simon of Lemea to the list in her head. Having prepared for the fight against the guy, Gunther asked in surprise that you really hadn't been told that our battle would be without rules, to which Kian replied unhappily, "This is the first time I've heard of it." The next moment, turning his hands into steel, the man said, "Then you can get yourself some weapons if you're so afraid." In response to his opponent's suggestion, Kian sighed heavily and said irritably, "I can do just fine without him." Immediately after his words, Kian activated the black mist magic and took a fighting stance and said, "Anyway, I have a plan. Let's get started." When Gunther saw what his opponent had done, he smiled slyly and said, "Magic is good, because I was beginning to worry that I might accidentally kill you." Hearing his opponent's words, Kian suddenly said something that I can't remember being a life-and-death fight. Hearing his opponent's words, Gunther licked his lips deliciously and asked, "I take it you've never heard of me before, but I've known you for a long time." The next moment, recalling his past and his suspension from participation in the cage, the man added how pleasant it was to take human lives. Having received new information from his opponent in this battle, Kian prepared for the battle and said, "It means this." After Kian's words, Gunther said, "The first thing I'm going to do is tear out your eyes." And then he rushed to the third guy and tried to make a direct hit. But his attack failed and Kian cut off his hand with a demonic sword. Seeing Gunther fall to his knees, the audience began to talk in confusion, saying about that someone had seen what had happened. On his knees behind Kian's back, the man grabbed his shoulder to stop the bleeding and painfully exclaimed, "Oh, my arm." The next moment, turning his head to Kian, Gunther tried to get to his feet to continue the fight and shouted, "I will not forgive you, you bastard!" Before he could finish, Kian looked back at him and said in a murderous voice, "Don't move or you can really say goodbye to your life." When the referee saw that the fight was over, he ran into the arena and shouted Gunther was defeated by Simon from Lemieux. After the results were announced, one of the spectators said, "I have never seen such a fight. Gunther's defeat is so humiliating." At the same time, having noticed small fragments of what happened, one of the spectators exclaimed with trepidation in his voice that this dark fog was a mysterious force. Pointing a finger in Kian's direction, the man said in his head, "This is a mistake, absolutely unacceptable. This is a demon's sword." At the end of the battle, Kian returned to the locker room and thought to himself as he wiped the sweat from his face, "Someone made sure I didn't get all the information about the fight in advance. Did Lindsay realise what I was up to?" The next moment, a girl ran into the locker room and brought Kian a glass of water and exclaimed, "It was so great, Mr. Kian." When Kian saw who brought him the water, he was surprised to see that you had already started working, and she happily exclaimed, "Yes, Lisa said I could help her." Immediately after she said that, the girl put her hands to her sides and joyfully exclaimed, "Please take care of me." And the boy saw the sign with the girl's name and thought her name is Louis. When he learned the name of the girl he had saved, he put his hand on her head and began to stroke her, saying, "Good job." As Kian was caressing the girl behind him, Lisa's voice came from behind him and exclaimed, "Sir, sir," and he thought, it's about time I told her everything after today. As soon as the guy turned his head back, she bowed in front of him and exclaimed, "I'm very guilty." And Louis was surprised to see that and exclaimed, "Oh, manager." Ignoring the girl's apology, Kian asked unhappily why you hid from me that there would be no rules in today's fight. When asked by the guest, the girl exclaimed in embarrassment that she had not hidden it at all, that the owner and Gunther had discussed it personally with each other, that I did not know anything, but I apologize. I should have checked in advance anyway. After hearing Lisa's excuse, Kian got up from his seat and said, "I would like to see the owner," to which she replied that it was impossible. She prefers to keep her identity secret. When Kian was refused his request, he mentally said, "I don't think it will work that way," and then said, "Okay, just be more careful in the future," to which she guiltily said, "I'm sorry." Just as Kian was about to leave the waiting room, he met a man at the doorstep who said, "Do you have a minute for me?" To which he replied, "Who are you? I don't think we've met." In response to Kian's question, the man put his hand to his chest and bowed, saying, "My name is Morris. I'm from the Grey Trade Guild." Immediately after introducing himself, the man put his hand to his mouth and said quietly, "I came to you to ask you a question." The next moment, the man smiled slyly and said, "Would you like to sell the demon sword you have?" Hearing Morris's question, who had come with an inappropriate suggestion, Kian gave him a stern look and asked what he meant. In response to the guy's question, he said, smiling slyly, "You don't need to hide it, because I'm the only one who can recognize it." Continuing the dialogue with the guy, the man said, I used to work for the Albus Guild." The next moment, mentioning the reason for changing jobs, he added about 2 years ago until the head of the guild, Zickerman Albus, was destroyed. After telling about the reason why he changed his life, Morris added, "I am now a manager in the Grey Guild." Bowing to the boy again, he added, "I specialize in a variety of weapons, including swords, and in my last guild I also sent large shipments to the Garum Consul." Continuing his story, the man added, "I think no one on the continent knows about weapons better than I do, and I finally came to see them with my own eyes." The next moment, looking up at Kian, the man joyfully exclaimed, "The demonic blade of mist has been waiting for its master for what seems like an eternity." Continuing his self-confident conversation, Morris said, "Name your price, no matter how much it costs me, I must have the demon." Before he could finish speaking, the guy grabbed the man by the throat and lifted him off the ground, saying, "You said no one knows about him except me," to which the man groaned. Lifting Morris up on an outstretched arm in front of him, Kian added menacingly, "That means I won't have to remove any more witnesses besides you," after which Morris suddenly exclaimed, "Mr. Simon." The next moment, 3 assassins hired by the leader of the Grey Guild appeared from the shadows and surrounded the boy, shouting, "Let Mr. Morris go now if you value your life," to which he laughed and replied, "You're kidding." Continuing to smile ominously, Kian said in an ominous tone, "And you think you can stop me with such pitiful strength?" The next moment, turning his head to one of the men surrounding him, Kian mentally said, "He must have hired shadow assassins from Spania." Continuing to assess the enemy's strength, the boy mentally added that after what happened to Zickerman Albus, he was more concerned about his own safety, and yet, turning his gaze back to Maurice, Kian said, "Do you think these idiots will have time to save you before I strangle you?" And the latter moaned out, "Help me!" Hearing someone's screams nearby, Louis and Lisa ran into the corridor, and the former exclaimed that it was Mr. Simon, and the latter added, "Dear guest, what is going on?" When the manager saw the 3 assassins around Kian, she pulled out her knives and shouted, "What are you doing to our guest? Let's discuss this calmly, otherwise I will be forced to use force." Turning his gaze to the little girl who had also witnessed the situation, Kian thought, now Louis could be involved in all of this. Realizing that the case had gained new momentum, the boy mentally added something problematic and then let Morris go to the ground. As soon as the man was on the ground, Kian looked at him with a contemptuous look and said menacingly, "I'm not going to let you get away with this, but this time get out before I change my mind." Seeing that their leader was released, one of the assassins exclaimed what Lord Morris was doing there, and rubbing his neck, he exclaimed, "You all hide your swords." Immediately after giving his order to the assassins, the man said in embarrassment, "Holding on to your neck, you must have been a little overzealous, Mr. Simon." Under the scornful gaze of a guy who clearly had no desire to sell weapons, Morris said, "I'll go this time." He bowed again before the boy and said, "But my offer is still valid, so I hope you will think it over again." After hearing the words, Kian remembered the day of Zickerman's cleaning, and thought the Grey Guild was what led to the death of Zickerman Albus, and then suddenly heard the question, "Are you okay, Mr. Simon?" Turning his head to Louis, the boy replied, "Yes, I'm fine," and then added, frightened, "But there were so many scary people around you." To calm the little girl down, Kian put his hand on her head and began to stroke her, saying that everything was fine. Continuing to calm the kids down, Kian turned his gaze to the manager and said, "Besides, I have a request for you, Lisa," to which she replied in surprise, "Yes, I'm listening." As soon as the girl turned her attention to him, Kian said in a stern tone, "I want to meet her with the owner of the steel cage." At the same time, somewhere in a garbage dump, the man who began to rage after his defeat heard from his subjects, "Calm down, Mr. Gunther, or your wounds will open again." Hearing the remarks of his subjects, the man stopped destroying everything at hand and shouted out to Simon in anger. The next moment, gritting his teeth and bowing his head, Gunther added angrily, "I have to finish him off or I'll have to die myself." Starting to recall the moment from the arena when he lost his arm, Gunther mentally said, "I felt completely helpless." Also remembering the look, the words, and the tone of Kian's voice as he ordered him to stay still, the man mentally added to the bastard's thoughts. When Gunther finished remembering, he fell to his knees and put his hand to his head and thought about how to deal with them, because I can't think of anything. The next moment, accidentally remembering Louis, the man smiled slyly and exclaimed, "That girl was right there. She will help take revenge on this Simon." Taking out a pack of cigarettes that I used to sell and crumpling them in my hand, Gunther Rictus exclaimed, "I found a solution." After a while, when evening came, Louis continued to do her work around the hotel, carrying various things to the rooms. The next moment, hearing the front door suddenly open, the girl stopped in her tracks and turned her head in surprise, saying that a visitor was welcome to the steel cage so late. As soon as she shouted out a greeting, she saw who it was who came to the hotel and froze in place in fear, after which she heard, "Hello, baby." Looking with frightened eyes at Gunther, who began to stroke her head with a sinister smile, the man added, "Do you remember me?" To which she answered yes, frightened. After receiving the answer to his question, Gunther stretched his sinister smile even wider and asked, "Then will you help me with something?" At the same time, while in my room with the manager, Kian asked why I couldn't see her. Leaning against the wall near the window, Kian asked if he needed to submit an official invitation to meet with her, and was told that even if he did, she was not the type to get an audience so easily. Having received a refusal to his request, Kian asked why you're so protective of Lindsay Nihalo. Hearing the name of the owner, Lisa said, "You know her name as I do and thought you were not the most ordinary person." The next moment she added, "Listen, she's looking at you in the same way, and it was she who agreed to fight Gunther and suddenly changed the rules of the fight." Continuing the conversation with the visitor, the manager added, "That's why let me warn you to leave this place as soon as possible." Giving advice to leave as soon as possible, Lisa added that if the child is expensive, Kian thought about whose side she was on, if it was all about being polite to visitors. The next moment they heard a noise and screaming that caught Lisa and Kian's attention, and then the manager called out that the voice from the lobby was Louis. When she arrived on the first floor and saw the table broken into 2 pieces and a dent in the wall behind it, she was confused as to who had done it. Leaning down to the floor for the employee's nameplate, Kian said, "I can guess." Hearing the guy's words, the girl said in surprise, "What are you talking about?" Picking up the lost, bloody name tag of the employee from the floor, Kian showed him Louis' name tag. The next moment, after putting the badge in his pocket, Kian said, "Stay here, I'll get it back," to which Lisa exclaimed, "Wait, we're not even completely sure who did this." In response to the girl's cries, Kian suddenly looked back at her, and she froze in place in fear when she heard Kian's voice saying, "I told you so." Looking at the girl with a frightening look that made the blood freeze in his veins, the boy added in a menacing tone, "I can guess." At the same time, lying on her bed, Dalkia heard someone say that a noble girl's room should not be so untidy, to which she replied that whoever allowed them to enter was bored. In response to the girl's remark, Morris, standing in front of the industrial plant, said, "You don't look very attractive for Dalkia," to which she asked in surprise that Morris was here for a reason. After receiving a question from the girl who was lying in a complete mess, the man said, "Isn't it obvious why a merchant might want to come here to offer something?" To which I replied, "I don't accept offers from pigs." The next moment, picking up one of the sketches that was lying around in Dalkia's room, Morris said, "You seem to be very impressed with a guy whose face you can't even remember." After hearing Morris's remarks, the girl asked him, offended, "And why can you talk as if you know everything?" To which he replied, "I'll get right to the point, I don't have much time." Holding out a vessel with a pink liquid to the girl, the man added, "This is a powerful paralyzing poison that I bought from the kingdom of Garum, and with it you can get this boy." When Dalkia received the paralyzing poison from the Grey Guild trader, she was surprised to ask what she wanted in return. When Morris heard the girl's question, he smiled slyly and said, "In exchange I need something he owns, and you can have the boy." When she heard the terms of their cooperation, she was surprised to hear him say that he was waiting for your answer. After completing the deal with Dalkia, Morris left her room with a sinister smile and thought, whoever else is going to take over this case, I just need to get rid of Simon. I'll just provide them with the means anyway. I hope Gunther can handle that little girl. At the same time, when Kian arrived at the man with the lost arm, he heard him laughing, and then he said, "I've been waiting for you, Simon of LeMay." Stopping a few meters away from the man who was waiting for him, Kian asked where the girl was. In response to the boy's question, Gunther Rictus threw something in his direction and said, "Here's a gift for you." Kian looked down at what was thrown at his feet and saw an ear in front of him. After handing over the gift, Gunther Richtus tapped the box with his hand and said, "I threw the rest of it here. Try to pick it up if you can." Realizing that they would not be able to have a normal dialogue, Kian smiled ominously and exclaimed, "You could have just said you wanted to die." In response to the boy's exclamation, the man got up from his seat and exclaimed, restoring his arm, "So let's just resolve this misunderstanding." Immediately after his words, the man smiled ominously and shouted, "Come on, Simon, attack!" At the same time, in my office with my manager, Lindsay Nahalo asked me if I thought the guy could finish Gunther. In response to her host's question, Lisa bowed her head down and answered yes, and then heard that you were worried about him. After receiving the question from Lindsay, the girl answered, "I haven't had any warm feelings for him for a long time. Just why are you so interested in Simon?" When the owner heard the question from her subject, she smiled slyly and said, "If you're interested, I can tell you a little bit." The next moment, she started talking about the boyfriend and asked if he remembered Simon's face. Hearing this, Lisa mentally pictured his face. Thinking about what the guy she sees so often looks like, she looked down and mentally said why she couldn't remember. In response to the girl's confused look, the owner remarked that it was one of Eru's abilities to make others forget your face. Hearing the name that had just been given to her, the manager was surprised to hear that Eru, "You mean the god of darkness, yes?" When she received an uncertain answer from her employee, Lindsay smiled slyly and said, "It looks like the past has caught up with me." Hearing what her owner had just said, the girl anxiously exclaimed that you were not in danger, to which the owner confidently replied no. With a sly smile on her face, Lindsay Nihalo added, "It's been a long time since we've had such a valuable guest. Take care of him appropriately, Lisa Richtus." At the same time, Gunther, having restored his hand in the form of blood, shouted at his opponent what Simon was. Having made a leap and gotten close to the guy and then struck him, the man stopped in one place without feeling any resistance. As soon as the dust from the blow cleared, Gunther stood confidently on both feet and said, "Why don't you use your skill like you did then?" Continuing to smile ominously with the restored hand of which he had been deprived, the man exclaimed, "Try harder, Simon of Lemire." The next moment, when Gunther drew the boy's attention to the remains of skeletons that were not far from him, he said, "You disturbed the human remains." Picking up one of the skulls that was nearby, the man asked why they were here. They were no longer of any use, just a regular trash can. The next moment, clutching the skull he had picked up, the man added in a menacing tone that the whole city was full of garbage. Immediately after these words, he plunged into memories of his childhood and said, "Lisa and I grew up among the garbage." Recalling how he was often beaten as a child, he added, "We tried our best to survive in this hell, and I fought back against anyone who tried to lay a finger on her." Gunther continued his story, recalling how he defended the girl, and then I met someone. Recalling the very moment when one guy arrived in the city and put a sword to the throat of one of the bandits, he heard him begging, "Please, sir, have mercy on me, please." But he did not care about all the prayers and requests. He just took and destroyed all the bandits who came across his path. Recalling this moment when they were rescued, the man added, "He dealt with the landfill manager who was constantly bothering us." Also recalling how many people he had killed in this place, Gunther added that he said he ran away from the Ruven Academy to have fun here and conquer all the filth of the dump. The next moment he saw the image of the guy in his mind. It was Eshel, who held out his hand and said, "Everything is fine, I've cleaned up the place, you're safe now." And then Gunther added, "I still can't forget his angelic face." Remembering the man who saved them as a hero and a role model, the man said, "I started to imitate him, and then my life changed dramatically." Recalling his adult life, when he stood on the mountains of corpses of thieves, Gunther said, "I dreamed of the day when I could clean Rembosta of all impurities, so I gradually built up my strength and even began to manage the dump." The next moment, recalling his last fight in the cage, the man said, "It was the first time I was in the cage with the goal of making some money, and I ended up finishing off my opponent and then getting kicked out. But I don't care if I was destroyed by a common scumbag, I had to get rid of them every day." Continuing to tell his story, the man added that Lisa cut off all ties with me, but even then I didn't care. I had already become one of those people from the landfill. When he finished recounting his story, the man exclaimed, "One day I will cleanse Rembosta of all impurities. That's what I decided." Interrupting his opponent, Kian, who was tired of listening to this, said, "Stop talking nonsense." Immediately after his words, drawing the man's attention to himself, Kian added with a sinister smile on his face, "You don't see a single scratch on me, try harder, Gunther Richter." Hearing his opponent's words, the man became fired up and shouted, "I like it, then I'll give it my all." The next moment, the man used his magical revival skill to combine everything he could find in his hand and then said, "Let me show you something interesting." Seeing a strange object in the man's other hand, Kian mentally wondered where he had gotten such an ancient curiosity. Continuing to show his opponent an object, Gunther smiled slyly and said, "This thing is called a gravity trap." Continuing to talk about the device he was holding in his hand, the man added that it creates a mana-saturated space in a chosen location. The next moment, a perfect sected cube appeared around the boy, with an increased gravitational force that would have pushed Kian to the ground. Noticing that the man was still standing even under the influence of gravity, Gunther spoke and increased the force of gravity 20-fold. The next moment, rushing to attack his opponent, the man shouted, "You're holding up well, let's see if you can take this." At that very moment, sensing some danger, Kiram asked Yu to help him, and he said no need to do so in a stern tone. Immediately after his words, Kian looked up and added, "Such a scumbag is not even worthy of competing with me." Having dodged his opponent's blow as he approached him, Kian immediately launched a counterattack. As a result of Gunther's breaking the gravity zone, the guy managed to quickly change his position and pierce the enemy's body. At the moment the man was hit, he said in his head in confusion that what had just happened was not supposed to happen. After taking off with all his parts and his restored arm, Gunther mentally exclaimed the impossible. Catching up with his opponent in the air and preparing to prevent another blow, Kian flashed his ears. Looking at the man with eyes full of hatred, the boy angrily added, "I will not leave you alive but your ears." The next moment, after expressing his opinion, Kian launched a kick that hit Gunther on the back and sent him into the ground. As a result of the battle, the man landed on sharp debris that pierced his body and gave him a few seconds to live until he bled out. After losing the fight with the boy, the man smiled happily and said with a heavy sigh that I was probably destined to die from the very beginning. Continuing to look at Kian, who was hovering over him before his death, the man added, "I don't regret anything, but if the girl was born here, I don't think she'll turn out to be anything normal." Keeping a smile on his face to the last, Gunther said in conclusion, just as he had with Lisa and me, "This is the law of the city created by his master." The next moment, the man said something that shocked Kian, saying, before he died, "Please make sure that this does not happen. I am sure you will succeed." Not understanding what Gunther Kian had just said, he turned his head in the direction of the box he was sitting on and mentally said, "What the hell?" After a while, a manager arrived at the landfill where the battle took place and asked what had happened. Turning her head in different directions near her, she saw her friend and froze in place. Looking at his bloody body, the girl mentally said, "Gunther, the very thing I feared the most has happened." The next moment, turning her gaze to the night subject, Lisa spoke to make sure the VIP guest was okay, and was answered with a "Yes, ma'am." After loud shouts from the manager and the soldier, Kian heard their voice and shouted over, drawing their attention to him. As soon as they looked in the direction of the shout, they saw a guy standing with his back to them, holding a girl in his arms, and then the manager asked Mr. Simon. As she approached the VIP guest, the girl exclaimed in confusion to Louis, after which Kian said, "She's not hurt, she looks like she's just sleeping." As soon as he handed the girl over to the manager, I asked him if he was okay, and he got to his feet and said, "Yes, take better care of her." Immediately after his words, Kian went on his way to do his business and heard an exclamation from Lisa, who asked him where he was going, and he replied that he was going to clean up. Having received an answer to her question, she did not understand the bark very well, and the manager was surprised to say that it was to be cleaned, but where? In response to another question from his acquaintance, Kian, fulfilling his opponent's last will, spoke in a formidable voice in this city. Immersed in his memories, Kian thought Rembosta is divided into 4 districts, with the cage in the middle in the west, the dump in the east, the shopping district, and the entertainment district in the south. Continuing his thoughts, the boy added that there is no special body that would keep order in the city, but there is a system of rules. Mentioning the people who run each of the districts, Kian said they were established by the heads of each particular district. After giving all the information about the town, the boy was asked what he was going to do in such a place. Approaching his brother, Kian said, "If they were a normal state, we could at least go to war with them, but they are not even capable of that. I could deal with these managers myself." In response to his brother's suggestion, Eshel smiled slyly and said there was no need for that. Continuing to smile happily, Eshel looked back at his younger brother and said, "They'll let themselves go down. We don't even have to interfere. We just have to be there in time to seize the initiative." When Kian heard his older brother's words, he was surprised to hear him ask how you could be so sure of this. In response to Kian's question, Eshel smiled ominously and said, "Because this city has long been rotten, I have seen it personally." Continuing his reminiscences while standing in front of the House of Nightly Joys, Kian mentally said to me, "It still amazes me how much confidence he had in his eyes then." But Eshel was right. This city is rotten to the core. Heading inside, where the manager of one of the districts of the city was waiting for him, Kian confidently added in his head, "The day I have to cleanse it of filth." Holding the mug of tea that Dalkia offered him in his hand, Kian mentally said how sweet the minty smell was, even though it was supposed to be ordinary black tea. Continuing to stare at the drink awkwardly as the woman continued to cling to it, Kian thought, she doesn't even seem to be trying to hide the fact that it's poisoned. It smells like a paralyzing poison that's quite common in the garum. At one point, deciding to start a conversation with the guest, Dalkia fixed her hair and said, "Thank you for accepting my invitation, Mr. Simon. I'm sure you will enjoy tonight." In response to the girl's words, Kian, not in the mood for tea, said exactly the same thing as this strangely smelling tea. Hearing the boy's remark, Dalkia looked at him with a worried look and thought something was wrong. Did he notice that I had just sprinkled it there? The next moment, looking at the girl with an ominous look, Kian said with confidence, "Well, I'm looking forward to it." Immediately after he said that, the boy tipped his cup and took a big gulp. When the girl saw this, she was surprised to hear him say that he had drunk it all. After taking a sip, the guy dropped the cup from his hands, after which it broke on the floor and he fell on the girl's chest. Seeing that everything had worked out in the best possible way, Dalkia smiled ominously and said in her head, "It's finally worked out. Now he's mine." At the same time, in the shopping district, the Grey Trade Guild heard a report from their subject, Maurice, and exclaimed in surprise, and Dalkia managed to capture Simon. Hearing the question from his master, the subject answered, "Yes, we just received a message from the entertainment district." Upon hearing this, the man laughed joyfully and exclaimed, "Today the Lord is on my side." The next moment, gritting his teeth, the man said unhappily that it was a pity that he had to give the Gravity's trap to Gunther, as it was difficult to get it from the Garum Association. Immediately after his words, resigned to this development of events, the man clutched at a piece of meat with his teeth and exclaimed, "Well, nothing can be done." Tearing off a piece of meat from his shinhead, Maurice added, smiling ominously, "In any case, the demon sword will soon be in my hands." The next moment, an assassin appeared behind the man's back and said, "It's still a little suspicious that everything is going so smoothly," to which the man replied with a grudging, "Don't yell." After receiving the answer from the Lord, the shadow assassin added that maybe my hunch had never failed me before, so let's go there in advance to check it out. Hearing his subject's remark, Maurice looked back at him and said, "Good, but don't do anything unnecessary." And he heard the answer, "I understand." As soon as the assassin began to hide in the shadows, Maurice continued to enjoy his meal, thinking, "These idiots from Spania keep sticking their noses in. Why can't they just silently do the job they're paid to do?" The next moment, looking back at himself, the man thought to himself, "Do they really want to get the demon sword themselves? Is that the whole point?" Having created a problem for himself, the man quickly called for a carriage and jumped into it and headed for the entertainment district, shouting at everyone to get out of the way. Hurrying to the House of Nightly Pleasures, the manager of the shopping district shouted out, waving his hands from the window, "We are in a hurry." After a while, opening the door to the girl's room, the man joyfully exclaimed, "Dalkia, I've arrived." Seeing the guest in her room, the girl sitting on the bed next to the boy said, "You could have taken your time in the morning." The next moment, licking her index finger, the girl said seductively, "I was just going to have fun." In response to the girl's words, Maurice excitedly exclaimed, "I don't need him, I only need what he has," to which she replied, "I've already taken everything from him." When he heard that all of Kian's belongings had already been confiscated, the man stretched out his hand and shouted, "Bugaga, this is all I need, give it to me quickly." In response to the man's whim, the girl reached for the rope that opened the curtain and said, "Don't rush, you're in for a big surprise." After removing the curtain and showing the collection of a girl who collected cute boys, she said, "Is there really nothing here that you need?" When Maurice heard the girl's question, he exclaimed in surprise, looking at the exhibits, "You're the one who hid so many people behind the curtains." The next moment, noticing something strange in the middle of the exhibits, the man exclaimed in surprise. Recognizing the girl who was beaten and tied up among these exhibits, the man exclaimed in confusion. Immediately after the identification of his accomplice, Maurice turned his head to the side and exclaimed in confusion, "But who are you then, and why are you doing this?" and replied, "Don't be so rude." The next moment, as she began to break the spell, the girl spoke the demonic sword you wanted so badly. Changing Dalkia's face to her true one, the girl smiled slyly and exclaimed in an ominous tone that it was me. When Maurice saw the girl's demonic sword, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in surprise, and his jaw almost dropped to the floor. The next moment, the leader of the trade guild fell to the ground and exclaimed in confusion, "The demon sword can turn into a human." Immediately after his question, Kian rose from the doctor's chair and said in a menacing tone, "You already know too much." Realizing that things were bad, Maurice shouted out to the shadow assassins to save me, to which Kian covered his ears and exclaimed, "Oh, stop screaming!" When the man did not understand in ordinary words, Kian struck him on the vocal cords to shut him up and shouted, "Shut up already!" While Maurice was lying on the ground moaning in pain, Kian said, "If you want to meet them so badly, why don't I send you to them?" Immediately after the proposal was made, the boy used his skill to create a shadowy mire. When he saw that he was being sucked down in front of him, the man exclaimed in confusion that the shadows were turning into fog. As Maurice was being sucked into the shadow world, Kian said, "I think you gave Gunther that artifact and that Dalkia poison." And Maurice screamed out in fright, "I'm sorry, I'll never do anything like that again." In response to the man's promises, Kian smiled ominously and said, "I know I'll make sure you don't do anything like that again. Goodbye." Hearing the words from the boy, Morris, trying to somehow escape the cart of death, exclaimed, plunging into the world of shadows, "No, I don't beg you. I don't." The next moment, when he was completely pulled inside, he found himself in a strange world where he was surrounded by a variety of objects and life forms. In addition to unfamiliar things, he also saw his shadow assassins there and stayed in the shadow space with the others forever. Having destroyed Morris, Kian said that now only Dalkia remained, to which Kieran went to her and said, "I'll deal with her, you can go." Hearing that he was leaving Dalkia for Kiram, the boy said before he left, "Don't overdo it," to which she smiled irritably and said, "No, not really, not." A few minutes after Kian left the room, the girl stood in front of the brothel owner and asked, "How dare you touch my master?" Starting to crunch her fingers, Kiram said with an ominous smile, "I know you can hear me, better get ready. I'll chop you into exactly 1,000 pieces." Hearing the threat from the demonic sword, Dalkia shed tears and shivered all over her body and exclaimed, I'm sorry for doing this." Hearing the noise from the room he had just left, Kian thought to himself, "She's going to make a paste of her with her punches." The next moment, sensing something was wrong, the boy turned his head away from the door and thought a familiar energy. Looking around and looking at the interior, Kian mentally said that the shadow space was yes. Immediately after his thoughts, the boy heard a woman's voice which caused him some concern and said, "You have such an interesting expression on your face right now." After starting to gather dark magic in one place to appear in front of the guy, a woman's voice added, "My name is Lindsay Nihalo. I'm one of the managers of Rambosta." When Kian heard who was talking to him, he looked at the girl who appeared in front of him and thought, "Lindsay Nihalo." Kian looked at the appearance of the cage controller in confusion and added in his head that she had been hiding in the fog. Appearing in front of Kian in her true form, the girl said, "I guess Serica didn't tell you about me, so now it's clear why you're busy killing other managers." The next moment, activating his magic, Kian said, "I am very grateful that you came, and now I don't have to look for you myself." Smiling ominously and preparing for battle, the boy added, "I should address you as a senior colleague, although I think you are more of a traitor." Interrupting the joyful words of her guest, the girl stretched out her arms and said, "Oh, don't you dare fight me! You won't fight me!" Immediately after she said this, a person attacked Kian, attacking him by surprise, but he managed to block the attack. Starting to look around to see who had just attacked him, Kian exclaimed in confusion, "There's someone else here." As soon as her subject appeared in front of the control cage and asked if she knew Lisa correctly, Lisa answered, "Yes, Miss Lindsay." Preparing for the battle with the boy, the manager stood in a fighting stance and said to Simon from LeMay, "I will destroy you.